Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 2001. Chapter 2001, 2001. Chapter 2001, Inviting Master Lin to Lecture. In the Divine City, in front of the Symbol Master's Tower, a group of high-level Symbol Masters gathered. They sat cross-legged, their gazes devout. In front of them were clusters of continuously burning soul flames. These were the soul flames left behind by Lin Moyo after his lecture, preserved through special means to ensure they would not extinguish for 1,000 years. 100 clusters of soul flames looked identical, almost indistinguishable. But all the high-level Symbol Masters present knew that the interiors of these soul flames were different. Each soul flame had subtle differences, and they continuously sensed these differences to hone their souls and enhance their soul sensitivity. This was also a method left behind by Lin Moyo. Many high-level Symbol Masters, after long periods of training, had somewhat improved their soul sensitivity. They had made significant progress in integrating runes. The Symbol Masters also realized how important soul sensitivity was to a 657 Symbol Master. Now, soul sensitivity had become a standard for measuring a Symbol Master. Not only were high-level Symbol Masters training themselves here, but even the Symbol Saint also came here to train himself. His talent was considered outstanding among all Symbol Masters, but compared to Lin Moyo, it was still far inferior. The Symbol Saint sat in the Symbol Master's Tower, his tightly closed eyes slowly opening, his consciousness returning. He received a message from Lin Moyo and muttered to himself, "It seems Lin Xiao has something to discuss." He told Lin Moyo his location, then got up and flew out of the tower, standing in mid-air. Moments later, a person came from afar. 1 second he was in the distance, the next he was in front of him, as if teleporting. The Symbol Saint smiled and said, "Congratulations, Lin Xiao." He could naturally see that Lin Moyo had made further progress in mastering the laws of space. Just now, Lin Moyo had taken a step and crossed a long distance, the whole process looking very natural, without any strain. Lin Moyo smiled. "I should congratulate you too, Symbol Saint." The Symbol Saint felt a bit strange, wondering what there was to congratulate him for. At this moment, the many Symbol Masters in the square saw Lin Moyo and all cupped their fists and called out, "Master Lin." For a moment, the voices calling Master Lin were endless. These high-level Symbol Masters spoke with respect in their voices. They had all listened to Lin Moyo's lectures and benefited greatly. According to the rules, they should call Lin Moyo Master Lin. Lin Moyo smiled and nodded to everyone, then said to the Symbol Saint, "Saint, please arrange a quiet room." The Symbol Saint nodded, "Follow me." He led Lin Moyo into the Symbol Master's Tower and went to the 10th floor. Only he and 2 elders could enter the 10th floor, making it very quiet. At this moment, the 2 elders were not present, so only the Symbol Saint and Lin Moyo were there. The Symbol Saint said, "Lin Xiao, if you have any instructions, just say so." Lin Moyo said, "I have no instructions, but I have some rune materials for you to review." A jade token flew to the Symbol Saint, who took it with some confusion and began to examine it. Soon, his pupils began to dilate, and his eyebrows stood up. His eyes showed not only shock but also greed. It was a greed for runes. After reading it once, he put down the jade token and asked excitedly, "Where did this come from?" Lin Moyo smiled, "Let me keep it a secret for now. I want to ask if you have any higher grade jade tokens, the higher the better." Without thinking, the Symbol Saint immediately took out a purple jade token. The purple jade token emitted an aura of the other shore realm, and it looked very exquisite, having been carved and polished. Lin Moyo took it and, without saying anything, began to copy the inheritance of the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign. He copied carefully, starting with the ancient rune materials of the 1st to 3rd levels. The purple jade token had no problems. He then tried to copy the materials of the 4th level, but as soon as he started, the purple jade token cracked and shattered on the spot. The purple jade token of the other shore realm could not withstand the materials of the 4th level. When the purple jade token shattered, the Symbol Saint's eyes narrowed sharply, and he immediately took out a new purple jade token. He knew that what Lin Moyo was recording inside must be extraordinary. The purple jade token was precious, and the Symbol Saint felt a bit of pain taking it out, but this pain was nothing compared to Lin Moyo's materials. This time, Lin Moyo only recorded the ancient rune materials of the 1st to 3rd levels and then tried to copy the insights of the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign. Crack! The purple jade token shattered again, even more thoroughly than before. Without a word, the Symbol Saint took out another purple jade token and handed it to Lin Moyo. This time, Lin Moyo knew the limits and only copied the ancient rune materials of the 1st to 3rd levels, not touching anything else. Materials of the 4th level and above might require materials of the Supreme Realm to withstand. As for the insights of the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign, even materials of the Supreme Realm might not be enough. Lin Moyo also realized that the pearl containing the highest inheritance of the Yunmyo sect was not an ordinary item. It could bear the inheritance of the heavenly sovereign and had both virtual and real attributes, making it a true treasure. After copying the ancient rune materials, Lin Moyo returned the jade token to the symbol saint. The symbol saint eagerly began to read it. His greatest interest in life was runes. His relentless pursuit of runes was the source of his motivation to become a saint. The ancient runes and the jade token greatly attracted the symbol saint. Even though they were only of the first to third levels, their profundity was astonishing. In the current world, only the symbol saint could study them. Even the two elders were not qualified. The symbol saint struggled to pull his attention away from the jade token and looked at Lin Moyo with amazement. How did you get these materials? Lin Moyo said, by chance, I obtained the inheritance of the saint symbol heavenly sovereign. The saint symbol heavenly sovereign. The symbol saint was shocked, exclaiming despite his usual composure. Lin Moyo asked, do you know the saint symbol heavenly sovereign? The symbol saint nodded. The book symbolic language I once showed you was recorded by the saint symbol heavenly sovereign, but it was from his younger days when he was learning runes. He didn't use it later. I see. Lin Moyo finally understood that he had seen the saint symbol heavenly sovereign's work early on. Lin Moyo said, the inheritance of the saint symbol heavenly sovereign is vast, but I cannot copy it all. For now, I can only copy the ancient runes of the first to third levels. The symbol saint understood. I see. Having the ancient runes of the first to third levels is already very good, enough for me to study for 1,000 years. Lin Moyo continued, although I cannot copy it, I can orally describe some things to you, which might be helpful. The jade token couldn't bear it, but oral description should be fine. The symbol saint immediately sat upright, bowing to Lin Moyo with a devout posture. Please, Master Lin, lecture. His love and devotion to runes were unmatched. Lin Moyo knew this well, so he accepted the gesture and began to explain the rune path of the saint symbol heavenly sovereign. A warship was speeding through deep space, heading towards the divine city. Inside the warship, Hao Saint's expression was strange. Xiao Wu was beside him, lying on a treasure like a white cloud, sound asleep. Chapter 2002. Chapter 2002. 2002. Chapter 2002. Are you trying to kill someone? Lin Moyo's lecture was about the path of the saint symbol heavenly sovereign, not his own path. Lin Moyo indeed had an extremely strong talent in the way of runes, far surpassing everyone in the current era. However, talent was one thing, and realm was another. In terms of realm, he was still far from the symbol saint. Being able to articulate the path of the saint symbol heavenly sovereign was already extremely difficult. During the lecture, the symbol saint gained a lot, and Lin Moyo himself also benefited greatly. His understanding of runes deepened significantly, and he gained a lot from it. The way of runes was vast and profound, and there were many aspects that Lin Moyo knew but did not fully understand. Unfortunately, his realm was not high enough, which was unavoidable. The private lecture lasted for 10 days and finally ended. The symbol saint respectfully bowed to Lin Moyo. Thank you, Master Lin, for your lecture. Lin Moyo immediately shook his head and said, this is the path of the saint symbol heavenly sovereign, I am just a substitute lecturer. The symbol saint shook his head. The saint symbol heavenly sovereign has long passed away. Master Lin's willingness to share his path is a great favor to all symbol masters of the current era. When I fully comprehend this path, I will make it public so that all symbol masters can listen to the ancient sage's teachings. Lin Moyo immediately bowed. Then I will trouble the saint. This was exactly what he wanted. He hoped to use the symbol saint's hand to spread the inheritance of the saint symbol heavenly sovereign, so that all symbol masters of the current era could know what the complete way of runes was. At this moment, the voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded in their ears. Saint Hao has returned. Please contact him after your cultivation. Lin Moyo asked, when did Saint Hao return? The Human Emperor Network immediately replied that Saint Hao had returned 5 days ago. Lin Moyo found it strange. Saint Hao was out playing with Xiao Wu, so why did he suddenly return? During the lecture, the symbol saint had specifically instructed the Human Emperor Network not to disturb them unless it was urgent. So it was only after the lecture ended that the Human Emperor Network spoke up. The symbol saint smiled and said, Saint Hao might have something to do. You should go first. Leave the matter of the inheritance to me. Lin Moyo bowed to the symbol saint and then left the symbol master's tower. The Human Emperor Network drew a guiding path in the sky. Lin Moyo took a step and disappeared. Saint Hao's warship was quietly floating in the air. Generally, warships were not allowed to navigate in the divine city, but a few saints had special privileges. The warship's door was open, and a faint scent of tea wafted out. Lin Moyo appeared outside the warship and flew straight in without any hesitation, sitting directly opposite Saint Hao. Why did you come back? Lin Moyo said as he naturally picked up a teacup, poured himself some tea, and glanced at Xiao Wu, who was still sleeping beside him. Xiao Wu seemed to be asleep, but Lin Moyo felt that she was not really asleep. Her state seemed a bit peculiar. Lin Moyo looked at her a few more times and found that Xiao Wu was indeed not asleep but had entered a very peculiar state. Xiao Wu's aura seemed to be increasing at a stable rate. When Xiao Wu had just completed her possession and transformed into a human, her aura was unstable. Later, it stabilized, and her realm remained at the 7th level of the true god. These days, she had already reached the 9th level of the true god and seemed to be still improving. Saint Hao said in a low voice, guess who we met? Who did they meet? Lin Moyo thought for a moment and immediately guessed, smiling, the saint symbol heavenly sovereign. Saint Hao's eyes widened. How did you know? Lin Moyo smiled. I received the inheritance of the saint symbol heavenly sovereign. Saint Hao spat out a mouthful of tea, which shot out like an arrow. His purple gold body instantly activated, and the tea hit it, making a clinking sound. Lin Moya smiled wryly. Are you trying to kill someone? If it were an ordinary god, Saint Hao's mouthful of tea would be enough to seriously injure them. Saint Hao ignored his own loss of composure and immediately asked, how did you get the inheritance of the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign? Lin Moya leisurely drank his tea. The inheritance of the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign is in the highest inheritance of the Yunmu sect, and it was just activated. He did not explain the process in detail. After all, he had already obtained the inheritance, and some things did not need to be explained too much. Saint Hao said, alright, then what is the inheritance of the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign? It's all about the way of runes. I've already told the Symbol Saint everything I can. Some things I can't explain, Lin Moya said, indicating that it was not that he did not want to explain, but that he really could not. Saint Hao understood. Earlier, the remnant soul of the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign found us. He warned me to take good care of Xiao Wu. If anything happens to Xiao Wu, he won't let me off. Lin Moya said, the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign regards Xiao Wu as a relative. Not only him, but the illusory mist Heavenly Sovereign also feels the same. If anything happens to Xiao Wu, they won't let us off. Saint Hao looked puzzled. Aren't they dead? Lin Moya chuckled. Who knows? Anyway, that's what they said. Maybe they have some backup plans, just like this inheritance. Who could have thought of that? Saint Hao thought of the means of the Heavenly Sovereigns. Even a remnant soul was not something he could contend with. Lin Moya asked, what's going on with Xiao Wu now? Saint Hao explained the situation. Earlier, the remnant soul of the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign suddenly found them, not only warning Saint Hao but also drawing an ancient rune and planting it in Xiao Wu's body. Under this ancient rune, Xiao Wu's realm could rapidly improve without the need for cultivation and could also comprehend laws. After the ancient rune was planted, Xiao Wu fell into a deep sleep, and it was unknown how long she would sleep. Saint Hao had therefore interrupted their play and brought Xiao Wu back. It was clear that Saint Hao and Xiao Wu had a good relationship. Saint Hao seemed to regard Xiao Wu as his daughter. Xiao Wu also treated Saint Hao well. During their travels, they seemed to have truly become like father and daughter. With Saint Hao taking care of Xiao Wu, Lin Moya was also at ease. Lin Moya remembered what the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign had said. He seemed to want to do something for this world to make up for his guilt. These words were similar to what the illusory mist Heavenly Sovereign had said. The illusory mist Heavenly Sovereign had burned his own remnant soul, weakening the fortunes of various races and feeding them back to the great world of runes, buying more time for the great world. What would the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign do? Suddenly, the entire divine city blossomed with brilliant light and began to shake violently. The sky changed, and a glow appeared. Countless formations in the divine city were activated, making the entire city seem alive. The two of them rushed out of the worship, looking at what was happening in front of them, not understanding. Let's go find Elder Xing. Saint Hao closed the worship door and took Lin Moya into the formation, heading to where Elder Xing was. In the Symbol Masters Square, the high-level Symbol Masters did not know what was happening. Each of them was shocked and nervous. What happened? Why is the divine city moving? Is there another enemy invasion? Impossible. The human race has been very peaceful recently. There can't be any enemies. The Symbol Saint flew out of the tower and shouted, quiet, nothing is happening, don't worry. He communicated with the Human Emperor network. Human Emperor, what happened? The great world of runes is having an anomaly. I am stabilizing the formations. The Symbol Saint nodded, and the next second, his voice spread throughout the divine city. Everyone remain calm, there is no need to panic. After saying this, he also rushed to where Elder Xing was. Chapter 2003. Chapter 2003, 2003. Chapter 2003. One wave has not settled, another wave rises. The divine city was shaking, and even the sea of laws was trembling. Elder Xing let out a light sigh, and a vast power surged out. Countless formations appeared around him, and the sea of laws quickly calmed down. Elder Xing's gaze fell into the void, looking towards an infinitely distant place. He was observing the great world of runes, or more precisely, he was sensing it. He couldn't directly open the path to the great world of runes like a heavenly sovereign, he could only sense parts of it. Then, his expression changed, becoming extremely strange. Someone is at the world's core. How is this possible? How can there still be a heavenly sovereign in this world? There were no more supremes in the world, so how could there be a heavenly sovereign? Elder Xing found it hard to believe, but his senses told him that someone was indeed there. I don't know if this is good or bad. Sigh. Elder Xing sighed heavily. If someone could indeed reach that place, he couldn't stop them. In front of a heavenly sovereign, his power was insignificant. Old Xing. Saint Hao arrived with Lin Moya. Within 3 seconds, the Symbol Saint also arrived. Elder Xing said, I know why you are here. I sense someone went to the world's core and did something, causing the great world of runes to react. I just don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Saint Hao suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Moya. Lin Moya said, it should be the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign. Elder Xing was slightly surprised. Tell me the details. Lin Moya briefly explained the situation with the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign. When the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign left, he said he would go to the great world of runes. Elder Xing sighed. I didn't expect that there would still be remnants of the Heavenly Sovereign's soul left. Then there should be no problem. The Heavenly Sovereign knows what he's doing and won't act recklessly. Elder Xing continued to sense the great world of runes. After a moment, he said, the Saint Symbol Heavenly Sovereign should have helped repair part of the great world of runes, but it didn't have much effect. The collapse of the great world of runes cannot be stopped. Destruction is inevitable. I suggest you prepare early. Saint Hao asked, "You previously said that the world's resources are depleting and that we should prepare early, but we always felt that the human race needed more time. With thousands of years of preparation and this cooperation with the Starfish clan, I think we are ready. When the Heavenly Sovereign returns from his divine journey, we plan to start taking action." Elder Xing's suggestion had always left Saint Hao and others undecided. However, the words of the illusory mist Heavenly Sovereign prompted Saint Hao to make a decision, just waiting for the Heavenly Sovereign to return from his divine journey. Elder Xing said, "He has already returned." Sure enough, a few seconds later, they sensed the Heavenly Sovereign's presence. Saint Hao said, "It seems the great world of runes reaction interrupted the Heavenly Sovereign's divine journey. Each divine journey could last from 10 to 100 years. This time, it had been less than a year, and it was interrupted by an accident. A divine journey couldn't be undertaken at any time. It required many conditions. It wasn't easy for the Heavenly Sovereign to go on a divine journey. This interruption meant it was uncertain when the next one would be. The Heavenly Sovereign, glowing with golden light, rushed to them like a golden meteor. At this moment, the Heavenly Sovereign had just ended his divine journey, his aura still unstable, but his face was filled with excitement. Saint Hao, familiar with the Heavenly Sovereign, noticed his unusual expression. "What did you see on this divine journey?" The Heavenly Sovereign said, "On this divine journey, I entered another world. That world is very peculiar." Elder Xing frowned. "Another world? Tell us more." The Heavenly Sovereign said, "The cultivators in that world are very peculiar. They can summon a special kind of battle armor. Wearing the armor greatly increases their combat power. The battle armor is divided into several levels, roughly iron, copper, silver, and gold. In that world, people awaken their summoning power at the age of 10. Through cultivation, their summoning power can be enhanced, allowing them to summon different levels of battle armor. Those who can summon battle armor are called warriors." The Heavenly Sovereign described a completely different power system. Hearing this, Elder Xing fell into deep thought. Saint Hao said, "It seems this divine journey was indeed fruitful. You entered such a strange world. In the past, your divine journeys were either to other races or outer realms. I wonder where the small world is located. If I have the chance, I'd like to visit it too." The Heavenly Sovereign shook his head. "I originally wanted to determine its location, but the divine journey was suddenly interrupted, so I couldn't." "What a pity." Saint Hao sighed. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. "Heavenly Sovereign, can you draw what it looks like?" The Heavenly Sovereign immediately drew the appearance of the battle armor. He drew both the initial summon form and the form when worn. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, and he whispered, "How can this be?" The Heavenly Sovereign asked curiously, "Lin Xiao, have you seen this battle armor?" Lin Moya nodded. "When I was in the small world, there was a special profession called Star Warriors. Star Warriors come from a place called the Holy Fighting God Domain. At that time, I didn't know much. Now that I think about it, the Star Warriors' power system seems different from most professions." The Heavenly Sovereign was also moved. "In the world I visited, there was also a Holy Fighting God Domain, and the strongest were called Star Warriors." Lin Moya's eyes lit up. "That's right, they are Star Warriors." In the small world, everyone had undergone job changes, and many forces had their own exclusive professions. At that time, it seemed normal, and no one questioned it. With his current realm, Lin Moya recalled the small world and found it increasingly peculiar. The Star Warriors of the Holy Fighting God Domain were very strange. Their power system was incompatible with most professions. Unexpectedly, they came from another world. At this moment, Elder Xing's deep voice sounded, "This is troublesome." Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was troublesome. Elder Xing said, "Your soul, under the protection of the Golden Law and the Human Emperor, has the opportunity to go very far. This time, your divine journey might not have entered a small world but accidentally reached another real world. Although the distance of a divine journey is very far, it is actually limited and cannot exceed this limit. So this is troublesome. It means that this world is very close to us. The great world constantly expands, and it will eventually collide with other worlds. When two worlds collide, conflict is inevitable. World conflicts are no less brutal than racial conflicts, and they can be even more so. If it were in ancient times, when the great world was at its peak, encountering another world would have made the heavenly sovereigns ecstatic. Discovering a new world and plundering its essence was something they did often. But now, although the great world is still vast, its runes are on the verge of collapse, and it's hard to find even one supreme within it. In such a weakened state, encountering another world is akin to seeking death. One wave has not settled, and another wave rises. Lin Moyo felt a headache coming on. Not only Lin Moyo, but the other saints also felt an immense headache. Elder Xing said, however, world collisions are not easy and will take a long time. When I say close, it's different from your understanding. From the world's boundary perspective, being millions of light years apart is already very close. Let's do what we need to do. Whether the collision happens or not, strength is the most important. Chapter 2004. Chapter 2004, 2004. Chapter 2004, they don't even dare to ask. Lin Moya returned to his cultivation room, leaving the next steps for the human race to be arranged by the Heavenly Sovereign. Originally, Saint Hao could have discussed matters together, but now he had an additional task of taking care of Xiao Wu. Lin Moyo had already noticed that Saint Hao was genuinely good to Xiao Wu. For some reason, the two of them got along exceptionally well. This was a good thing. Lin Moya's feelings were somewhat complicated at this moment. He realized that he knew too much, and there were many things he couldn't say out loud and had to bear alone. The few saints of the human race had all taken the wrong path. Even if the divine path could be rebuilt in the future, they would at most reach the supreme realm. Becoming a heavenly sovereign was already impossible. The peak of the supreme realm was their limit. The great world was currently very weak. Among the worlds that the great world had once plundered, there were also supremes, and possibly more than one. Given the current strength of the great world, encountering such a world again would be a disaster. Moreover, the internal situation of the great world was still a mess. Various races were standing tall, constantly in conflict. In such a situation, encountering external enemies would likely lead to their downfall. Hopefully, time can be dragged out a bit longer. Lin Moya sighed lightly. All he could do was work hard on his cultivation and quickly improve his realm. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Lin Moya's heart completely calmed down. His fingertips glowed, and soul power flowed and gathered at his fingertips, drawing runes in the void. After obtaining the inheritance of the saint symbol Heavenly Sovereign, he naturally had to master all the runes he hadn't yet grasped. Among them, a few runes were particularly attractive to Lin Moyo. The core of the entire great world was an incredibly vast rune. All laws, living beings, every blade of grass and tree, every mountain and stone, the starry sky, everything was derived from that rune. Because of this, runes could be used to express everything in this world. In the inheritance of the saint symbol Heavenly Sovereign, there were space runes and time runes. These two types of runes were high-level runes and the most complex among high-level runes. Space runes could be further subdivided into various functions such as compression, expansion, stabilization, and sealing. Multiple runes could be fused to form new composite runes, which could then be combined with other runes to achieve more functions. Time runes were similar, with their primary functions being deceleration, acceleration, and stopping. To achieve other functions, multiple runes needed to be fused. Lin Moya thought of a method. After mastering space and time runes, he wanted to fuse the two types of runes and then use this as a reference to fuse his own laws. After his calculations, he believed this method was feasible. Thus, he once again immersed himself in the study of runes. With the explosive luck technique activated repeatedly, his luck was continuously boosted, and under the blessing of good fortune, Lin Moya's learning speed was astonishingly fast. One rune after another was quickly mastered and thoroughly understood. Even Lin Moyo had to admit that he had an extraordinary talent for runes. According to the inheritance of the saint symbol Heavenly Sovereign, time and space runes were the most difficult among all high-level runes. Their difficulty even surpassed some composite runes. Even certain rune arrays were not as difficult as time and space runes. This was because they were the only two types of three-dimensional runes. Yet, in front of Lin Moyo, they posed no difficulty at all. Whether it was his comprehension ability or the explosive luck technique, Lin Moyo mastered them in an extremely short time. As Lin Moyo mastered more and more runes, he became increasingly familiar with the inheritance of the saint symbol Heavenly Sovereign. The anomaly in the great world was not only sensed by the human race but also by other races. Although they couldn't sense the great world runes like Elder Xing, they could roughly understand what was happening. Over the years, they had sensed the changes in the great world, and anyone with a bit of intelligence could guess what was going on. According to Elder Xing's predictions, those powerful races would also take action in due time. The human race needed to act first and seize the initiative. In a short time, they needed to seize as many resources as possible. Thanks to the modifications made by the Starfish clan to the human race's warships, many of the human race's warships now had deep space navigation capabilities, providing great convenience for this operation. Once a decision was made, the human race's efficiency was extremely high. With the human emperor network in place, all orders could be delivered in a very short time. The human race's army moved silently, with the strong of the other shore realm and the forces of the War God Hall all mobilized. The War God Hall usually didn't take action, but when they did, it was almost always a war of extermination. This time, the War God Hall was still the main force, targeting several insignificant small races. These small races had attacked the human race 10,000 years ago, occupying human resources and destroying human star systems. Later, they were almost wiped out by Xiao Zantian's counterattack, barely surviving by fleeing to the edge regions. It could be said that they had a blood feud with the human race. However, the human race had been growing and developing, and had not dealt with them since. Now, they were naturally the first to be targeted. The human race's first targets were three small races, the Rain Leaf clan, the Kazan clan, and the Falling Forest clan. All three races were plant-based, with populations not exceeding 10 billion, making them true small races. The strongest among them were only peak god sovereigns, and they were very few in number. As for the other shore realm, they had none. The star systems they occupied did not exceed 100. Their strength was comparable to that of the Butterfly clan. Dealing with such races posed no pressure for the human race. The War God Hall mobilized its forces, cooperating with the military to simultaneously take action against the three small races. This operation was both revenge and extermination. However, unlike the extermination of the Buddha clan, they would try not to damage the star systems. They would only kill people, not destroy property, and all resources would be brought back to the human race. A massive fleet entered deep space navigation and disappeared silently. The Heavenly Sovereign sat in the central temple of the Divine City, with a vast starry sky above his head. The Human Emperor Network transmitted real-time images of the human race's actions. Watching the warships disappear, the Heavenly Sovereign spoke to the void. I wonder what Yuchime and the others will think. Human Emperor, what do you think? The voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded. At most, they can only think. They don't dare to take any action, not even to ask. The Heavenly Sovereign revealed a cold smile. Those Starfish clan guys think they did a clean job. What do they count for? The Human Emperor Network said, perhaps they are afraid of us. The Heavenly Sovereign asked, "Have you mastered the method of deep space navigation modification?" Still researching, it needs more time. The Starfish clan had tampered with every modified warship. Although it only served as sensing and monitoring, it still displeased the Heavenly Sovereign and others. However, at that time, the two sides were cooperating, so the Heavenly Sovereign did not expose it. During the modification, the Human Emperor Network fully recorded the modification methods, analyzed them, and converted them into the human race's own formations. The foreign races had no idea how terrifying and powerful the Human Emperor Network was. The Human Emperor Network suddenly said, "I have something to tell you. During your divine journey, Yuchime attempted to assassinate Lin Moyo." Chapter 2005. Chapter 2005, 2005. Chapter 2005, you and the human race both have enmity. A terrifying killing intent surged out from the central temple, almost enveloping half of the divine city. The divine city buzzed and trembled, with countless formations activating to stabilize it. Many people in the divine city felt a chill rise from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't know what had happened or why the Heavenly Sovereign was suddenly so furious. The Human Emperor Network recounted the situation. Yuchime likely used those cause-and-effect treasures. The reason should be that Lin Moya comprehended the laws of space. The Heavenly Sovereign snorted coldly, "I know, those guys are courting death." The calm voice of the Human Emperor Network continued, "The Starfish clan openly has 3 Heavenly Sovereigns, but they might have hidden forces as well. However, they probably don't have deep foundations, but we can't rule out the possibility that they have treasures comparable to such foundations. I suggest you ask Lin Moyo about this matter. His relationship with Yu Qingro is unusual. Also, you need to consider Luo Xin. Luo Xin is still alive and could return at any time. Although the outer realm is far, it is not a problem for her." Listening to the analysis of the Human Emperor Network, the Heavenly Sovereign pondered, "If that's the case, then it's indeed better to ask Lin Xiaowa. This matter is not urgent. After all, on the surface, we are still friends. Whether we become enemies or remain friends in the future depends on their own choices. Between races, besides emotions, interests are more important. In the eyes of the Heavenly Sovereign, there are no eternal friends, but there are definitely eternal enemies, such as the demon race. No matter how great the interests, the relationship between the two races cannot be changed, even if the great world is destroyed. As long as there is a chance to kill the other, both races will spare no expense." In the Starfish clan, Yuchime urgently summoned 2 great elders. Yuchime whispered, "The human race's warships have mobilized on a large scale. Their direction is towards the 3 small races on the edge." The 2 great elders couldn't help but sigh. It seems the human race is going to take revenge. The human race has waited for 100,000 years and is finally taking action. The Buddha clan and the 3 silver clans were just a small test. The human race didn't even use their full strength. Previously, to welcome Lin Moyo, the human race's army pressed the border, but they still didn't use their full strength. With 100,000 years of accumulation, the hidden strength of the human race must be extremely terrifying. The great world is going to be in chaos. Regardless of anything else, we should think about how to protect ourselves. We have been hidden for too long, and our choices are limited. The 3 discussed how to respond. Because of the modifications to the warships, they could be the first to know the movements of the human race. This gave them an advantage, but it remained to be seen if they could use it effectively. Due to being hidden for too long, they had lost their judgment on many matters in the great world. A few days later, the human race's warships suddenly appeared, sealing off space and starting a massacre. The human race's methods were extremely fierce. Once they took action, it was a war of extermination, leaving no survivors. With thorough preparation, they completely sealed off space, and communications were cut off, preventing any news from spreading from the 3 races. Even some peripheral areas were cleared by the human race's strongmen. In just 10 days, this sudden and seemingly small-scale battle ended. The Rainleaf clan, the Kazan clan, and the Falling Forest clan were erased from the Great World. Any survivors could only flee to the outer realms. When this news spread, the entire Great World was in an uproar. Strongmen from various races rushed to the territories of the 3 races. After careful inspection, they confirmed that it was the human race that took action. For a time, the Great World was filled with tension. The high-level members of various races had similar thoughts. The human race has finally started to take revenge. 100,000 years ago, more than 200 races joined forces but ultimately failed to erase the human race from the Great World. In the end, during Xiao Zantian's counterattack, dozens of races were exterminated, and dozens more were crippled. The remaining races also paid a price to varying degrees. In that great war, the human race suffered heavy casualties, with their population reduced by 99%. But the other races didn't fare well either. It was a mutual destruction. The blood feud was already established, and it was clear that for the human race, this matter was not over. After 100,000 years of recuperation, the human race finally started to take revenge. First, they tested their strength on the Buddha clan, then swiftly took advantage of the spirit-devouring clan's crisis to crush the 3 silver clans. After that, to welcome Lin Moyo, they heavily pressured the demon race, showing immense strength. Now, with thunderous momentum, they directly erased 3 races. Although the Rainleaf, Kazan, and Falling Forest clans were small races, the fact that the human race exterminated 3 races simultaneously showed their absolute strength. The extermination of the 3 races left a devastated star region. Countless planets were shattered, and the space of the entire starry sky was still struggling to recover, with the recovery speed being extremely slow. The aura of the heavenly sovereigns and the other shore realms still lingered in the starry sky, very dense. The demon race, golden eagle race, flying python race, bull demon race, black stone race, and other strongmen from various races arrived in this starry sky, their expressions extremely grave. The human race is truly ruthless. They really left no survivors, not even a single star. The star system was destroyed to this extent. The number of heavenly sovereigns and other shore realm experts the human race deployed this time must have been considerable. At this moment, it was not just the races that had previously attacked the human race that were worried. Even those that hadn't attacked the human race but had poor relations with them were starting to feel uneasy. Even if they hadn't attacked the human race, they had had minor conflicts with them. If the human race really started to take revenge, would they also take action against them? Many races were not strong. If the human race really wanted to take action against them, they would be powerless to resist. They began to consider whether to form alliances with others, perhaps to make the human race hesitate. Abyssal flames burned brightly, turning the starry sky green. The abyssal demon sovereign appeared in the abyssal flames. The aura of the heavenly sovereign spread overwhelmingly, causing everyone present to unconsciously lower their heads, eyes filled with fear. The abyssal demon sovereign let out a cold laugh. Everyone should have heard that there is a saying among the human race, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. If the human race really starts to take revenge, they might settle all grudges, big and small. His words were clear, the human race would not be reasonable, and no one would escape. The abyssal demon sovereign observed the changes in everyone's expressions and continued with a cold smile. You are all high-level members of your races and should know some history about the human race. You know your origins and how the human race treated us. I believe you all know a bit. Having survived that great war, we are the ones who barely made it. But 100,000 years ago, we still couldn't erase the human race. Now the human race is back. Have you thought about what to do? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. The abyssal demon sovereign was right. They were all high-level members of their races and knew some history, including their origins. If they were to delve into it, regardless of whether they had attacked the human race 100,000 years ago, they all had enmity with the human race at their roots. In ancient times, they had another name, traitors. The abyssal demon sovereign knew his words had taken effect and continued in an extremely cold voice, everyone, think carefully when you return. The dark green flames exploded, and the abyssal demon sovereign disappeared without a trace. The strongmen from various races were left with complex expressions. They each left with their own thoughts. In the central hall of the divine city, the heavenly sovereign asked in a low voice, "How is it? Did those guys suspect anything?" The symbol saint, with his eyes closed and runes dancing at his fingertips, replied after a moment, "It doesn't seem like they suspected anything, but the abyssal demon sovereign came and seemed to be inciting others." Chapter 2006. Chapter 2006, 2006. Chapter 2006, if you count it, this is the third time. The abyssal demon sovereign's words were predictable to the heavenly sovereign. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Are they trying to unite for a second time to destroy the human race? These pests hiding in the shadows can only do such things. From the bottom of his heart, the heavenly sovereign looked down on the abyssal demon sovereign. The heavenly sovereign comprehended the golden law, also known as the heavenly sovereign, which corresponded to the majestic power of the golden law. The law was elevated, and the rules were like the blazing sun, grand and magnificent. What he disliked the most were creatures like the abyssal demon sovereign, who lived in dark corners and only engaged in schemes and plots. The symbol saint corrected the heavenly sovereign, "If you count it, this is the third time." The heavenly sovereign nodded, "If you count it that way, it is indeed the third time. Speaking of which, those guys, every single one of them, has enmity with the human race." A sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Finally, we have a reason to act." For those races that did not participate in the coalition 10,000 years ago, the human race needed a reasonable excuse to act against them. Of course, they could act without an excuse, but some people might not be able to get over it psychologically. Now they finally had a reason. In ancient times, these guys were all traitors to the great world. If it weren't for them, the great world wouldn't have ended up like this. Perhaps the heavenly sovereigns of that time had already counterattacked into the black blood great world and plundered its source. If that were the case, what would the great world look like now? The heavenly sovereign's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Since we have a reason, let them be. We will proceed according to the plan. This time they didn't suspect anything, which is the best. We will continue to do so. The three races were exterminated, and countless star fragments floated in the starry sky. It looked like the end of the world, with the star system destroyed and no survivors. But in reality, most of the stars in the three races were intact and had been secretly transported back by the human race's strongmen. The human race had long been prepared, deploying formations to shrink the stars. At the same time, the human race scattered countless fragments across the starry sky, making it look like the star system was destroyed. To make it more realistic, the human race's saints and other shore realm experts deliberately left many traces and residual powerful auras, exposing themselves. So far, this plan had been very successful. Exterminating the races was just one part, the real purpose was resources. The heavenly sovereign looked towards the void. "Human Emperor, you can start on your side as well." A few seconds later, the voice of the Human Emperor network came, "I am already preparing, but it will take time." The heavenly sovereign nodded, "No rush, we also need time, including those guys. Don't push them too hard." After exterminating the three races with thunderous momentum, the human race fell silent again. In the following days, the great world seemed to return to its former calm. The human race made no further moves, showing no intention of continuing their revenge. As a result, the various races that had planned to form alliances began to hesitate again. The entire great world seemed to enter a peculiar state, with a strange atmosphere. In Lin Moya's cultivation room, there were faint sounds, and a peculiar and strange aura spread throughout the room. A rune was constantly flying in the cultivation room, appearing in various corners as if teleporting, moving incredibly fast. If someone were there, they would be amazed at the speed. Although there was only one rune, it looked like there were countless runes. Lin Moya controlled the rune as if appreciating a work of art. As the master of the rune, he knew that the reason it appeared this way was because the rune disrupted time. The spacetime where the rune was located was chaotic, making the rune appear extremely fast, far beyond normal. Lin Moya reached out, and the rune flew back, landing in his hand. The rune spun on his fingertip, a three-dimensional rune, extremely profound and mesmerizing. Time runes and space runes were both three-dimensional runes, much more complex than ordinary high-level runes. Similarly, fusing the two runes together became more complex. Rune fusion required the vibration frequencies to be consistent for perfect fusion. Even for three-dimensional runes, this was theoretically the same. The difference was that their vibration frequencies were divided into multiple levels. Each area had its own vibration frequency. It was as if the rune was composed of dozens of completely different runes. This change made it difficult for Lin Moya. Lin Moya tried various methods to adjust the rune's vibration frequency, but every time he adjusted one area, another area's vibration frequency would change slightly. No matter how he adjusted, the entire rune remained in a state of chaotic vibration, making fusion impossible. Lin Moya tried countless times, all ending in failure. Fortunately, Lin Moya had enough patience. With his talent for runes and the blessing of the explosive luck technique, he sought the root of the problem. He believed that what others could do, he could also do. After numerous attempts, he discovered that the real problem lay in the drawing process. There were already issues when drawing these two types of runes. This led to seemingly complete runes having internal differences. He then relearned how to draw runes, stroke by stroke, like a beginner. Lin Moya first learned the space rune called the locking space rune. Its function was to seal space, a common method used in battles among various races. Lin Moya had encountered the locking space array many times before, which had a similar function. Using runes to represent it was closer to the essence of the world. While drawing, he paid attention to the rune's vibration frequency. He did his best to keep the rune's vibration frequency consistent. This was difficult, but Lin Moya was persistent. He lost count of how many times he drew the rune in a year. He only knew he kept drawing, never stopping. Drawing time and space runes consumed a lot of soul power. An ordinary second-level god sovereign could only draw 10 times before exhausting their soul power. But Lin Moya, with the world tree's continuous replenishment, could draw without stopping. After thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of attempts, Lin Moya finally grasped the key. The saint symbol Heavenly Sovereign provided the inheritance, but the details needed Lin Moya to comprehend on his own. After nearly a year, he finally understood. He knew the weight of each stroke and the amount of soul power consumed. Too much or too little wouldn't work. Finally, he drew a nearly perfect three-dimensional rune, the locking space rune. The perfect locking space rune looked similar to the previous ones, but each stroke combined to give a sense of natural harmony. From the soul level, the entire locking space rune's vibration frequency was completely consistent, with no differences in any area. The effect was not yet as good as the locking space array, but the significance was different. Lin Moya knew he had laid a solid foundation. Once he mastered the locking space rune, he quickly mastered the remaining runes. Time runes were more difficult, but they didn't stop him. In just a month, he perfectly drew the time runes. The remaining rune fusion naturally followed. Lin Moya chose to fuse the time retention rune and the space leap rune. The time retention rune could slow down time. The space leap rune could traverse space, achieving a teleportation effect. The two runes fused perfectly, forming a perfect fusion rune. Chapter 2007. Chapter 2007, 2007. Chapter 2007. I always prefer the strongest path. The perfect fusion of the light preservation rune and the space leap rune has created a new rune that possesses both time and space attributes. According to Lin Moya's tests, this rune can slow down the time flow around him by approximately 3 times. This effect is even stronger than when he uses the time laws himself. Additionally, it can enhance his ability to traverse space, also by about 3 times. In other words, under the influence of this rune, he can take 3 steps in 1 second, with each step covering 90 million kilometers. This results in a speed of 270 million kilometers per second. This is just the beginning, and Lin Moya knows the rune can become even stronger. Unfortunately, the duration of the rune is too short. It can only last for 10 minutes when used directly. However, for the user, these 10 minutes feel like 30 minutes. 3 times the time. Let's call it the 3-light rune, Lin Moya thought, giving a name to his fused rune. The name was chosen casually and isn't particularly pleasant, but it doesn't matter. The 3-light rune is just the start. In the future, there will be 6 light runes, 9 light runes, and even 100 light runes and 10,000 light runes. However, for Lin Moya, the most important aspect of the 3-light rune is not its use but its reference. Section 2294/2369. Lin Moya intends to use the 3-light rune to fuse his time laws and space laws. Whether it's the path of laws or the path of runes, Lin Moya doesn't want to let go of either. He wants to walk multiple paths simultaneously and carve out his own unique path. This path is destined to be difficult, but he is determined to walk it. When he made this decision, he thought of what Antares had once said: to walk the strongest path, although difficult, if you succeed, you will reign supreme. In the small world, he achieved this. Using his talent, he transformed all his skills into spell planets, which then evolved into spell stars. In the larger world, he believes he can achieve the same. Antares, when will you come out? Lin Moya's mind conjured the image of Antares, his close friend who has been waiting for a long time. Two rivers of laws appeared simultaneously, the time laws and the space laws, radiating infinite power in the training room. The formation in the training room continued to operate, maintaining stability. Using the 3 light rune as a reference, Lin Moya began to fuse the 2 laws. The explosive luck technique was activated again, aiding Lin Moya. His soul power continuously guided the laws. The roaring sound echoed through the training room, causing the entire room to tremble incessantly. The 2 laws kept fusing and failing, releasing terrifying energy. Fortunately, the training room in the Divine City was extremely sturdy, and the formations inside were strong enough. In another place, any random explosion could destroy a star and obliterate a small world. As time passed, the roaring sound of the law collisions grew louder, and the vibrations became more intense. The training room could no longer absorb all the energy, and the training began to spread outward. The extremely sturdy training room began to show cracks. Above the Divine City, a burst of light surged, and the Human Emperor Network directly intervened in reality, gathering countless rays of light. The light enveloped the training room, stabilizing it. The anomaly in the training room attracted the attention of many nearby people. There were many divine beings in the Divine City, and they gathered out of curiosity. However, they couldn't get close, as the power of the Human Emperor Network isolated the training room from the outside world. Before long, the sky was filled with people, at least 100 divine beings. The weakest among them were high-level divine beings. What kind of law is this? I don't know, but I seem to sense the aura of space. These laws are very peculiar, they don't seem to be a single law. It should be a fusion of laws. Fusing laws is not easy. From what I can see, these 2 laws are very strong, making the fusion even more difficult. Yes, in my opinion, these 2 laws are at least second-tier laws, making fusion very challenging. Due to the influence of the Human Emperor Network, the divine beings sensed the aura incorrectly. Otherwise, someone would have recognized that these were the time laws and space laws. A golden light flew from afar, crossing thousands of miles in an instant. The figure of the Heavenly Saint appeared in the golden light, and the divine beings immediately greeted him respectfully. Heavenly Saint, do you know what laws are being fused inside? The laws seem too powerful, even the training room is about to collapse. We are curious. The Heavenly Saint glanced around indifferently, a golden light flashing. Everyone, please leave. He didn't explain but directly asked the divine beings to leave. These divine beings were all old and wise. Hearing this, they knew that the matter inside was significant. Knowing what not to know, these old beings immediately retreated, leaving faster than they came. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were empty. The Heavenly Saint spoke to the void. Human Emperor, how is it? The Human Emperor Network replied. Lin Moya was fusing the time and space laws. The collision of the 2 laws has released very strong power, and the training room can't withstand it. The Heavenly Saint asked, is there a way to strengthen it? The Human Emperor Network didn't answer immediately, seemingly pondering. The training room in the Divine City was already very strong, capable of withstanding the training of peak divine beings without any issues. If even this place couldn't hold, the only option was to train in the starry sky. For example, in the places where the transcendent realm beings resided. Those places were also good training grounds and safe enough. After a moment, the Human Emperor Network said, unless a new training room is built, this one can't hold. Once I withdraw my power, it will collapse immediately. Even the Human Emperor Network had no solution, and the Heavenly Saint was also helpless. The Heavenly Saint thought for a moment, notify Lin Moya to stop and change the location. The Human Emperor Network couldn't waste its power interfering with reality indefinitely, it wasn't worth it. It was better to change the location. A few seconds later, the roaring sound grew even stronger, showing no signs of stopping. The Human Emperor Network said, no, he has entered a state of forgetting himself and the world, and I can't reach him. The Heavenly Saint said, withdraw your power, I'll seal it. Okay. The Human Emperor Network decisively withdrew its power without any hesitation. Countless cracks appeared on the training room instantly. The Heavenly Saint acted quickly, enveloping the training room with a golden rule power like a blazing sun. At the moment of power exchange, the training room collapsed. The immense power broke through the formation of the training room, spreading outward. The golden blazing sun twisted and deformed but ultimately held it back. The Heavenly Saint's mouth twitched. This power has already surpassed the divine level. The power of fusing time and space laws is so strong. The Heavenly Saint suddenly recalled the power of time and space he had seen before. Outside the small world where Lin Moya was born, those divine beings were silently killed. The power of time and space was terrifying, and he felt a bit frightened at that time. Thinking about it now, seeing the power Lin Moya displayed, he didn't find it surprising anymore. The training room exploded, but fortunately, it didn't affect other places. Lin Moya's eyes were closed, and 2 rivers of laws floated above his head, constantly colliding. The Heavenly Saint's mouth twitched again. This guy is actually forcing it. Chapter 2008. Chapter 2008, 2008. Chapter 2008, Rule Fusion, Slight Success. The 2 rule star rivers kept colliding, and each collision would unleash an astonishing power. The Celestial Venerable finally understood why even the cultivation room in the Divine City couldn't withstand it. It was the collision of rule star rivers. How could it possibly hold up? This is too reckless. The Celestial Venerable said with some shock and confusion. He naturally knew about rule fusion, which was very difficult, especially the fusion of time rules and space rules, which was extremely challenging. But rule fusion also required technique. How could Lin Moyu be so forceful? Based on his understanding of Lin Moyu, he wasn't this kind of person, which made him feel puzzled. Gradually, he discovered some clues. The seemingly barbaric and unreasonable collisions actually had technique behind them. The two rule star rivers collided at a fixed point each time. What really collided wasn't the main body of the rule star rivers, but a tiny tributary belonging to Lin Moyu. The rule star rivers formed naturally, and Lin Moyu couldn't control them, but he could control his own tributary to some extent. This was how Lin Moyu, through repeated collisions, attempted to fully master the part that belonged to him. Lin Moyu had long entered a state of forgetting both self and object, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. He treated the rules as runes, and moreover, as runes that would never be damaged or collapse. In the constant collisions, he sensed the differences and similarities between the two types of rules, searching for the point of fusion. And in the continuous collisions, Lin Moya's understanding and mastery of both types of rules were improving. Lin Moya hoped that the two types of rules could progress side by side, and now, he had realized his idea in this peculiar way. The Celestial Venerable's golden sun appeared distorted again, as the power released from each collision constantly eroded the golden sun. The Celestial Venerable had no choice but to increase the power of the rules to maintain the stability of the golden sun. Otherwise, the explosive force alone would be enough to level the surrounding area. This guy, how long is he going to keep this up? The Celestial Venerable thought to himself. There was no other way. He could only stay here until Lin Moya finished. For a moment, the Celestial Venerable felt like he had become a tool for Lin Moya's cultivation. 2 days later, the Celestial Venerable suddenly sensed some changes. The explosive force seemed to have weakened somewhat. In 2 days, the rule star rivers had collided thousands of times, and finally, there were some changes. The impact of the explosions had weakened, but a more terrifying power was born. A strange aura appeared in the golden sun, a tiny air current generated during the collisions. Where the air current passed, the Celestial Venerable felt his rule power suddenly lose connection. Every bit of rule power contained his will, which he could control at will, as easily as moving his arms. But now, his power suddenly disappeared, and only part of it disappeared, which felt very strange. What surprised him most was that the disappeared part of the power recovered in the blink of an eye. It was as if that moment of disappearance was just an illusion. The Celestial Venerable was shocked. He succeeded. He realized that this disappearance was just like when those divine venerables outside the small world were cut down. His rule power didn't disappear, but was taken into another time and space. If you consider the entire golden sun as a whole, a small part of it, its time suddenly changed, becoming a few seconds slower or faster than other parts. The part that changed would separate from the whole, temporarily disappearing. When the influence disappeared, the missing part would reappear, returning to its original state. With his knowledge, although the Celestial Venerable didn't understand what time rules and space rules were, he could roughly analyze from this. Lin Moyo had indeed succeeded, at least partially. Lin Moyo had fused part of the space rules and time rules, producing a new power, which Lin Moya called spacetime power. The part of the golden sun that disappeared was affected by the spacetime power, temporarily leaving the real time and space. Just like those divine venerables killed outside the small world, their souls and bodies entered different time and space, their bodies shattered, and their souls couldn't sense anything at all. Finally, when the two time and spaces recovered, they would suffer all the damage, which would be the end of their lives. Lin Moya naturally couldn't achieve that level, but he had made a breakthrough. As long as his time rules and space rules continued to strengthen, he could eventually achieve killing without form. The rumbling sound disappeared, and the rule star rivers stopped colliding, returning to calm. Lin Moya returned from the state of forgetting both self and object, with a hint of satisfaction in his expression. The fusion of the two rules, he had finally taken the most important step. Sensing the familiar golden rule, glancing around, Lin Moya already knew what had happened. He bowed respectfully to the Celestial Venerable. "Thank you, Celestial Venerable, for your protection." The Celestial Venerable withdrew his power and laughed heartily. "Not bad, really not bad." Lin Moya said, "I've caused damage to the Divine City, I'll find a way to compensate." The Celestial Venerable smiled. "No need to compensate. Let alone just one cultivation room, even 100 or 1,000 wouldn't matter. As long as you don't blow up the Divine City, you can do as you please." It was rare for the human race to have such a genius. What did a mere cultivation room matter? Now Lin Moyo and his sister were the greatest hope of the human race. The Celestial Venerable also hoped that these two siblings could break through to become divine venerables, rebuild the divine path, and allow them to advance further. Compared to these, mere losses indeed didn't matter. The Celestial Venerable led Lin Moyo away. This ruins would naturally be dealt with by others. Returning to the central divine hall, the Celestial Venerable asked, "If young friend Lin wants to continue closed cultivation, I've found another place for you." Obviously, ordinary cultivation rooms were no longer suitable for Lin Moyo. If even the Divine City's cultivation rooms weren't enough, other places' cultivation rooms would be even less so. The Celestial Venerable had experienced Lin Moya's power. The collision of rules could unleash destructive power surpassing peak divine venerables. Unless a cultivation room was built with materials from the other shore realm, it simply couldn't withstand it. But materials from the other shore realm weren't easy to find. The human race didn't have much to begin with, and most were used for Wujian. Using them to build a cultivation room seemed too extravagant. However, if Lin Moya really had such a need, it could be considered. Lin Moya shook his head slightly. This closed cultivation lasted for several years. I've mastered some new things and also gained some information from the Holy Rune Venerable's legacy. I need to go to several places to retrieve some things. In the Holy Rune Venerable's legacy, there wasn't just methods for learning runes, but also things that the Holy Rune Venerable had left in the Great World. It wasn't enough to just be able to draw runes. If you wanted to use them in battle, you needed special methods to preserve them. Otherwise, if you had to draw them every time you needed them, how could your opponent give you such opportunities? So rune masters created rune devices, which were rune artifacts. Rune artifacts were used to store runes, ready to be used when needed. Rune artifacts could also be transformed into various weapons, battle puppets, or even have runes refined into the body, using oneself as a rune artifact. Rune artifacts were the techniques of rune masters, serving a similar purpose to artifacts created through refining. Ancient rune warriors were the strongest rune artifacts created by the Holy Rune Venerable. Chapter 2009. Chapter 2009, 2009. Chapter 2009, The Heavenly Sovereign's Legacy, The Treasure Ship Secret Realm. The Human Emperor Network granted Lin Moya high-level permissions, allowing him to move freely throughout the entire human star domain. On the surface, he was just a mid-level personnel, but he could go anywhere. In the history of the human race, fewer than 10 people have had such privileges. Even the saints of the human race had to gradually increase their level permissions when they were young. Several saints had discussed giving Lin Moya absolute freedom. Therefore, in terms of cultivation, they rarely gave him any advice, letting him develop freely. They would only intervene when Lin Moya needed help. However, such instances were becoming increasingly rare. Lin Moya left in his warship, which was special not only because of him but also because of the warship itself. Apart from the private warships of the saints and those at the other shore, Lin Moya's warship was one of the few that had been modified to have deep space navigation capabilities. With this warship, even if Lin Moya accidentally drifted outside the domain again, as long as it wasn't too far and he didn't lose his way, he could return to the domain. While navigating in deep space, Lin Moya could clearly feel the spatial power emanating from the core of the warship. If I use the space laws to drive the warship, it should be able to go even faster. However, the warship is ultimately just an inanimate object. If I could truly master the space laws, I wouldn't need the warship for transportation. Like Luo Shen, opening a space gate and instantly traveling millions of light years. No deep space navigation can compare to that. Unfortunately, reaching that level is still too far away for me. But in the future, it won't be a problem. My goal is not just Luo Shen. Lin Moya never aimed too high nor underestimated himself. His goal was not Luo Shen, nor the Supreme, nor even the Heavenly Sovereign. He wanted to walk the strongest path, all the way to the end. After flying for several hours, the warship emerged in the starry sky. Lin Moya identified the direction, put away the warship, and took a step forward. The time laws enveloped his body, and the space laws flowed beneath his feet. Section 2296/2369. The two laws fused in a special state. Lin Moya's time flow slowed down by 2 times, making 1 second in the real world equivalent to 2 seconds for him. The fusion of the laws also amplified the space laws. Each step now covered twice the previous distance, reaching 60 million kilometers. In other words, Lin Moya could now travel 120 million kilometers per second, far surpassing the speed of a god. Although it was not as good as the 3-light rune, it had the advantage of not needing to draw runes, making it extremely convenient. Lin Moya kept flashing through the starry sky, crossing vast expanses of space. He was now in the Divine City star domain, in the mid-level area, and his target was the star system number NID 26999. There was a secret realm there, known as the Treasure Ship Secret Realm. It was said that there was a treasure ship in the secret realm, filled with countless treasures, but no one had ever been able to enter the ship and obtain the treasures inside. Lin Moya, through the inheritance of the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign, compared it with what he had seen in ancient times. He knew the true nature of this treasure ship. The ancient rune warriors were rune treasures created by the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign, using all his life's learning and power. These were puppet-like rune treasures, and the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign made 3 of them, each taking thousands of years and countless rare materials. In the battle with the Black Blood Great World, all 3 ancient rune warriors fought until they were destroyed. Most of the materials were destroyed in the battle, with only a few surviving, which remained in the secret realm as the ancient rune evolved. Among these materials were some rune treasures personally made by the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign. The entire ancient rune warrior could be seen as a collection of ancient runes and numerous rune treasures. The treasure ship was one of them. While navigating, Lin Moya had already checked the information in the Secret Realm Strategy Group. The treasure ship appeared slightly damaged on the outside but was generally intact. From this, it could be judged that the main functions of the treasure ship should still be intact. As long as it wasn't too badly damaged, Lin Moya had a way to repair it. In the inheritance of the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign, there were all the materials for making this treasure ship, but it was now very difficult to find the corresponding materials. Lin Moya had therefore given up on the idea of making it himself and instead sought the legacy of the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign. The treasure ship had 2 functions, storing runes and enhancing runes. You could store drawn runes in the treasure ship and take them out when needed. The runes stored in the treasure ship could also be nourished by the ship, becoming stronger. The treasure ship on the ancient rune warrior was like a warehouse. If damaged in battle, the runes in the treasure ship could automatically fly out and repair it. Moreover, the treasure ship could timely replenish the slight damage to the runes caused by battle. The ancient rune warrior, comparable in size to dozens of star systems, had 100 treasure ships inside, located in various parts of its body. Unfortunately, in the Great Battle, most of these treasure ships were destroyed. In the following years, even the fragments were taken away. Only in the treasure ship Secret Realm did one survive. Lin Moyo even wondered if there were runes personally drawn by the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign in the treasure ship, but thinking about it, it was unlikely. The ancient rune warriors had all died in battle, and those runes had long been exhausted in the fight. The survival of the treasure ship itself was already a great fortune. In his vision, the mid-26999 star system appeared, rapidly enlarging in his eyes. A few seconds later, Lin Moyo had already left the star system far behind. From the scale of the starry sky in the great world, the space occupied by a star system was actually just a small area in the starry sky. The mid-26999 star system had a diameter of only 3 billion kilometers, not very large, and Lin Moyo could cross it in less than 30 seconds. It had 1 star and 7 planets, making it a mid-sized system among the star systems. According to the human race's calculation, the area within a light-year radius centered on it belonged to its region. These areas were basically devoid of star systems at most. There were some scattered stars. The starry sky was quite empty, with over 99% of the area being void. However, in ancient times, it was completely different. At that time, the human star domain was filled with stars and densely packed star systems. The strong of the human race concentrated countless resources together. The distance between star systems was often only a few billion kilometers. Sometimes the diameter of the star system itself exceeded the distance to other star systems. They were almost adjacent to each other, and if not for the control of formations, these star systems would have almost collided. In the battle with the Black Blood Great World, over 90% of the star systems were destroyed. Even the Great World runes were severely damaged, making it difficult for resources to regenerate. After continuous wars, many star systems were destroyed, and resources became increasingly scarce. Eventually, it became what it is now. Lin Moyo knew that unless the Great World runes could be restored, the situation would only worsen. Previously, the human race had destroyed 3 races and plundered 100 star systems, which had been filled into the human star domain. But compared to ancient times, it was still a world of difference. In his chaotic thoughts, Lin Moyo saw the treasure ship Secret Realm. With 2 steps, he appeared at the entrance of the treasure ship Secret Realm and rushed in. Chapter 2010. Chapter 2010, 2010. Chapter 2010. What did the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord leave behind? In the mid-level secret realms, the treasure ship Secret Realm was very famous. The treasure ship Secret Realm was relatively safe, and special materials could be obtained inside. In the treasure ship Secret Realm, there was a material called symbol gold, which was excellent for crafting symbol artifact weapons. Many symbol masters would pay high prices to purchase symbol gold. The higher the quality of the symbol gold, the more expensive it was. Being able to complete tasks to earn Divine City merit while facing low danger, and also obtaining extra materials to gain additional Divine City merit. Such a good place naturally attracted many people. Moreover, there were treasure ships in the treasure ship Secret Realm. It was said that if one could board a treasure ship, they would obtain a large number of treasures from it and ascend in one step. There were even legends that the treasure ships contained supreme inheritances from ancient powerful beings. Unfortunately, no one had ever obtained a treasure ship. The treasure ship Secret Realm had many advantages, but naturally also had disadvantages. When treasure ships did not appear, the realm was relatively safe, but the amount of symbol gold was also relatively small, and the quality was generally not high. Once a treasure ship appeared, the amount of symbol gold would increase, and the quality would also improve significantly. Similarly, when a treasure ship appeared, mysterious creatures would appear at the same time, and those creatures would attack people in the secret realm. If one was not careful and got targeted, it would be dangerous. But for more and better symbol gold, and for the treasure ships, many people were willing to take this risk. Overall, the treasure ship Secret Realm was a good place. At its entrance, a large number of cultivators gathered year-round, rarely fewer than 1,000, and sometimes exceeding 10,000 during peak times. Even nearby, a small trading market had already opened. Some people directly sold symbol gold here, and some symbol masters came specifically to purchase symbol gold. Lin Moyo suddenly appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, then rushed in headlong, moving so fast that people couldn't react. Some people who were about to enter the secret realm stopped in their tracks. Who went in? I don't know, he seemed to appear suddenly, then went in. That's right, that's what I saw too. That speed was really amazing. He didn't leave any traces of flying over, it felt like teleportation. Several divine venerable experts discussed among themselves, while looking surprised. Even with their eyesight, they couldn't see clearly, which only showed how fast the person was. Section 2297/2369. Inside the secret realm, Lin Moyo had just received information from the Human Emperor Network. Divine City Mission, explore the treasure ship Secret Realm. Enter the treasure ship Secret Realm and obtain symbol gold. Restriction, Divine King rank 8 to Divine Venerable rank 5 can enter. Completion condition, obtain 1 piece of symbol gold, no quality requirement. Mission reward, 100 Divine City merit points, no penalty for failure. Note, symbol gold may appear in any area of the secret realm. When treasure ships appear, the secret realm is relatively safe, with fewer symbol gold and lower quality. When treasure ships appear, the quantity and quality of symbol gold will increase, but beware of attacks from black beasts. Below Divine Venerable, upon encountering black beasts, please use escape talismans to leave the secret realm immediately. Divine Venerable and above can attempt to kill black beasts and enter treasure ships. If unsuccessful, please do not force it. The Human Emperor Network's reminder was very detailed. After reading it, Lin Moya focused his attention on the secret realm. He had already read the information about the secret realm on the way. There were 12 documents about the treasure ship secret realm in the strategy group, which were very detailed. Lin Moya was very familiar with every aspect of the secret realm. The black beasts that appeared along with the treasure ships, although somewhat dangerous, were known to have a maximum strength of only Divine Venerable rank 5, posing no threat to him. Currently, no one had successfully entered the second stage of the secret realm, but the information in the strategy group already indicated that there should be a second stage. Entering the second stage should be related to the treasure ships. Lin Moya looked around, and in the next second, a large number of skeleton divine generals flew out, heading in all directions. After he entered Divine Venerable rank 2, the skeleton divine generals became stronger again. Normally, the skeleton divine generals should have changed from Divine Venerable rank 6 to rank 7, but this time they didn't. The skeleton divine generals were still Divine Venerable rank 6, just reaching the peak of Divine Venerable rank 6, only half a step away from rank 7. Lin Moya guessed it might be due to the existence of the power of rules. Although Divine Venerable rank 6 and rank 7 only differed by one rank, there was a huge essential difference, as if crossing a major realm. Lin Moya believed that as long as he reached Divine Venerable rank 3, the skeleton divine generals would naturally cross this threshold. The skeleton divine generals explored the secret realm world on behalf of Lin Moya, quickly feeding back a large amount of information, forming a map of the secret realm in his mind. The secret realm had grasslands and forests, with large lakes between the mountains and forests, looking like a paradise with birds singing and flowers blooming. It seems that the ancient symbol that evolved the secret realm is also a symbol with gentle attributes. Lin Moya muttered to himself. After obtaining the inheritance of the holy symbol Celestial Lord, his understanding of ancient symbols far surpassed what he had before. Ancient symbols also had vastly different attributes. Some ancient symbols were born for battle, naturally violent, and the worlds they evolved were naturally very dangerous. Please vote. And some symbols belonged to gentle, supportive symbols, naturally evolving much safer worlds. Lin Moya felt the serenity of the world, appreciating the scenery while thinking about the information left by the holy symbol Celestial Lord in the inheritance. Holy symbol Celestial Lord, why do you insist that I go to these places? Is there a reason? The reason for coming here was also because of the information left by the holy symbol Celestial Lord in the inheritance. The holy symbol Celestial Lord had marked several locations, indicating that Lin Moya should go and take a look, which might be helpful to him. Lin Moya guessed whether the holy symbol Celestial Lord had left something behind. Those things might no longer be found in the current world. So Lin Moya came, and his first choice was the treasure ship secret realm. The skeleton divine generals moved very quickly, finding the boundaries of the secret realm in just half an hour. The treasure ship secret realm was not small, with a diameter exceeding 300,000 kilometers, larger than a star. Inside were countless mountains, forests, and lakes, with several large grasslands, and a desert in the center of the secret realm. During the exploration, the skeleton divine generals found 100 pieces of symbol gold. The symbol gold was about the size of a fist, emitting a faint golden light, looking like copper or iron, but actually more like jade. The symbol gold found did not have a dense luster, obviously of low quality. In a secret realm the size of a star, having only 100 fist-sized pieces of symbol gold was indeed no different from finding a needle in a haystack. For others, it would really not be easy to find. Finding symbol gold had already completed the basic task assigned by the Human Emperor Network. For Lin Moya, this was simply effortless. Lin Moya put away the symbol gold, his gaze revealing contemplation. The treasure ships don't appear every time. Sometimes they can be encountered every time, sometimes they can't be encountered even after entering 1,000 times. What conditions are needed for the treasure ships to appear? Lin Moya naturally came for the treasure ships. Symbol gold was dispensable to him. The treasure ships had not appeared, but Lin Moya did not leave the secret realm. Based on previous information, he guessed that the appearance of treasure ships should require meeting some specific conditions. He strolled through the secret realm, advancing at a not-so-fast speed, appreciating the secret realm while pondering what the conditions might be. Gradually, he passed through grasslands, crossed mountains and forests, passed by lakes, and entered the desert in the center of the secret realm. In this paradise-like place, the existence of the desert seemed very abrupt. It should be here. Lin Moya stood in midair, looking down at the desert from above, slowly opening his soul eyes. Chapter 2011. Chapter 2011, 2011. Chapter 2011, Fist Shatters Forest, verifying what was learned. After the soul reached the holy venerable realm, the soul eye was further enhanced, allowing one to see more subtle things. In the eyes of others, the desert was just a desert, with nothing unusual about it. The information in the Secret Realm Strategy Group also recorded that no anomalies were found in the desert. There were even divine venerables who directly overturned the desert, but the desert was like a bottomless pit, with nothing discovered. However, in Lin Moya's eyes, the desert revealed its true form. It was not an ordinary desert. Every grain of sand was composed of fragments of ancient symbols. These fragments were densely packed, looking no different from sand, but internally, they contained the power of ancient symbols. Lin Moya had experienced many secret realms, and in many of them, fragments of ancient symbols would evolve into terrifying symbol beasts. The same fragments of ancient symbols, in the treasure ship secret realm, only evolved into sand. This showed that the ancient symbol that evolved the secret realm was very gentle in nature. Not only gentle but also quite complete. Along the way, Lin Moya saw the flowers, plants, and trees in the secret realm, all looking very perfect. Unlike the secret realms he had seen before, which had more or fewer flaws. The more perfect the evolution of the secret realm, the more complete the ancient symbol. Similarly, the more perfect the ancient symbol, the fewer flaws it had. Lin Moya looked at the desert for a while, and through the veins of the runes, combined with his understanding of the runes, he already knew the conditions for the appearance of the treasure ship. The condition was the symbol gold he had obtained. Lin Moya took out 10 pieces of symbol gold and threw them onto the desert. At the same time, Lin Moya paid attention to the changes in the distant mountains, forests, and lakes. After the symbol gold landed, the terrain of the mountains and forests suddenly dropped a bit, and the water level of the lakes also slightly lowered. The changes were very subtle, just within a millimeter, and silent. If it weren't for Lin Moya's extremely sensitive soul, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. Then Lin Moya threw out some more symbol gold. The more symbol gold he threw, the more the terrain of the mountains and forests and the water level of the lakes dropped. When he retrieved the symbol gold, the terrain of the mountains and forests and the water level of the lakes rose again. Lin Moya knew that his judgment was probably correct. To verify his judgment, he waited quietly for a while. A few hours later, he sensed that the terrain and the water level of the lakes had both risen. This change made Lin Moya completely certain that his judgment was correct. Section 2298/2369. In the past, in the secret realm, all kinds of guesses were needed. This time it was not a guess but a reasonable judgment based on his understanding of the runes. The correct judgment was equivalent to the knowledge he had learned being verified, and it was correct, giving him a sense of satisfaction. As long as enough symbol gold is obtained, the water in the lakes will continue to increase and eventually overflow. At that time, the terrain of the mountains and forests will be high enough, and the lake water will rush into the desert, turning the desert into an oasis, and the treasure ship will appear. According to the current situation, at least tens of thousands of pieces of symbol gold are needed to irrigate the desert with lake water. Tens of thousands of pieces of symbol gold, even for Lin Moya, would require entering and exiting the secret realm hundreds of times. Lin Moya wouldn't foolishly collect symbol gold like that. He chose a simpler and more violent way. His whole body flashed with purple gold light, and he instantly punched thousands of times. Countless large fists flashing with purple light appeared in the void, some hitting the mountains and forests, some hitting the lakes. The mountains and forests were flattened, forcibly smashed down. The lake water exploded and soared into the sky, creating gaps in the lakes. The lake water began to rush out along the paths Lin Moya had punched out, flowing towards the desert. The terrain was not high enough, and the lake water had not overflowed, so he forcibly blasted the lake water out, artificially creating an oasis. According to Lin Moya's judgment, his method should be useful. The lake water poured into the desert from all directions, gradually making the desert wet. Slowly, the lake water covered the entire desert, and the desert disappeared, turning into an oasis. Lin Moya suddenly found that this secret realm had become complete. The previous desert was like a wound in this world, out of place with the beautiful world. Now that it had turned into an oasis, Lin Moya suddenly found that this world had become a true paradise. The lake water had not yet dried up, and Lin Moya had hit hard enough, with an astonishing amount of lake water flowing over. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the oasis, spinning faster and faster, and a fountain shot out from the whirlpool like an arrow straight into the sky. Immediately after, a treasure ship rushed out of the whirlpool and flew into the sky. Along with the treasure ship, a large amount of symbol gold also rushed out, scattering in all directions and disappearing into the mountains and forests. The amount of symbol gold was considerable, and each piece was of good quality, better than the ones Lin Moya had obtained. The eruption of symbol gold would last for a while, with the quality decreasing and the quantity gradually reducing over time. Lin Moya found that some symbol gold disappeared after landing, not knowing where it went. The amount of symbol gold left in the secret realm was actually only a few thousand pieces. It should have gone to other people's secret realms. The appearance of the treasure ship and the eruption of symbol gold benefited everyone who entered the secret realm. Moreover, the treasure ship would not only stay in this secret realm but would wander through various secret realms and then disappear again. When the treasure ship wandered, it would bring black beasts, which would hunt the cultivators in the secret realm. The black beasts were out of place with the gentleness of this ancient symbol. Lin Moya had suspected this before, and now seeing it with his own eyes, he understood the origin of the black beasts. There was a gap on the treasure ship. A mass of black gas was entangled in the gap, with bloodlines floating in the black gas. It was the power from the Black Blood Great World. In the Great Battle of that year, the treasure ship was still damaged. A strong person from the Black Blood Great World had punched a hole in the treasure ship, and the power had lingered for years, always entangling the treasure ship. In addition to the power of the Black Blood Great World, fragments of ancient symbols were constantly falling from the gap. These fragments of ancient symbols were the sand. The entire secret realm was not perfectly evolved because of this gap. The eruption of symbol gold gradually came to an end, and the treasure ship began to move. The black gas mass on the gap expanded rapidly, turning into ferocious black beasts in the air, pouncing towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't take these black beasts seriously at all. The skeleton divine generals flew out and counterattacked. The white sword energy swept through the secret realm, instantly slashing the black beasts that flew over. The strength of the black beasts was only at the 5th rank of the divine venerable, much weaker than the skeleton divine generals. After slashing the black beasts, the skeleton divine generals were the first to kill towards the treasure ship. The treasure ship suddenly bloomed with dazzling light, and countless runes appeared on the ship's body. The runes formed a rune array, and the skeleton divine generals were bounced back when they hit the rune array. The rune array of the treasure ship was quite strong, and the skeleton divine generals alone couldn't break in. Moreover, the rune array was connected to the entire treasure ship. If it was forcibly destroyed, the treasure ship might be damaged as well. Lin Moyo also felt that with the means of the holy symbol Celestial Lord, there might be other arrangements inside. Forcibly breaking in might trigger a chain reaction. After watching for a while, Lin Moyo had already found a way to get in. The soul sensed the vibration frequency of the rune array. The means of the holy symbol Celestial Lord were superb, and the entire rune array, with a large number of runes, had almost the same vibration frequency. He accurately grasped the frequency of the rune array and adjusted his soul's vibration frequency accordingly. The soul enveloped his whole body like flowing water, vibrating like the rune array. Then Lin Moyo took a step forward, and the next moment he broke through the rune array and appeared on the treasure ship. For others, the treasure ship was inaccessible, but for Lin Moyo, it was as simple as going home. The next second, Lin Moyo arrived at the gap entangled with black gas. Let's deal with you first. Chapter 2012. Chapter 2012, 2012. Chapter 2012. Both celestial lords have their own agendas. One by one, black beasts materialized and charged towards Lin Moyo. The power from the Black Blood Great World was extremely violent, treating all beings from other worlds as enemies. The skeleton divine generals appeared, wielding bone swords, and slaughtered all the black beasts. Inside the treasure ship, the skeleton divine generals did not use sword energy to avoid damaging the treasure ship. Lin Moyo approached the gap, and the law of immortality surged out. The grey power of death enveloped the gap like a giant hand, corroding the black gas. The power of death corrodes everything, and even the power from the Black Blood Great World would be corroded. Since Lin Moyo stepped into the Celestial Lord realm, his strength had greatly increased, and his control over the laws had reached perfection. The corrosive power of the laws had significantly increased compared to before. Bloodlines continuously emerged, and the entire mass of black gas struggled frantically as if it had exploded. The struggle of a rootless source was meaningless, and it was completely corroded in no time. Facing the power from the Black Blood Great World again, Lin Moyo already had some experience. The Black Blood Great World is not as powerful as imagined. This power comes from an existence comparable to a celestial lord. Even after millions of years, it is still not weak, but it can still be erased by my power. In this way, the Black Blood Great World was probably only on par with the Great World back then. That's why they used some special methods to incite rebellions among various races. Otherwise, we should have won that great war. Lin Moyo thought of the strong beings in the Black Blood Great World, manipulating star beasts in the dark void. They seemed to have a special ability. The power of the Black Blood Great World was erased, and the runes around the gap on the treasure ship began to glow, and the gap started to self-repair. The repair speed was not very fast, and it was estimated that it would take several years to fully repair. Lin Moyo turned and walked towards the interior of the treasure ship. The treasure ship was not large, only about 100 meters long, and its internal structure was very simple. For the ancient symbol warriors, the treasure ship was as small as dust. However, within the entire ancient symbol warrior group, the treasure ship played an extraordinary role. Lin Moyo could roughly understand the actions of the holy symbol Celestial Lord. The treasure ship was responsible for providing backup runes and repairing damaged areas, so its safety was very important. If the treasure ship was too large, it would be a conspicuous target. But if it was too small, even with space runes, there would be a shortage of runes. In battle, the consumption of runes was astonishing. Space runes were definitely needed, and even space rune arrays would be used. Lin Moyo guessed that inside the treasure ship, there should be an enormous space. He walked into the cabin, and his vision suddenly widened. Lin Moyo entered a vast space. This space was so large that Lin Moyo's eyesight couldn't see the end. I guessed right. This space can probably accommodate a star. The holy symbol Celestial Lord is really generous. With such a large space, how many runes can it hold? The space still had a strong ancient symbol aura, indicating that it once stored a massive amount of ancient symbols. Unfortunately, these ancient symbols were exhausted in the battle. The battle between the ancient symbol warriors and the strong beings from the Black Blood Great World was earth-shattering, covering the entire Divine City star domain. Thousands of star systems were completely destroyed, and the battle was extremely fierce. Lin Moyo felt the aura left from ancient times, as if he could see the Great War of that year. He walked through the space, searching for any remnants. The entire space was very empty, with seemingly nothing left. Why did the holy symbol Celestial Lord want me to come here? From the inheritance, he should have left something, but there is nothing here. Lin Moyo guessed that it might be in another place, as there were still some areas of the treasure ship he hadn't explored. After walking around and finding nothing, Lin Moyo left the space. He returned to the treasure ship and searched the remaining areas. After searching around, he found nothing. The structure of the treasure ship was too simple, and apart from the special space, everything else was visible at a glance. Finally, he returned to the cabin and entered the vast space expanded by the rune array. Lin Moyo stopped. If it is something left by the Celestial Lord, it would not be easily discovered. What if it wasn't me who came in, but another race? Lin Moyo's thoughts raced. He put himself in the shoes of the Celestial Lord and thought about what he would do. The soul eye opened again, scanning the space. There were a large number of runes around, jumping and glowing rapidly. Lin Moya recognized these runes, which were mostly space runes, combined with some other runes, forming a complex and powerful rune array. Lin Moya was absorbed by the rune array, staring at it without blinking and starting to study it. This was a rune array from a celestial lord, with great research value. If he could learn its principles, it would be extremely beneficial to him. Lin Moya realized that even if it was just this rune array, the trip was worth it. The treasure ship slowly flew through the secret realm, passing through one secret realm after another, each with different cultivators. Some people tried to approach the treasure ship but were blocked. Some saw the treasure ship and immediately thought of the black beasts, preparing for battle. But the black beasts did not appear, which puzzled them. No one knew that there was a passenger on the treasure ship, diligently studying the rune array left by the holy symbol Celestial Lord. As he studied the rune array, Lin Moya continuously gained insights and had a deeper understanding of the use of runes. The holy symbol Celestial Lord, as the foremost rune master of his time, had an understanding of runes far beyond that of the rune Saint Lord. However, due to his limited realm, he could not yet touch ancient symbols. The intricacies of the entire rune array were unprecedented in Lin Moya's life. Compared to it, the various space-expanding arrays of the human race were like child's play. Could it be that the Celestial Lord wanted me to come here just to learn the rune array? Did he use this method to demonstrate the rune array to the inheritor? Lin Moya had this thought but felt it was not right. If it was just that, he could have said it directly. Why the secrecy? It shouldn't be just that. The Celestial Lord must have other arrangements. Lin Moya had dealt with the holy symbol Celestial Lord and could roughly guess that this Celestial Lord would not be so simple. He could enter the Cloud Mist sect after the departure of the Illusory Mist Celestial Lord and leave his inheritance in the Pearl. Not only did he trick the Illusory Mist Celestial Lord, but he also made it difficult for the Cloud Mist sect's inheritance to truly be passed down. Few people could accept two Celestial Lord inheritances at the same time. Even the Holy Lord's soul might not withstand it. Both the Illusory Mist Celestial Lord and the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord had their own agendas. From this, it could be seen that the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord had a very peculiar temperament. Lin Moya guessed that if the Cloud Mist sect's inheritance could not be truly passed down, the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord might have a backup plan, arranging the inheritance in another place. Celestial Lords would not want their inheritance to be cut off. This idea might not be entirely correct, but it was close. As he studied the rune array, Lin Moya's understanding of it deepened, and he gradually made new discoveries. He found that within the space-expanding rune array, there was another hidden rune array. This rune array split the space again, forming an independent space. A space within a space, similar to Lillian's inheritance place. Fortunately, he had experienced it once before, otherwise, it would not have been easy to find. Lin Moya came to the center of the space, locked onto an area within the rune array, and drew a three-dimensional space rune. Go! The rune flew into the sky and integrated into the rune array. In an instant, the entire rune array roared and shook. Chapter 2013. Chapter 2013, 2013. Chapter 2013, How to Sever the Karma of the Great World. The rune drawn by Lin Moya turned into the key to the second layer of space. The space trembled and roared, and the second layer of space revealed itself. The entrance to this space was like a vortex, slowly rotating. Lin Moya smiled and stepped into it. Being able to open the second layer of space indicated that he had basically mastered the spatial rune array. With enough time, Lin Moya could also set up a similar rune array himself. It might be slightly inferior to that of a Celestial Lord, but it would definitely surpass the various spatial expansion arrays currently used by the human race. This gave him a subtle sense of achievement. The Holy Symbol Celestial Lord used this method to teach his successor how to set up rune arrays. There are countless methods for rune arrays, but they all follow the same fundamental principles and are ultimately interconnected. As long as one studies deeply enough, one can achieve mastery through a single method. The second layer of space was built upon the first layer, and both its stability and scale were much smaller. Lin Moya stood inside and could see the end at a glance. The space contained only one item, and nothing else. When Lin Moya saw this item, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. He had seen this thing before. In the worship of the extraterrestrial soul spirit race, Lin Moya had obtained an identical box. The appearance of the box was exactly the same. As for whether the contents were the same, that was unknown. Lin Moya did not immediately approach but stared at the box. The box is the same. Using such materials for the box indicates that the contents are also very valuable. But the runes on the outside of the box are different, so the way to open it should also be different. The previous box contained a Rule Divine Stone. What does this one contain? As Lin Moya pondered, the box suddenly emitted light, and the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord appeared in the light. This time it was not a remnant soul, just a projection, likely some information recorded by the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord. My successor, congratulations on obtaining the treasure left by me. Being able to come here means you have already comprehended the mysteries of the rune array, and you are qualified to receive information about the next treasure point. To obtain my inheritance, you must be extremely lucky, a genius perhaps. Your era is very pitiful, but as the coward said, there is still hope. The coward escaped, and I must go after him, so I will also be leaving. I hope the contents inside will be of some use to you. As for how to open it, once you have learned my inheritance, you will naturally understand. Before I leave, I have one last warning for you. The karma of the great world is too much. If you want to grasp the thread of life, you must sever the karma. If the karma is not severed, the great world has no hope. As the words fell, the projection disappeared instantly. When the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord spoke, he initially had a somewhat joking tone, but the last two sentences became extremely serious. As the holy symbol Celestial Lord left, a stream of information flowed in, pointing to the next location. This reminded Lin Moyo of Lillian's star spirit race, which seemed to be the same. Lin Moyo thought it might be a peculiar habit of the Celestial Lords. Lin Moyo also felt a tightness in his heart. Karma, it's because of karma again. He muttered to himself, savoring the words left by the holy symbol Celestial Lord. The great world was entangled in karma, ultimately leading to its current state. To sever the karma, but how to sever it? Lin Moya's understanding of karma was still too shallow, and he could only act based on his feelings, which might not be correct. Sever the karma. He repeatedly chewed on these 4 words, and a method to sever the karma emerged in his mind. That was to kill all the alien races, leaving none behind. When people die, the light goes out. When the alien races are all dead, won't the karma be severed? Lin Moyo had a sudden realization, his eyes shining. It should be correct. The strong ones in the great world back then, when plundering the origins of various worlds, kindly provided living places for the alien races. This also caused the karma to never be severed, entangling the great world more and more, ultimately leading to disaster. Perhaps the illusory mist Celestial Lord had already figured it out at the end, but it was too late. The words of the holy symbol Celestial Lord should not be his own, but those of the illusory mist Celestial Lord. He said he was going to chase the illusory mist Celestial Lord, but in fact, he was just finding an excuse to leave. Lin Moya's thoughts raced, quickly sorting out the cause and effect. Karma is very mysterious, like layers of space. Each race has its own karma, and each being has its own karma. However, outside the great world, there seems to be an even larger karma, which affects the entire great world. The illusory mist Celestial Lord and the holy symbol Celestial Lord both escaped and left the great world. They went to a broader world. Lin Moyo had a feeling that these celestial lords who escaped the great world became homeless wanderers. When the great world completely collapses, their homeland will be gone too. For some reason, Lin Moyo felt that these celestial lords were very pitiful and also very sad. When a person no longer has their homeland, what can they leave behind? Lin Moyo never thought of escaping. No matter the reason, he would not run away. This emotion was very strange. Lin Moyo himself could not explain it, but it just emerged, quickly taking root and becoming deeply ingrained. The only path before Lin Moyo was to rebuild the divine path and repair the great world. Either perish with the great world or be reborn with the great world. He picked up the box, and runes flowed on it. These runes were different from those on the previous box, and the way to open it was completely different. He could still hand the box to the Rune Saint Lord and let him decipher it. But this time, Lin Moyo planned to do it himself, as it was also a test for himself. He put away the box and returned to the deck of the treasure ship. At this moment, the treasure ship had returned to the secret realm he was in, back to the desert. The oasis disappeared, and the desert reappeared. However, the moisture in the air remained, and there seemed to be some water flow under the desert. The secret realm is like this, constantly cycling in evolution until it reaches perfection. The treasure ship stayed in the desert for a moment, then plunged into the desert. The treasure ship moved quickly, crashing into the desert, raising a sky full of yellow sand, and speeding through the sand. The runes on the ship shone brightly, keeping all the sand outside. The connection with the Human Emperor network was rapidly weakening. In just 2 seconds, it had completely lost contact with the Human Emperor network. This time, the Human Emperor network did not provide any information, perhaps because there was no time. Lin Moyo stood on the treasure ship, his expression unchanged, without any panic. He knew that the treasure ship was about to take him into the second layer of the secret realm. What the second layer of the treasure ship's secret realm would be like, no one knew. He would be the first human to enter. After flying in the world of yellow sand for a long time, light appeared in his eyes, and the treasure ship rushed out from the other end. In the sky, red and black light intertwined, the power from the dark great world raging here. The power of the black blood great world transformed into countless black beasts, while the power of the runes transformed into rune warriors. The black beasts and rune warriors were locked in battle, a fight that had been going on for who knows how many years, seemingly never stopping. Is this the second stage? Lin Moyo muttered to himself. It was different from what he had imagined the second stage to be. The rune was so gentle, who would have thought that the second stage would be a battlefield? Suddenly, Lin Moyo squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. A black-clad warrior holding a sharp sword was flying towards him at high speed. Chapter 2014. Chapter 2014, 2014. Chapter 2014. This world, for now, does not belong to me. Lin Moyo squinted his eyes slightly. He had seen this person before. It was the black-clad swordsman from the Black Blood Great World who had once fought fiercely with the ancient symbol warriors, a terrifying figure comparable to a celestial lord. Of course, it wasn't the person himself but a manifestation of his power. The swordsman lunged at the treasure ship, swinging his sharp sword. The treasure ship glowed, and a formation appeared, not only blocking his attack but also accelerating suddenly, knocking him away. Clearly, the treasure ship and the opponent had been fighting for many years. Neither side had consciousness. They were both driven by the residual will of their masters, engaging in instinctive combat. Lin Moyo observed and found that the opponent's combat power was between the 8th and 9th ranks of the Divine Sovereign. The treasure ship's formation defense was also at the peak of the Divine Sovereign, easily blocking the opponent. However, the treasure ship only had defensive capabilities and no offensive power, so it couldn't do anything to the opponent. One attacked, the other defended, and they had been in a stalemate for countless years. But now that Lin Moyo was here, this stalemate was coming to an end. Perish! Lin Moya thought, and the undying flame burned fiercely in the air. The skeleton throne appeared, and the skeleton king slowly rose. The cloak made of undying flame fluttered behind him, and the power of the rules entwined around him. After Lin Moya advanced to the second rank of the Divine Sovereign, the skeleton king became stronger but did not cross the boundary between the Divine Sovereign and the Beyond Realm. The skeleton king was still at the peak of the Divine Sovereign, but among the peak Divine Sovereigns, he was an absolute powerhouse. At this moment, the skeleton king was somewhat similar to Zhu Kaiwu, who had previously held the battlefield. He was much stronger than an ordinary 9th-rank Divine Sovereign but still not as strong as someone in the Beyond Realm. The Divine Sovereign and the Beyond Realm represented a qualitative change, not easily crossed. The Skeleton King locked onto the black-clad swordsman and swung his giant bone sword, God-slaying. The opening move was the signature spell, God-slaying sword. The black-clad swordsman exploded on the spot under the God-slaying sword, but he did not die. Countless black gases scattered and reassembled not far away, and the black-clad swordsman reappeared. His aura remained unchanged, and the Skeleton King's attack was ineffective against him. Lin Moya's heart moved, and with the blessing of the rules, a large amount of undying rule power appeared on the Skeleton King's sword. The dense undying rule power wrapped around the entire bone sword, turning the originally white bone sword gray. The Skeleton King swung the bone sword, slashing at the black-clad swordsman. The 10,000-meter-tall Skeleton King swung his sword with incredible momentum. It was as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking, and the entire secret realm trembled. The black-clad swordsman couldn't resist and exploded on the spot. The black gas reassembled not far away, but this time Lin Moya felt that it had weakened a bit. The undying rule power corroded part of the Black Blood Great World's power, causing it real harm. The Skeleton King swung his sword repeatedly, and the black-clad swordsman was continuously shattered into pieces, each time weaker than the last. Lin Moya's heart moved, and a large number of skeleton divine generals flew out, attacking the black beasts. With the same rule blessing, the swords were also covered with undying rule power. In just a few minutes, all the black beasts in the secret realm were dead, and the black-clad swordsman was completely shattered, unable to reassemble. Without the power of the Black Blood Great World, the entire secret realm became much cleaner. Countless warriors formed by runes reverted to runes, flew into the sky, and merged into the void. Lin Moya once again felt a sense of tranquility. The runes that evolved the treasure ship secret realm seemed to have always been meant to be this peaceful. They were forced to fight and defend themselves. The treasure ship carried Lin Moya deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, the weather was pleasant, and the secret realm was well evolved, even forming stars. Lin Moya felt that if given more time, this place might form a small world. A vast ocean appeared in his sight, with blue waves rippling and the sound of water roaring. The treasure ship gradually descended and plunged into the water, heading towards the depths of the ocean. The entire ocean was devoid of life, very quiet. The light gradually disappeared, and only the treasure ship glowed, becoming the only light source. After sailing underwater for a long time, a stone tablet appeared in sight. Ancient Symbol Stone Tablet. Seeing the stone tablet, Lin Moya knew he had reached his destination. The treasure ship stopped beside the ancient symbol stone tablet, and Lin Moya examined it. The stone tablet was inscribed with an ancient symbol in a dragon and phoenix dance style. With just one look, he was sure that this ancient symbol was the work of the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord, identical to those inside the treasure ship's internal space. Every secret realm ends with such a stone tablet. This stone tablet should be a material for carrying runes from ancient times, but in today's era, it seems that this material can no longer be found. The ancient symbol warriors of the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord used countless stone tablets to form the main structure. Lin Moya thought to himself while drawing a rune in his hand. This rune came from the inheritance of the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord, a high-level rune created by the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord himself. Its sole purpose was to imprint runes on magical treasures, more effective than using a soul imprint. The Holy Symbol Celestial Lord called it the imprint rune. Lin Moya placed the imprint rune on the treasure ship, which had become an ownerless object. When the ancient symbol warriors collapsed, the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord came here before leaving, entered the treasure ship, and left that box. At the same time, he also removed his imprint from the treasure ship. After millions of years, Lin Moya used the imprint rune to find a new owner for the treasure ship. After imprinting the rune, the treasure ship successfully recognized its new owner, and Lin Moya waved his hand to put it away. Then Lin Moya began to truly focus on the ancient symbol stone tablet. The ancient symbol on the stone tablet was extremely profound, and as Lin Moya stared at it, his soul power was rapidly consumed. The familiar feeling surged up again, and Lin Moya knew that his realm was still insufficient to fully comprehend the ancient symbol. However, compared to before, he was much better. Previously, Lin Moya didn't understand, but now he knew that the ancient symbol was also limited by the power of the rules. As long as he reached a high-level divine sovereign and possessed a trace of the power of the rules, he could fully comprehend the ancient symbol. At that time, the ancient symbols he drew would also incorporate the power of the rules, greatly increasing their power. Since he couldn't comprehend it, Lin Moya didn't force it. He placed his hand on the stone tablet, touching the ancient symbol. A roar echoed in his mind, and the ancient symbol evolved, and a warrior appeared in his soul world. This was the test required to obtain the ancient symbol. Even the gentlest ancient symbol was no exception. The soul raised its hand, and the soul-slaying sword flew out like lightning, instantly piercing through the warrior's body. The soul power exploded, and the warrior's body was shattered into pieces. Lin Moya's soul was too strong, and the test of the ancient symbol was nothing to him. The The soul-slaying sword easily shredded the warrior evolved from the ancient symbol, and the scene before him changed, indicating that Lin Moyo had been recognized by the ancient symbol. The aura of the human emperor network came, and then a giant hand descended from the sea surface, reaching into the seabed and grabbing the ancient symbol stone tablet. The giant hand from the human emperor network grabbed the stone tablet and flew out of the secret realm, and an exit appeared in front of Lin Moyo. Another secret realm cleared. In the past, I took your ancient symbols, but this time I finally returned one to you. Lin Moyo thought of the previous times when the human emperor network returned empty-handed, but this time it finally obtained a new ancient symbol, and a highly complete one at that. Lin Moyo once again felt the tranquility of this world, smiled lightly, and shook his head. This world, for now, does not belong to me. With a hint of helplessness, he stepped into the exit and left the secret realm. Chapter 2015. Chapter 2015, 2015. Chapter 2015, Lin Moya's name shocks Divine City again. Outside the treasure ship secret realm, cultivators appeared out of thin air one by one. What happened? Why did I suddenly come out? I clearly saw a piece of symbol gold, and I was about to get it. How did I end up outside? This is so strange. We all came out suddenly. Did something happen in the secret realm? These cultivators were suddenly ejected from the secret realm, each with a look of confusion. Someone frowned. I feel like I've heard of this happening before. At this moment, Lin Moyo was also teleported out of the secret realm. Without stopping, he activated the space law and took a step, instantly moving 30 million kilometers away. With another step, he completely disappeared. Lin Moya's sudden appearance and instant disappearance were so fast that people barely caught a glimpse of him. That person came out too. That person? Which person? The one who suddenly appeared a few days ago and then entered the secret realm. Oh, him. His speed is really incredible. Yeah, is that really the speed a divine sovereign can achieve? I just blinked, and he was gone. Amidst the discussions, those who had been ejected from the secret realm received messages from the Human Emperor Network. Your task is complete. Reward, 100 Divine City Merit Points. Your task is complete. Reward, 100 Divine City Merit Points. Regardless of whether they had completed their tasks, the Human Emperor Network considered them all completed. Suddenly, someone shouted, I know what happened. Someone cleared the secret realm. Someone must have cleared the secret realm. Everyone, check the Divine City announcement. At his shout, everyone present connected to the Human Emperor Network to check the announcement. Sure enough, a dazzling announcement appeared in the Human Emperor Network. Divine City announcement, intermediate personnel Lin Moya successfully cleared the MID 26999 star system treasure ship secret realm. This secret realm will be permanently closed, and related tasks will be cancelled. Upon seeing the announcement, everyone was shocked. It's Lin Moya again. He's clearing secret realms again. He hasn't cleared a secret realm in a long time. I thought he had retired. Maybe he was in seclusion for cultivation. Once he makes a move, he clears a secret realm. Truly a top genius. The Divine City announcement not only shocked them but also the entire Divine City star domain. After years of silence, Lin Moyo had started clearing secret realms again. Many people began to speculate how many more secret realms Lin Moyo would clear next. Would he attempt those high-difficulty secret realms? Some even speculated how long it would take for Lin Moya to become a high-level personnel. Everything about Lin Moya seemed to intrigue people. Divine City star domain, outer region. The tall and burly Chu Xiong sighed. The gap between us and Brother Lin has become so wide. Zhuang Bai, sipping tea beside him, said, it's normal. Brother Lin is no ordinary person, not someone we can compare to. Chu Xiong snorted, I think you've fallen into a comfortable life and forgotten your ambitions. Zhuang Bai chuckled, I never had big ambitions. Achieving Divine Sovereign? It shouldn't take too long. Entering Divine City, haven't I already done that? Then I'll cultivate step by step. With our talent and resources, reaching high-level Divine Sovereign isn't difficult. As for going higher, that depends on opportunities, which can't be forced. Chu Xiong didn't quite agree with Zhuang Bai. Some opportunities need to be fought for. Zhuang Bai shook his head. Forcing too much can backfire and even cost your life. Sometimes, going with the flow is best. Chu Xiong still didn't agree. Wait until Sister Qing Fei returns. Let's see if you can still talk tough. Zhuang Bai chuckled. Alright, then I'll tell Sister Zilan that you want to go on an adventure. Chu Xiong's face changed. You're spreading rumors. Zhuang Bai laughed, half true, half false. You do have that thought. You. He couldn't out-argue Zhuang Bai and finally said helplessly, I wonder when we can see Brother Lin again. Zhuang Bai said, just send him a message. If you want to see him, Brother Lin will surely come. Chu Xiong shook his head. I'm not smart, but I'm not stupid. Brother Lin has his own matters. Let's not disturb him. Divine City, Central Temple, the symbol Saint Sovereign's face was filled with joy. The ancient symbol we obtained this time is excellent, with over 90% completeness. This ancient symbol may not seem important, but it is a crucial part of ancient puppets, a hub for many ancient symbols. Once I understand this ancient symbol, I might be able to create some ancient symbol puppets. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign smiled. It seems that little friend Lin has made another contribution. The symbol Saint Sovereign nodded. The treasure ship secret realm has existed for countless years, and no one has ever cleared it. Only little friend Lin could do it. He is indeed a genius of our time. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign asked, when do you plan to pass on the runes that little friend Lin previously gave you? The symbol Saint Sovereign said, I have already mastered all those runes. In a few days, I can pass them on, but I have an idea. We should build more faith towers for little friend Lin. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign said, "You don't need to say it. I've already ordered it." This time, we obtained 100 star systems from the 3 clans, all allocated to little friend Lin to gather faith power for him. The two discussed how to reward Lin Moyo. They knew that ordinary rewards were no longer useful to him. Faith power, as one of the fundamental powers of the human race, is extremely useful at any level. So, after discussion, they decided that faith power would be the best reward for Lin Moyo. As for Divine City merit points, Lin Moyo no longer valued them much. On the surface, he was still an intermediate personnel, but in reality, his authority surpassed that of high-level personnel. Far from the treasure ship secret realm, Lin Moyo had just taken out his warship when he suddenly received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the treasure ship secret realm task. Reward, 100 Divine City merit points. Congratulations on clearing the treasure ship secret realm. Reward, 5,000 Divine City merit points. After receiving the message, Lin Moyo showed no expression. He controlled the warship to enter deep space, heading towards his next target, while taking out a piece of symbol gold obtained from the treasure ship secret realm. During the symbol gold eruption, Lin Moyo had also seized the opportunity to obtain some. This piece of symbol gold was of excellent quality, a top-grade piece. If sold, it could fetch at least 1,000 Divine City merit points. After the treasure ship secret realm was cleared, it would be permanently closed but not disappear. The treasure ship secret realm still existed, just in a different place, still under human control. Symbol gold could continue to be produced, and the output might even be greater than before. The symbol gold produced later would be sold through the human race's trading post. Symbol masters could purchase it there if needed. Clearing the secret realm was only beneficial to the human race, with no drawbacks. Lin Moyo used his soul power to transform into flames to refine the symbol gold. The purple flames burned fiercely, quickly softening the symbol gold and purifying it further. A piece of symbol gold was divided into 10 thin plates by Lin Moyo. Then Lin Moyo began to draw runes, intending to create light retention runes and space leap runes, which would then be fused to form 3 light runes. Lin Moyo had drawn these 2 runes countless times and was very skilled. Soon, the 2 runes were drawn and quickly fused. The entire process was smooth and without any delay. In just 10 minutes, a brand new 3 light rune was created. Chapter 2016. Chapter 2016, 2016. Chapter 2016, Creating Rune Plates, Mysterious Star Secret Realm. After a rune is successfully drawn, it must either be used immediately or continuously supplied with power, otherwise, the rune will not last long. For example, the Golden Armor rune array created by Lin Moyo is continuously powered by the World Tree, allowing it to operate continuously. In many rune arrays, either there are corresponding items that can continuously provide energy, or the rune array itself can continuously absorb energy from the outside world. Many rune arrays among the human race are also designed this way, but a single rune cannot do this. Additionally, there is another method, which is to make the rune into a rune plate. Using suitable materials, a rune plate can be made to preserve the rune for a long time. The specific preservation time depends on the grade of the material. Different grades of materials have different preservation times. Symbol gold is an excellent material for making rune plates. Lin Moyo sent the 3 light rune into the symbol gold, using soul power to fuse the 2, creating a 3 light rune plate. However, this type of rune plate can only be used once, which is not what Lin Moyo wanted. Lin Moyo continued to use his soul power to draw an array on the rune plate. The function of the array is to continuously absorb external energy and then send it into the 3 light rune. After each use, it only needs to wait for a period of time before the 3 light rune can be used again. Its function is similar to the ancient rune jade plate in Lin Moyo's hand, where the ancient rune inside can also be used repeatedly. Soon, a reusable 3 light rune plate was created. Lin Moyo looked at his rune plate with satisfaction. About once every 10 days, each use lasts for 10 minutes, with triple light, triple speed, equivalent to a 9-fold speed boost. Unfortunately, the cooldown time is too long, making it impractical, but it's better than nothing. Although the created rune plate was not very useful, Lin Moyo was very satisfied with his work. The key was not its usefulness but the understanding of runes and the ability to create them. If he could make a 3 light rune plate, he could make other rune plates, representing his capability. Creating rune plates is something many rune masters do. The created rune plates can be sold to earn Divine City merit points or credits, and it also serves as a validation of one's understanding of runes. Lin Moyo put away the 3 light rune plate and did not continue making more. He then took out the treasure ship. The treasure ship, which had been put away, lay quietly in his palm, looking very delicate. One could see that the gap on it was slowly recovering. Without external assistance, it would take years to fully recover. Lin Moyo wanted to repair it but was powerless. The runes on the treasure ship were of a very high level, including both high-level runes and a large number of ancient runes, which Lin Moyo had not yet reached. However, the main function of the treasure ship was still usable. Its purpose was to store runes. In ancient times, magical treasures like the treasure ship used to store runes were called rune warehouses, meaning rune storage. Back then, rune masters would store a large number of runes in them, which could be taken out when needed, just like cultivators using magical treasures. Unfortunately, the method of making rune warehouses has now been lost. In the inheritance of the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord, there is indeed a method to make rune warehouses, but Lin Moyo has not yet encountered it. Lin Moyo once again drew and fused a 3 light rune, then sent it into the treasure ship. The treasure ship flashed with a faint light, and a 3 light rune immediately appeared in its independent space. The 3 light rune hung in the space like a star, shining brightly. Lin Moyo could feel that there was a rune array operating inside the treasure ship, providing energy to the 3-light rune, allowing it to exist for a long time. If he needed the 3-light rune, he only needed to move his mind, and it would appear. Lin Moya tried it, and the 3-light rune instantly appeared at his fingertips, very convenient. Compared to rune plates, it was much more convenient to use. Truly a good thing. With a rune warehouse, the combat power of rune masters will greatly increase. In the common understanding of the human race, most people know that rune masters are very powerful and indispensable everywhere. But rune masters, like alchemists and artifact refiners, although important, generally do not have strong combat power. There are powerful rune masters, but they are rare. If there were rune warehouses, the combat power of rune masters would become extremely astonishing. Throwing out a large number of runes, there would not be many who could match them in the same realm. Even if not invincible in the same realm, rune masters could rank among the top. After confirming the function of the treasure ship, Lin Moya tirelessly drew runes. One by one, runes were drawn, and the number of runes in the treasure ship's warehouse increased. Lin Moya focused solely on drawing 3-light runes, doing nothing else. He became more and more proficient, and his speed increased. Gradually, Lin Moya began to use both hands, drawing 2 runes at the same time. Lin Moya had used dual tasking before, and he had even tried triple tasking. Among the current rune masters, dual tasking is already impossible, and triple tasking is even more legendary. But Lin Moya knew that in ancient times, dual tasking was common among rune masters, and triple tasking was not rare. In the inheritance of the holy symbol Celestial Lord, the true limit was quintuple tasking, not using hands, but purely using soul power, splitting into 5, and drawing runes simultaneously. The holy symbol Celestial Lord had reached this level back then. However, the holy symbol Celestial Lord also had his own speculation. He believed that there was no upper limit to multitasking. The true end of runes was not multitasking but drawing runes with a single thought. With one thought, 10,000 runes would appear. But this was just a fantasy, almost impossible to achieve. When the warship stopped, Lin Moya had already filled the treasure ship with 100 3-light runes. In the originally empty and quiet space, 100 light spots appeared. The 100 light spots gathered together, forming a small starry sky. That's about it. Lin Moya stopped drawing runes. The 3-light rune was fully mastered, and further improvement would require a deeper understanding of runes and laws. The warship had stopped, and Lin Moya checked the star map, finding that he was still about 100 million kilometers away from his destination. The speed of deep space travel was indeed very fast, but the drawback was that positioning was not accurate enough. Positioning from deep space to the real space on the surface always had some deviation. For many divine sovereigns who were not good at speed, 100 million kilometers was quite a distance and would take a while to fly. But for Lin Moya, 100 million kilometers was not far, just a matter of seconds. The space law flowed through his body, connecting with space, and Lin Moya instantly disappeared into the starry sky. A few seconds later, Lin Moya had crossed 100 million kilometers of space, close to his target. Auras came one after another, and several divine sovereigns appeared in his sight. Not far from them was the entrance to a secret realm. The secret realm belonging to the I-10656 star system, the mysterious star secret realm. Chapter 2017. Chapter 2017, 2017. Chapter 2017, we are just used to leisure. In the treasure ship secret realm, Lin Moya obtained the second location left by the holy symbol Celestial Lord, which was in the mysterious star secret realm in the advanced area of Divine City. 6 divine sovereigns were sitting outside the secret realm. They had laid a flat stone, with stone tables and chairs placed on it. 3 of them were brewing tea and chatting. On the other side of the tea table, 2 divine sovereigns were playing chess, while another was watching the game. These divine sovereigns appeared to be very leisurely. Lin Moya's sudden arrival did not attract their attention. These divine sovereigns had lived for a long time, with the youngest being several thousand years old. Their long lives had made them calm and quiet, and they enjoyed life in addition to their cultivation. Lin Moya flew over and landed on the stone. The mysterious star secret realm was an advanced secret realm, and his permissions in the secret realm strategy group were not enough to view related information. Moreover, there was not much information about the mysterious star secret realm in the human emperor network. Lin Moya planned to ask these divine sovereigns for information about the mysterious star secret realm. Advanced secret realms often came with dangers, and it was common for divine sovereigns to fall inside. Although Lin Moya was confident, he was never arrogant. Lin Moya respectfully saluted, "Greetings, seniors." These divine sovereigns did not hide their information. Their names and realms were all visible. Among the 6 divine sovereigns present, the weakest was at the 5th rank of the divine sovereign, and the strongest had reached the 7th rank, a true high-level divine sovereign. In the advanced area of Divine City, advanced secret realms often had divine sovereigns as the entry threshold. High-level divine sovereigns were not uncommon here, but a 2nd-ranked divine sovereign like Lin Moya was very rare. At this moment, Lin Moya did not hide his identity information, and these divine sovereigns finally showed surprise, focusing their attention on Lin Moya and sizing him up. Among the 6 divine sovereigns, the only high-level divine sovereign spoke. "Lin Moya, are you the top genius who cleared the secret realms?" His name was Lu Yuankui, a 7th-ranked divine sovereign. He exuded an aura of authority, clearly someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Lin Moya guessed that he was likely a high-ranking member of a major family, holding significant authority. Lin Moya openly admitted, "Yes, I am." Lu Yuankui squinted his eyes. "A hero indeed emerges from the youth. It's remarkable. Having a genius like you is a great fortune for our human race." Lin Moya calmly accepted his praise. He had heard such compliments many times, even from those in the Beyond Realm and Holy Sovereigns. Now, being praised by a divine sovereign did not stir any waves in his heart. However, this demeanor appeared to the divine sovereigns as being neither arrogant nor humble, remaining calm in the face of praise and criticism. Another divine sovereign praised, to have such a mindset at a young age is truly commendable. Come, have some tea with us. His name was Qi Yuan, a 6th-ranked divine sovereign, second only to Lu Yuankui among the 6. Lin Moyu observed his aura and found that he was only half a step away from the 7th rank of the divine sovereign, ready to advance at any time. Lin Moya sat down generously, and the teapot automatically flew up, pouring tea for him. The tea set used by divine sovereigns was naturally a magical treasure. Brewing and pouring tea required only a thought. Qi Yuan asked, half a day ago, I saw the Divine City announcement. Lin Xiaowa was still an intermediate personnel. How did you come here? In Divine City, the hierarchy was clear, and intermediate personnel could not enter the advanced area, so Qi Yuan and Lu Yuankui were somewhat puzzled. Lin Moya smiled, the Human Emperor Network granted me special privileges, allowing me to move freely within Divine City. Lu Yuankui said, I see. As a genius, having some privileges is normal. The divine sovereigns were all very calm, with only a hint of surprise in their eyes. Qi Yuan sipped his tea and said calmly, Lin Xiaowa, are you here to enter the mysterious star secret realm? Lin Moya nodded, yes, I would like to ask the seniors for information about the mysterious star secret realm, if it is convenient. Qi Yuan smiled, there's no inconvenience. We have entered the mysterious star secret realm a few times. Although we don't know much about it, we do know some things. But this matter should be explained by Lu Lao. He has entered the most times and knows the most. The divine sovereigns clearly had a good relationship, and Qi Yuan directly handed the question to Lu Yuankui. Lu Yuankui said, actually, there's not much to the mysterious star secret realm. We enter it mainly for cultivation. Lu Yuankui shared some information about the mysterious star secret realm, and Lin Moya listened carefully, combining it with the limited information from the Human Emperor Network for analysis. Advanced secret realms were different from intermediate and primary secret realms. In addition to dangers, they had other elements. First, there were restrictions on who could enter. The mysterious star secret realm required divine sovereigns to enter divine kings, and those in the beyond realm could not. Moreover, the minimum time for each entry was 10 days. Within 10 days, even using escape talismans, one could not leave the secret realm. After 10 days, one could leave freely. Once out, one could not re-enter within 100 days. This time restriction did not exist in primary and intermediate secret realms. The mysterious star secret realm was dangerous. Once inside, one had to survive for 10 days. According to Lu Yuankui, if one couldn't last 10 days, they didn't deserve to be a divine sovereign. After 10 days, the danger would increase, and it would become more dangerous over time. However, as the danger increased, the benefits would also increase. Lu Yuankui mentioned his highest record, having stayed in the mysterious star secret realm for 69 days. Besides him, Qi Yuan had the best record, having stayed for 58 days. The other divine sovereigns had stayed between 40 to 50 days, with none exceeding 60 days. Lu Yuankui said he planned to stay for more than 70 days the next time he entered the secret realm. After listening to Lu Yuankui, Lin Moyo had a certain understanding of the mysterious star secret realm. The mysterious star secret realm, though dangerous, was also an opportunity. However, this opportunity was mainly for those who cultivated the Starlight Law. The divine sovereigns present all cultivated the Starlight Law. There had been divine sovereigns who cultivated other laws, but they did not gain any benefits and left empty-handed. The reason why there was not much information recorded in the Human Emperor Network was mainly because the mysterious star secret realm was always changing. Each entry presented different situations. Lu Yuankui had entered a total of 139 times. Although there were some repetitions, most of the experiences were different. He had compared notes with Qi Yuan and others and found that everyone's experiences were different. They couldn't say how many changes there were in the mysterious star secret realm. After listening, Lin Moya stood up and saluted. Thank you, seniors, for your guidance. Lu Yuankui, with some doubt, asked, you have not comprehended the Starlight Law. Why do you want to enter the mysterious star secret realm? Lin Moya smiled, a senior guided me here. This ambiguous statement left people puzzled. Lu Yuankui was a smart person and did not pursue the matter further. Qi Yuan smiled kindly, Lin Xiaowa, are you planning to clear this secret realm? Lin Moya neither confirmed nor denied, it's hard to say. It depends on the specific situation. Lu Yuankui said, then we will wait and see. If you can clear it, don't worry about us. We are just used to leisure. Lin Moya cupped his fists, thank you, seniors. Chapter 2018, Chapter 2018, 2018, Chapter 2018, Mysterious Star Secret Realm, Meteor Test. Lin Moyo accepted the task related to the mysterious star secret realm and stepped into the secret realm following the prompt from the Human Emperor Network. Divine City Task, explore the mysterious star secret realm. Enter the mysterious star secret realm and obtain starlight. Restriction, only divine sovereigns can enter. Completion condition, obtain 1 piece of starlight, no quality requirement. Task reward, 1000 Divine City merit points, no penalty for failure. Note, in the secret realm, starlight will condense every 10 days. The longer the time, the better the quality of the starlight. Obtaining starlight is considered task completion. Starlight can be traded or sold independently. For those cultivating the Starlight Law, starlight is an excellent cultivation material. In the mysterious star secret realm, you cannot leave within the first 10 days. After 10 days, you can leave at any time. For those cultivating the Starlight Law, the longer you persist, the more benefits you will gain. The mysterious Star Secret Realm is extremely dangerous. Enter with caution. The current death rate is 5%, and the severe injury rate is 25%. The highest realm of the deceased is the 9th rank of the Divine Sovereign. As his vision cleared, Lin Moya saw the situation inside the secret realm and finished reading the reminder from the Human Emperor Network. Advanced secret realms were indeed different, with higher danger levels and an added injury and death rate statistic. A 5% death rate might not seem high, but upon closer analysis, it was quite significant. Apart from those divine sovereigns who did not cultivate the Starlight Law, like Lu Yuankui, who could benefit from the mysterious Star Secret Realm, they would enter repeatedly, dozens or even hundreds of times. As the number of entries increased, the 5% death rate became quite alarming. The severe injury rate was even more shocking, reaching 25%. For divine sovereigns, severe injuries were not just physical but also soul injuries. Physical injuries, no matter how severe, could be quickly healed and were not considered severe injuries. This alone was enough to prove that the mysterious Star Secret Realm was very dangerous. Even a 9th-ranked divine sovereign died inside. How did they die? The second stage of the mysterious Star Secret Realm has never been unlocked. Is it because it's too dangerous? Based on the experience from the treasure ship Secret Realm, the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord entered this place after the ancient symbol warriors died and left something behind. He wouldn't let his inheritor come here to die. There should be a way to break through. But it's hard to say. These celestial lords have very peculiar temperaments, and who can really understand them? Lin Moya observed the mysterious Star Secret Realm. The 10-day countdown started the moment he entered the Secret Realm. The first hour was safe, with no danger appearing. After 1 hour, the danger would begin. What kind of danger will I encounter? From what the seniors said, although the dangers encountered later vary, the dangers in the first 10 days are similar. Lin Moya observed the Secret Realm, which was dotted with stars, resembling a real starry sky. There were streams of light jumping around, reminding Lin Moya of the auroras on some planets. These auroras, once they appeared, would fill the entire sky with colorful lights, creating a dreamy scene. The scene before him was somewhat similar to auroras, with streams of light constantly flashing in the starry sky, covering a large area. 1, 2, 3, 3 mysterious stars. It seems the danger should be meteors. Above his head were 3 giant mysterious stars, slowly rotating and emitting light. The light was not strong but was the source of illumination for the entire secret realm. Lu Yuankui had analyzed that if one encountered 3 mysterious stars upon entering, there was a more than 90% chance that the danger would come from meteors. Lin Moya released the skeleton divine generals, who flew in all directions to explore the secret realm. The mysterious Star Secret Realm was unexpectedly small, and within half an hour, the entire secret realm had been explored. The secret realm had a diameter of only 1 million kilometers, smaller than some primary secret realms. The overall structure of the secret realm was like a sphere, with Lin Moya at the center. The outer layer of the secret realm was an incredibly sturdy transparent barrier. The skeleton divine generals tried to attack it but found it completely ineffective. Lin Moya, curious, took a step and arrived at the edge of the secret realm. With a point of his finger, he summoned the skeleton king. The skeleton king swung his sword at the barrier, but the bone sword was forcefully bounced back with a loud noise. The barrier remained intact and unscathed. Lin Moya tried several more times, but the results were the same. He tried to sense the barrier's vibrations with his soul, but the result surprised him. His soul could not sense the barrier's vibration frequency at all. Based on Lin Moya's understanding, the secret realm was evolved from ancient symbols, and it should have a vibration frequency. But now, he couldn't sense it. Is it the work of the Holy Symbol Celestial Lord? Or is this ancient symbol special? How strange. It seems my understanding of runes is still too shallow, and there are many things I don't understand. Given the high danger of the mysterious Star Secret Realm, it was unlikely to be a gentle rune. The rune that evolved it was likely an attack-type rune. As Lin Moya pondered, an hour passed. The 3 mysterious stars in the sky suddenly emitted a faint light. First, the middle mysterious star began to glow and rotate faster. Then, countless light spots lit up on the middle mysterious star, and meteors flew out from it, heading towards Lin Moya. They're here. Lin Moya calmly dodged the incoming meteors. With just one step, he moved from one edge of the secret realm to the other. The meteors missed him and hit the barrier, exploding on impact. More meteors continued to fall, targeting Lin Moya's position. Lin Moya dodged again and muttered to himself, so these are the meteors. The meteors were exactly as their name suggested, small meteors thrown down by the mysterious stars. Each small meteor was equivalent to a full-strength attack from a first-ranked divine sovereign, quite powerful. However, there were not many meteors at the moment, and anyone who wasn't a fool could dodge them. But as time passed, the number of meteors would increase, becoming denser and harder to avoid. Compared to the dangers that would come later, the dangers in the first 10 days were just child's play. Although Lu Yuankui didn't explicitly say it, he implied that if a divine sovereign couldn't survive the first 10 days, they didn't deserve the title. He clearly despised those who were unworthy of the title of divine sovereign. He also mentioned that a high-ranked divine sovereign couldn't last 50 days, completely unworthy of being a high-ranked divine sovereign. Not only him, but Qi Yuan, who was present at the time, also had a similar opinion. In their eyes, the level of one's realm was not important, true combat power was paramount. Qi Yuan subtly expressed that some high-ranked divine sovereigns were not his match in a real fight. In the mysterious Star Secret Realm, one could verify true combat power. The longer one persisted, the stronger their true combat power. Whether this was true or not, at least these divine sovereigns believed it. Lin Moya took step after step, each step taking him from one end of the secret realm to the other, making it impossible for the meteors to touch him. Once the danger in the mysterious star secret realm appeared, it would not stop. Meteors kept falling, and Lin Moya kept dodging. Lin Moya didn't find it annoying, instead, he enjoyed it, using it as an opportunity to practice his control over the space law. With each use, Lin Moya's control over the space law improved rapidly. By the third day in the secret realm, Lin Moya could control his precision to within 1,000 meters with each step. However, this precision was still somewhat insufficient. Lin Moya had plenty of patience. If the precision was not enough, he would continue to practice and gradually improve. Chapter 2019. Chapter 2019, 2019. Chapter 2019, Using Pressure to Improve Oneself. On the fourth day in the mysterious star secret realm, the second mysterious star began to rotate. It hurled a second meteor shower towards Lin Moya, and the flying speed of the meteors started to accelerate. The difficulty suddenly increased several times over. Although the mysterious stars all appeared to be overhead, their positions were actually different, and the directions of the meteors they threw out were also different. As a result, it became much more difficult for cultivators to dodge them. In Lin Moya's view, as long as one's realm reached the third level of God Venerable, they could completely rely on their own power to withstand the impacts without needing to dodge. He only needed to use his purple gold body, and it wouldn't matter if these meteors hit him. While brute force to overcome everything was good, it would also go against his original intention. The difficulty has increased, very good. Lin Moya had a smile on his face as he continued to teleport within the secret realm, avoiding the meteor attacks. He tried to minimize the distance of each teleportation, constantly enhancing his control precision over the laws of space. Unconsciously, his grasp of the teleportation distance became more and more precise, with decreasing errors. On the seventh day of entering the secret realm, the third mysterious star also began to accelerate its rotation. With three mysterious stars rotating together, the speed of the falling meteors increased again, and their number also increased simultaneously. Compared to the beginning, the speed of the meteors has increased about 3 times, and the number has also tripled. Coincidentally, it's the same as the 3-light talisman. Lin Moya thought to himself, there really were quite a few coincidences in this world. At this point, the error in each of his steps had been reduced to 100 meters, which would be very precise if it were in outer space. Distances in outer space are often calculated in hundreds of millions, or even billions of kilometers. Unless it's point-to-point transmission like with teleportation arrays, it's hard to achieve true precision. Lin Moya understood this point, but he was not satisfied with himself. His requirement was that each teleportation, regardless of distance, should allow him to arrive exactly where he wanted, without error. Doing this required an extremely fine grasp of the laws of space, and as the error became smaller and smaller, the difficulty would increase accordingly. It could be said that even those beyond in the star fishing tribe, who had mastered 100% of the spatial laws and even sublimated the laws into their own rules, still couldn't achieve pinpoint accuracy in every teleportation. Lin Moya knew it was difficult, but he was confident he could do it. So in the face of falling meteors, he didn't use his purple gold body, but purely used spatial laws to dodge. He sought out some pressure for himself, believing that the greater the pressure, the greater the progress. 10 days quickly passed, and the speed of the 3 mysterious stars rapidly decreased until they stopped. No more meteors fell, and the 10-day trial was considered passed. The entire secret realm shook at this moment, and an invisible force spread throughout the realm, enveloping Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt that a connection had formed between himself and the secret realm. From now on, he could leave the secret realm whenever he wanted. However, the entire process would take 2 seconds. It wasn't instantaneous. Lin Moya finally understood why so many god venerables had died in the secret realm. It was probably during these 2 seconds when they wanted to leave that they met with mishaps. Being able to kill or seriously injure a god venerable in 2 seconds fully demonstrated how terrifying the secret realm was. According to Senior Liu, the truly terrifying aspect of the mysterious star secret realm is its chaos and unpredictability. Although the difficulty increases slowly over time, sometimes dangers can suddenly erupt. Many god venerables died or were seriously injured because of these sudden outbursts of danger. 2 seconds became the boundary between life and death. Lin Moya now fully understood, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. This secret realm posed no danger to him. Even if there were sudden outbursts of danger, he still had his new life talent, which allowed him to be reborn 3 times consecutively. The time needed for 3 rebirths in an extreme state was about 1 second, which meant he was much safer than other god venerables. As long as he didn't push his luck too far, Lin Moya believed he wouldn't die here. 2306/23692307 sections. Then let me see what the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable has left behind. The 3 mysterious stars began to shrink, not by reducing in size, but by moving away. The 3 mysterious stars flew away in a row, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. This also made Lin Moya realize that there was a vast space outside the secret realm. After the 3 mysterious stars moved away, the secret realm lost its light source and consequently dimmed. 10 days later, the formal test began. After the secret realm fell into complete darkness, Lin Moya summoned several skeleton god generals, using their pure white light to provide some illumination for the secret realm. This wasn't the dark void that would devour light as long as there was a glimmer of light. It was enough for Lin Moya to see the entire secret realm clearly. In the pure white light, a touch of red appeared. The red gradually became rich and bright, quickly expanding to cover the entire secret realm. A star. Lin Moya saw clearly that the source of the red came from a star. asking for flowers. 4 stars appeared simultaneously from 4 directions, quickly approaching the secret realm and enveloping it in the middle. The hot light shone in, rapidly raising the temperature of the secret realm. This time it's stars. The mysterious star secret realm was ever-changing, with all kinds of situations occurring. Upon seeing the 4 stars, Lin Moya knew that the test the secret realm was bringing him this time involved stars. Coincidentally, Lu Yuankui had mentioned the star test before. Among the hundreds of mysterious star secret realm experiences he had, the star test was one of the more dangerous types. Just as Lin Moya was pondering, the danger from the stars had already erupted. One of the stars erupted like a volcano, spewing out endless flames. At the same time, a point of fire appeared out of thin air in the secret realm, then transformed into a flaming arrow shooting towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya immediately took a step, appearing 1,000 meters away. The flaming arrow hit the edge of the secret realm's barrier, forming a large sea of fire that burned fiercely. The power of the flaming arrow was not weak, roughly equivalent to the attack power of a second-level god venerable, slightly stronger than the previous meteors. Just as Lin Moya appeared, another point of fire emerged beside him. Without thinking, Lin Moya took another step, teleporting again. Right after he left, the fire quickly expanded, once again transforming into a flaming arrow and shooting out. Fire continued to appear, and flaming arrows shot out one after another. No matter where Lin Moya teleported to, fire would appear accordingly, with flaming arrows following closely. On the 12th day, another star erupted with flames. 2 points of fire began to appear simultaneously in the secret realm, and the number of flaming arrows also became 2, shooting towards Lin Moya from different directions. Lin Moya dodged while observing the flaming arrows. From the appearance of the fire to its evolution into a flaming arrow, the whole process takes about 1 second. 1 second, which happens to match my teleportation frequency. As long as I can maintain this speed, it doesn't matter even if the number increases. For Lin Moya, facing 1 flaming arrow at a time or facing 10 flaming arrows at a time would yield the same result. As long as the frequency of flaming arrow generation didn't increase further, there wouldn't be any problems. He could continue to practice the precision of his teleportation using the flaming arrows. Lin Moya continuously dodged the flaming arrow attacks, his understanding of spatial laws deepening, and his precision slowly improving. Without realizing it, Lin Moya found that his mastery of spatial laws had actually progressed. Lin Moya was delighted and continued to improve himself using the flaming arrows. Chapter 2020. Chapter 2020. Chapter 2020. The Secret Realm is Lin Moya's training ground. On the 14th day, another star erupted with flames, and the number of flame arrows in the Secret Realm increased to 3. However, the number of flame arrows made no difference to Lin Moya. Even if there were 100 flame arrows, they would all be aimed at him. As long as he changed direction, he could safely avoid them. As long as the frequency of the flame arrows did not increase, there would be no problem. On the 16th day, 4 stars erupted with flames simultaneously, and the number of flame arrows increased to 4. Lin Moya pondered, there are still 4 days left in this round of trials. Logically, there should be another change on the 18th day. In the previous 3 changes, the number of flame arrows increased. So, in the 4th change, the speed should increase. Based on the experience of the previous meteor changes, the increase was in both number and speed. Lin Moya believed that the flame arrows formed by the stars should follow the same pattern. On the 18th day, as expected, there was another change. There were still 4 flame arrows, but their speed increased by about 30%. However, the real issue was that the speed at which the flame arrows formed from the firelight also increased. From the previous 1 second, it became 0.9 seconds, an increase of 10%. This 10% change caught Lin Moya off guard. The speed of the flame arrows formation just exceeded his teleportation speed. After several rounds, he finally slowed down a bit and was hit by a flame arrow. The intense flames exploded on his body, and his purple-gold body automatically activated to block the attack. He was not injured, but it made Lin Moya realize that this approach would not work. If he could not completely avoid the flame arrows, it would be no different from taking the hits head-on. I need to increase my frequency. Lin Moya clearly understood the problem. To cope with this change, he had to increase his teleportation frequency. If he could increase from once per second to once every half second, there would be no problem. Moreover, the frequency of the flame arrows was likely to increase again. If he did not increase his frequency, he would still be hit. Of course, he could also choose to take the hits head-on or use flying speed and body techniques to dodge like other god venerables. But that was not what he wanted. Lin Moya knew exactly what he needed to do. Pressure creates motivation, this is good. The increased frequency of the flame arrows finally brought some pressure to Lin Moya, which also served as motivation. Lin Moya began to increase his teleportation frequency, also by 10%, to adapt to the frequency of the flame arrows. As the frequency increased, the precision immediately dropped significantly, and he could no longer be as precise as before. The error margin increased to nearly 10,000 meters, and once he almost teleported directly into the sea of fire. Lin Moya showed a hint of helplessness. It seems there's a long way to go. As the frequency increased, the fluctuations in the spatial laws became more intense, and the precision naturally decreased. Lin Moya was mentally prepared for this, but he did not expect the precision to drop so drastically, to the point of feeling out of control. This made him realize that there was a fundamental difference between imagination and practice. Many things could not be achieved just by thinking about them. However, his previous efforts were not in vain. Lin Moya quickly adapted to the new frequency. Every effort was accumulated experience and would not be wasted. On the 20th day, the 4 stars suddenly stopped simultaneously. All the flame arrows disappeared, and the sea of fire extinguished, restoring peace to the secret realm. Lin Moya knew he had an hour to rest before entering a new round of trials. The starlight remained intense, and some starlight fell on him, giving him a warm feeling. Lin Moya felt the rich laws of starlight, as if they were meant to refine him. If he had comprehended the laws of starlight, he would have gained many benefits. The laws would become purer, and his realm would improve, bringing many advantages. This was why Lu Yuankui and others liked to repeatedly enter the mysterious star secret realm, to gain the benefits of starlight refinement. Unfortunately, Lin Moya did not cultivate the laws of starlight, so the starlight refinement had no effect on him. The runes that evolved the mysterious star secret realm should be related to the laws of starlight. Back then, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable had the ability to outline various laws with runes, except for a few special laws. In the ancient Talisman warriors, the runes of the laws of starlight must have been integrated. Although the laws of starlight were not strong in attack, they were enduring, and the starlight in the starry sky could always supplement the laws of starlight. Using them on puppets could greatly enhance their sustained combat capability, making them quite practical. An hour passed, and a light spot appeared in the distance. The light spot quickly enlarged, and the temperature in the secret realm rose rapidly. 4 more stars appeared, doubling the number of stars outside the secret realm from 4 to 8. The number of stars doubled, which meant the difficulty would increase several times. More starlight fell in, and Lin Moya saw a cluster of starlight condensing in the center of the secret realm, forming a crystal-like object. This was the starlight in the secret realm mission. After enduring the first 10 days and then the first round of trials, a piece of starlight would condense in the secret realm. Lin Moya moved and teleported to the starlight, holding it in his hand. The starlight contained rich laws of starlight, making it an excellent cultivation material for those who cultivated the laws of starlight. Even god venerables could use it to enhance the fusion of laws and soul. This was just the lowest quality starlight. As time passed, a piece of starlight would condense every 10 days, and the quality would improve. Flames flashed, and the 4 stars outside the secret realm rotated simultaneously, quickly transforming the flames into flame arrows that shot towards Lin Moya. A new round of trials began, starting at the strongest state of the previous round. Lin Moya began to practice teleportation again, maintaining a frequency of once every 0.9 seconds, striving to improve precision. On the 22nd day, 2 more stars joined, increasing the number of flame arrows to 6, but the frequency did not change. The number of flame arrows did not affect Lin Moya as long as the frequency did not change, it did not matter. On the 24th day, 8 stars rotated together, increasing the number of flame arrows to 8. Lin Moya speculated that the next change would occur on the 26th day. The speed of the flame arrows would increase again, and the frequency would likely increase to 0.7 seconds. He was prepared to increase his frequency at any time. By now, he had adapted to the frequency of once every 0.9 seconds, and his precision had improved. If the frequency increased again, the precision would decrease, and he would have to adapt again. In Lin Moya's eyes, the secret realm had changed its nature. He saw it as the best place to hone his spatial laws. In the eyes of others, the dangerous mysterious star secret realm had become a training ground for Lin Moya. When the 26th day arrived, the speed of the flame arrows increased again, by about 50% compared to the initial speed. As the speed increased, the frequency also increased. The speed of the flame arrows formation increased from 0.9 seconds to 0.8 seconds, accelerating by another 0.1 seconds. Lin Moya was prepared and increased his teleportation frequency accordingly. The precision decreased, but it was still within control. Chapter 2021. Chapter 2021. Chapter 2021. Sometimes jokes can come true. 8 stars stopped simultaneously, and the third round of trials was over. Lin Moya enjoyed the starlight purification. Although it had no effect, it was quite comfortable. Every 10 days is one round, and each round corresponds to a realm. The 8 stars correspond to Divine Venerate Level 3, which is the low-level Divine Venerate. With 3 rounds as one stage, there should be new changes in the 4th round. From Lu Yuangi's words, Lin Moya obtained some information. No matter what type of trial, they were all divided into 3 levels as one stage. This was similar to the division of Divine Venerates. The first 10 days after entering the secret realm was the first round, corresponding to Divine Venerate Level 1. 4 stars was the second round, corresponding to Divine Venerate Level 2. 8 stars was the third round, corresponding to Divine Venerate Level 3. After 3 rounds, there would be a change, and the difficulty would increase significantly. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. He was summarizing his gains and losses from before, looking for points that could still be improved. An hour later, the starlight condensed, and Lin Moya immediately grasped the starlight in his hand. The quality of this starlight was 25% better than before, containing stronger and purer star law. Lin Moya felt that if this starlight was given to a Divine Venerate Level 3 cultivator, it would have a great effect. In fact, starlight is also divided into grades. This piece was the same as before, both belonging to low-grade starlight, and its value was not considered high. The mid-grade starlight starting from the 4th round would be much more valuable. Lin Moya had no particular feeling about this, he just casually put away the starlight. Firelight lit up again outside the secret realm, followed by 8 stars appearing. The number of stars doubled again, from 8 to 16. With the number of stars doubling, the difficulty would at least triple or quadruple. This also matched the gap between Divine Venerate Level 3 and Level 4. 16 stars rotated simultaneously, emitting a stronger light than before. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly. In his perception, 32 points of firelight appeared in all directions around him. 0.8 seconds later, 32 flame arrows flew out, shooting towards Lin Moyu in a crisscross pattern. Lin Moyu teleported and disappeared, and the flame arrows shot into empty space. The flame arrows fell on the barrier surrounding the secret realm, exploding into large patches of fire sea. The flames raged, and the range of the fire sea was much larger than before, occupying a large area of space. Batches of flame arrows shot out and exploded. Soon the surroundings of the secret realm were all occupied by the fire sea. Lin Moya's space for movement was reduced by a full 1/5. With the activity space compressed, the difficulty also increased accordingly, and the requirements for control of spatial laws further increased. Flame arrows flew chaotically in the secret realm, pressure was everywhere, and Lin Moya teleported nonstop. An ordinary Divine Venerate level 4 probably couldn't hold on. Senior Lu's words were not false. Those who can endure the Xian Star secret realm, their combat power is definitely top tier among those of the same realm. It's no wonder Senior Qi Yuan is confident in fighting above his level. Lin Moya did not change his strategy, still using the flame arrows to train his control over laws. Time passed day by day. On the 35th day, the frequency of flame arrows increased again, with the evolution speed reaching 0.7 seconds. Lin Moya had no choice but to continue increasing his teleportation frequency to correspond one-to-one with the frequency of flame arrows. The pressure became greater and greater. Under the heavy pressure, Lin Moya's progress speed was also alarmingly fast. Finally, the 4th round passed, and the secret realm once again gained a brief moment of calm. 16 stars surrounded the main secret realm, flickering with firelight. Lin Moya was still summarizing his gains and losses as before, until a piece of starlight condensed. The 5th round is about to begin. Lin Moya put away the starlight and turned his gaze towards the outside of the secret realm. Firelight lit up again from afar outside the secret realm, rapidly expanding in view. The stars doubled again, increasing from 16 to 32. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed involuntarily. The stars have doubled, will the flame arrows double too? He felt the pressure increase again, but vaguely there was a sense of anticipation. Lin Moya did not dislike this feeling. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. Firelight appeared, and Lin Moya instantly sensed it. The corners of his mouth revealed a smile of as expected, indeed doubled, not bad not bad. 32 stars, a full 144 flame arrows, evolved completely in 0.6 seconds, shooting towards Lin Moya like a rain of arrows. Boom! The flame arrows shot into empty space, exploding into a large fire sea. 2/5 of the entire secret realm space was occupied by the fire sea, leaving even less room for Lin Moya to move. More flame arrows, less space, the pressure was even greater than before. This has already exceeded the level of Divine Venerate level 5. Even if a Divine Venerate level 6 came, they would probably have a headache. But for me, it's still manageable. Lin Moya had already increased his teleportation frequency to once every 0.6 seconds, already leaving after images in the secret realm. 144 flame arrows still could not touch Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt his understanding of spatial laws was constantly deepening. The training effect was even better than closed-door cultivation. He gradually felt that he could grasp every ripple of space, moving in rhythm with space, greatly improving precision. The 5th round passed safely. An hour later, the 6th round began. The number of stars increased to 64, the number of flame arrows also increased to 512, and the evolution speed even reached 0.5 seconds. Every second there were 2 waves of flame arrows erupting, with raging flames devouring 3/5 of the secret realm space. In the limited space, Lin Moya constantly teleported to dodge, avoiding wave after wave of attacks. Half a second once should be my speed limit, unless I use time laws, otherwise I can't speed up anymore. The changes in the secret realm should also have reached the limit. The frequency should not increase anymore. If it increases further, no Divine Venerate would be able to endure it. Under the current flame arrow attacks, Divine Venerates of the same level basically couldn't hold on. Even Qi Yuan couldn't persist to the end in the 6th round, only Lu Yuangi could hold on. But Lu Yuangi was a high-level Divine Venerate with the power of rules, his strength was completely different. From this, it could be seen that Lu Yuangi's true combat power was quite strong. Challenging Divine Venerate level 8 would not be a problem. Even against those weaker Divine Venerate level 9s, Lu Yuangi would not be without a fighting chance. Outside the secret realm, Lu Yuangi and several other Divine Venerates were now staring at the entrance of the secret realm, their expressions somewhat complex. Qi Yuan said, "It's already been 65 days, and young friend Lin still hasn't come out." Lu Yuangi said, "It is said that young friend Lin's combat power is extraordinary. When he was a minor Divine Venerate, he could already defeat Divine Venerates. At the time it seemed somewhat exaggerated, but now it appears to be not at all false." Qi Yuan agreed. Indeed, to be able to persist for 65 days shows that young friend Lin's combat power has at least reached Divine Venerate level 6. Fighting 4 levels above his realm among Divine Venerates, it's truly astonishing. A Divine Venerate beside side, compared to young friend Lin, we are indeed far behind. Lu Yuangi said, "This old man is somewhat looking forward to it. If young friend Lin can really pass through this secret realm." Qi Yuan and the others revealed shocked expressions on their faces, exclaiming, "At the time it was just a joke. Passing through the secret realm, I think it's impossible." Lu Yuangi chuckled, "Sometimes jokes can come true. If he could really pass through the secret realm, it would mean that Lin Moyo, at Divine Venerate level 2, was already comparable to peak Divine Venerates, or even surpassing peak Divine Venerates. This ability to fight above one's level had already reached an unimaginable degree. Chapter 2022. Chapter 2022. Chapter 2022. Getting what one deserves. Outside the secret realm, 32 stars simultaneously emitted scorching flames, completely surrounding the entire secret realm. Lin Moya knew that these 32 stars were not real stars but false stars evolved from ancient runes. However, to the naked eye, they were almost indistinguishable from real stars, just smaller in size. The 32 stars brought a strong sense of oppression. The 6th round had ended, and Lin Moya was waiting for the 7th round of trials. The 7th round of trials was aimed at the 7th level of God Venerable, which is the high-level God Venerable. But Lin Moya knew that ordinary high-level God Venerables could not possibly withstand the 7th round. Some high-level God Venerables might not even make it through the 6th round. This round would bring new changes. The changes in the 4th round were not significant, so it was uncertain what changes this round would bring. It won't just be a change in quantity, the frequency shouldn't increase anymore. So what will it be? The number of stars will definitely increase, but the space outside the secret realm seems to be already full. Lin Moya suddenly slapped his forehead and mocked himself. Why did I assume the number of stars had to increase? The number of flame arrows should increase, not the number of stars. Each time the number of stars increased, the number of flame arrows also increased accordingly. Instinctively, Lin Moyo had linked the number of flame arrows to the number of stars. Now that he thought about it, there was no actual relationship between the two. This was just an illusion given by the secret realm. The number of flame arrows was not determined by the number of stars. The stars were just a facade. The root of everything lay in the ancient runes that evolved the secret realm. Starlight condensed, and another piece of starlight appeared. Lin Moya casually picked it up. This was the 5th piece of starlight he had obtained. A flash of fire appeared beside him, and Lin Moya's soul trembled, sensing it immediately. His body instinctively stepped out, teleporting tens of thousands of meters away. Just as the teleportation ended, a flame arrow suddenly hit him, exploding on the spot. The purple gold body glowed, absorbing part of the impact, and the passive spell activated, with the undead army taking the remaining impact for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was also blasted away by the immense force, and halfway through, another arrow hit him, blasting him in another direction. What's going on? I clearly dodged it. Under the immense impact, Lin Moya temporarily lost control of his body. However, his mind was clear. He had clearly dodged the first wave of attacks, so how did he get hit? Scanning the secret realm, he suddenly realized that there were only 2 light spots around him. The flame arrows that attacked him indeed numbered only 2. He had instinctively reacted and teleported immediately. After teleporting, he was hit by an arrow, not because the flame arrow tracked him, but because he happened to appear in front of the flame arrow. At this moment, seeing the flame arrows flying randomly in the secret realm, Lin Moya suddenly understood. This time, there was indeed a change. The flame arrows no longer targeted him but started shooting randomly without any purpose or direction. The number of flame arrows was much higher than before. The number of stars hadn't changed, but the number of flame arrows had exceeded 2,000, several times more. From the appearance of the firelight to its evolution into flame arrows, it still took half a second, which hadn't changed. Lin Moya suddenly had a headache. No one knew where the flame arrows would appear or which area they would shoot towards. The entire secret realm was filled with randomly flying flame arrows. The flame arrows hit the barrier of the secret realm, still exploding into seas of fire. Soon, the sea of fire occupied 3/5 of the secret realm's space, leaving Lin Moyo with not much room to move. In this situation, Lin Moyo had 3 choices. One was to take the hits head-on. With the purple gold body and the undead army, taking the hits wouldn't be a big problem. After all, he wouldn't be continuously attacked, and he could withstand it. The second was to use speed to dodge. Flying and dodging were easier to control than teleportation. The last method was also the hardest. He could still use teleportation but needed to precisely control the distance of each teleportation. Combined with the soul's keen sense, he had a chance to get through this round. Lin Moya didn't think much and directly chose the hardest method. The greater the pressure, the better the effect. Lin Moya felt a surge of excitement as he began to challenge himself. He controlled each teleportation to within 100 meters, striving for maximum precision. His soul operated at full capacity, enveloping the surroundings and constantly sensing safe positions. With the combination of both, Lin Moyo began extreme dodging. Starting from being unfamiliar and occasionally getting hit by flame arrows due to lack of control, he gradually became proficient, and the precision of his teleportation rapidly improved. The coordination between spatial laws and soul sensing became more and more seamless, and the error rate significantly decreased. Lin Moya felt that his idea was correct. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. 2309/23692310 sections. It can be even stronger. 2 days later, Lin Moyo had fully adapted, and a thought arose in his mind. Getting what one deserves, the secret realm indeed changed. Just as the 62nd day ended, the number of flame arrows suddenly doubled. In the already small space, it was densely packed with long fire lines. The flame arrows, trailing light, crisscrossed in the space. Lin Moya's pressure increased again, but he felt excited and even laughed out loud. Good, this is more like it. Now, his teleportation frequency had reached once every half second, and he could control the error within 10 meters each time. Although it was still a bit short of his requirement, it was already very precise. Lin Moya was not satisfied and hoped for even better, ideally with no error at all, reaching exactly where he wanted to be. Every 2 days, the number of flame arrows would increase. By the 66th day, the total number of flame arrows had exceeded 10,000. The space in the secret realm was densely packed with flame arrows, like raindrops constantly shuttling back and forth. And Lin Moya kept teleporting and dodging within a small area. He didn't care about the storm outside, only focusing on his small area. The number of flame arrows outside had nothing to do with him. He only kept teleporting and dodging flame arrows within a diameter of less than 100 meters. In the 100-meter space, numerous afterimages appeared, all traces of Lin Moya's rapid teleportation. The 7th round finally ended, and the secret realm returned to peace. Lin Moya's breath was steady, but his eyes were filled with excitement. After this round, not only had his teleportation precision improved, but his control over the laws had also increased. In just 10 days, he had achieved the equivalent of a year's worth of cultivation, even with the support of the explosive luck technique. The difference with and without pressure was indeed significant. This is really a good place. Lin Moya muttered to himself, who said it's useless for other god venerables. Using this secret realm, one can completely train their control over spells. But how many god venerables can realize this? An hour later, starlight began to condense. This time it was high-grade starlight, and the condensation speed was a bit slow. The position of the starlight had changed, no longer in the center of the secret realm but near the edge. Lin Moya was about to go and take the starlight when his figure suddenly disappeared, leaving an afterimage in place. A flame arrow passed through his afterimage. Lin Moya appeared beside the starlight and reached out to take it again. At this moment, another flame arrow shot over, hitting the starlight directly. In the intense explosion, the starlight was blasted away, and Lin Moya was also hit and blown away. Steadying himself, Lin Moya frowned. The 8th round, the difficulty has increased again. Chapter 2023. Chapter 2023. Chapter 2023, then let's hope together. Just as Lin Moya's thoughts were rising, his soul sent a warning. Without thinking, Lin Moya teleported 100 meters away, and several flame arrows flew from different directions, piercing through his afterimage. Some of the flame arrows collided and exploded, and the huge impact pushed Lin Moya back continuously. During his retreat, more flame arrows flew towards him, and Lin Moya teleported away again. This time, he teleported a distance of 10,000 meters. Boom! The flame arrows collided and exploded again. Fortunately, this time I was farther away. Before the thought had even settled, more flame arrows appeared and shot towards him. Lin Moya could only continue to teleport. No matter where he teleported, the flame arrows would immediately appear. The flame arrows not only tracked him closely but also appeared in other areas, just like in the previous round, with countless flame arrows scattering aimlessly. In the limited space of the secret realm, Lin Moya had to pay attention to the scattered flame arrows while also dealing with the flame arrows precisely targeting him. As a result, the difficulty increased several times. The starlight was constantly hit by the aimless flame arrows, being blasted around. Fortunately, it was sturdy enough and did not get damaged. Lin Moya kept teleporting without stopping, while keeping an eye on the flying starlight. There must have been divine venerates who encountered danger to obtain this starlight. Danger and opportunity coexist. This starlight is of excellent quality. If given to Senior Qi Yuan, he could use it to advance to a high-level divine venerate. With such high value, it's understandable that divine venerates would risk their lives for it. Lin Moya controlled his teleportation direction, moving closer to the starlight. He couldn't teleport too far at once because his soul was fully sensing the surroundings, and he wasn't as clear about the situation in the distance. If he teleported too far and got hit by a flame arrow, it would put him at a disadvantage. Lin Moya could only move closer bit by bit, while the starlight kept changing positions, flying around the secret realm. Lin Moya had to change direction accordingly. Unknowingly, his control over spatial laws became more precise and detailed. Outside the secret realm, Lu Yungi sighed deeply. Lin Moya was truly talented, far beyond me. Qi Yuan laughed. Lin Moya was a once-in-a-millennium genius, comparable to Xiao Zhanshan. It's normal for us to be inferior. Lu Yungi shook his head and smiled bitterly. You old guy, you sure know how to comfort yourself. Qi Yuan said, of course, after living for thousands of years, how could I not understand this? Lin Moya has been inside for 76 days. It seems he really has hope. Lu Yungi said, the current record is 84 days. I think Lin Moya can break this record, but passing through the secret realm is very difficult. Qi Yuan sighed. Yes, the later rounds are too difficult. Lu Yungi said, but I still hope Lin Moya can pass through, so I can be relieved. Qi Yuan smiled, really? If Lin Moya really passes through, won't you feel any regret? Lu Yungi snorted, of course, do you think I'm joking? Qi Yuan laughed heartily, alright, then let's hope together. Inside the secret realm, after several days of effort, Lin Moya finally approached the starlight. The starlight was just blasted away by a flame arrow. Lin Moya calculated its flight trajectory and teleported to catch it firmly in his hand. What seemed like a simple action was actually the result of countless calculations by Lin Moya. Over the past few days, he discovered a characteristic of the starlight. As long as it stopped, it would be attacked by flame arrows. When hit, the starlight would be blasted away, and during the approximately 1 second it was flying, it wouldn't be attacked again. By seizing this 1 second, calculating its flight trajectory when it was blasted away, he could catch it. Lin Moya did just that and succeeded. After putting away the starlight, Lin Moya could focus on dealing with the flame arrows targeting him. Over the past few days, he had completely adapted to the changes in the flame arrows. Now, each teleportation could control the error within 7 meters, an improvement from before. Moreover, after long-term soul sensing, Lin Moya found that his soul sensitivity seemed to have improved. This discovery delighted Lin Moyo. His soul sensitivity was already terrifyingly high, unmatched by anyone. He thought it was the limit, but it turned out it could still improve. Improved soul sensitivity was greatly beneficial for both cultivation and rune studies. With joy, the 8th round finally ended. The difficulty of the 8th round was much higher than the 7th. Lin Moya felt that even if Lu Yuangi entered the 8th round, he wouldn't last a day. Not to mention him, even peak divine venerates, at least half of them, wouldn't last through the 8th round. Lin Moya thought that without spatial laws, relying solely on speed to dodge, he wouldn't last through the 8th round either. His defense was strong, and the undead army could share the damage. But each arrow in the 8th round was equivalent to a full-strength attack from a divine venerate level 8. How many could he withstand? Only spatial laws could allow him to completely avoid the flame arrows in such a small space. Holy Rune Heavenly Venerate, did you know the secret realm would become like this? Lin Moya complained in his heart, but he also understood that obtaining the inheritance from a Heavenly Venerate couldn't be easy. Normally, if he were a peak divine venerate, it would be much easier to come here. Perhaps the inheritance left by the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerate here was originally intended for peak divine venerates. Lin Moyo pondered while observing the secret realm. Next was the 9th round, which no one had ever passed. The highest record was 84 days. Although he didn't know the situation of the 9th round, Lin Moya was confident in himself. The starlight fell on him, bringing warmth, like bathing in a hot spring, very comfortable. Time passed by the second, and the secret realm gradually darkened. 32 stars began to dim, as if they were about to go out. Lin Moya glanced at them. No, it's not that they're going out, but the secret realm is being shrouded in darkness. He keenly noticed that it wasn't the stars dimming, but the secret realm being covered by a layer of darkness, blocking the starlight. In an instant, the secret realm became extremely dark. Not far away, a glimmer of starlight appeared, a new starlight material. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry to get it, knowing it was impossible to obtain it now. Suddenly, his soul jumped, and Lin Moya instinctively teleported 10,000 meters away. The flame arrows appeared silently, without any warning, different from before. If Lin Moyo hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been hit. With a loud explosion, the flames burst, illuminating the secret realm. The flame arrows collided and exploded, but unlike before, the explosion turned the starry sky into a sea of fire, occupying a large area. Previously, the explosions were just explosions, and after the explosion, there was no sea of fire. But this time, after the explosion, a sea of fire appeared, which seemed unlikely to extinguish anytime soon. The space to dodge is even smaller now, Lin Moya thought as he teleported away again. The spot where he stood was hit by flame arrows again, colliding and exploding, forming a sea of fire. In the dark secret realm, the sea of fire looked somewhat eerie. The flame arrows became unpredictable, and the sea of fire left after the explosions continued to consume space. Lin Moya immediately realized the difficulty of this round. Chapter 2024. Chapter 2024. Chapter 2024, will there be a 10th round? The attack power of the flame arrows was astonishing, equivalent to that of a 9th level god venerable. In the realm of god venerables, this level of attack was already top tier, only slightly inferior to those powerful peak god venerables. Even peak god venerables could not continuously withstand such attacks. Not to mention god venerables, even those at the beyond level would be injured if they continuously endured such attacks. Lin Moyo estimated that if he continuously endured the attacks of the flame arrows in a short period, both his purple gold body and the undead army would collapse. The most critical issue was that the difficulty of this round was not just the silent appearance of the flame arrows, but also the sea of fire left behind after the flame arrows exploded. The sea of fire had the same attack power as the flame arrows. If the entire secret realm was eventually occupied by the sea of fire, he wouldn't last long in it. Surviving was not a problem, but his journey in the secret realm would end in failure, and he wouldn't be able to obtain the items left by the holy talisman Heavenly Venerable. If he entered again next time, the trials would change, and this experience might not be useful. Lin Moya dodged several flame arrows in succession, leaving large areas of sea of fire in the secret realm. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Moya figured out the key to passing this round. That was control. He needed to control the explosion points of the flame arrows, ensuring that the sea of fire did not occupy the entire secret realm, at least leaving himself some space to stand. The flame arrows appeared silently, making them difficult to dodge, and controlling their explosion points was even harder. Combining the two required not only strong sensory abilities and danger control but also an extremely stable mindset. Of course, all of this was based on strength. Without the corresponding strength, everything was just empty talk. Each sea of fire has a diameter of about 100 meters. So, each time I move, the distance should be around 50 meters. It can be a bit more, but not less, or I'll end up in the sea of fire. The precision requirement seems to be even higher. A distance of 50 meters is still within the impact range of the flame arrow's explosion. I need to stabilize my body and not be affected by the impact. The purple gold body alone is not enough. I also need the bone hell and the golden armor talisman. Lin Moya's body emitted a purple gold light as the purple gold body activated, providing a layer of defense. Outside the purple gold body was the bone hell, forming a second layer of defense. Then, the golden armor talisman exploded at Lin Moya's fingertips, covering him with a layer of golden light, forming the outermost defense. 3 layers of defense were enough to handle the situation. Sensing the appearance of flame arrows, Lin Moya's body flowed with spatial laws. Following his predetermined target, he took a step and teleported away. His figure appeared 50 meters away, to be precise, 53 meters away. Lin Moya could now control the teleportation error within 5 meters, and 53 meters was within normal performance. Boom! 3 flame arrows flashed past, piercing through the afterimage 53 meters away, then collided and exploded violently. The massive impact swept over, and the golden armor talisman on Lin Moya's body shone brightly, blocking all the impact. Lin Moya's body only swayed slightly, completely withstanding the force. Without the golden armor talisman, Lin Moya would have been pushed back a distance, disrupting his plan. After all, his true realm was only at the 2nd level of God Venerable, and being uninjured under the explosion's impact was already remarkable. The explosion turned into a sea of fire, burning fiercely. Centered on the explosion point, the sea of fire covered a 100-meter range, no more, no less. Lin Moya was only 3 meters away from the edge of the sea of fire, fully feeling the terrifying high temperature and the faint power of the laws within the sea of fire. The sea of fire was just an external manifestation inside, it was actually the laws of starlight, carrying the sublimated power of the starlight rules. From the flames, it seemed as if one could see a sky full of stars, dreamy yet filled with deadly danger. The sea of fire from this explosion overlapped with the previous one, with half of them overlapping. The overlapping sea of fire did not expand its range, still maintaining its 100-meter range. Lin Moya's thoughts raced. As I thought, the real difficulty of this round is control. Each time, let the sea of fire's range increase by 50 meters. As long as I control it well, I should be able to get through 10 days. Of course, there can't be any more changes in these 10 days, or it will be difficult. He quickly calculated in his mind. If each time the sea of fire's range only increased by 50 meters, then with the frequency of the flame arrows, getting through 10 days wouldn't be a problem. Lin Moya pondered while lifting his foot and leaving again, leaving behind an afterimage. The afterimage was pierced by flame arrows and exploded. Another sea of fire formed, and Lin Moya appeared 50 meters away. This time, the sea of fire did not connect with the previous one, leaving about a 3-meter gap between them. This was because Lin Moya's previous teleportation reached 53 meters, exceeding the 50-meter radius of the sea of fire. This time, Lin Moya teleported 52 meters. After teleporting, he didn't stop but quickly flew 2 meters to make a fine adjustment. He stood at the edge of the sea of fire, less than 10 centimeters away from the flames. Since the precision of teleportation wasn't enough, he made manual adjustments to compensate for the precision. Flame arrows continued to appear, explosions continued, and the sea of fire kept forming. The secret realm was increasingly occupied by the starlight sea of fire, and Lin Moya maintained his rhythm, constantly teleporting and adjusting. The frequency of the flame arrow's appearance was not consistent, sometimes half a second, sometimes 2 seconds apart. This forced Lin Moya to always maintain his soul's sensing, never relaxing. The pressure was immense, and under this immense pressure, Lin Moya's control over spatial laws further increased. Gradually, he needed fewer manual adjustments, and the teleportation error reduced to 3 meters. Lu Yuankui and Shi Yuan could have entered the secret realm days ago, but they tacitly chose not to enter, wanting to see how long Lin Moya could last. Lu Yuankui said, "It's the 85th day, a new record has been set." Shi Yuan chuckled, "I just checked the Human Emperor network, and it has already updated the new record." Lu Yuankui sighed, "Whether Lin Moya can pass or not, once he leaves the secret realm, the Human Emperor network will surely announce the new record." Shi Yuan sipped his tea. "I really hope Lin Moya can pass the secret realm. It's been a long time since anyone passed a high-level secret realm." Lu Yuankui shared the same thought. It said that passing a high-level secret realm can bring benefits to our human race. If that's the case, then even better. Several god venerables were watching the secret realm, waiting to see when Lin Moya would come out. Time passed day by day, and the 9th round was nearing its end. More than 80% of the secret realm's space was occupied by the sea of fire. Lin Moya still maintained his rhythm, not panicking at all, guiding the formation of the sea of fire. He used one golden armor talisman after another without any hesitation. These things could be mass-produced, and using them was not as fast as producing them. Fortunately, there were no new changes in this round. I wonder if there will be a next round. The 9th round corresponds to the 9th level of God Venerable. If there's a 10th round, what would it correspond to? Peak God Venerable? Half step beyond. Let's not think about it, just take it as it comes. As he pondered, the sea of fire suddenly disappeared. The 9th round was safely passed. A blazing starlight came from outside the secret realm, falling on Lin Moya. In an instant, Lin Moya's 3 lost star rivers simultaneously appeared. Chapter 2025. Chapter 2025, 2025. Chapter 2025, the 10th round. The laws of immortality, time, and space. 3 lost star rivers appeared simultaneously. The immortality lost star river was slightly higher in the middle, looking extraordinary, standing above the laws of time and space. As Lin Moya's innate law, the immortality law always felt no weaker than the laws of time and space, until the appearance of the lost star river, which further confirmed his guess. The immortality law was very strong, even stronger than the laws of time and space, as could be seen from its position. At this moment, under the starlight, the 3 lost star rivers automatically emerged, surprising Lin Moya. The power of the starlight rules. Lin Moya felt the power of the Starlight rules, and the rules of this world were changed. It was because of this that his 3 Lost Star rivers emerged. In the starlight, Lin Moya also saw a Lost Star river, hanging like the Milky Way in the distant starry sky outside the secret realm. He had seen this Lost Star river several times. It was the Starlight Lost Star River. Did the ancient talisman summon the Starlight Lost Star River? What is it trying to do? Lin Moya was full of doubts, but he did not feel any danger. The starlight seemed to have no malice. Under the starlight, Lin Moya felt a connection with the distant Starlight Lost Star River. He had an illusion that the Starlight Lost Star River outside the secret realm also belonged to his Lost Star River. But he had no understanding of the Starlight Law, so why did he have this feeling? As the starlight continued to shine, this feeling grew stronger. It seemed that as long as he had a thought, the Starlight Lost Star River would come over and become his possession. What a strange feeling. Following his feeling, Lin Moya tried to summon the Starlight Lost Star River. The Starlight Lost Star River trembled, and he heard the roar of the Star River. Unbelievable, it really responded. Lin Moya was shocked. He, who had no understanding of the Starlight Law, could actually communicate with the Starlight Lost Star River. It was truly incredible. For a moment, various speculations flooded his mind. But no matter how he guessed, Lin Moya could not determine the correct answer. Inside and outside the secret realm, the 4 Lost Star rivers shone together, looking very harmonious. This situation lasted for a full hour, then the starlight faded, and Lin Moya's 3 Lost Star rivers also disappeared, and the secret realm was once again engulfed in darkness. What the heck? Lin Moya muttered. During the hour of starlight, he seemed to have gained something, but also seemed to have gained nothing. In the darkness, a piece of starlight began to condense. Lin Moya's soul immediately became alert again, sensing danger. He felt that he was being locked onto. There really is a 10th round. On the 91st day of entering the mysterious star secret realm, the 10th round began. As before, Lin Moya did not rush to obtain the starlight. By now, no matter how high the quality of the starlight, it was no longer the primary goal. His primary goal was to get through this round. He could feel that this round would not be easy. Threads of rule power began to grow in the secret realm. These rule powers were faint but clearly felt by Lin Moya. The laws in the secret realm were undergoing some peculiar changes, but Lin Moya could not determine what exactly was changing. The starlight continued to condense, but Lin Moya's sense of unease grew stronger. He felt that this time the difficulty would far exceed the previous rounds. Suddenly, he frowned and instinctively took a step forward. Space rippled, and Lin Moya instantly disappeared, reappearing 30 meters away. Boom! An explosion dozens of times stronger than before occurred, and the massive impact hit Lin Moya. The golden armor talisman flashed but was torn apart in less than a second. Then the purple gold body also collapsed on the spot, and Lin Moya was uncontrollably blown away. The undead army took a lot of damage, and the army ruler began to heal frantically. So strong. Lin Moya struggled to control his body, feeling a bit terrified. The explosion was so powerful that the golden armor talisman, bone hell, and purple gold body, 3 layers of defense, were torn to pieces like paper. In the end, it was the countless undead that took a lot of damage to get through it. Fortunately, there was only one explosion. If there was another, the undead would collectively collapse. Although there were immortal undead, and the undead could be resurrected, it was still not a good thing. If they were continuously attacked, Lin Moya's heart tightened. Since entering the secret realm, he finally felt danger. A second later, he sensed the flame arrow again. Without thinking, Lin Moya immediately moved away. This time he moved farther, not controlling the 50-meter range but directly teleporting 1,000 meters away. In the next second, less than 100 meters away, Lin Moya appeared somewhat embarrassed. The secret realm was filled with lines of starlight rule power. They were like a big net, blocking Lin Moya, preventing him from moving away. Boom! Another violent explosion occurred, and Lin Moya was unsurprisingly blown away. This time, there was no golden armor talisman, and the purple gold body was also weak and shattered again. In the soul world, in the white star of spells, the undead army collectively collapsed and then resurrected under the spell of the immortal undead. After being hit twice in a row, Lin Moya did not panic but calmly analyzed. The explosion's attack power exceeds that of a peak god venerable but is not at the beyond level, equivalent to a half step beyond. The range of the explosion's sea of fire has expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. Based on the previous round's experience, even using the previous method, it is impossible to safely get through 10 days. The sea of fire is no less dangerous than the explosion. Even I can't last long in it. The secret realm has starlight rule power, which affects my teleportation, greatly reducing the distance and making it impossible to accurately control the distance. The first teleportation aimed for 50 meters but only moved 30 meters. The second teleportation aimed for 1,000 meters but only moved 100 meters. In other words, the affected distance was not fixed. Lin Moya summarized several changes in just half a second. Next, he needed to find a way to deal with these changes. The secret realm was not a dead end, it was just a matter of finding a method. 4.3 seconds later, the flame arrow appeared again. Lin Moya simply teleported 100,000 meters to see if he could avoid it. Space twisted and fluctuated, and he appeared 500 meters away. He still couldn't avoid the explosion of the flame arrow and was blown away again. Lin Moya stabilized his body while thinking of ways to deal with it. One method after another was thought of and then denied. All the methods used before were useless at this moment. Looking at the 1,000-meter sea of fire, Lin Moya suddenly realized he had made a mistake. Lin Moya realized that in the previous 9 rounds, his method was always to dodge. For 90 days, this had formed a habitual way of thinking. But in this round, dodging alone was no longer effective. The key to this round is not to avoid the sea of fire but to control it. Lin Moya's eyes flashed with brilliance. He knew what he had to do. Chapter 2026. Chapter 2026, 2026. Chapter 2026, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable must have intervened. To control the Sea of Fire, one must control its source. The source of the Sea of Fire is the flame arrows. As long as the flame arrows are controlled and prevented from exploding, the Sea of Fire can be eliminated. So how should the flame arrows be controlled? Lin Moya immediately thought of several methods. Each time the flame arrows appear, there are between 2 to 4 of them. They appear simultaneously and aim at the same place. To be precise, they all aim at Lin Moya's head. They appear at the same time, are equidistant from each other, and travel at the same speed, ultimately colliding and exploding. Therefore, as long as their speed can be influenced, causing them to arrive at different times, they won't collide and explode. Of course, their accuracy can also be affected, causing them to lose direction. However, that would require a relatively strong force to interfere, which Lin Moya thought might directly cause the flame arrows to explode. After half a second of thought, Lin Moya chose the simplest method, influencing the speed of the flame arrows. He still couldn't open the space gate otherwise, he could just use the space gate to redirect the flame arrows elsewhere to solve the problem. Since the space laws were useless here, he decided to use the time laws. By using the time laws to change the time flow of the flame arrows, whether speeding them up or slowing them down, he could change their arrival times and prevent them from colliding. Sensing the appearance of the flame arrows, Lin Moya took the initiative and used the time laws. This time, 3 flame arrows appeared, and Lin Moya accurately locked onto their positions, using the time laws to affect 2 of them. One flame arrow's time was slowed by 1/10, and another by 1/5. As a result, the time flow of the 3 flame arrows differed by 1/10. After doing all this, Lin Moya didn't have time to teleport and could only tilt his head to dodge. The 3 flame arrows brushed past Lin Moya's head by a hair's breadth. Their time flow differed by 1/10, which was already a significant difference given the speed of the flame arrows. The 3 flame arrows did not collide and naturally did not explode. They hit the barrier of the secret realm like streams of light, exploding into a blazing sea of fire. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief. It really works. Having finally found the correct method, and it didn't seem difficult, a smile appeared on Lin Moya's face. Subsequent rounds of flame arrows appeared, all affected by the time laws, and none of them exploded. Lin Moya leisurely flew towards the starlight, using the time laws and occasionally tilting his head to dodge the flame arrows. He leisurely arrived in front of the starlight and took the high-quality starlight in his hand. It seemed as if Lin Moya was strolling in a courtyard, feeling at ease. Only Lin Moya himself knew how precise his operations were under this leisurely appearance. Using the time laws was far from as simple as it seemed. Moreover, using the time laws on others and on oneself had a huge difference. Lin Moya continuously analyzed the differences between the two while controlling the flame arrows. Slowing down the time flow on oneself was equivalent to having more time. Turning 1 second into 2 seconds allowed for more attacks. When used on others, it truly slowed down their speed. What originally took 1 second to complete now took 2 seconds. For oneself, it was acceleration, while for others, it was deceleration. So when the time laws were applied to the flame arrows, they were slowed down. After analyzing, Lin Moya confirmed that the reason for this situation was his control over the time laws. If the enemy also controlled the time laws, they wouldn't be affected by them. This was similar to the space laws. Lin Moya continued to analyze and think about how to respond if such a situation occurred. After confirming that time deceleration was effective, Lin Moya began to try using time acceleration. In his analysis, time acceleration for himself could speed up his attacks. What originally took 1 second to hit the target might only take half a second with time acceleration, but he wasn't sure what would happen if time acceleration was applied to the target. Let's try. With that thought, Lin Moya began experimenting with the flame arrows. 1 second later, 3 more flame arrows appeared. Lin Moya used the time laws to speed up the time flow of one flame arrow by 1/10 and another by 1/5. This increase was similar to the time deceleration. After the time laws were applied, the flame arrows shot out like lightning, even faster than before. Lin Moya quickly tilted his head, and the flame arrows whizzed past his head. If he had been a bit slower, the flame arrows would have hit his head, blowing it apart. Lin Moya let out a self-deprecating laugh. Almost got my head blown off. But his eyes still showed excitement, as his idea had been validated. Time acceleration applied to others could indeed speed them up. This meant that time acceleration could be used on allies to enhance their combat power. Boom! With a loud explosion, the flame arrows exploded in the secret realm, creating a sea of fire. Both methods of the time laws could handle this round, but time deceleration was easier. In the following time, Lin Moya continuously used time deceleration while tilting his head to dodge the flame arrows. The flame arrows hit the barrier of the secret realm from different angles, igniting blazing flames and turning the secret realm into a giant fireball. Having found the solution, the most dangerous 10th round became the easiest one. Towards the end, Lin Moya even thought about how to solve this situation without using the time laws. There were still methods, such as using special treasures to gently redirect the flame arrows, affecting them and breaking the situation. But the mysterious star secret realm was ever-changing. Even if one entered 100 times, they might not encounter the stellar flame arrows. If they didn't encounter them, all the preparations would be in vain. In the end, it still depends on strength and adaptability. Having reached this point in the mysterious star secret realm, Lin Moya was certain that the secret realm's evolution had been interfered with by the holy talisman Heavenly Venerable. Each round of danger seemed like a test. It was somewhat similar to the tests in the Cloud Mist Mountain, testing the comprehensive strength of the cultivator. Observation, adaptability, and actual combat power were all indispensable. Outside the secret realm, Lu Yuankui and several other god venerables had already stood up. They no longer drank tea, and the chess game was abandoned. All eyes were fixed on the secret realm. It had been 99 days since Lin Moyo entered the secret realm. One more day, and it would be a full 100 days. Qi Yuan suppressed his voice. Will there be new changes when the secret realm reaches 100 days? Lu Yuankui said, it's very possible. 10 rounds and 100 days. I once speculated that the secret realm's perfection is 100 days. But whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. We'll know when we ask Lin Xiao after he comes out. Qi Yuan's breath became slightly heavier. Alright, then we'll wait for Lin Xiao to come out. Chapter 2027. Chapter 2027, 2027. Chapter 2027. What kind of personality has been inherited? 100 days passed, and the 10th round of danger ended. The secret realm returned to peace, and all the seas of fire disappeared like a dream. Immediately, a beam of starlight fell on Lin Moyo. Compared to the previous round, this starlight was denser and more powerful. The starlight was filled with powerful starlight rules, not just laws, but rules. Lin Moyo could clearly distinguish the difference between laws and rules. Above the starlight, a law star river appeared. At the same time, Lin Moya's 3 law star rivers also reappeared. Lin Moya found that the starlight not only illuminated himself but also his 3 law star rivers. Under the starlight, Lin Moya felt a closer connection with the law star rivers. Especially the starlight law star river, a law he had never comprehended before, suddenly became extremely familiar. The starlight law star river flew from afar, entered the secret realm, and came to hover above Lin Moya's head. Waves surged in the star river, transforming into a wall of starlight, shining brightly before him. There were 9 conspicuous gaps in the wall of starlight. Looking at the shape of the gaps, Lin Moya took out the 9 pieces of starlight he had obtained. Each piece of starlight had different qualities and even different shapes. The 9 pieces of starlight perfectly matched the 9 gaps in the wall of starlight. Without any prompting, Lin Moya knew what to do. He placed the 9 pieces of starlight into the 9 gaps one by one. The wall of starlight became complete and then retracted into the Law Star River. The Law Star River surged, causing the entire secret realm to rumble. The vibrations of the Law Star River also affected Lin Moya's 3 Law Star Rivers, causing them to resonate together. Lin Moya remained calm, observing the changes. He had seen many strange things and was curious about what changes the Law Star River would bring. His keen soul told him that the changes before him were not harmful. The Starlight Law Star River emitted stronger starlight, forming a large starlight cluster that enveloped Lin Moyo. Then, amidst the rumbling, it flew to Lin Moya's feet and joined the 3 Law Star Rivers, becoming Lin Moya's 4th Law Star River. Its position was slightly lower than the time and space laws, indicating that it was a second-tier law. As it joined the ranks of the Law Star Rivers, Lin Moya truly felt its presence, realizing that he now possessed a new Law Star River. Even though he had never comprehended it, he truly owned it. This strange change once again exceeded Lin Moya's understanding. Not to mention, having a new Law Star River meant that his cultivation difficulty would increase again. Second-tier laws, what's the point of cultivating them? He couldn't help but feel a bit amused and helpless. What kind of situation was this? He instinctively wanted to discard it, but then thought it might be a waste. The vibrations of the Starlight Law Star River grew more intense, reaching a peak, and a huge wave surged into a rune that rushed towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo did not dodge, sensing that the rune would only benefit him. The rune directly entered his soul and then exploded. In an instant, countless insights about the Starlight Law flooded his mind. It was as if a supreme being who mastered the Starlight Law was explaining all the principles of the Starlight Law to him. This supreme being used the simplest language, so even an idiot could understand most of it. Lin Moya comprehended it thoroughly without any difficulty. His mastery of the Starlight Law increased at a terrifying speed. 10%, 20%, 30%, 100%. In just half a day, Lin Moyo had fully mastered the Starlight Law. If he were still a God King, he could now use the Starlight Law to advance to God Venerable. When Lin Moyo came back to his senses, his eyes were filled with shock. What the heck is this? Forced to accept the Starlight Law, and I can't even refuse. All the information about the Starlight Law was imprinted in his soul, impossible to forget. The main point was that he could choose not to use it, but he couldn't be without it. Lin Moya looked at the now quiet Starlight Law Star River beneath his feet, his face full of odd expressions. Is this the reward of the mysterious Star Secret Realm? Who said it was only useful for those who cultivate the Starlight Law? They were all wrong. Just as Lin Moya was thinking, the secret realm lit up again. 32 stars once again illuminated the secret realm. In the starlight, a gap appeared in the secret realm, revealing a deep passage behind it. A familiar voice came from the passage. You have passed the test, come in. It was the voice of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable. Lin Moya's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, it really is him. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable gave him a strange feeling, with an unpredictable temper. Perhaps all Heavenly Venerables were like this. The illusory mist Heavenly Venerable seemed similar. Lin Moya flew into the passage, and the scene before him quickly changed. He found himself in a boundless bright space. In this space, tens of thousands of runes floated around. Each rune was filled with starlight, in different colors, making the space look very dreamy. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable stood in the center of the space, smiling at him. Lin Moyo immediately sensed that the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable was not a projection but a conscious wisp of his soul. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable had left a wisp of his soul here. Clearly, this wisp of soul was independent. It was the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable, but not entirely him. It only possessed part of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable's memories and had the same personality. Although Lin Moyo was secretly criticizing him, the other party was still a Heavenly Venerable. Even a wisp of his soul could easily kill him, so he respectfully saluted, "Greetings, Heavenly Venerable." The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable smiled, "I didn't expect my successor to be so young. Very good indeed." Lin Moyo remained humble, "Heavenly Venerable flatters me." The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable snorted, "With my vision, how could I be wrong? If I say you're good, you're good. There's no flattery." The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable was as arrogant as ever. Lin Moyo didn't argue, "Thank you for the praise, Heavenly Venerable. I am honored." The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable frowned, "You have great talent, but you lack a certain dominance. Being my successor means you have great fortune, talent, and comprehension. You are a top genius of this era and should stand at the pinnacle of the world, not beneath others. You should have the aura of a ruler." Lin Moyo felt that this Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable was similar to the one he had encountered before but also somewhat different. He seemed more aggressive, and it was unclear what personality traits were given to him when the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable split his soul. After a lecture, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable didn't care about Lin Moyo's reaction and waved his hand, "Remember my words, they will only benefit you. Now, let me tell you about the inheritance left here. You have obtained the Starlight Law, but you may not know why you could obtain it and how to use it. And you might be wondering if there will be any side effects. I can assure you, there will be no side effects, only benefits. As for why, it's all thanks to my unique rune inheritance method." Chapter 2028. Chapter 2028. Chapter 2028, 12 Core Ancient Talismans. The soul of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable exuded dominance, arrogance, and even a hint of ferocity. It was slightly different from the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable Lin Moyo had encountered before, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the same person. The previous Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable had a strange temper, as if he was enduring something, while the one before him now seemed to endure nothing and dared to say anything. Indeed, as a Heavenly Venerable, standing at the pinnacle of the world, what was there to fear? He boasted about the rune inheritance method he had created, full of pride and arrogance. Lin Moyo listened with astonishment. This rune inheritance method was indeed an incredibly powerful technique. It could condense a person's understanding of the laws into a rune. As long as the rune was given to someone else, it was equivalent to passing on a lifetime of knowledge. The Starlight Law that Lin Moyo obtained was exactly like this. In ancient times, a supreme being who cultivated the Starlight Law condensed all his lifetime's understanding into a rune at the end of his life. The rune contained all his insights into the Starlight Law, with a mastery level exceeding 100%, thus summoning the Law Star River. After Lin Moyo absorbed it, he comprehended everything about the Starlight Law. For Lin Moyo, the Starlight Law obtained in this way had no drawbacks and was no different from what he would have comprehended on his own. This inheritance method was astonishing, but it was not without flaws. During the condensation of the rune, some inheritance would be lost. The inheritance left by the Supreme Being could only allow someone to reach the peak of the God King level. Achieving the small God Venerable level was not a problem, but whether one could become a God Venerable depended on the individual. The inheritance only included the laws, not the rules. There was a drop of 2 major realms in between, which was somewhat regrettable. Additionally, there was another major flaw. The rune did not copy the understanding but rather stripped it away. Once all the understanding was condensed into a rune, the original person's realm would drop significantly, and the understanding of the laws would completely disappear. According to the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable, after creating the Starlight Law inheritance rune, the Supreme Being fell from the Supreme level to the Beyond level and completely lost the Starlight Law. Even the world of rules he created collapsed as a result. Therefore, the rune inheritance method was only suitable for those facing death with no hope of further breakthroughs. They could use this method to pass on their knowledge to their descendants. Back then, the Starlight Supreme had no relatives. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable had once helped him, so at the end of his life, he agreed to the Starlight Supreme's request. Thus, the Starlight Inheritance Rune fell into the hands of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable and eventually reached Lin Moyo. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable explained the usage of the Starlight Law to Lin Moyo. The Starlight Law could not only be used against enemies but, more importantly, it could be used to refine the body, soul, and other laws. With its help, crossing the Law Star River would become easier. Especially when Lin Moyo was about to reach the Beyond level, it would become much easier. Lin Moyo was deeply moved. He realized the terrifying potential of the rune inheritance method. If he could master this technique, it would be of immense benefit to the human race. He had the ability to resurrect the dead, bringing back powerful ancient beings. If he could find the remains of ancient powerful beings, resurrect them, and use this technique to create inheritance runes from their understanding, many lost inheritances of the human race might be restored. This would be of great benefit to the human race. After experiencing ancient wars and continuous turmoil, many inheritances of the human race had been lost. This is an opportunity. I must learn the rune inheritance method. Lin Moyo told himself, determined to master the rune inheritance method. After the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable finished his lengthy explanation, he laughed heartily. How about it? Isn't the inheritance method I created amazing? Lin Moya nodded. Indeed, it is amazing. Your talent is astonishing, far beyond my reach. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable waved his hand. No need to be so modest. To become my successor, your talent must not be lacking. This method will naturally be passed on to you, but you still need to undergo some tests. Becoming my successor is not easy. The Starlight inheritance has already been given to you. This is the application method of the Starlight Law from that Supreme Being, along with the location of my next test. As he spoke, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable waved his hand and threw out a pearl the size of a fingernail, which contained the inheritance of that Supreme Being. Lin Moya did not immediately look at it, as there was no rush. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable clearly had more to say. This is that guy's inheritance. Next is the reward I will give you. Listen carefully. The mysterious star secret realm is formed from a mysterious star talisman, one of the 12 core talismans of the ancient talisman warriors. It was severely damaged back then. Of course, such damage is nothing in my eyes. I repaired it after entering. The materials to create this ancient talisman should have been lost. I will pass this talisman to you. In the future, you can use it to create your own talisman puppets. Your talent is decent. If you can obtain all my inheritance, you might one day create ancient talisman warriors like me. Of course, the possibility is very slim. Kid, work hard, and you might have a chance. Lin Moya noticed that the figure of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable was gradually fading. His mission was complete, and it was time for this wisp of soul to leave. Lin Moya's heart tightened, and he suddenly asked, Senior, do you know how to repair the divine path? The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable's eyes showed confusion. Lin Moya could tell from his expression that he did not know how to repair the divine path. When the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable split his soul, he did not include this part of his memory. The confusion in his eyes grew stronger. I can't remember how to repair the divine path. It's laughable that there is something in this world that I don't know. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable disappeared amidst laughter. After he left, the runes in the space began to dance. Tens of thousands of runes spun like butterflies, gathering into clusters and combining with each other. A huge ancient talisman faintly appeared. Lin Moya knew that each of the tens of thousands of runes represented a change in the mysterious star secret realm. Every time a cultivator entered, one of the runes would be activated, creating a different secret realm. Tens of thousands of runes represented tens of thousands of possibilities. Therefore, the mysterious star secret realm appeared ever-changing and unpredictable to cultivators. These runes originated from an ancient talisman called the mysterious star talisman. This ancient talisman was one of the 12 core talismans of the ancient talisman warriors. Thinking about the words of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable, Lin Moya suddenly realized, could it be that the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable repaired all 12 core talismans? It must be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such things. Perhaps in his eyes, the ancient talisman warriors were his life's work, containing all his efforts. If I can recreate an ancient talisman warrior, it would mean that his methods and path have successors. But because various materials have been lost, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable didn't want his path to be lost, so he repaired the 12 core talismans. Knowing the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable's personality, there might be some hidden things in the 12 core talismans. Lin Moya thought deeply, considering many possibilities. Chapter 2029. Chapter 2029, 2029. Chapter 2029. The position of the Holy Venerable should have a place for you. The wisp of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable's soul, which had been preserved for 1,000,000 years, finally completely dissipated. All the runes spun and flew, gathering together to form an incredibly profound ancient talisman. This ancient talisman was the most complex one Lin Moya had ever seen. Its complexity was second only to the Great World Rune. It was comparable to those runes that represented the source of certain laws. But strangely, looking at this ancient talisman, Lin Moya did not feel any consumption of his soul, which was different from other ancient talismans. On the mysterious star ancient talisman, Lin Moya felt the presence of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable. He realized that it must be the will of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable remaining in the ancient talisman, and the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable also acknowledged him as his successor, which is why it was like this. The mysterious star ancient talisman was an offensive ancient talisman, containing the laws of starlight and some other laws. If it launched an attack, Lin Moya felt that even those at the beyond level would have a headache dealing with it. After the mysterious star ancient talisman formed, it slowly flew towards Lin Moya, shrinking in size until it entered his forehead and entered his soul world. Lin Moya's soul world welcomed a new guest. Previously, there was already an ancient talisman in his soul world, which had once taken Lin Moya to see events from ancient times. Now, the mysterious star ancient talisman appeared next to it, and the two ancient talismans shone together. With the help of the world fruit, Lin Moya's soul world evolved a step further, becoming a rule world. The form of the rule world was naturally incomparable to a true rule world, whether in strength or breadth. Now, the light of the mysterious star ancient talisman fell, helping the rule world grow stronger. It was reasonable that the ancient talisman had the ability to evolve secret realms and could help strengthen and perfect the rule world. Lin Moya speculated, is the rule world of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable entirely composed of runes? Can a Heavenly Venerable create living beings in the rule world, and has the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable ever created living beings? The mysterious star ancient talisman left, and the mysterious star secret realm also began to collapse. The secret realm space melted like snowflakes, and the scene before Lin Moya's eyes became blurry, rippling like water waves. Then, he saw the familiar starry sky. I'm back. 100-day journey in the secret realm had finally ended. Lin Moya immediately felt the power of the Human Emperor Network, which seemed to be surveying this area to determine what Lin Moya had done. The changes in this secret realm were different from before, and the giant hand of the Human Emperor Network did not appear. He shouldn't be able to see anything, right? Lin Moya thought to himself, believing that the Human Emperor Network should not be able to detect any information. The Human Emperor Network was strong, but compared to a Heavenly Venerable, it was clearly inferior. The methods of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable should be undetectable by the Human Emperor Network. Sure enough, just 2 seconds later, the voice of the Human Emperor Network appeared in Lin Moya's ear. Has the secret realm been cleared? The voice of the Human Emperor Network was as calm as ever, without any emotion. Lin Moya replied, yes, it has been cleared. After that, the Human Emperor Network fell silent, and Lin Moya felt that it had already left. Obviously, the Human Emperor Network believed Lin Moya, just as Lin Moya never doubted the fairness of the Human Emperor Network, and the Human Emperor Network never doubted Lin Moya. This mutual trust felt very good. Lin Moya saw Lu Yuankui and others looking at him from a distance. He immediately flew over and cupped his hands in salute. Greetings, seniors. Although Lu Yuankui had already guessed the answer, he couldn't help but ask, Lin Xiao, did you really clear it? Lin Moya nodded slightly. I was lucky and barely managed to clear it. Lucky? What does he mean by lucky? Lu Yuankui and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Did that mean their luck was terrible? Qi Yuan asked, Lin Xiao, what kind of trials did you encounter after entering? Lin Moya replied, first, there were flame meteors, and later, there were stellar rockets. Qi Yuan thought for a moment, stellar rockets, I don't think I've encountered those. Lu Yuankui said, I have encountered them before. The difficulty of stellar rockets should be medium to high, but I don't know about the subsequent trials. Tell us in detail. Let's discuss it over tea. Lin Xiao, please tell us in detail, especially about the trials in the last 30 days. Several god venerables pulled Lin Moya to sit down, surrounding him, and Qi Yuan personally brewed tea. Lin Moya slowly recounted the rounds of trials in the secret realm. The last 2 rounds of stellar rockets were indeed quite difficult. Everyone present frowned and fell into deep thought after hearing it. They were pondering whether they could pass if they were in his place. The result was disappointing. They found that if they were in his place, the possibility of passing was 0. Let alone passing, even lasting until the 60th day would be a big problem. Lu Yuankui felt a bit better. He thought he might be able to last until the 70th day, but after the 70th day, he might not last a day in the 8th round. But Lin Moya did it, passing the secret realm in a miraculous manner. They were sensible enough not to ask Lin Moya about his method of passing. This matter concerned Lin Moya's privacy, and they naturally wouldn't pry. Lu Yuankui said, Lin Xiao's strength is admirable. Lin Moya humbly replied, I still have much to learn from you, seniors. Lu Yuankui smiled, we have just lived longer. In this world, strength is everything, and many things become clear with age. Lin Xiao has a bright future ahead. I believe the position of the Holy Venerable should have a place for you. They chatted for a while longer, and after drinking the tea offered by the God Venerables, Lin Moya left. On the way, he received a message from the Human Emperor Network, hoping he could provide information about clearing the mysterious star secret realm. Lin Moya had already planned to provide it. Whether it was for the Human Emperor Network or the Secret Realm Strategy Group, he would share the information. Of course, he wouldn't disclose unnecessary details. Lin Moya sat in his battleship, re-entered deep space, and flew towards the 3rd location. At the same time, he took out the pearl given by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable. The pearl was about the size of a fist, bright and shiny, glowing in the dim starry sky. Lin Moya found that the texture of the pearl was identical to the highest inheritance pearl of the Cloud Mist sect. In ancient times, people seemed to prefer using pearls. Nowadays, cultivators generally use various precious jades to make jade talismans, jade plaques, jewelry, etc. Communicating with the pearl through his soul, a large amount of information was transmitted. Lin Moya had experienced receiving heavenly venerable inheritances several times, so this supreme inheritance did not affect him much. Moreover, these inheritances were clearly filtered, containing only the most important information, without any miscellaneous details. Lin Moya accepted, organized, and studied the information simultaneously. Gradually, he began to understand the various uses of the Starlight Law Star River. In the world of the Human Emperor Network, an announcement suddenly appeared. Everyone connected to the Human Emperor Network in the Divine City Star region saw the announcement simultaneously. Divine City announcement, intermediate personnel Lin Moya has successfully cleared the I-10656 star system mysterious star secret realm. This secret realm will be permanently closed, and related tasks will be cancelled. As soon as the announcement was made, the Divine City was in an uproar again. Chapter 2030. Chapter 2030, 2030. Chapter 2030, are you doing this on purpose? In the Divine City, countless people were in an uproar. Just over 100 days after clearing the last secret realm, Lin Moya had cleared another secret realm. Moreover, this time it was a high-level secret realm. The difficulty of high-level secret realms is well known. Currently, in the Divine City Star region, there are 281 known high-level secret realms, and in the tens of thousands of years since the establishment of the Human Emperor Network, only one has been cleared. Now, Lin Moya has cleared another secret realm, naturally causing a sensation throughout the entire human race. This announcement spread throughout the entire Divine City in just half an hour. In the Human Emperor Network, countless people were discussing Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo, I can't even evaluate him anymore. I can only say that in terms of clearing secret realms, no one can compare to him. It seems like there's no secret realm he can't clear. No matter the difficulty, he can get through it. He's truly amazing. I thought it was already incredible that he cleared a mid-level secret realm, but I didn't expect even high-level secret realms couldn't stop him. Strange, Lin Moyo is just an intermediate personnel. How did he get into a high-level secret realm? There's nothing strange about it. For a top genius like Lin Moyo, it's normal to give him special privileges. Exactly, there have been geniuses who received special permissions before. If others can get it, Lin Moyo can naturally get it too. The Human Emperor Network is very fair, but fairness doesn't mean everyone gets the exact same treatment. The fairness of the Human Emperor Network means giving ordinary people the same treatment and giving special treatment to some special people. These special people are not those with special status or position, but those with special talent and strength. For example, holy venerables and beyond level powerhouses, or geniuses like Lin Moyo. They will more or less receive special privileges. After all, the purpose of the Human Emperor Network is to cultivate human geniuses, so various rules will favor geniuses. There are a few dissenting voices, but they are not important, and their voices are never heard by others. The Human Emperor Network was bustling with discussions about Lin Moyo. Sitting in his battleship, Lin Moyo also received a reminder from the Human Emperor Network. Congratulations on completing the first stage task of the mysterious Star Secret Realm. Reward, 1000 Divine City Merit Points. Congratulations on clearing the mysterious Star Secret Realm. Reward, 50,000 Divine City Merit Points. Lin Moyo was stunned after receiving the rewards. He didn't expect the rewards for a high-level secret realm to be so generous. The basic task reward was 1000 Divine City Merit Points, and the clearing reward was directly 50,000 Divine City Merit Points. He obtained 51,000 Divine City Merit Points from one secret realm, which is an amount many people can't earn in a lifetime. He muttered to himself, doesn't this mean my merit points exceed 100,000, and I am now eligible to be promoted to high-level personnel? Should I go and do the promotion task? To be promoted to high-level personnel, in addition to having over 100,000 Divine City Merit Points, one must also complete a promotion task. But now he had other things to do, so he decided to postpone the promotion task. Just as Lin Moyo was about to continue studying the law inheritance, the Human Emperor Network's prompt came again. After detection, you meet the promotion conditions, and the promotion task is exempted. Your permissions have been upgraded. Congratulations on obtaining high-level permissions in the Divine City. We hope you will continue to strive for higher permissions. High-level permissions are not the end, there is also a top-level permission. To obtain top-level permission, there is only one requirement, reaching the Beyond level. Even if you have never entered the Divine City, as long as you reach the Beyond level, you can obtain top-level permission. This is the fairness of the Human Emperor Network towards the strong. There was once a god venerable who had never entered the Divine City and had been traveling outside. When he returned, he was already a peak god venerable and then smoothly stepped into the Beyond level, obtaining top-level permission. Then he entered the Divine City and brought his entire family into the high-level area. Lin Moya's mouth twitched, so I'm high-level now. Although it was a surprise, Lin Moya remained calm. After all, high-level status was not very significant to him. He originally had special permission from the Human Emperor Network to move freely within the Divine City Star region. Except for not being able to create a family, most situations were no different from high-level personnel. Lin Moya was about to focus on studying the inheritance again when the Human Emperor Network's prompt sounded again. Is it never ending? Lin Moya was speechless. Why couldn't they come all at once instead of interrupting him repeatedly? Congratulations on becoming a 9th-level member of the Secret Realm Strategy Group. All information in the Secret Realm Strategy Group is now open to you. All special items in the Secret Realm Strategy Group can be borrowed at will. For specific information, please visit the Secret Realm Strategy Group space. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to jump from a 3rd-level member to the highest 9th-level member. But it made sense. He had just submitted the information on clearing the mysterious Star Secret Realm to the Secret Realm Strategy Group. Plus, the Human Emperor Network's announcement declared to the world that he had cleared a high-level secret realm. In the history of the human race, only 2 people have cleared high-level secret realms, and he was one of them. If this didn't qualify him for 9th level, then who could? There's always an exception to everything. Not everything follows the rules. Lin Moyo muttered to himself. This is how the world works, and he didn't find it strange. After waiting for a while, Lin Moya felt that no one would disturb him again and once again calmed his mind to continue studying the inheritance of the Starlight Supreme. Just as his consciousness entered his soul, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. Congratulations, 100 star systems have been allocated to you. The Faith Towers are being set up, and the corresponding personnel will be transferred in time. You will be the manager of these 100 star systems. You can visit your territory when you have free time. Before you make your own arrangements, I will manage them on your behalf. Lin Moya was once again interrupted from his inheritance comprehension, feeling both angry and amused. Are you doing this on purpose? Every time he was about to cultivate, the Human Emperor Network would come. It happened several times in a row. If it wasn't intentional, no one would believe it. However, after receiving the information from the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moya couldn't stay angry. The human race had allocated 100 star systems for him to manage. This was a significant gesture. As far as he knew, even the families of peak god venerables only managed one star system. Some stronger ones might manage a few star systems, usually 3 to 5. After all, there were quite a few peak god venerables in the high-level area of the Divine City. A family with a peak god venerable could only be considered a large family, not truly top tier. Only families with beyond-level ancestors could be considered top tier. They often managed dozens of star systems, but only a few holy venerables managed over 100 star systems. What a grand gesture. The holy venerables really think highly of me. These 100 star systems must have been obtained after exterminating the 3 clans. Lin Moya roughly guessed the origin of the 100 star systems. Most star systems in the human race already had owners. The origin of these 100 star systems was self-evident. Lin Moya didn't care much about the 100 star systems. He had no intention of establishing a family and didn't lack resources. But the faith towers in the 100 star systems were very useful to him. Once the faith towers were set up, the amount of faith power he could receive daily would increase significantly. This was a great thing for him. The more faith power, the better. Although he currently had plenty of faith power, the more, the better. As his realm increased and his spells became stronger, the consumption of faith power would only increase. A few million was just the baseline. When it came to actual use, even billions might not be enough. Chapter 2031. Chapter 2031, 2031. Chapter 2031, The Plea for Help from Chu Xiong in Zhuangbai. Lin Moya was very satisfied with the rewards he received. He once again experienced the fairness of the human race. With effort comes reward. The more you contribute, the greater the reward. Most of the time, you don't even need to ask for it. The Human Emperor Network will arrange everything. Lin Moya knew he had done a lot for the human race, whether it was killing aliens, proposing various strategic suggestions, or clearing secret realms. Essentially, all of these were contributions to the human race. Each contribution was recorded and accumulated by the Human Emperor Network, which eventually provided corresponding rewards. I wonder how much faith power 100 star systems can provide me daily. It's worth looking forward to. With a smile, Lin Moya once again calmed his mind and continued to comprehend the inheritance. 2 seconds later, the voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded again. Congratulations on becoming the honorary president of the Talisman Masters Association. You will have the same permissions as the president. For detailed information, please visit the Talisman Masters Association. His comprehension was interrupted again, and Lin Moya angrily said, "You must be doing this on purpose." The Human Emperor Network did not respond, acting as if it knew nothing. Lin Moya knew the Human Emperor Network was doing this on purpose, and he also knew that the Human Emperor Network knew he knew. But the Human Emperor Network still did it, like an old man playing a prank. Lin Moya was so angry that his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the Human Emperor Network brought good news. I actually became the honorary president of the Talisman Masters Association. What does this mean? It's probably just a title without much real power, but having the same permissions as the president is quite good. I can freely access all the information in the Talisman Masters Association, but unfortunately, this information is not very useful anymore. After obtaining the inheritance of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable, the information in the Talisman Masters Association had greatly diminished in value. Everything the Talisman Masters Association had, he had. What he had, the Talisman Masters Association might not have. Lin Moya guessed that the runes he passed on to the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable were likely spread by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable. So, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable rightfully gave him the title of honorary president. Lin Moya knew what kind of people those Talisman Masters were. They had an extreme passion for runes and didn't care much about power. Most Talisman Masters pursued the path of runes. If the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable passed on those runes and used Lin Moya's name, coupled with the previous favor of teaching, no one would oppose Lin Moya becoming the honorary president. Alright, I'll be the president then. It seems I'll have to give them lectures in the future. Lin Moya accepted it calmly and prepared to continue comprehending. Just 3 seconds later, the voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded again. Lin Moya's eyes instantly opened. I knew you would do this. With the previous experiences, Lin Moya pretended to cultivate this time, actually just closing his eyes for a moment. Sure enough, the Human Emperor Network came again. Chu Xiong and Zhuangbai have sent a plea for help. Hearing this, Lin Moya's spirit was immediately lifted, and he discarded all previous thoughts. What's wrong with them? Lin Moya entered the Human Emperor Network to check the message from Chu Xiong. The message was sent 10 seconds ago and had just arrived. After reading it, Lin Moya muttered to himself. A spatial rift suddenly appeared in the outer region, and Shuai Xilian and Xing Fei were sucked in. Lin Moya immediately checked the information on spatial rifts. A spatial rift is a special passage that often connects to another space. A spatial rift is a one-way passage. Driven by spatial power, those who enter can only move forward until they reach the exit. Its appearance has no fixed location and no pattern. Before entering, no one knows where it will lead. It could be the territory of another race, it could be outside the domain, or it could be inside a secret realm. Usually, in the starry sky, the frequency of spatial rifts appearing is not high, and even if they do appear, they don't last long. In the human race's territory, every appearance of a spatial rift is recorded by the Human Emperor Network. After checking, Lin Moya found that the frequency of spatial rifts appearing had significantly increased in the past 100 years. With his current understanding of spatial laws, Lin Moya judged that this was not a good sign. The appearance of spatial rifts is due to the disruption of spatial laws in a certain area, causing two originally unconnected areas to suddenly connect, forming a spatial rift. In essence, it's like a naturally occurring spatial gate. The increased frequency of spatial rifts means that the space of the Great World is becoming unstable. The power of the Great World is rapidly weakening, and if this continues, the probability of spatial rifts appearing will further increase. If a spatial rift happens to appear on a planet, that planet could be sucked in, which would be a catastrophe for the beings on that planet. This spatial rift in the outer region appeared 2 days ago. The location of the spatial rift was just outside a secret realm. Many cultivators who had just come out of the secret realm were sucked in, including Shui Xilian and Xing Fei. Lin Moya used his permissions to check the detailed information in the Human Emperor Network. Shui Xilian was the first to be sucked in, 26 hours ago. Xing Fei was slightly later, 25 hours ago, with a 1-hour difference between them. Now the star region has been sealed off, and no one can approach. Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai had no choice but to ask Lin Moya for help. They didn't know if Lin Moya could help, but in the Divine City, they couldn't think of anyone else. Lin Moya sent them a message, saying he would go there immediately and told them not to worry. The battleship adjusted its direction slightly in deep space and headed there at the fastest speed. Coincidentally, the inheritance point of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Venerable was also in the outer region, and Lin Moya was already flying in that direction, so the distance wasn't far. Otherwise, it would have taken much more time. Chu Xiong received Lin Moya's reply and immediately said, "Brother Lin has replied." Zhuang Bai, who was watching the starry sky from a distance, asked, "What did Brother Lin say?" Chu Xiong replied, "Brother Lin said he is coming over." "Did he say anything else?" "No." Zhuang Bai frowned, pondering the meaning of this. Since Brother Lin said so, it means he has a way. "We have no other options now, so we can only wait." Chu Xiong nodded, "We can only wait." In the starry sky near them, there were many people. All eyes were focused on one place. Millions of kilometers away, 10 battleships floated, and a team blocked the starry sky. This team was from the War God Hall, and they didn't allow anyone to approach the spatial rift. No one knew what was behind the spatial rift. Even the people from the War God Hall didn't know. Just half a day ago, people from the War God Hall had entered the spatial rift, and there was no news yet. Everyone present could only wait anxiously, as they all had relatives and friends who were sucked into the spatial rift. Millions of kilometers away, a battleship suddenly appeared. Then Lin Moya flew out of the battleship, his figure flickering in the starry sky, approaching the spatial rift at an astonishing speed. Chapter 2032. Chapter 2032. 2032. Chapter 2032. Spatial Rift, Another World. Lin Moya's sudden appearance attracted the attention of many people. The people from the War God Hall collectively locked onto Lin Moya. Here, anyone who dared to force their way in would definitely be severely punished. Who is that? So fast. Heavens, he's heading towards the spatial rift. Isn't he afraid of the War God Hall? Maybe he's from the War God Hall. Impossible. Didn't you see the people from the War God Hall already in a state of alert? Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai also saw Lin Moya rushing over. Zhuang Bai's eyes lit up. Brother Lin really came, and so fast. Chu Xiong nodded. This speed is faster than any god venerable I've ever seen. The two exchanged a glance, as if seeing hope. Lin Moya's sudden appearance, just by showing his astonishing speed, was enough to amaze them. For some reason, seeing Lin Moya made them feel that Shui Xilian and Xing Fei could be saved. No matter what was on the other side of the spatial rift, as long as they were still alive, Lin Moya could bring them back. Lin Moya's every step covered over 30 million kilometers. He could traverse billions of kilometers in just a few seconds. The people from the War God Hall were all on high alert. Their battleships formed a unified formation, raising a barrier. A high-ranking god venerable from the War God Hall flew out, standing within the barrier and looking at Lin Moya. Upon seeing Lin Moya, he frowned. It's him. This high-ranking god venerable had seen Lin Moya before. During the operation to exterminate the Buddha clan, he had seen Lin Moya chatting and laughing with several beyond-level holy venerables. Lin Moya's voice echoed in the starry sky, "I have authorization to enter." As Lin Moya spoke, the high-ranking god venerable simultaneously received information from the Human Emperor Network. His expression changed slightly. Lin Moya indeed had authorization, and the authorizer was the War Holy Venerable. He immediately withdrew the barrier, making way for Lin Moya. Since the War Holy Venerable had already agreed to let Lin Moya in, who was he to stop him? Lin Moya passed through the barrier without looking back and rushed into the spatial rift. It wasn't until he disappeared that his voice echoed in the starry sky, "Thank you." Lin Moya's thanks made the high-ranking god venerable feel honored. Regardless of Lin Moya's strength, his status was extraordinary. Anyone valued by the War Holy Venerable couldn't be ordinary. Such a person was destined to become a significant figure. Even if one couldn't form a connection, they shouldn't offend him. Millions of kilometers away, a group of people watched Lin Moya enter. He really went in. Who is he? Did anyone catch his information? No, he was too fast, and the distance was too far to see clearly. He said he had authorization. It seems his status isn't low. He went into the spatial rift without looking back. Does he have friends in there too? If that's the case, it's not a bad thing. Everyone present was a god king, with the strongest being small god venerables like Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai. The distance was too far to see Lin Moya's information clearly. However, given Lin Moya's speed, they assumed his strength couldn't be weak. In fact, Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai didn't know Lin Moya's true strength either. They only knew he was very strong but weren't sure how strong. But they had an inexplicable trust in Lin Moya. As long as Lin Moya took action, there was almost nothing he couldn't solve. Inside the spatial rift, Lin Moya felt the chaotic spatial laws. Spatial power surged from all directions, pushing him forward. His spatial laws were suppressed, making it impossible to use them, and he could only move forward with the spatial power. He simultaneously pondered all the information he had obtained earlier. Currently, it was certain that this spatial rift connected to a very distant place. The exit was already beyond the human star region. It could still be within the domain, or it could be outside the domain. The team from the War God Hall that entered earlier had already lost contact. Because of this, the Human Emperor Network analyzed that they should have left the human star region. However, Lin Moya thought there was another possibility. It could also be another world or the depths of a secret realm. In ancient times, the worlds conquered by the human race were not entirely annexed after merging with the Great World. Some parts were left for those races to survive. For example, the former Tulu world and Soul Spirit world were like this. Such worlds couldn't be probed by the Human Emperor Network. Entering them was no different from leaving the human star region. There were also the depths of secret realms, such as the second or even third stages of certain secret realms. Those were also independent spaces, not under the jurisdiction of the Human Emperor Network. Specifically, one had to see it with their own eyes to know. After traveling in the spatial rift for about an hour, Lin Moya finally saw the exit. The view ahead grew brighter, and then a burst of light shone, and Lin Moya found himself in an unfamiliar starry sky. It was very bright here, with many stars illuminating the originally dark starry sky. The temperature here was also very high, with the heat from the stars spreading wantonly in the starry sky. Where is this? Lin Moya surveyed the surroundings, first ruling out the possibility of a secret realm. There was no trace of runes here, making it a completely different world from a secret realm. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. If it were the depths of a secret realm, the danger would increase significantly. Secret realms were uncontrollable, with many unexpected dangers, especially those intermediate and higher-level secret realms, where even god kings could die in minutes. In his line of sight, there were thousands of stars. The nearest star was only a few million kilometers away, almost right in front of him. Lin Moya found himself in a peculiar star system. This star system had 6 stars and 3 ordinary planets. The 3 ordinary planets were almost melting under the intense heat of the stars, their surfaces turning into lava worlds. Such a peculiar star system wouldn't naturally exist in the Great World. It had to be artificially arranged. No race in the Great World needs so many stars. And this world seems somewhat incomplete. Could it really be the remnants of an ancient world? Lin Moya pondered, his gaze suddenly locking onto the distance. He saw a star in the distance, flashing white light and continuously emitting rays. Some rays passed just a few thousand meters away from him, piercing through the starry sky and flying into the distance. Lin Moya's soul warned him that those rays were dangerous. I hope they didn't go there. Countless skeleton generals flew in all directions. Finding people was Lin Moya's specialty. He didn't need much judgment, he could make up for it with numbers. The skeleton generals used their undead vision to find people, directly seeing soul flames without any mistakes. Lin Moya continued to observe this world while recalling his memories, trying to find information about this world. A race that needs so many stars should be related to fire. There are many fire-related worlds, but not all of them need so many stars. Gradually, Lin Moya found some information in his memory. In some fragmented information, he had once seen a race like this, the Starfire race. Chapter 2033. Chapter 2033, 2033. Chapter 2033, Starfire race. Sorry, Lin Moya couldn't remember where he had seen information about this race. At that time, he had read a lot of materials, both useful and useless. In a brief mention, he had come across such a race. The description of the Starfire race was just one sentence: as long as the stars do not extinguish, the Starfire will endure. This indicated that the Starfire race was not easily exterminated. During the ancient wars, many races betrayed their allies. Many of the current races were traitors from back then. The Starfire race was not among them, indicating that they were wiped out during the ancient wars. However, the Starfire race's motto, as long as the stars do not extinguish, the Starfire will endure, clearly showed that they were not easily exterminated. In this world, the number of stars far exceeded the number of planets, making it much larger than the Tulu world and the Soul Spirit world he had seen before. This indicated that the Starfire race was not weak and should have been stronger than the Tulu and Soul Spirit races. But this was based on Lin Moya's guess that this was indeed the world of the Starfire race. I don't know if my guess is correct. The skeleton generals had already spread out, exploring this star-filled world. After some thought, Lin Moya also took action. He continuously teleported through the starry sky, advancing at a speed of 30 million kilometers per second. His target was the star that continuously emitted rays. This star was peculiar, different from other stars. When he was 200 million kilometers away from it, Lin Moya stopped. At this distance, he could roughly see the appearance of the star. It was also a star. It burned brightly, but the light it emitted was white. It looked exactly like his spell, the White Star. Such stars also existed in the Great World and were called white dwarfs, an upgraded version of stars. They had higher temperatures and stronger power, with heat high enough to burn a god king to death. Moreover, white dwarfs had terrifying pressure, capable of crushing a god king to pieces if they got too close. White dwarfs were also called white stars by the human race and were known as the white death god in some races. The star before him had the same color as a white star. It rotated at an astonishing speed, reaching tens of thousands of revolutions per second, continuously emitting rays. The rays shot towards distant places, reaching tens of billions of kilometers. However, Lin Moyo could feel that the most powerful segment of the rays was within 200 million kilometers. As the distance increased, the power of the rays rapidly decreased. What kind of star is this? Why have I never seen it in the great world, and there is no information about it? Lin Moyo was very curious. After observing for a while, he decided to get closer. At this moment, a white ray shot towards him. The speed of the ray was faster than the speed of light, with powerful force faintly tearing through space. Lin Moyo had sensed it long ago, and with his speed, avoiding it was simple. But Lin Moyo didn't want to avoid it, he wanted to personally feel the power of the ray. A warning came from his soul, indicating that the ray was quite powerful. The purple gold body automatically activated. Lin Moyo did not use the bone hell or the golden armor talisman. The ray finally appeared in his sight, now very close. The purple gold body burst into brilliant purple light and then shattered with a bang. The undead were simultaneously injured, and the army ruler began to busy itself again. The entire process lasted only a tenth of a second, and the ray had already passed. The power is great, equivalent to a high-level god Venerable's strike. The purple gold body alone can't block it. The defense of the purple gold body was roughly at the 5th level of a god Venerable. Lin Moyo began to approach the white star, taking a step forward and leaping 30 million kilometers. Another ray swept over, and the bone hell automatically appeared. The bone hell surrounded Lin Moyo, blocking the ray's attack. Inside the hell, millions of hell spirits roared collectively, bursting with astonishing power. The bone hell did not collapse under the ray's sweep. In terms of pure defense, the bone hell's defense was comparable to the 7th level of a god Venerable. At the moment the ray swept past, the bone hell completed its mark, marking the white star. Getting closer, the power has increased, but it's still within the range of the 7th level of a god Venerable. Lin Moyo felt reassured. The increase in the ray's power was not significant. He took another step, advancing another 30 million kilometers. The closer he got, the denser the rays became, and the higher the possibility of being attacked. Lin Moyo stopped again to see how strong the rays were at this distance. Being cautious is never wrong, safety first in everything. The skeleton generals were still searching, but there was no news for the time being. This world was not small, and he didn't know where those people had gone. There was no use in being anxious. As long as they were not dead, they could be found. Even if they were dead, there would be clues. Another ray swept over, causing the bone hell to violently shake and twist. After the ray passed, the bone hell also collapsed. The power has reached the 8th level of a god Venerable, an increase of 1 level. Lin Moyo roughly judged and took another step towards the white star, appearing just over 100 million kilometers away from it. Another ray swept over, and Lin Moyo's body glowed with golden light as he donned a golden armor. The golden armor talisman easily blocked the attack without moving an inch. It's still at the 8th level of a god Venerable, not reaching the 9th level, but very close. If I'm not mistaken, within 100 million kilometers, the ray's power will reach the 9th level of a god Venerable. Continuing to get closer should reach the peak of a god Venerable or even a half step beyond. Lin Moyo made a judgment in his mind while simulating whether he could enter the white star. After repeated calculations, he felt there was no problem. As long as the attack didn't reach the beyond level and wasn't continuous, he could enter, at worst, using his rebirth ability once. I wonder what the inside of the white star is like. Hopefully, there's no beyond level being inside that would be troublesome. Lin Moyo had a strong curiosity but also felt a sense of curiosity killed the cat. Just as he was about to continue approaching, he suddenly stopped and quickly began to retreat. The skeleton generals had made a discovery. In a few steps, he crossed tens of millions of kilometers and appeared beside a skeleton general. In front of the skeleton general, a corpse floated quietly. It was a human corpse, completely charred, making it impossible to see its appearance. However, it seemed to be a man. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, sorry, I can't let you rest in peace. To find out what had happened, Lin Moyo could only use the resurrection of the dead. The undying flame landed on the corpse, and the body quickly regenerated in the flames. The charred parts rapidly healed, the flesh regenerated, and the soul reformed in the flames. It was a handsome young man with the cultivation of an 8th level god king, neither too strong nor too weak. Lin Moyo judged that he should be a native cultivator of the divine city, not from the 4 major star regions. The young man was about to kneel before Lin Moyo, but Lin Moyo stopped him. "What's your name?" Lin Moyo asked. "My name is Feng Qingquan," the young man replied. As a resurrected being, he would not disobey Lin Moyo's orders. Unless Lin Moyo resurrected someone a major realm higher than himself, the resurrected would always obey. Lin Moyo asked, "Tell me what happened here. How did you die?" Feng Qingquan immediately answered, "I came here through the spatial rift." Chapter 2034. Chapter 2034, 2034. Chapter 2034, can't find them? Then let's rely on luck. Feng Qingquan had just left the secret realm when he was swept in. In terms of time, he arrived several hours later than Qing Fei. After arriving here, he saw a few people but did not see Shui's Highland or Qing Fei. They explored this starry sky, hoping to find a way back. Gradually, everyone began to disperse. Feng Qingquan and 2 other 8th level god kings formed a small team and acted together. But halfway through their flight, a ray suddenly swept over, killing one of them instantly, leaving no remains. This ray came from a distant white star. Although it was tens of millions of kilometers away, their cultivation was too weak to withstand it. Moreover, the ray's speed was the same as the speed of light. If they only relied on their eyes, they would be hit by the time they saw it. They could only rely on their senses to dodge, hoping to avoid it. However, with their souls, it was impossible to sense it. One person was killed silently, with no remains left in the ray's sweep, which scared Feng Qingquan. He and the surviving person moved away from the white star, the farther, the better. But when they approached another star, it suddenly erupted with terrifying flames. The flames burst out like a volcanic eruption, extending millions of kilometers, threatening to engulf them. Feng Qingquan had a life-saving treasure. Using this treasure, he luckily escaped, but his companion was not so fortunate and was directly engulfed by the flames, his fate unknown. Although he said his companion's fate was unknown, Feng Qingquan knew in his heart that his companion was likely dead. When his companion was swept away, he heard his screams. He was terrified at the time and fled quickly. He didn't save his companion, and he regretted it afterward, but he also knew he couldn't have saved him. Afterward, he began to stay away from the stars. But staying away from the stars didn't mean there was no danger. He encountered a star beast. Although it was called a star beast, it was actually very small. It looked only about a meter in size. When it curled up, it was pitch black and almost undetectable. Feng Qingquan only discovered it when he bumped into it. According to Feng Qingquan's description, the star beast unfolded its body, ignited in flames, and then spat a mouthful of fire at him. Feng Qingquan was burned to death, unable to resist. Lin Moya judged that this star beast had at least the strength of a small god venerable. Although Feng Qingquan was not very powerful, he was still an 8th level god king and not easily killed. He died a quick death, without much pain. From his description, Lin Moya roughly understood the true cause of death. On the surface, Feng Qingquan was burned to death. In fact, the fire truly burned his soul. Once the soul died, naturally, there was no pain. Feng Qingquan recounted his experiences here, which didn't help much, but Lin Moya gleaned some information. When they came in, there were quite a few people, about 100. At first, everyone was together, but later they split up. According to his description, they split into 8 directions. The first ones to come in also left in these 8 directions. Lin Moya immediately dispatched 80,000 skeleton generals to search in these 8 directions, hoping to find some clues. Hope nothing goes wrong. Lin Moya muttered softly, feeling that this matter seemed a bit troublesome. This unfamiliar starry sky was not as simple as it seemed. Lin Moya activated the Eye of the Soul and began to carefully examine the surroundings. The undead vision seemed to have lost its effectiveness. So much time had passed, and there were no discoveries. He hadn't seen any star beasts either, which was very unusual. If the number of star beasts was extremely low, why was Feng Qingquan so unlucky to bump into one? Lin Moya felt that there shouldn't be so few star beasts, but the Eye of the Undead couldn't see them. The Eye of the Undead was not omnipotent. There had been times when it failed. Under the Eye of the Soul, lines of laws appeared. The lines of laws were straightforward, forming a dense web, interwoven in the starry sky. The Eye of the Soul scanned, but still found nothing. Whether it was the stars or the starry sky, everything seemed normal. For a moment, Lin Moya was at a loss, not knowing what to do. The longer the delay, the higher the probability of Shuai's Island and Qingfei encountering danger. This world was unimaginably large. Until now, the skeleton generals hadn't reached the end. Moreover, his skeleton generals were becoming more and more dispersed. By now, he had sent out tens of millions of skeleton generals, scattered like fish in the sea. No choice, this is the only way. Lin Moya closed his eyes, and a strange aura rose from his body. Invisible mist rose above his head, with dragon roars emanating from it. Luck Transformation Dragon. Explosive Luck Technique. His luck instantly broke through the limit, reaching an astonishing level. Then Lin Moya thought of Shuai's Highland and Qingfei, spun rapidly, and disappeared halfway through the spin. He truly chose a direction at random, relying entirely on luck. If he was lucky, he could find them in the shortest time. If he was unlucky, he wouldn't lose anything anyway. Lin Moya's speed was astonishing. Although Shuai's Highland and Qingfei had entered earlier, they were slower. Lin Moya believed he could catch up soon. Alternating between the Eye of the Soul and the Undead Vision, Lin Moya didn't miss any details, searching the starry sky. After each teleportation, he released 1,000,000 skeleton generals, spreading them in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moya had crossed 1,000,000,000 kilometers. In his sight, a giant star appeared, looking somewhat dim, like an old man nearing the end of his life. Lin Moya didn't continue. He had calculated that even if Shuai's Island and Qingfei were faster, they wouldn't have gone further. In the direction he chose, there was only this star. Either he chose the wrong direction, or Shuai's Island and Qingfei were here. Neither the Eye of the Soul nor the Undead Vision found anything unusual. But Lin Moya's intuition told him that this star had a problem. Intuition. Sometimes, you have to trust your intuition, especially when everything is unsolvable and there are no clues. You can only trust your intuition. Especially now, with the explosive luck technique activated, when his luck was at its peak, intuition might be the most reliable. In the next second, Lin Moya rushed towards the dim star. When he was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the star, it suddenly erupted, spewing flames. The flames surged like lightning, rushing towards Lin Moya with nearly the speed of light. Lin Moya didn't dodge, crashing into the flames head-on. The purple gold body flashed, blocking all the flames. The power isn't great, between a small god venerable and a god venerable. If that's the case, Shuai's Highland and Qingfei should be able to withstand it. Following the flames, Lin Moya crashed into the star, creating a large crater. He charged through the flames, ignoring the pure high temperature. The law power within the flames was greatly weakened by his passive spell, unable to shake the purple gold body. Lin Moya seemed to break through a barrier, entering another space. Chapter 2035. Chapter 2035, 2035. Chapter 2035. Then let's rely on luck to find people. The aura of battle spread, and it was the familiar water-based laws. Lin Moya sensed the familiar aura. Shuai's Hylan and Qing Fei were both present. Moreover, their auras were strong, indicating they were not in any serious trouble. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that they're here. As long as they were still around, his arrival would ensure their safety. Lin Moya flew forward and soon saw them. Shuai's Hylan and Qing Fei were under siege by a group of half-meter-sized black monsters. The monsters looked like leopards, with red spots on their bodies, and they spewed flames from their mouths. Whenever they spewed flames, the red spots on their bodies would glow. So these are the star beasts Feng Qingquan mentioned. They're indeed small, not deserving of the name star beasts. Although Shuai's Hylan and Qing Fei were under siege and at a disadvantage, both were injured. Fortunately, they could still hold on. Especially Qing Fei, whose sharp sword transformed into a green dragon, slashing through the flames and sending the attacking star beasts flying. The star beasts were not large, with attack power comparable to a small god venerable, but their defense was strong, making it difficult for Qing Fei to injure them. Even when she occasionally managed to wound them, the injuries would quickly heal. Lin Moya flew over and said with a smile, "Junior sisters, it's been years, and you both still look as impressive as ever." Hearing Lin Moya's voice, Shuai's Hylan's gentle face lit up with joy. "Senior brother Lin is here." Seeing Lin Moya, Shuai's Hylan knew they were safe. Previously, they had to call him Junior Brother Lin, but now they had to change it to Senior Brother Lin. After all, Lin Moya's realm had far surpassed theirs. Lin Moya was already a god venerable, while they were still small god venerables. Lin Moya asked, "Junior sister Qing Fei, do you need me to help deal with these creatures?" Since he had found them, Lin Moya was not in a hurry and even had the leisure to joke with them. Moreover, given Qing Fei's personality, if he directly intervened, it might upset her. Unexpectedly, Qing Fei directly said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Lin." Lin Moya smiled slightly, and several skeleton generals flew out, wielding bone swords. The white sword light flashed, and the flame-spewing star beasts were annihilated in the sword light, leaving no remains. Qing Fei watched the scene and sighed softly, "You've become even stronger." Lin Moya replied, "Junior sister Qing Fei flatters me. I just took a step ahead. You will easily achieve this in the future." Qing Fei's eyes were filled with determination, naturally. She had full confidence in herself. Shuai's Hylan cheered, "That's great." She was genuinely happy and excitedly put away her puppets. All three puppets were damaged to varying degrees and would need proper repairs when they returned. It was clear that Shuai's Hylan was very distressed. The skeleton generals quickly eliminated the star beasts. The sword energy not only killed the star beasts but also riddled the star with holes. The intense sword energy pierced through the star, creating countless craters. The star began to twist, seemingly on the verge of exploding. A terrifying aura rose from the star, and it howled in agony. It was about to self-destruct, intending to kill the enemies within it. The death of the star beasts had made it feel anger and sorrow. Qing Fei's face changed, "This is bad." Lin Moya remained calm, taking out 3 golden armor talismans and activating them, placing them on the 3 of them. "Don't worry, it won't harm you." Boom! The stars self-destruct, and the terrifying force swept through the starry sky. Golden light flowed over the 3 of them, keeping them safe amidst the explosion. The power of the star's self-destruction was at most equivalent to a second-level god venerable's attack. With the golden armor talismans, they wouldn't be harmed. The star's self-destruction turned it into a burning fireball in the starry sky. The 3 of them, clad in golden armor, flew out of the flames. Lin Moya looked at the fireball, which had weakened compared to the pre-explosion star but not by much. Moreover, the flames were clearly evolving, seemingly on the verge of transforming back into a star. This was completely different from a normal star explosion and defied common sense. The star is not extinguished, and the starfire endures. Lin Moya thought of this phrase and softly said, "Could this be the starfire race?" Shuai's Hylan heard Lin Moya's muttering and curiously asked, "What is the starfire race?" In the various races of the Great World, there was no mention of the Starfire race. Lin Moya was about to explain when his expression suddenly changed. The skeleton generals scattered everywhere sent back information that the stars were showing abnormal activity. Lin Moya immediately connected to the skeleton general's vision and saw countless stars violently erupting with flames. Amidst the flames, soul fires lit up. Countless star beasts, shaped like leopards and covered in flaming spots, flew out of the stars. Their sizes varied, with the smallest being less than a meter and the largest about 10 meters. The size of their bodies also indicated their strength. The larger they were, the stronger they were. The weakest were small god venerables. The strongest had reached the peak of god venerable. Lin Moya realized that the size was proportional to their level. The 1-meter-sized beast Feng Qingquan encountered was a first-level god venerable. More and more stars showed abnormal activity, and more star beasts flew out. It was like a virus, spreading throughout the starry sky. These star beasts moved at astonishing speeds, not flying but traversing through flames. They could move from one flame to another. Even if the distance between the two was millions of kilometers, they could traverse it in an instant. The whole process was like Lin Moya's teleportation. Lin Moya understood what was happening. It was his killing of those star beasts that triggered a chain reaction. The number is a bit scary. Lin Moya sighed softly. Shuai's Hylan was puzzled. "Senior brother Lin, what's happening?" Qing Fei frowned. "I have a bad feeling, like something is about to happen." Lin Moya said, indeed, something has happened. I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Shuai's Hylan asked curiously, what's a hornet's nest? Qin Fei also didn't understand, looking at Lin Moya with a puzzled expression. Lin Moya laughed heartily but didn't explain further. It could only be said that in their world, there were no such things as hornets. Lin Moya softly said, more people, right? Well, the bone hell hasn't had a meal in a long time. If this is the Starfire race, then I'll exterminate you once more. In the starry sky, all the skeleton generals collectively disappeared. Immediately, countless skeleton generals appeared in front of Lin Moyo. The skeleton generals densely occupied the starry sky, countless in number. Shuai's Hylan and Qin Fei were completely stunned. They knew Lin Moyo could summon many skeletons but didn't expect there to be this many. The skeletons before them numbered in the millions, even tens of millions, beyond their ability to count. Moreover, the strength of these skeletons made them shudder. It felt like any one of them could kill them as easily as killing a chicken. Qin Fei forced herself to remain calm. Senior brother Lin, what level are your skeletons? Lin Moyo casually replied, these are just 6th level god venerables. What did he mean by just? Qin Fei felt her fragile heart take a hit. Just 6th level god venerables. From Lin Moya's words, it seemed he had even stronger summons. Qin Fei thought of the 10,000 meter tall skeleton Lin Moyo had once summoned, which might be his trump card. Shuai's Hylan excitedly asked, Senior brother Lin, can we see your stronger summons? Sure. Lin Moyo didn't refuse. With a wave of his hand, legions exuding terrifying auras appeared in the starry sky. Chapter 2036. Chapter 2036, 2036. Chapter 2036, that depends on my mood. The Death Dragon Knight Legion, with 100,000 as one legion, is led by a legion ruler. Their bodies are even larger than the skeleton generals, exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. The lower half of the skeletal dragon is shrouded in undead flames, while the upper half of the knight holds a sword and shield, with grey undead flames flowing like light on their bodies and swords. Threads of rule power emanate, forming an invisible pressure that immobilizes Shuai's Hylan and Qin Fei. They had never seen rule power before, but they had seen high-level divine venerates. Qin Fei swallowed hard, they are all high-level divine venerates. Lin Moya smiled slightly and did not deny it. Shuai's Hylan was equally shocked but also puzzled, I seem to have seen them somewhere before. Suddenly she exclaimed, I remember, a few years ago when we were investigating the Devouring Spirit clan, it was following a divine venerate. So it is brother Lin's summoned creature. At this moment, Lin Moya summoned 100 Death Dragon Knight legions, totaling 10 million Dragon Knights, plus 100 legion rulers. The skeleton generals summoned 100 million. Except for the Skeleton King, the entire Undead Legion had already deployed 1/5. It wasn't that Lin Moya looked down on those Starfire clan members, but he felt that this was enough. The skeleton generals were infinitely close to Divine Venerate level 7, the Death Dragon Knights were true Divine Venerate level 7, and the Legion rulers were Divine Venerate level 8. With tens of millions of combat power, even peak Divine Venerates would flee in panic. If the other side saw it, they would probably retreat 3 times, and it would be very difficult to kill them all. The suspected Starfire clan's starry sky giant cover came through the flames, sweeping from all directions, surrounding Lin Moya and others. But what greeted them was the extremely sharp attack of the Undead Legion. The white sword light illuminated the starry sky, becoming another color in the starry sky. Undead flames left marks of death in the starry sky. The river of undead laws appeared under Lin Moya's feet, transforming all laws into the power of death. Every attack of the Undead Legion was filled with the power of undead laws. Countless Starfire clan members were swallowed by the sword light and annihilated. Lin Moya pointed his finger, and the skeletal hell appeared out of thin air, spreading to its maximum range, covering a large area of the starfield. The hellish spirits roared out, biting the Starfire clan members. The hellish spirits hadn't had a meal for a long time, and now they were extremely ferocious. The Death Dragon Knight Legion was the most leisurely, they didn't even need to make a move. Just the skeleton generals blocked the first wave of the starry sky beast's impact. Shuai's Hylan and Qin Fei were dumbfounded. They had imagined the battle would be intense, but they had never thought it would be so one-sided. This was simply a massacre. The strength of the skeleton generals was completely beyond imagination. Lin Moya laughed, isn't it different from the battle you imagined? Qin Fei nodded, the elders in my family once said that on the battlefield, the strong suppress all beings, and the true strong are the key to victory. But, Lin Moya continued her words, your elders are right, the true strong can indeed suppress all beings, but not here. When the strength is not truly widened, the number will determine the victory. In terms of numbers, Lin Moya said he had never been afraid. These suspected Starfire clan members were indeed numerous, and ordinary divine venerates would only have one way to escape. But facing Lin Moya, they had no advantage. Section 2323/23692324. The starry sky beasts couldn't get through at all, just the skeletal hell alone became a natural moat. Batch after batch of starry sky beasts died, and finally, stronger starry sky beasts arrived. The starry sky beasts, with a body size of 7 meters and strength reaching divine venerate level 7, arrived. The skeletal hell finally felt a bit of pressure, but it was just a bit. The starry sky beasts were indeed strong, but the hellish spirits were also divine venerate level 7, and their strength was evenly matched. But there were tens of millions of hellish spirits, and the starry sky beasts at divine venerate level 7 were not that many. Not to mention tens of millions, even if they were added together, they wouldn't reach 100,000. Lin Moya watched and thought to himself, if these are really the Starfire clan, they were indeed very strong in the past. Not to mention the strongest, just the number of high-level divine venerates is not weaker than any strong clan. Then stronger starry sky beasts arrived, still in large numbers. Divine Venerate level 8 exceeded 10,000, and there were thousands of level 9. Facing the high-level Divine Venerate starry sky beasts, the attacks of the skeleton generals gradually became powerless, unable to easily kill the opponents as before. The difference between Divine Venerate level 6 and level 7 was significant due to the appearance of rule power. After that, each level increase would bring a significant boost in combat power. The skeletal hell also gradually became overwhelmed when facing numerous Divine Venerate level 8 starry sky beasts. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and the Death Dragon Knight Legion immediately charged out. Their addition relieved the pressure on the skeletal hell. Especially the Legion rulers joining the battle, although their numbers were not many, their combat power was significantly stronger than the starry sky beasts of the same level. They wielded their battle knives, easily dealing with a starry sky beast in a few moves. Lin Moya knew that the Legion rulers had reached the peak of Divine Venerate level 8, almost invincible at the same level, and the combat power of those starry sky beasts was much weaker. Dragon breath burned wildly in the starry sky, undead flames were everywhere, filled with the power of death, corroding everything. No matter how the starry sky beasts charged, they couldn't break through the undead legion's line, let alone harm Lin Moya and the others. Flames erupted, and dozens of starry sky beasts with a body size of 10 meters came through the flames. More than 50 Divine Venerate level 9, not bad. But, it's useless. Lin Moya said casually, not taking these starry sky beasts seriously. He lightly pointed his finger, and undead flames exploded in the starry sky, turning into 5 blazing flames. 5 skeletal thrones appeared simultaneously, and 5 identical skeleton kings slowly rose. The skeleton kings, 10,000 meters tall, exuded a terrifying aura, distorting the starry sky around them, as if it would collapse at any moment. Qing Fei and Shuai's Highlands faces turned pale, bloodless. They were suppressed by the aura of the skeleton kings, their minds blank. This was a complete suppression of strength, with no resistance. At this moment, the skeleton kings were like Chu Kaiwo in the past, true peak divine venerates. They were only one step away from the other side. However, Lin Moya knew that even if he advanced one more level, the skeleton kings still couldn't reach the other side. The gap between divine venerates and the other side was too great, a qualitative change that couldn't be easily crossed. Divine Venerate level 9 and Divine Venerate level 9 are also different. Lin Moya said with some disdain, and the skeleton kings moved instantly. The thrones turned into giant bone swords, cloaks fluttering, raising a sky full of flames. God slaying. The 5 skeleton kings simultaneously swung their swords, each targeting 5 Divine Venerate level 9 starry sky beasts. The sword light exploded, illuminating the starry sky, and 25 starry sky beasts were simultaneously shattered, leaving no bones. The skeletal hell immediately followed, beginning to devour the corpses. The skeleton kings proved Lin Moya's words with their actions. Even at the same Divine Venerate level 9, there was a world of difference. Qing Fei endured the discomfort. Didn't you say you only had one of these skeleton kings? Lin Moya smiled. I usually only summon one, but that doesn't mean I can only summon one. Shuai's Highland couldn't help but ask, how many can you summon in total? Lin Moya joked, that depends on my mood. His gaze fell into the distance, looking at those stars. From the beginning, Lin Moya hadn't taken the starry sky beasts seriously. He felt that the real enemy should be those stars. Chapter 2037. Chapter 2037, 2037. Chapter 2037. New grudges settled, old hatred no longer matters. Although there were only 5 skeleton kings, their combat power completely overwhelmed the opposition. With one sword strike, they eliminated half of their opponents, then charged into the fray like tigers among sheep. Nothing could withstand their bone swords. Each sword strike from the skeleton kings contained immense power of rules, causing cracks to appear in space with every slash. In the blink of an eye, the entire starry sky was cleared. Countless corpses of cosmic beasts floated scattered about, but the hell fiends from the bone hell were devouring them at full force. Before long, not even the corpses would remain. Lin Moya gazed at the densely packed stars. Will there be any other movements? Seconds ticked by, but there was no activity. The stars that were previously spewing flames and anger had now quieted down. The entire starry sky fell into silence, while an atmosphere of sorrow began to spread. The stars seemed to be grieving for the death of those cosmic beasts, yet they dared not express anger. They sensed Lin Moya's terrifying power. Lin Moya spoke with a hint of disdain, his voice echoing through space, all bark and no bite. Is this all you're capable of? Qing Fei and Shuai's Highland were somewhat confused, not understanding who Lin Moya was talking to. In their eyes, the starry sky was empty. But they didn't speak up. The two were clever enough to know there were things beyond their comprehension. Lin Moya waited another half-minute before coldly laughing. Since you won't make a move, I won't be polite. The skeleton generals suddenly flew out, heading towards the nearest stars. Lin Moya's thinking was simple. If any of the people who entered were still alive, they should be inside the stars. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to find even one of them. If they were outside, even if dead, they should at least leave behind corpses like Feng Qingquan. When the skeleton generals were still 10,000 kilometers from the stars finally moved. They whipped up a sea of flames, engulfing the skeleton generals. Clad in golden armor, the skeleton generals recklessly charged into the flames. The attacking power of the flames was not strong enough to harm the skeleton generals protected by their golden armor. The skeleton generals sped through the flames and, just like Lin Moya before, suddenly broke through a barrier and entered the interior of the stars. Found them. Lin Moya said softly. Through the vision of the skeleton generals, he saw the situation inside the stars. There were no flames there. 3 people lay inside. 2 of them were already dead, their bodies incomplete. The other was severely injured and unconscious, with only 1 arm and 1 leg remaining, the body incomplete. Though not dead, only a breath of life remained. The soul fire was extremely weak, its soul as incomplete as the physical body. Even if saved, they would be crippled, possibly never waking up. Several more skeleton generals charged into the inner space of the stars, seeing similar scenes. Most people were dead, with only a few still alive. Even those alive were half crippled. Among them, Lin Moya recognized several from the War God Temple who had participated in the annihilation of the Buddhist faction. They could be considered comrades in arms. Lin Moya's expression became serious, his gaze increasingly cold, murderous intent spreading freely through space. Seeking death. Lin Moya's killing intent erupted. With a thought, the skeleton generals immediately carried these people out of the stars. Sword energy cleared the way, forcibly carving out a passage from within the stars. The undead army moved swiftly at the same time, attacking the myriad stars. The stars seemed to sense Lin Moya's killing intent and began to boil violently once again. They rotated rapidly, flames surging skyward, transforming themselves into giant, swiftly rotating fireballs. Flames scattered everywhere, instantly turning space into a sea of fire. The skeleton generals who were originally breaking out were hindered. The stellar flames rose sharply, containing immense power of laws, constantly impacting the skeleton generals. The golden armor talismans glowed brightly. Though surrounded by the sea of fire, the skeleton generals remained unharmed. They swung their swords, slashing out waves of sword energy, carving a path through the sea of fire. The army of death dragon knights arrived, spewing dragon breath. The power of death corroded the flames. All things have their strengths and weaknesses. The power of death corroded the laws within the flames, greatly reducing their power. Lin Moya remarked that compared to the stellar flames in the Xianqing secret realm, these flames were child's play. The skeleton generals attacked from the outside, raining down countless attacks on the stars. The stars retaliated with flames, but against the skeleton generals protected by golden armor talismans, the flames posed no threat. Behind the skeleton generals came the Death Dragon Knights. They charged into the stars, ignoring the flames. The giant dragons bit and tore while the knights swung their swords. The stars immediately suffered massive damage, quickly becoming distorted and chaotic. Lin Moya and his 2 companions arrived. Lin Moya pointed, and the bone hell appeared. The bone hell instantly swallowed a star. Millions of hell spirits, ignoring the stellar flames, began to tear the star to pieces. Lin Moya pointed his finger towards the distance. White star level spell, time curse. A red light flashed by, and in an instant several stars began to violently shake. They suffered curse damage and were in great pain. Faint screams could be heard in space. So you have souls too. These stars not only had consciousness but also souls. A thought crossed Lin Moya's mind. The undying flame ignited once more, and an eye millions of meters large appeared in space. The eye gazed mercilessly at space, causing all the stars to tremble. The eye of the undead brought indiscriminate soul attacks, making the stars extremely uncomfortable. Lin Moya's killing intent had been roused. He didn't care whether these beings were the Starfire clan or not. He only knew that they had killed humans, and they should pay the price. Dying here was the best outcome for them. The 5 skeleton kings each sought out stars. Under the god-slaying sword, star after star was extinguished. Some stars began to self-destruct, taking the human cultivators inside with them. Some stars couldn't self-destruct in time and were directly extinguished, giving the cultivators inside a slim chance of survival. The skeleton generals continuously charged in recklessly, relying on the protection of their golden armor talismans to bring out the humans one by one. They sought the living and the dead alike. Most of the human cultivators brought out were corpses, their bodies already incomplete, only small pieces remaining. Even the occasional survivors were barely clinging to life. Lin Moya waved out bursts of life force to heal them. As for whether they could be saved, Lin Moya wasn't very confident. Some people's injuries were too severe, their souls seriously damaged. It would be a miracle if they could survive. Damn it, Lin Moya even had a momentary cruel thought: if they couldn't be saved, it might be better if they had died. Living half dead like this, bedridden for the rest of their lives, was no different from being dead. But he only thought about it. No matter what happened in ancient times, now new grudges had been established. If there were old hatreds, they would be settled together. If not, it no longer mattered. Star after star was extinguished, with dazzling fireworks constantly exploding in space. After the stars died, they turned back into balls of flame, continuously burning in space. The flames had no roots or origin, but they just kept burning. No matter how the skeleton generals attacked, they couldn't completely destroy them. The stars are inextinguishable, the starfire eternal. Lin Moya murmured softly. Now he was 80% certain that these stars were indeed the Starfire clan. As a star exploded, Lin Moya's gaze was drawn to it. From the explosion, a death dragon knight flew out of the flames carrying a stone tablet. Chapter 2038. Chapter 2038. 2038. Chapter 2038. It really is the Starfire clan. Stone tablet. The rune material from ancient times is incredibly sturdy and difficult to destroy. Lin Moya had seen similar materials many times and even possessed a piece himself. The simplest rune materials, like bricks, could be destroyed by those who reached the other shore realm. However, powerful rune materials, like the stone tablet before him, were extremely strong. Even a saint sovereign would find it hard to destroy them. These rune materials were widely used in ancient times for building houses, making fortresses, and recording texts. The stone tablet's material is special, immune to the erosion of time, and can be preserved for a long time. There are stone tablets in both the Tulu realm and the Soul Spirit realm. This place is no exception. The Death Dragon Knight brought back the stone tablet, and Lin Moya began to examine the information recorded on it. Shui's Hylan and Xing Fei also checked it out, but they both looked puzzled. The text on the stone tablet was something they had never seen before. The ancient primordial script was different from the current text, and they did not recognize it. Lin Moya naturally knew this and casually said, "This is the ancient primordial script. It's normal that you can't understand it. Once you reach a certain realm, you will naturally understand." As long as they could reach the peak of the God Sovereign realm and show enough talent to be judged by the Human Emperor Network as having the potential to step into the other shore, the Human Emperor Network would then impart the information of the ancient primordial script to them. Currently, Saint Sovereigns, those in the other shore realm, and some peak God Sovereigns could understand the ancient primordial script. Listening to Lin Moya's explanation, Shui's Hylan and Xing Fei both nodded, indicating they understood. They were well aware of the world's operating rules. One should know things corresponding to their realm. If one's realm was not high enough, knowing too much could bring about fatal consequences. The stone tablet indeed recorded matters related to this world. Black blood invasion, various clans rebellion. I was ordered to eradicate the Starfire clan, driving them to collapse and extinction. However, as long as stars exist in the great world, the Starfire clan will be difficult to eradicate. The master bestowed a seal, sealing the Starfire realm. At the same time, the master cast a curse, cursing the Starfire clan to be mute and lack wisdom forever. The illusory mist Heavenly Sovereign further stripped the Starfire clan of their fortune, making it difficult for them to recover for 1,000,000 years. The Destiny Heavenly Sovereign once saw descendants entering this realm from the River of Destiny and left information about the Starfire clan on this tablet for future generations. After reading the stone tablet, Lin Moya pondered, the Starfire realm, as I guessed, is indeed the world of the Starfire clan. Section 2325/2369. He split a wisp of his soul into the stone tablet, and information flowed over. The information was not much, just explaining some characteristics of the Starfire clan and how to deal with them. The Starfire clan's appearance is that of stars. They are called Starfire because their essence is the wool born from stars. At their peak, the Starfire clan had hundreds of billions of members. In their world, there are stars and planets. Planets can ascend to become stars, and stars can develop consciousness, becoming true members of the Starfire clan. Stars can further ascend, transforming into white stars. The white star Lin Moya saw was one such example. The strongest white stars have combat power equivalent to a supreme. The strongest stars can rival Saint Sovereigns. Although they all appear as stars, their combat power ranges from God Sovereign to Saint Sovereign, with immense differences between them. In ancient times, the Starfire clan was nearly exterminated, but they survived due to their racial characteristics. Over 2,000,000 years, the Starfire clan gradually recovered here, with a large number of members reappearing, and even a white star being born. The human experts of the past had foresight, glimpsing this scene from the River of Destiny. The mysterious master cast a curse and planted a seal. The Starfire clan's wisdom became extremely weak, and the white star was far inferior to those of ancient times. Lin Moya also understood that the so-called cosmic beasts were actually the Starfire clan's companions, known as Starfire worms. Each member of the Starfire clan could have many Starfire worms as companions. The stronger they were, the more Starfire worms they had, and the stronger their combat power. At their peak, the Starfire clan had hundreds of billions of members, and the number of Starfire worms was countless. With the help of the Starfire worms, the Starfire clan once caused great trouble for the human race. It's not just new grudges, but also old hatreds. The Starfire clan was sealed, and now they have reappeared due to the space rift. It seems the great world is becoming increasingly unstable. The illusory mist Heavenly Sovereign and the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign used residual souls to make some compensations, but it seems the effect is not significant. Lin Moya thought a lot in an instant, realizing that the great world faced significant problems. The Starfire clan might not be the only one, other worlds might also appear. Lin Moya did not know how many worlds the great world had plundered in the past. However, just the beast skins he had obtained numbered no less than 300. There might be more unrecorded ones, only more, not less. Those worlds might also be sealed like the Starfire realm, and with the instability of the great world, they might emerge one day. If a world with supreme-level experts appeared, the entire great world might be thrown into chaos. Lin Moya felt a headache, increasingly finding it troublesome. At this moment, Xing Fei's voice came, "Brother Lin, wake up." Lin Moya came back to his senses and saw a large number of stars gathering in the distance, rushing towards him. Under the curse, the Starfire clan's wisdom was not strong, they acted more on instinct. Besides that, they probably had a strong hatred for the human race. So, when humans entered, they showed no mercy and instinctively attacked. With grudges on both sides, they had to settle the score. Lin Moya's will moved, and the undead army quickly assembled to confront the enemy. The Skeleton Kings charged at the forefront, followed by the Death Dragon Knights, with the Skeleton Generals at the rear. The undead army formed an impressive group, charging towards the Starfire clan. The Starfire clan gathered together, connected by flames, forming a massive web of fire, unleashing tremendous power, and charging towards the undead army. No words were needed, both sides had new and old grudges. They fought for victory and life. The undead army's golden armor talismans shone brightly, forming a huge light group, resisting the flames. Sword light swept across the starry sky, and dragon breath burned fiercely in space. Stars exploded on the spot, shaking the heavens and earth. The starry sky trembled, laws collapsed, and the golden armor talismans continuously shattered in the flames, with the undead army suffering fierce attacks. Qin Fei was a bit worried. Brother Lin, what about the people who came in with us? Lin Moyo had rescued dozens of people earlier. However, most of them were dead, with only a dozen or so still alive, all injured. As for the others, Lin Moyo sighed, they should all be dead. So much time had passed, and if they were god sovereigns, they might have held on until now. But those who came in were mostly god kings, unable to hold on. Qin Fei and Shuai's Highland were lucky the star that swallowed them was not strong, and the star fire worms were weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted until Lin Moyo came to rescue them. Hearing Lin Moyo's answer, Qin Fei and Shuai's Highland sighed helplessly. It was an unavoidable situation. Accidents in cultivation always came unexpectedly. The battle continued, and the Starfire clan, united, unleashed great power. The undead army finally suffered casualties, but under the effect of undead magic, they quickly revived and rejoined the battle. In the distance, the White Star suddenly flew towards the battlefield, its rays sweeping across like a sword of destruction, sweeping the battlefield. Chapter 2039, Chapter 2039, 2039, Chapter 2039, The Sealed White Star. The Starfire clan's White Star level, in its ancient prime, was comparable to a supreme, but now, its combat power is countless times weaker. Lin Moyo guessed that its current strength is at most at the Other Shore realm, and even then, just an ordinary Other Shore, not as strong as a Saint Sovereign. After checking his own trump cards, Lin Moyo felt assured he didn't need to worry. As long as he used his trump cards, this guy would undoubtedly die. After a million years of recovery, only one White Star level has reappeared. What a pity, the ancient curse still exists, and your combat power is far weaker than in ancient times. Lin Moyo's eyes flashed with brilliance. He preferred not to use his trump cards if possible. At the same time, he was also pondering how to truly eliminate the Starfire clan. He didn't believe there was anything in the world that couldn't be completely eradicated. It was just a matter of finding the right method. The ancient wars were too intense, and perhaps there was no time to find ways to eliminate them one by one. But now, Lin Moyo decided to completely strangle the Starfire clan, not giving them another chance to rise. The saying as long as stars exist, the starfire will never be extinguished was something Lin Moyo would never believe. The battle continued, with stars constantly being blown up. The exploded stars turned into flames that couldn't be extinguished, waiting to become stars again in the future. The undead army also suffered losses, but they revived quickly, and their numbers did not decrease at all. The White Star crossed the vast starry sky, sweeping the battlefield with invisible rays. Lin Moyo released his warship and said to Qin Fei and Shuai's Highland, "You two get in." The two obediently got inside immediately. Then the skeleton generals threw the still living people into the warship as well. As for the corpses, Lin Moyo collected them. The warship started and quickly entered deep space, flying away. The White Star level is also at the Other Shore realm, and its combat range is too large. If the rays swept over, Lin Moyo might not be able to protect Qin Fei and Shuai's Highland. With their strength, even a slight touch from the rays would result in their complete annihilation. With the warship taking a few people away, Lin Moyo could finally fight without restraint. The undead army faced the rays head-on, frantically attacking the star cluster. The White Star was not their target, the star cluster was. Rather than injuring 10 fingers, it was better to cut off one. First, eliminate the star cluster, then slowly deal with the White Star level Starfire clan member. The White Star got closer and closer until it truly entered the battlefield. Wherever its rays swept, whether it was the army rulers or the Death Dragon Knights, they fell like wheat. The skeleton generals couldn't block its rays at all. The undead army suffered heavy casualties, but they revived the next second. After reviving, they ignored the White Star and continued to attack the star cluster. The undead army seemed to be fighting chaotically, but they were constantly changing directions internally. The dead members quickly moved to safe areas. Those at the forefront were always members who hadn't experienced death. The undead could revive multiple times, using this characteristic to alternate and cycle, making the undead army impossible to kill completely. The number of stars was decreasing at an alarming rate. In the starry sky, there were clusters of flames, the dying bodies of the Starfire clan, but the undead army remained as numerous as ever. The White Star level Starfire clan member seemed to realize something and changed its target, rushing towards Lin Moyo. It seemed to think that killing Lin Moyo would end the battle. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. "It seems you have some wisdom after all." For some reason, Lin Moyo sensed emotions like urgency, anger, and hatred from the White Star. Wisdom had greatly weakened under the curse, even losing the ability to speak, but some instincts remained. Seeing its kin die in explosions naturally made it feel uncomfortable. Rays swept towards Lin Moyo, but he sensed them early and dodged slightly. "I've been waiting for you." A peculiar aura emerged from Lin Moyo, and his realm rapidly ascended. Original spell, Power Gathering. His realm quickly broke through to the 6th stage of the God Sovereign realm, then broke the barrier to the 7th stage. Threads of rule power were born, pushing Lin Moyo's realm further up. Until he reached the 9th stage of the God Sovereign realm, Lin Moyo's soul finally felt a sense of swelling. "I can go a bit higher." Lin Moyo gritted his teeth, and his realm rose a bit more. He reached the peak of the God Sovereign realm, almost identical to Zhu Kaiwu, now the Skeleton King. However, Lin Moyo's actual combat power was much stronger. After all, he had the water of myriad colors and the power of belief. After reaching the realm, the second original spell was also activated. Original spell, Strong Soldiers. His and the undead army's attack power instantly increased tenfold. Several stars exploded on the spot, turning into a sea of flames. Lin Moyo pointed at the White Star. White Star level spell, Time Curse. The White Star trembled violently, letting out a faint scream, and its rotation slowed down. Then Lin Moya took out an ancient talisman jade plate, and 10 drops of the water of myriad colors flew out and merged into the jade plate. At the same time, 100,000 units of the power of belief burned and also merged into the jade plate. With a movement of his soul power, he activated the jade plate. The jade plate flashed, condensing into a giant fist. The fist emitted a dense rule power, breaking through the God Sovereign level and reaching the other shore realm. Lin Moyo had used the jade plate many times and was very familiar with it. An ordinary activation of the ancient talisman in the jade plate was equivalent to a peak God Sovereign's punch. If the water of myriad colors and the power of belief were used simultaneously, it could break through the God Sovereign level and reach the other shore realm. 10 drops of the water of myriad colors and 100,000 units of the power of belief were the best ratio, any more would be wasteful. The other shore realm was the true limit of the ancient talisman jade plate, difficult to enhance further. A giant fist shadow formed in the starry sky, blasting towards the White Star. The White Star's rays swept over the giant fist, causing it to tremble and weaken. But the giant fist did not collapse and still struck the White Star heavily. Lin Moyo faintly heard a scream. The damage bonuses from strong soldiers and the time curse all took effect, greatly increasing the damage caused by the ancient talisman's punch. A visible dent appeared on the White Star, and the entire star was no longer smooth. Its rotation became chaotic, and so did its rays. Lin Moya's mind moved, and the 5 skeleton kings disappeared simultaneously, then were resummoned. The 5 10,000-meter tall skeleton kings stood in a row in front of Lin Moyo, like towering mountains. 600 drops of the water of myriad colors entered the skeleton kings and Lin Moya's bodies. The skeleton kings' auras surged, and the rule power became denser, almost breaking through the God Sovereign level to reach the other shore realm. Unfortunately, they were just a hair's breadth away from truly breaking through. 6 million units of the power of belief burned simultaneously, divided into 6 parts for the skeleton kings and Lin Moyo. A golden sword appeared in his hand. Although the sword had a notch, it was still good for slaying enemies. God-slaying sword. The skeleton kings and Lin Moya swung their swords simultaneously, and 6 sword lights shone on the White Star. With the help of the water of myriad colors and the power of belief, this sword was infinitely close to the other shore realm. Chapter 2040. Chapter 2040, 2040. Chapter 2040, the star is indestructible, the starfire is eternal. The White Star became even whiter, seemingly brighter. But this whiteness was not its own, it was the sword light brought by the God-slaying sword. 6 sharp sword lights lit up on the White Star, causing it to twist more violently, its shape constantly changing. The rays became chaotic, shooting aimlessly in the starry sky. Lin Moya knew very well that even a being at the other shore realm would be injured by this strike, and the White Star was no exception. After one sword strike, the skeleton kings charged forward. They swung their bone swords, continuously slashing at the White Star as if trying to extinguish it. The rays hit the skeleton kings, and the parts that were hit were annihilated on the spot. The skeleton kings didn't care and continued to swing their swords wildly. Every second, hundreds to thousands of sword strikes were made, creating afterimages, and the White Star became increasingly twisted. Only one last strike left. Activating 2 original spells simultaneously put great pressure on Lin Moyo. After launching 2 consecutive attacks without replenishment, he couldn't sustain it for long. Before reaching the God Sovereign realm, he might have only been able to make 1 strike. Now, being able to strike 3 times in a row was already quite good. For the 3rd strike, Lin Moyo entrusted it to the soul-slaying sword. The Starfire clan did have souls, hidden within the stellar flames. Under the cover of the flames, their souls evaded the eye of the undead. However, the White Star had already been marked and locked by Lin Moyo, allowing him to use the soul-slaying sword. In the soul world, the soul-slaying sword disappeared and reappeared in the real world. At Lin Moya's feet, the river of undying laws appeared, representing his most powerful law. The dense power of death was injected into the soul-slaying sword, along with 100 drops of the water of myriad colors and 1,000,000 units of the power of belief. The soul-slaying sword shone brightly, emitting a dazzling light, as if it was about to regain its former glory. One could imagine how terrifying the soul-slaying sword was in ancient times. Its sect once used the soul-slaying sword to silently kill countless enemies. Millions of kilometers away, Qing Fei and Shui's Highland both exclaimed in surprise. Qing Fei said in shock, "Why do I feel like my soul was pricked by a needle?" Shui's Highland replied, "I feel the same way. It's really strange." Qing Fei looked in Lin Moya's direction, but the distance was too far for her to see clearly. She could only see a White Star continuously emitting terrifying rays. Lin Moyo poured all his remaining soul power into the soul-slaying sword, pushing its power to the limit. Go! With a light shout, the soul-slaying sword disappeared. At that moment, Lin Moya's aura plummeted, quickly returning to the 2nd stage of the God Sovereign realm, reverting to his original form. The World Tree continuously replenished Lin Moya's soul power. The White Star, which was enduring the frenzied attacks of the Skeleton Kings, suddenly paused and fell into a standstill. Lin Moya's expression changed, and without thinking, he turned and left. At the same time, the warship millions of kilometers away started urgently, diving into deep space at the fastest speed to get away. The White Star exploded, shattering layers of space. From the surface space to the deepest layers, no layer was spared. The explosion's power and range were astonishing, with terrifying energy breaking the speed of light and spreading through space at an incredible speed. In an instant, millions of kilometers of the starry sky were shattered. On the main battlefield, the undead army collapsed collectively, with no survivors. They were swept away by the terrifying power, far beyond their limits. The remaining star clusters were also destroyed on the spot, with all the stars collapsing collectively. The power of the stellar explosions was thousands to tens of thousands of times weaker than the white star's explosion, not even on the same level. Lin Moyo activated a 3-light talisman, quickly distancing himself, and in the blink of an eye, he was billions of kilometers away. Behind him, space collapsed, and the explosion's power swept over, blasting Lin Moyo away. Purple light flashed on his body, and his rebirth talent activated. The warship, sailing in deep space, was blown back by an irresistible force. The warship flew uncontrollably through the starry sky, causing Qing Fei and the others inside to be thrown around uncontrollably. Seeing this, Lin Moya's heart tightened. However, he sensed that Qing Fei and Shui's Highlands auras were still intact, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the white star's explosion swept through a large area of the starry sky, ending the battle with its self-destruction. The undead army was reborn under the effect of the undying spell, quickly returning to its original state. With the help of his rebirth talent, Lin Moyo also returned to his peak state. However, Lin Moya still felt a lingering fear. No being at the other shore realm is easy to deal with, even one without wisdom. The power of the white star's explosion was beyond Lin Moya's imagination. The warship flew uncontrollably for a while before finally stabilizing. Lin Moya took 2 steps to the side of the warship, opened the door, and asked, "Are you all okay?" He knew they should be fine, but he still asked. Qing Fei and Shui's Highland, still in shock, shook their heads, indicating they were fine. They were frightened but not injured, only bumped a few times. As small god sovereigns, a few bumps were nothing. The warship had shielded them from all attacks. Lin Moya glanced at the warship and smiled bitterly. "We'll have to repair it again when we get back." The warship was severely damaged and needed major repairs. "You stay here, don't come over yet." Lin Moya left a Death Dragon Knight army to protect them and quickly returned to the battlefield. The starry sky was filled with space cracks, and the power of the world was repairing them. The white star was gone, leaving behind a flame. The flame looked like ordinary stellar fire, but Lin Moya saw a white light at its center. Becoming a white star shouldn't be a coincidence. It seems that in ancient times, it was also at the white star level, which is why it became a white star this time. There should have been more than one white star back then, but now there's only one left. Where did the other white stars go? Isn't it said that the Starfire clan can't be killed? Why are there no more white stars? And the so-called billions of Starfire clan members, now there are less than 100,000 left. Where did the rest go? The Starfire clan must have a way to be killed. They could be killed in ancient times, so why weren't they all killed? Why were some left? Showing mercy? How could there be mercy in a racial conflict? Was it the Master's order? One question was not yet clear, and more questions arose. Lin Moyo had a vague feeling that the mysterious master seemed to have intentionally left them. In the starry sky, clusters of flames burned fiercely. These were the so-called indestructible bodies of the Starfire clan. After many years, they could become stars again and be reborn. Lin Moyo began experimenting on them, starting with physical attacks. The Skeleton Kings swung their bone swords but couldn't destroy them. The bone swords passed through the flames as if they were in different spaces, unable to hit them. Next was the power of laws. The power of the undying law surged, and the power of death enveloped the flames, trying to extinguish them. But the flames continued to burn fiercely under the power of death, unaffected. Lin Moyo frowned, deep in thought. Chapter 2041. Chapter 2041, 2041. Chapter 2041, Runes formed by planets. The bodies left behind by the Starfire clan after death are not true physical entities. Although visible, they exist between reality and illusion, and what is seen is not what is obtained. Lin Moyo removed all defenses and reached out to touch the flames, feeling no temperature at all. He tried to envelop the flames with the bone hell, but the flames did not cause any substantial damage to the bone hell, nor could the bone hell lock them in. The previous white star, when it exploded, the mark disappeared, and the soul also lost its lock. Lin Moyo tried to use the explosive lock technique, but without a lock, the technique was unusable. The star is indestructible, the starfire is eternal. It seems it's not just a slogan. I wonder how they were killed in ancient times. From billions of clan members to less than 100,000 now, 99% of them died. If they were truly unkillable, how did those Starfire clan members die? Lin Moyo was 100% sure that the Starfire clan was not truly unkillable, he just didn't have the ability to kill them at the moment. In other words, he hadn't found the method to truly kill them yet. What puzzled him was why, in ancient times, they left behind these 100,000 Starfire clan members and sealed this space. The fact that the Starfire clan was reduced from billions to less than 100,000 indicated that the humans at that time definitely had the ability to exterminate the Starfire clan. But why did they spare them and leave them behind? What was the reason behind this? Lin Moyo changed his perspective and stopped thinking about how to kill the Starfire clan. Instead, he pondered the reason for leaving the Starfire clan behind in ancient times. He summarized all the information he knew about the Starfire clan and re-examined the information recorded on the stone tablet. Lin Moyo finally discovered a clue. The stone tablet mentioned that the Destiny Heavenly Sovereign saw a future fragment from the River of Destiny, indicating that someone would enter this place. Lin Moyo believed that the Destiny Heavenly Sovereign did not just see some future fragments here but possibly saw more of the future. Lin Moyo had reason to suspect that it was based on the future scenes seen by the Destiny Heavenly Sovereign that the mysterious master made various arrangements, leaving some residual power of the Starfire clan, waiting for his arrival. Lin Moya thought of the events in the Soul Spirit Worship and the things left behind by the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign. It seemed that those Heavenly Sovereigns also made some arrangements for the future. Moreover, the stone tablet was obviously erected after the war. There should be something left here. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the skeleton generals immediately dispersed, starting to search this world. Lin Moya always held great respect for the mysterious master of ancient times. From the information currently known, the mysterious master held a very high status, seemingly even higher than the heavenly sovereigns. Moreover, under his command, there was a terrifyingly powerful army, which had many similarities with his own undead army. Lin Moya even suspected that the profession he awakened to might be a legacy from that mysterious master. Heavenly sovereigns could leave this world and leave behind legacies, so there was no reason the mysterious master couldn't do the same. The more he thought about it, the more curious Lin Moya became. Billions of skeleton generals conducted a carpet search of this world, not missing a single clue. In the worship, Qingfei and Shui's Highland didn't know what Lin Moya was doing. However, they were sensible enough not to ask since Lin Moya didn't say anything. Because of Lin Moya's arrival, they were saved. Looking at the dozen or so survivors in the worship, all unconscious, their lives were saved, but whether they would wake up was still unknown. Compared to them, they were already considered lucky, so there was nothing more to ask for. In the recent battle, they narrowly escaped death again, their luck already at its peak, and they wouldn't ask for more now. Lin Moya disappeared from their sight, not knowing where he went. They didn't know where Lin Moya went, but it didn't matter. As long as the skeletons were there, Lin Moya was still there. Lin Moya randomly chose a direction and moved rapidly. With the blessing of the three-light talisman, his speed was astonishing. He wanted to see how big this world was. The flames were left behind, disappearing from sight in an instant. The distance was too far, and the firelight couldn't reach, making the surroundings dark and cold again. The Starfire clan's world was larger than Lin Moya expected, bigger than any secret realm he had experienced. Apparently, after plundering the essence of the Starfire realm, they still left a vast living space for them. Lin Moya traveled over 1 trillion kilometers and finally reached the edge of the Starfire realm. A powerful invisible barrier blocked Lin Moya's path. This was the World Barrier, also known as the World Wall, extremely sturdy and difficult to break even for a Saint Sovereign. Only those who had walked the path of the gods, the Supremes, had the ability to break the World Barrier, and even then, only the powerful Supremes could do it. Lin Moya touched the World Wall. This was once a world, a real world like the Great World, not a small world. But they were not as strong as the Great World and were eventually plundered and annexed by the Great World. However, the humans still gave them enough space to live freely. At the same time, the Great World also protected them from being annexed by other worlds. Who was right or wrong, whether it was kindness or hatred, was unclear. As a member of the Great World, Lin Moya wouldn't distinguish right from wrong. What he had to do was protect the Great World, which was the most correct thing for him. What is outside? Lin Moya muttered to himself, pressing his hand against the world wall, trying to sense the outside world. The wall was not transparent, so he couldn't see with his eyes. However, with his extremely sensitive soul, Lin Moya still sensed something. The world wall seemed to be constantly vibrating, as if something was hitting it. This impact was continuous, and the world wall kept shaking. Apart from this, Lin Moya couldn't sense much more. With just this information, he couldn't judge more, so Lin Moya had to let it go. Then he used another three-light talisman and headed in another direction. He measured the starry sky with his steps, drawing the outline of the Starfire realm. Gradually, the size and scale of the Starfire realm took shape in Lin Moya's mind. The Starfire realm was circular, with a diameter of about 2 trillion kilometers. Compared to secret realms, the Starfire realm was much larger. Even with 1 billion skeleton generals, it wasn't enough to cover this world. Although Lin Moya was not in a hurry, he didn't want to waste too much time. He released all the skeleton generals, a total of 5 billion, to search together. Finally, the skeleton generals made a discovery. In the Starfire realm, besides a white star and nearly 100,000 stars, there were also some planets. These planets looked no different from ordinary planets, and according to the information on the stone tablet, the Starfire clan members who hadn't become stars were in the form of planets. So Lin Moya initially ignored them. When the skeleton generals had explored most of the Starfire realm, a map formed in his mind. Lin Moya suddenly discovered that the positions of these planets formed a rune. Chapter 2042. Chapter 2042. Chapter 2042, The Mysterious Master's Arrangement. The planets, originally shrouded by numerous stars, seemed to be in a chaotic and irregular position. Lin Moya did not notice this at first. Now that the map of the Starfire realm was basically constructed and the stars had disappeared, Lin Moya discovered that these planets actually formed a rune. It was not an ancient rune, just an ordinary one. Using his knowledge of runes, Lin Moya quickly analyzed the nature of this rune. It was a directional rune, with a very simple function, to guide the way. To know exactly where it pointed, the rune needed to be activated. Lin Moya approached a planet, which was the starting point of the entire rune. He injected his soul power into it, and the planet immediately lit up, shining brightly in the starry sky. Indeed. Lin Moya smiled, his judgment was correct, this was indeed a rune. As he continued to inject soul power, the planet was fully activated, and then it extended outward, creating a bright band of starlight in the starry sky, connecting to the second planet. The second planet was also activated, and it continued to extend outward. The whole process was like an invisible hand drawing a rune in the starry sky. Lin Moya continued to inject soul power, connecting these planets together. At the same time, a smile appeared in his eyes as he began to understand the arrangement of the mysterious master. The Destiny Heavenly Sovereign had foreseen his arrival through the River of Destiny. The mysterious master had planted a seal and a curse, greatly reducing the power of the Starfire clan but still retaining some of their combat strength. If someone accidentally entered here, they would be killed by the Starfire clan. To kill all the Starfire clan here, one would need at least the strength of the other shore realm. If not at the other shore realm, one would need an endless army like his own to achieve it. To discover the rune formed by the planets, one needed to view it from a macro perspective. Activating the rune also required strong soul power, which an ordinary god sovereign could not achieve. It also required the strength of the other shore realm. Lin Moyo felt a chill in his heart, realizing the terrifying nature of the mysterious master. All the arrangements were interconnected. It seemed as if they were prepared specifically for him. Others entering would be of no use. This is a terrifying existence. Lin Moya's respect for the mysterious master deepened. To be able to plan to such an extent felt like it had surpassed the level of a heavenly sovereign. Let's see what you have left behind. One by one, the planets were activated, and 100 planets were connected in a specific order, gradually forming a huge rune. It used the starry sky as its canvas and soul power as its ink, shining brightly in the starry sky. The moment the rune was formed, a bright white light shot out, turning into a starlight avenue. Lin Moya stepped into it, and a powerful force surged from the starlight avenue, pushing him forward. Lin Moya did not resist and went with the flow. The starlight avenue penetrated the surface space and gradually descended. As Lin Moya was in the starlight avenue, he also descended. He entered the deep space and realized he had underestimated this rune. This rune could actually take him into deep space, proving it was not just a simple directional rune. Then he realized something was wrong. No, the rune is not wrong, it is indeed a directional rune. The one breaking through space is not the rune but the power left in the rune, the power of the mysterious master. This power is very peculiar, I didn't even notice it. Lin Moya was slightly shocked. The mysterious master had obviously hidden power in the rune, and even he could not detect it. This showed how terrifyingly powerful the mysterious master was. Lin Moya found himself accelerating, and with his sense of space, he knew he was about to reach the edge of the world. The Starlight Avenue finally reached its end, which was the world barrier. Deep space was not as quiet as the starry sky. Countless streams of light flew around, reflecting seemingly chaotic colors. The originally invisible world barrier was also illuminated by the streams of light. The world barrier reflected myriad colors like glass, looking extremely dreamy. At the end of the Starlight Avenue, under the world barrier, floated a light cluster. No matter how deep space changed or how chaotic it became, it could not affect this light cluster. Lin Moyo had a feeling that although this light cluster seemed to be in deep space, it was not really there. There was a strong sense of disconnection between the two. The streams of light in deep space passed through the light cluster without any obstruction, between reality and illusion. I understand, so that's how it is. Lin Moyo realized that this must be the work of the mysterious master. He placed what he left behind between reality and illusion, so it was not affected by the outside world. This method reminded Lin Moyo of the Starfire clan. It was also between reality and illusion, unaffected by the outside world. Seeing this, Lin Moya suddenly understood how to completely kill the Starfire clan. One must use the power of illusion to kill them. Knowing was one thing, but he did not yet have the ability to do it. In the light cluster, there were 2 boxes and a pearl. Lin Moyo had seen such boxes before. They were sealed with ancient runes. Moreover, each box's sealing rune was the same, but the method to open them was different. The key was the pearl. In ancient times, pearls were widely used to record inheritances and information. Lin Moyo wanted to know what information the mysterious master had left in the pearl. It should be some kind of inheritance. The inheritance of a heavenly sovereign could not be carried by an ordinary pearl. Just like the jade plates used today, ancient pearls also had different levels. The inheritance of the mysterious master could not be carried by such a level of pearl. If it was truly an inheritance, it would at least require a pearl like the one left in the Cloud Mist sect. Lin Moya tried to touch the light cluster, and surprisingly, his hand passed through without any obstruction and touched the box. The light cluster was between reality and illusion, and Lin Moya did not know how the mysterious master achieved this, making it real when he wanted and illusory when he wanted. That level of power was still beyond his understanding. He smoothly took the 2 ancient boxes from the light cluster and put them directly into his storage space without even looking at them. After all, he couldn't open them now, so looking at them was pointless. It was better not to see them and avoid the frustration. In the storage space, 4 boxes lay quietly, one of which was already opened, and 3 were still unopened. Finally, Lin Moya touched the pearl, and the light cluster suddenly expanded, enveloping Lin Moyo. The pearl emitted a brilliant light, and within the light, a huge throne appeared. The throne was shrouded in thick fog, making it look hazy and indistinct. Lin Moyo instinctively felt that this throne was extremely exquisite and precious. On the throne, behind the thick fog, there seemed to be a figure. Then, a voice came out, "You have finally arrived." The voice was calm and indifferent, and it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female through the fog. Hearing the voice, Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the other party had known he would come and had been waiting for him. Chapter 2043. Chapter 2043. Chapter 2043. The path of the gods is hard to repair, it can only be rebuilt. The words "you have finally arrived" caused a storm in Lin Moya's heart. Obviously, this mysterious master knew he would come and had been waiting for him. Lin Moya did not feel any residual soul in the pearl, which meant that what was recorded in the pearl was merely an image from the past. However, Lin Moyo could only speculate and could not be completely sure. After all, the methods of this mysterious master were too advanced, and perhaps he had used means that Lin Moyo could not understand to leave a trace of his consciousness. The mysterious master's voice sounded again, "You don't need to guess, I did not leave my soul behind." Lin Moyo's heart skipped a beat. The other party could even guess what he was thinking, making him even more in awe of this mysterious master. Such a mysterious existence made him feel a sense of reverence. Lin Moyo did not speak. If this was just an image, speaking would be meaningless. There could be no question and answer dialogue between them. The other party just wanted to show him something, and he only needed to listen. The mysterious master's voice came through the thick fog again. "You don't need to speak, just listen and watch." Lin Moyo felt a bit speechless. Did it have to be like this? This made him feel a bit foolish, as if everything he thought was being guessed, which was not fun at all. The pearl burst into a more intense light, the light cluster becoming increasingly bright, blocking the myriad streams of light in the deep space. Everything became unreal, and the mysterious master appeared even more mysterious. The mysterious master's voice sounded again. "I know you want to repair the path of the gods, but I must tell you, the path of the gods cannot be repaired." Another sentence that completely overturned Lin Moyo's worldview. Lin Moyo was utterly shocked, his heart truly in turmoil. This mysterious master actually told him that the path of the gods could not be repaired. Lin Moyo roared in his heart, "This is impossible." Since ancient times, generations of human saint sovereigns have been striving to repair the path of the gods. Not only humans, but saint sovereigns of other races were also doing the same thing. A supreme once told him that the path of the gods could be rebuilt, but he had to believe the words of the mysterious master. Lin Moyo wanted to refute, but the other party was just an image, and his refutation had nowhere to go. The mysterious master continued, "You don't need to think about refuting me. In the great world, my words are the truth. The path of the gods cannot be repaired, it can only be rebuilt." Lin Moyo was suddenly shocked. The path of the gods cannot be repaired, but it can be rebuilt? His ears perked up, listening carefully. If he guessed correctly, the mysterious master would tell him how to build a new path of the gods. Yes, Lin Moyo guessed right. The mysterious master indeed told him how to build a new path of the gods. Repairing the path of the gods was a dead end, completely unworkable. Building a new path of the gods, although extremely difficult, at least had a glimmer of hope. After speaking, the pearl shattered, and the image of the mysterious master disappeared. At this moment, the Starlight Avenue vanished, and Lin Moyo left the deep space, returning to the surface space. Lin Moyo's gaze was slightly somber, and his whole being exuded a depressing aura. Previously, his goal was to repair the path of the gods, but now, this goal was completely overturned. Now he had a new goal. He kept thinking about the method left by the mysterious master, his fist slightly clenched. "Alright, no matter how difficult it is, I have to do it. Only by building a new path of the gods and achieving supreme can I have the chance to access the runes of the great world." Lin Moyo established a new belief in his heart. He thought it through, and now it was better than before. Previously, he wanted to repair the path of the gods, but he didn't even know how to repair it. Now, although it was clear that the path of the gods could not be repaired, at least he knew the complete method to build a new path of the gods. In fact, compared to before, it was a step forward. The slight disappointment in Lin Moyo's eyes was replaced by greater hope, and the oppressive aura gradually disappeared. The change in thoughts was so peculiar. When something one always wanted to do was shattered, it would cause great disappointment, frustration, helplessness, and even collapse. But at this time, when something new appeared, and it was more hopeful than before, the mood could quickly rise from the low point and move towards a new goal. Lin Moyo re-established his goal amidst the ups and downs. This extremely mysterious existence had arranged everything here for two purposes. One was to tell Lin Moyo that the path of the gods could not be repaired, only rebuilt. This was very important to Lin Moyo, preventing him from going down the wrong path. The second thing was the real opportunity left for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo glanced around the Starfire realm and said in a low voice, "From now on, there will be no Starfire realm, and no more Starfire clan." His voice was extremely calm, yet filled with killing intent. His figure disappeared in the starry sky, and at the same time, all the skeleton generals also disappeared collectively. In the worship, Qingfei and Shuai's Highland saw the skeleton generals suddenly disappear, and inexplicably, they both felt a bit nervous. Without the protection of the skeleton generals, they suddenly lost their sense of security and were a bit worried about Lin Moyo. Shuai's Highland said with concern, "Brother Lin won't be in trouble, right?" Qingfei shook her head, "He should be fine. With his strength, it's impossible for him to be in trouble." Although she didn't know the extent of Lin Moyo's strength, she felt that Lin Moyo wouldn't be in danger. Although she had confidence in Lin Moyo, there was still a bit of worry in Qingfei's eyes. It wasn't until a few minutes later, when Lin Moyo appeared outside the worship, that this worry disappeared. Shuai's Highland said with joy, "Brother Lin, you're alright, that's great." Lin Moyo smiled slightly, "Of course I'm fine. Now that things are settled here, we should leave." Qingfei asked, "Brother Lin, have you found the exit?" Lin Moyo nodded, "Yes, I found it." The warship moved slowly in the starry sky. Although it was severely damaged, basic flight was still possible. Lin Moyo piloted the warship to a cluster of starfire. The crimson flames burned fiercely, and in the center of the flames, there was a cluster of pure white flames. This cluster of starfire left by the white star was the most special among all the starfire. Lin Moyo guessed correctly, the mysterious master had the ability to kill the Starfire clan, and these people were left intentionally. Back then, the mysterious master not only used seals and curses but also left a backup plan. Compared to the seals and curses, this backup plan was the real ultimate weapon. It determined the life and death of the entire Starfire clan and the survival of the Starfire realm. And this backup plan required Lin Moya to kill the White Star and obtain the image left by the mysterious master to get the correct usage method. Lin Moya used his finger as a pen and his soul as ink, drawing a rune in the starry sky. The rune glowed faintly and flew into the Starfire, drilling into the center of the white flame. The entire Starfire roared, expanding instantly, engulfing the entire Starfire realm in an instant. Chapter 2044. Chapter 2044. Chapter 2044, The Mysterious Master's Gift. The Starfire realm turned into a sea of fire, but strangely, Lin Moya and the others stood in the flames, unharmed. Qing Fei and Shui's Hylan were shocked, unable to comprehend this transformation between reality and illusion. Lin Moya understood better than them, able to see through some of it. The Starfire was illusory, so it naturally couldn't burn them. In the sea of fire, the Starfire formed by the Starfire clan members exploded one after another, joining the flames. The flames became even more intense, and the entire Starfire realm roared and trembled. The Starfire realm began to shrink rapidly, far exceeding the speed of light. This is the mysterious master's backup plan, refining the Starfire realm. Lin Moya thought to himself, knowing what was happening but still feeling shocked. The mysterious master used the original fire of the Starfire clan to refine the entire Starfire realm. The method was unparalleled, as if the Starfire realm was a toy in his hands, to be manipulated at will. The Starfire realm, originally the home of the Starfire clan, was now being refined using their own flames. It was like playing with fire and burning oneself, not only killing themselves but also burning their home to ashes. The whole process was brutally cruel. From now on, the Starfire realm would be completely extinct. Shui's Hylan suddenly trembled, her face turning pale. Brother Lin, did you hear the screams? Qing Fei's expression was also strange. I hear many people screaming. Lin Moya naturally heard it too. It was the screams of the Starfire clan, coming from their souls, chilling to the bone. The screams were filled with resentment, but there was no way to vent it. After all, they were killed by their own flames, akin to suicide. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame themselves. Lin Moya said, "It's okay. If you don't want to hear it, you can seal your souls. But listening is also good. Hearing the sound of souls can enhance the endurance of your own soul. Everything has its pros and cons. Although the soul screams were unpleasant, listening to them could indeed enhance the soul's endurance." The two understood this and endured the discomfort to continue listening to the screams. The screams continued for a while and then gradually weakened. The refining was nearing its end, and the entire Starfire realm was collapsing at an astonishing speed. The collapse speed far exceeded the speed of light, and the entire world was shrinking. In just half an hour, the Starfire realm completely collapsed, shrinking into a crystal the size of a fist, which fell into Lin Moya's hand. The world changed, and the aura of the Great World rushed in. They had left the Starfire realm and returned to the Great World. Lin Moya looked at the world crystal in his hand, a gift from the mysterious master, the essence refined from a world. Its function was simple. It could help Lin Moya construct a rule world. To advance from the other shore to the Saint Sovereign, one needs to construct a rule world. The strength of the rule world largely determines the strength of the Saint Sovereign. Among Saint Sovereigns, there are vast differences in strength. For example, the combat power of the heavenly Saint Sovereign far surpasses that of the killing Saint Sovereign. Among Saint Sovereigns, besides the strength of their law comprehension, the rule world is also crucial. The world crystal, condensed from the essence of the Starfire realm, could help Lin Moya construct a perfect rule world. In the mysterious master's words, rule worlds are divided into 3 levels: trash, ordinary, and perfect. According to him, most Saint Sovereigns' rule worlds are trash. Such Saint Sovereigns have little chance of advancing to supreme after completing the path of the gods. He was referring to the ancient times when Saint Sovereigns were everywhere. However, now, Lin Moya thought that there might not be any perfect Saint Sovereigns. Even the rule world of the heavenly Saint Sovereign was just ordinary. One could imagine how high the mysterious master's standards were. Lin Moya placed the world crystal into his soul, and the branches of the world tree wrapped around it. With a movement of his soul power, he activated the world crystal. Although Lin Moya had not yet become a Saint Sovereign, he already had the embryonic form of a rule world. Using the world crystal early could make the formation of the rule world more perfect, helping to construct a perfect rule world. Lin Moya knew very well that the world crystal was just an aid. To truly construct a perfect rule world, he needed his own efforts. Only by doing everything perfectly could the rule world be perfect. Everything is interconnected. Any deficiency would prevent perfection. Thus, the matter of the Starfire realm was truly resolved, but Lin Moya had a strange feeling. It seemed like he had become a pawn, and entering the Starfire realm was not accidental but inevitable. It could only be said that the mysterious master was too terrifying, calculating even 1,000,000 years into the future. The River of Destiny. If you can see the River of Destiny, could there be more arrangements? Why, after seeing the River of Destiny, would you let the Great World reach its current state? Is there a force even you cannot resist? Lin Moya sighed and suppressed all his thoughts deep in his heart. This was not something he needed to consider now. What he truly needed to do now was to build a new path of the gods and then walk it. He couldn't see the distant future. He could only take one step at a time. Compared to endless calculations, Lin Moya preferred to live in the present. Just like now, it was time for them to go back. Lin Moya identified the direction and found that they had already left the human star domain. Fortunately, they had not left the domain world and could still find their way back. Based on the position of distant stars, Lin Moya found their location on the star map. His expression became strange. They were in the territory of the Copper Lizard clan. Lin Moya said, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Qin Fei and Shuai's Highland looked at each other and said in unison, the bad news first. Lin Moya nodded, alright, I'll tell you the good news first. We are back in the Great World, and I have found our location and the way back. The two were speechless. They had asked for the bad news first. Qin Fei asked, what's the bad news then? Lin Moya said, the bad news is, we are now in the heart of the Copper Lizard clan's star domain, and my warship has lost its deep space navigation capability. Their faces changed drastically. Shuai's Highland turned pale and exclaimed, the Copper Lizard clan. Qin Fei's face was also grim, gritting her teeth, that's really bad news. The Copper Lizard clan and the human race have a blood feud. They were once invaders of the human race. Later, Xiao Zhantian counterattacked, killing them to the point of collapse, and their original homeland was destroyed by the human race. The nearly extinct Copper Lizard clan fled into space and finally found a place to resettle. Now they have become strong again, but not as strong as before. They are not considered a strong clan but are stronger than small clans. The Copper Lizard clan is more low-key compared to strong clans like the Demons and Golden Eagles, and conflicts with the human race are occasional but not frequent. However, the blood feud with the human race remains. If they catch the opportunity, they will not let it go. Especially now that they are in the heart of the Copper Lizard clan's territory, the Copper Lizard clan will not let them go easily. Lin Moya thought about the information he had on the Copper Lizard clan and said, there seems to be more bad news. More bad news? Shuai's Highland said, Brother Lin, don't joke around. Just tell us. Lin Moya said, the Copper Lizard clan seems to have allied with the Pegasus clan. We might have to face not only the Copper Lizard clan. Chapter 2045. Chapter 2045, 2045. Chapter 2045, giving you two choices. Qin Fei and Shuai's Highland were at too low a level to understand the grand scheme of things. Lin Moya, however, knew that ever since the human race had taken several actions, other races had been on high alert, fearing that the humans might target them. After all, almost every race had been involved in that incident back then. The humans could target any race, and based on the fate of the 3 annihilated races and the 3 silver races, it could be inferred that the humans were ruthless. Even the Demon race and the Golden Eagle race had announced an alliance, and only by joining forces did they feel confident in dealing with the humans. Weaker races had even less to say. The Copper Lizard clan and the Pegasus clan had formed an alliance and were looking for other races to form a larger group. Only in this way could they possibly resist the humans. This time, Lin Moya was deep in the territory of the Copper Lizard clan, and it would not be easy to fight his way out. Let's go first and see how the Copper Lizard clan reacts, Lin Moya said, controlling the warship to fly towards the human star domain. The warship was damaged and could not enter deep space, but it could still traverse the surface space at a decent speed. If Qin Fei and the others were not present, Lin Moya could have used the 3-light talisman to return to the human domain in a short time. The warship sailed through the starry sky, passing by one star system after another. The entire starry sky seemed very quiet, and they did not encounter any Copper Lizard clan members. However, Lin Moya knew that things were not that simple. The Copper Lizard clan was not a strong race, but they were not weak either. They had a basic defense system, and it was likely that they had already been discovered, but the Copper Lizard clan had not yet made a move. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to leave the Copper Lizard clan's territory, and the Copper Lizard clan was probably not in a hurry. Lin Moya estimated that the Copper Lizard clan was discussing how to deal with him. The one at the other shore realm probably won't make a move, at most sending some god sovereigns. But if a fight breaks out, it might not be a bad thing. With the intelligence capabilities of the human race, as long as there is some commotion here, the Saint Sovereigns will definitely know. Lin Moya was not worried. He had confidence in his own strength. Even if someone at the other shore realm wanted to kill him, it would not be an easy task. If a fight broke out, who would live and who would die was uncertain. During this half-day, Lin Moya treated the dozen or so unconscious people. Unfortunately, their soul injuries were too severe. Although the power of life had miraculous effects on healing souls, it still required time. Lin Moya could feel their souls recovering, but it would take some time for them to truly wake up. At the same time, Lin Moya also felt the changes in his own soul world. The world crystal was wrapped by the world tree, emitting a faint light and continuously releasing magical energy. This energy was absorbed by the world tree, refined layer by layer, and then sent into the soul world. In just half a day, Lin Moya felt that his soul world seemed to have become more stable. The change was slow, but his soul was sensitive enough to notice it. The world crystal contained the essence of the Starfire realm, with extremely powerful energy, more than enough to construct a rule world. And now, Lin Moya was using only a billionth of it, far from its true potential. The soul looked at the world tree. You seem to have benefited a lot too. The soul felt that not only had the soul world become stronger, but even the world tree had grown stronger during the refining process. The world tree swayed gently, looking very happy. It had indeed benefited. The energy in the world crystal was very helpful for its growth. Lin Moya had not forgotten that the world tree was still in its infancy, like a child among humans, needing a lot of nourishment to grow strong. The world crystal was the best nourishment. Absorb as much as you can and grow up quickly. The soul reached out a small hand and gently patted the world tree. The world tree seemed even happier, its drooping branches gently caressing Lin Moya, showing great affection. Lin Moya's soul began to draw runes, specifically the rune to activate the Starfire. This rune was very peculiar. Lin Moya felt that it was not a high-level rune, but it was higher than ordinary runes. But it was not an ancient rune, not as complex as ancient runes. If it were an ancient rune, Lin Moya knew that with his current ability, he would not be able to draw it. In the words of the mysterious master, this rune was called the world-burning rune. The world-burning rune could ignite the world-burning fire, burning the world and refining it into a world crystal. The world-burning fire left in the Starfire clan by the mysterious master was activated by Lin Moya using the world-burning rune. But that was the power of the mysterious master, not Lin Moya's own. To refine the world-burning fire, you must first condense the fire seed and then continuously nourish it with soul power until it takes shape. And to condense the fire seed, you need to perfect the world-burning rune. The soul repeatedly drew the world-burning rune, and each time it formed, it quickly collapsed, unable to condense the fire seed. Condensing the fire seed was not easy. Each time Lin Moya drew the world-burning rune, it was not perfect. But Lin Moya was not in a hurry, he had patience. If he failed, he would try again, and it was no big deal. Drawing the world-burning rune consumed a lot of soul power, but with the world tree, the consumption of soul power was not a problem. Lin Moya had a unique advantage, and he believed that it would not take long for him to condense the world-burning fire seed. When the world-burning fire seed was nourished into the world-burning fire, he could refine worlds. Of course, it would not be a powerful world like the Great World. Lin Moya thought of the Tulu realm and the Soul Spirit realm. The people of these worlds were already dead, leaving behind broken worlds. Refining them could also yield world crystals, which would be good nourishment for the world tree. The soul continued to draw the world-burning rune, while Lin Moya himself chatted with Qing Fei in Shui's Island. Since the 4-star domain competition, they had not met again. If it were not for Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai seeking help this time, they did not know how long it would be before they met again. Cultivators were like this once they embarked on the path. It was normal not to see each other for hundreds or thousands of years. Qing Fei and Shui's Island talked about what had happened since they parted ways. They each returned to their star domains and then entered the Divine City together a few years later. The four of them continuously completed tasks in the outer regions of the Divine City, accumulating Divine City merits. Although they had not yet broken through to God Sovereign, their foundations were becoming increasingly solid. They were not in a hurry, they understood the principle of accumulating strength for a breakthrough. Now, they were only half a step away from God Sovereign, and it would not take more than a year or two to break through. Lin Moya used the explosive luck technique to check their luck. He found that their luck was quite good, with values around 80, indicating great fortune. Indeed, they had turned misfortune into fortune, entering the Starfire realm by mistake and returning safely. After a day of flying, the warship slowly came to a stop. It's a bit slower than I expected, but they finally arrived. Lin Moya's voice was calm, without any waves. About 1,000,000 kilometers away from the warship, an army appeared. The Copper Lizard Clan's army was arrayed in formation, ready to attack. After the warship stopped, the Copper Lizard Clan's army appeared from all directions, surrounding the warship. The Copper Lizard Clan's army surrounded Lin Moya's warship, and killing intent filled the starry sky. The army was not small, numbering 100,000. 100,000 troops surrounding a single warship seemed like overkill, but it also showed how much they valued the humans. Qing Fei and Shui's Highland did not show any signs of nervousness. Shui's Highland said, "We'll have to trouble Brother Lin again." Lin Moya smiled, "No problem." Then his voice transmitted out of the warship, "I give you two choices, let us leave, or I will kill you." Chapter 2046. Chapter 2046, 2046. Chapter 2046, hope they know when to retreat. From Lin Moya's voice, no emotion could be discerned. However, his words were extremely domineering, leaving no face for the Copper Lizard Clan. It seemed as if he was not the one surrounded, but rather he was the one surrounding the Copper Lizard Clan. From the Copper Lizard Clan's army, a high-ranking God Sovereign flew out and shouted angrily at Lin Moya, "Human God Sovereign, come out." The Copper Lizard Clan members generally had bad tempers and were quick to resort to violence. They looked like lizards, with long, flat mouths filled with sharp fangs, appearing quite ferocious. Their bodies were covered in bronze scales, emitting a yellow glow, resembling gold. The Copper Lizard Clan preferred using clubs as weapons, even their God Sovereigns were no exception. As he spoke, he waved a huge club in his hand, showing a threatening posture. The one who came out to shout was a high-ranking God Sovereign of the Copper Lizard Clan, and his words were not polite at all, showing no regard for Lin Moya. He could sense that the human God Sovereign in the warship was only at the second stage of the God Sovereign realm. As a high-ranking God Sovereign, he felt no need to be polite to a second-stage God Sovereign. However, Lin Moya was even less polite. "I'll give you 3 seconds to choose, either get out of the way or die." This statement not only angered the Copper Lizard Clan's God Sovereign but also made the soldiers laugh. They bared their teeth, their expressions even more ferocious. "Are all humans this arrogant?" The Copper Lizard Clan's God Sovereign roared. With his roar, several more God Sovereigns flew out, ranging from the 3rd to the 6th stage. A total of 12 God Sovereigns, along with an army of 100,000, surrounded Lin Moya's warship. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Moya's voice sounded again, "Your laughter is uglier than crying." The Copper Lizard Clan indeed did not conform to human aesthetics. No matter what expression they had, in the eyes of humans, they were just ugly. In the starry sky, the undying flames flickered, and in an instant, the void changed, as if another world had descended. The bone hell appeared silently, covering millions of kilometers of the starry sky, enveloping all the Copper Lizard Clan members. Lin Moya's calm voice came out, "3 seconds are up." His words heralded the arrival of death. Countless hellfiends rushed out from the bone hell, transforming into reapers and pouncing on the Copper Lizard Clan's army. The hellfire boiled, erupting like a volcano, falling like a meteor shower. The river of hellfire flowed in the bone hell, burning fiercely, and beneath the flames was a river of blood. What is this? Damn it! Ah! The Copper Lizard Clan's army reacted quickly, immediately clashing with the Hellfiends. The Copper Lizard Clan's army instantly collapsed, torn apart by the Hellfiends. For a moment, screams echoed through the starry sky, unending, as the Hellfiends devoured the Copper Lizard Clan like wolves and tigers. The Copper Lizard Clan's proud bronze armor was no better than tofu in front of the Hellfiends. The difference in strength was too great. The Copper Lizard Clan soldiers were only at the God King level, and even when combined, they could barely contend with a God Sovereign. And each Hell Fiend was equivalent to a 7th-stage God Sovereign. Even the God Sovereigns of the Copper Lizard Clan were struggling against the Hell Fiends. They were surrounded by a large number of Hell Fiends, in a precarious situation. The only one faring slightly better was the high-ranking God Sovereign. Therefore, Lin Moya sent more Hell Fiends to deal with him. Living was impossible, it was just a matter of how long he could hold out. In Lin Moya's eyes, the 100,000 Copper Lizard Clan soldiers, along with the dozen God Sovereigns, were just enough to fill the gaps in the Bone Hell's teeth. The warship set sail again, the outcome of this battle already determined, with no other possible result. Lin Moya thought to himself, is the commotion too small? Can the Saint Sovereigns detect the anomaly here? The Rune Saint Sovereign used a special method, in cooperation with the Human Emperor Network, to monitor all movements inside and outside the human race. This method was likely left from ancient times, and many events in the Great World could not escape the Rune Saint Sovereign's notice. The Copper Lizard Clan was not far from the human race, and Lin Moya thought that it might not take long for the Rune Saint Sovereign to learn of his situation. The warship continued to move away, and in the blink of an eye, the battlefield was left far behind. Lin Moya sat in the warship, leisurely drinking tea. His soul continued to study the drawing of the world-burning rune, gradually approaching perfection. Xin Fei asked, if the Copper Lizard Clan comes again, they might bring stronger forces. Lin Moya said, no matter, this time was just a warning. I hope they know when to retreat and let us leave. If they keep blocking us, I don't mind playing in their star domain for a while. What Lin Moya meant by playing was not a good thing. He spoke lightly, but Xin Fei and Shui's Highland could sense a hint of killing intent. The humans in the Great World were educated from a young age to remember past hatreds. Killing other races was ingrained in their bones and blood. Even a gentle woman like Shui's Highland had no objection to Lin Moya's actions. In the eyes of most people, these other races deserved to die. They had once killed countless humans, even eaten countless humans. This was a deep-seated hatred, unforgettable for generations, for millions of years. No matter how the humans retaliated, it was not excessive. An hour later, the bone hell disappeared from the starry sky. In the empty starry sky, nothing was left. No blood, no bones, not even a trace of debris. The bone hell had killed them and cleaned up the battlefield. The hell fiends grew stronger, and the river of hellfire became more powerful, flowing endlessly in the bone hell. Because Xin Fei and the others were present, Lin Moya did not intend to stay here for long. He only wanted to return to the human race as soon as possible and take them back. But if the Copper Lizard Clan kept blocking him, Lin Moya did not mind leaving some memorable experiences for them. Lin Moya reviewed the information he had on the Copper Lizard Clan, judging their behavior patterns. He guessed that these guys would not let him go easily. The Copper Lizard Clan was not very intelligent and had a very bad temper. They survived in the Great World mainly relying on their innate abilities. The Copper Lizard Clan was born with considerable combat power, reaching the super god level upon adulthood. Most of the Copper Lizard Clan could cultivate to the God King level. If they couldn't even reach the God King level, they were considered the lowest of the low in the Copper Lizard Clan. The world was fair, the stronger the talent, the greater the limitations. The Copper Lizard Clan had many God Kings but not many God Sovereigns, even fewer at the other shore realm, and currently, they had no Saint Sovereigns. In fact, many races that relied on innate abilities faced similar problems. They often started high but had low ceilings. Humans, on the other hand, started cultivating from birth and often took over 100 years to reach the super god level. It could be said that they had no talent at all. Yet, the humans had the highest ceiling, with the most Saint Sovereigns among all races. 10,000 years ago, some races captured many humans to study their bloodlines, but they did not gain any valuable insights. In Lin Moya's view, the Copper Lizard Clan was just a warrior race. In ancient times, they wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. For such a race, the ancient sages of the human race were already very generous to give them a region to live in peace. If it were another race, they might have been directly exterminated. Unfortunately, they did not cherish it and ultimately betrayed. The warship stopped again after a day. Chapter 2047. Chapter 2047, 2047. Chapter 2047. Would the two junior sisters like to accompany me? As Lin Moya expected, the Copper Lizard Clan did not know when to retreat. In their bones, fighting was the primary element. If it weren't for the human race being too powerful, the Copper Lizard Clan would have attacked long ago. In fact, for nearly 100,000 years, the Copper Lizard Clan had been continuously fighting with the surrounding small races. They lacked wisdom and were naturally belligerent. At the same time, the Copper Lizard Clan harbored hatred for the human race. Back then, Xiao Zantian's counterattack nearly wiped them out. Lin Moya no longer considered the possibility of the Copper Lizard Clan letting him go. This possibility was less than 1 in 10,000. Just a day later, the Copper Lizard Clan came again, full of killing intent. The previous team was just an appetizer. This time, not many came, only about 100, but they were all strong. There were more than 10 high-ranking god sovereigns among them. 2 of them had reached the 9th stage of the god sovereign realm. With the Copper Lizard clan's innate abilities, they could be considered peak god sovereigns. However, in Lin Moya's perception, they were still somewhat inferior to Zhu Kaiwo of the past. Lin Moya sighed and looked at Qing Fei and Shuai's island. It's impolite not to reciprocate. After this battle, I plan to take a stroll in the Copper Lizard clan's territory. Would the 2 junior sisters like to accompany me? Shuai's Highland said, we'll follow senior brother Lin's lead. Qing Fei said, it would be nice to see the scenery in the Copper Lizard clan's territory. The 2 readily agreed with Lin Moya's idea. A surge of immense power came, and the god sovereigns of the Copper Lizard clan swung their weapons, conjuring countless clubs in the starry sky, aiming to smash Lin Moya and his warship to pieces. Lin Moya smiled slightly and pointed lightly towards the starry sky. The Death Dragon Knight Legion moved out, with the Legion rulers at the forefront, swinging their war blades and shattering the club illusions. Then, the Death Dragon Knights charged madly, pouncing on the various god sovereigns. Lin Moya directly summoned 10 Death Dragon Knight legions, 1,000,000 Death Dragon Knights, each with the combat power of a 7th-stage god sovereign, creating an overwhelming momentum. The Death Dragon Knights launched their charge, their speed instantly reaching the limit, far surpassing the speed of light, and directly killing the Copper Lizard clan's god sovereigns. The god sovereigns of the Copper Lizard clan were stunned. They were supposed to gang up on Lin Moya, but in the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. They retreated frantically, but the Death Dragon Knights pursued relentlessly. In the charge, the Death Dragon Knights instantly surpassed the Copper Lizard clan's god sovereigns, surrounding them. The faces of the Copper Lizard clan's god sovereigns turned extremely ugly, and fear appeared in their eyes. How can there be so many puppets? Each one is equivalent to a high-ranking god sovereign. How can we fight this? Suddenly, someone realized, I know who he is. It's him, it's Lin Moya. At the mention of Lin Moya's name, all the god sovereigns' faces changed. They had certainly heard of this name, too familiar with it. In the past 100 years, if anyone in the human race was the most famous, it was Lin Moya. Lin Moya's deeds had spread across all races, almost becoming a legend. Everyone knew Lin Moya was very strong, invincible at the same level, and could even fight across levels. However, very few knew just how strong Lin Moya was. The god sovereigns of the Copper Lizard clan naturally didn't know, but now they had some idea. Lin Moya, only at the 2nd stage of the god sovereign realm, could summon 1,000,000 high-ranking god sovereign puppets. How could they fight this? Screams echoed, and as soon as the battle began, some god sovereigns were already dead. Those at the 3rd and 4th stages of the god sovereign realm had no power to fight back against the Death Dragon Knights. Several peak god sovereigns swung their clubs, smashing countless Death Dragon Knights. With each swing, hundreds of Death Dragon Knights were shattered. There was still a significant gap between the 7th and 9th stages of the god sovereign realm. Even the Legion rulers couldn't withstand them. However, the shattered Death Dragon Knights revived in less than a second. The 9th-stage god sovereigns of the Copper Lizard clan moved through the battlefield, rescuing their kin and pulling them behind. The high-ranking god sovereigns of the Copper Lizard clan pulled their companions behind them, forming a circle to resist Lin Moya's Death Dragon Knights. The Legion rulers swung their war blades, killing their way in repeatedly, but were stubbornly blocked. The Copper Lizard clan emitted a bronze glow, and the light intertwined, forming a giant golden ball in the starry sky. The god sovereigns of the Copper Lizard clan formed a battle formation, and a massive golden lizard warrior appeared in the void. Lin Moya watched with a hint of disdain, summoning their ancestors. The golden lizard warrior, 10,000 meters tall, swung a giant club, sweeping the starry sky and instantly killing nearly 10,000 Death Dragon Knights. This golden lizard warrior's combat power was very close to the Other Shore realm, almost reaching the half-step Other Shore level. Lin Moya flicked his finger, and the undying flames exploded in the starry sky, splitting into 5. The skeleton thrones appeared, and 5 skeleton kings quickly charged out. Also at the 9th stage of the god sovereign realm, the skeleton kings were stronger than the Copper Lizard clan. 5 bone swords swung simultaneously, slashing the gods. Sword light flashed, and the golden lizard warrior was instantly engulfed by the sword slashes. The 10,000-meter-tall skeleton kings took 2 steps forward, and in an instant, thousands of sword strikes landed, annihilating the golden lizard warrior on the spot. The battle formation was broken, and the faces of the Copper Lizard clan's god sovereigns changed drastically. They knew they had no chance of survival. They had completely underestimated Lin Moya's combat power. The bone hell reappeared, and countless hell fiends rushed out, ready to feast. A violent aura surged, and a god sovereign rushed out of the battle formation, preparing to self-destruct. Lin Moya sneered disdainfully, no chance. He pointed, and red light enveloped the starry sky. White star level spell, Time Curse. Time accelerated 1,000-fold, and all damage erupted in a short time. The soul was attacked, and the self-destructing aura was instantly extinguished. In the next second, a 10 million meter large eye appeared in the starry sky. The eye gazed coldly and mercilessly, ready to launch a soul attack at any moment. The undead gaze might not be enough to kill, but it was excellent for interrupting self-destruction and controlling the battlefield. After doing all this, Lin Moya stopped. He knew the battle was over from this moment. Unless the god sovereigns had some heaven-defying treasures, they couldn't survive. I wonder if the bone hell can upgrade again after this play. Lin Moya thought to himself, wondering if it would work, depending on the outcome of the play. In the Divine City, the Rune Saint Sovereign received the latest news. Little friend Lin has appeared in the Copper Lizard clan's star domain. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign smiled. He finally escaped the space rift. Is anyone with him? The Rune Saint Sovereign shook his head. No more specific information. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign said, "The Copper Lizard Clan is not far away. Let old Sha go and bring little friend Lin back." The Copper Lizard Clan is different from the demon race. They have no Saint Sovereign, only one at the other shore realm. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign knew Lin Moya's strength and was not worried about his safety. An other shore realm expert would find it hard to kill Lin Moya and might even be killed by him. There was no need to send a large army, just sending the killing Saint Sovereign would be enough. As he spoke, the Heavenly Saint Sovereign had already sent a message to the killing Saint Sovereign, who quickly responded and took action. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign said, "All right, old Sha is on his way." The Rune Saint Sovereign nodded. This space rift appeared suddenly and disappeared after a few days. Several people from the War God Temple entered and didn't come out. "We can ask little friend Lin about the situation inside. No rush, we can ask slowly after he returns." Chapter 2048. Chapter 2048, 2048. Chapter 2048, Courtesy Demands Reciprocity. Lin Moya piloted the damaged warship, continuing to navigate through the starry sky. He changed direction, no longer heading towards the human star domain, but instead towards the nearest star system of the Copper Lizard Clan. The star system of the Copper Lizard Clan emitted a bronze glow. Even the stars were different from those in the human domain. Shui's Hylan observed from afar, "It's really strange, how can there be bronze-colored stars?" Qin Fei also found it odd. It is indeed peculiar. Their confusion was understandable, but Lin Moya knew the reason clearly. He explained slowly, "It's not that the stars are strange, but that there is a formation outside the stars. The Copper Lizard Clan is not skilled in formations, but there is one exception. This formation is inherited in their bloodline and is called the Copper Light Formation. This formation can collect the light of the stars and convert it into materials needed for the Copper Lizard Clan's cultivation." Shui's Hylan and Qin Fei suddenly understood. No wonder. Qin Fei added, "It seems every race has its own characteristics." Lin Moya sighed. "Indeed, each race has its own characteristics. Unfortunately, they are not smart enough." He was referring to events from ancient times. At that time, their world's origin had already merged with the Great World, and they were all on the same boat as the Great World. The humans in the Great World were the captains and crew, while they were just passengers. As a result, these passengers thought about killing the captain and crew. They didn't understand that if the captain and crew died, the ship would sink, and they, the passengers, would also perish. So Lin Moya said they were not smart enough. Of course, there were some smart ones, like the Butterfly Clan, but such smart races were too few, countable on one hand. As the warship approached the star system, Lin Moya said softly, "They should be here." As his words fell, countless white lights suddenly lit up in the starry sky. Immediately, a star exploded, creating brilliant fireworks. Powerful auras rose, and the strong members of the Copper Lizard Clan began to counterattack, but these counterattacks were quickly extinguished, having no effect. In front of the warship, the skeleton generals had already charged ahead. Lin Moya had said, "Courtesy demands reciprocity." Since they wouldn't let him leave, he decided not to leave and to have some fun in their territory. By the time the warship truly entered the star system, the battle was already over. Not a single member of the Copper Lizard Clan in this star system was left alive. When Lin Moya made a move, it was to exterminate the entire clan, leaving no future troubles. Lin Moya felt a slight force of karma, but it was minimal. Indeed, killing them all results in less karma. As long as I kill thoroughly enough, no karma will be generated. The copper light formation outside the star was extinguished, and the star's color returned to normal. Without the copper light formation, the star was still a star, with no difference. The warship skimmed past the resource planet. The Copper Lizard Clan did not need many additional resources for cultivation. What they needed most was the material converted by the copper light formation. These resource planets were almost untouched, with abundant resources. Perhaps, these planets can all be taken back. In the human race's plan, they would take action against some small and medium-sized races one by one, avenging themselves and taking all their resources. According to the predictions of the Star Elder, to survive the Great World's nirvana, a vast amount of resources was needed. Lin Moyo had no objection to this. Even though he knew the Great World could not undergo nirvana, he might need these resources to repair the Great World runes. Resources were never too much, the more, the better. A million skeleton generals and a Death Dragon Knight Legion left the star system, heading towards another nearby star system. Lin Moyo had deployed a total of 100 million skeleton generals and 100 Death Dragon Knight Legions. Each group of 1 million skeleton generals and 1 Death Dragon Knight Legion was sent to attack different star systems of the Copper Lizard Clan. While the Copper Lizard Clan was still thinking about how to deal with Lin Moyo, he had already started his counterattack. In the coming days, the Copper Lizard Clan would fall into a nightmare. In the center of the Copper Lizard Clan's territory, there was an enormous star. Outside the star, the copper light formation continued to operate, gathering the star's power to form a material called copper light essence, which was needed for the Copper Lizard Clan's cultivation. Outside the copper light formation, a palace shaped like a lizard floated in the starry sky. Angry roars emanated from the palace, turning into shockwaves that twisted space. The star was affected, spewing countless flames, as if it too was roaring in anger. The voice of the Copper Lizard King came from the Lizard Palace. "Lin Moyo, I will kill you and grind you into dust." The previously stationary Lizard Palace began to fly, accelerating rapidly towards Lin Moyo's direction. After 2 failed attempts to intercept Lin Moyo, resulting in the loss of 100,000 troops and over 100 god sovereigns, the Copper Lizard King was furious. He never expected that instead of leaving, Lin Moyo had started a counterattack. One undead army after another invaded various star systems, leaving no survivors. In the past 2 days, he had received numerous reports that dozens of star systems had been destroyed, and billions of his people had died. His anger was beyond words, and the entire Copper Lizard clan was mobilized as if facing the greatest crisis. Even god sovereigns in seclusion had interrupted their cultivation to support various star systems. However, whether the support would be effective was still uncertain. After all, the number of god sovereigns in the Copper Lizard clan was limited, and facing the undead army felt like a drop in the bucket. Even if peak god sovereigns were deployed, if the numbers were insufficient, it would still be difficult to stop the disaster. The Copper Lizard King knew that only by killing Lin Moyo could he stop all this. Peak god sovereigns had died at Lin Moyo's hands, and now only he himself could deal with Lin Moyo. Although the Copper Lizard King was furious, he had not lost his reason. He did not forget to seek help from the Pegasus clan. He knew that if he failed to kill Lin Moyo, the Copper Lizard clan would suffer immense losses. At this moment, if he could get help from the Pegasus clan, it might reduce some of the losses. The warship flew through the starry sky, and at this moment, Lin Moyo was the only one on board. Jing Fei, Shuai's island, and some injured individuals had been left on a resource planet. An undead army protected them, ensuring their safety. Lin Moyo knew he had caused a big commotion, and the Copper Lizard King would likely come to deal with him personally. Facing an Othershore realm expert, Lin Moyo knew he had to give his all and might not be able to take care of Jing Fei and the others. For safety's sake, he had them stay away from the battle. The warship deliberately moved away from the star system, choosing an empty void in the starry sky. Lin Moyo did not want the battle to destroy the star system, as he considered the resource planets within it to be human property and did not want them damaged. They should be here soon. Lin Moyo sat in the warship, leisurely drinking tea. He had been waiting for half a day, and by his calculations, the Copper Lizard King should arrive soon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a powerful aura rose from the distance. The aura was like a blazing sun, impossible to look at directly. A lizard palace, entirely bronze-colored and 10,000 meters long, flew rapidly through the starry sky. Chapter 2049. Chapter 2049. 2049. Chapter 2049. You might as well flee with your entire clan. The Copper Lizard King arrived, bringing his palace with him. Lin Moyo raised an eyebrow. He hadn't seen the Copper Lizard King yet, but he sensed a hint of danger from the palace. This entirely bronze palace exuded an ancient aura, heavy with the weight of ages. Lin Moyo immediately determined that this palace was from ancient times. A palace preserved from ancient times to the present made Lin Moyo wary. The ancient era was incredibly powerful, a brilliant time when beings at the Othershore realm were common, and not only humans but also various other races were strong. At that time, this palace might not have been much, but in the present, it was definitely a lethal weapon. However, Lin Moyo also noticed that many parts of the palace seemed to have been repaired. He immediately realized that this palace must have been on the battlefield and had experienced great battles. It had been damaged in those battles and later repaired. From the repair marks, it was clear that the repair methods were quite crude. As a result, the combat power of this palace compared to its prime was uncertain. At least in Lin Moyo's view, the threat level had significantly decreased. Since you're here, let's see if you can fight. Copper Lizard King, I hope you don't disappoint me. Lin Moyo spoke softly, slowly stood up, walked out of the warship, and put it away. Originally, he just wanted to leave, but then he turned back to kill. Now, he wanted to use the Copper Lizard King to test his strength. He wanted to see how strong he had become and whether he could fight against someone at the Othershore realm without using corpse explosion. Compared to the White Star and the Starfire clan, the Copper Lizard King would undoubtedly be stronger. The White Star had the power of the Othershore realm but was like a target, easily manipulated by him. The Copper Lizard King was different. He would fight back, flee if he couldn't win, and even fight desperately. This was a true Othershore realm opponent. The Lizard Palace stopped 10,000 kilometers away, and the Copper Lizard King flew out, looking at Lin Moyo with murderous intent. He was about 10 meters tall, taller than other Copper Lizard clan members, with a very burly physique. His body was covered in thick bronze scales, emitting a golden glow, indicating that these scales had incredible defense. The Copper Lizard King hadn't deliberately trained his body, but his physical strength was clearly superior to humans of the same realm. An Othershore realm Copper Lizard King should have a body comparable to a god sovereign. Lin Moyo felt that in terms of physical strength, the Copper Lizard King was not weaker than himself. You are Lin Moyo. The Copper Lizard King's voice was filled with anger and intense killing intent, enveloping Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo remained calm. Are you the Copper Lizard King? The Copper Lizard King said in a deep voice, for 100,000 years, my Copper Lizard clan has not waged war against your human race. Are you declaring war? Lin Moyo laughed. What's the point of asking now that it's done? Hatred doesn't fade with time, it only grows stronger. Moreover, do you have the strength to challenge my human race now? Back then, you were like dogs, lucky not to be wiped out. This time, you might not be so lucky. The Copper Lizard King laughed angrily, his voice growing colder. Perhaps we are not as strong as your human race, but killing you is enough. Lin Moyo laughed heartily. And after you kill me? Aren't you afraid of human retaliation? But I can give you a way out. Kill me, then flee with your entire clan, escape to the outer regions, or seek refuge with the Demon Clan. Maybe then you can avoid disaster. The Copper Lizard King's face changed dramatically. He hadn't considered this. What would happen after killing Lin Moyo? What would they do? They couldn't withstand human retaliation. He now regretted not letting Lin Moyo go a few days ago. perhaps things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Lin Moya smiled, but it's too late to say this now. You only have two paths. One is to kill me and then flee with your entire clan. The other is to flee with your entire clan now, but how many can escape depends on your luck. What he called two paths was essentially one path. Lin Moyo had made it clear that he wouldn't spare the Copper Lizard clan, whether they killed him or not. The Copper Lizard King wasn't smart, but he wasn't that foolish. You seek death. The Copper Lizard King roared, raising his thick arm and swinging it at Lin Moyo. Behind him, a giant golden club flew out, smashing towards Lin Moyo with his movement. In the void, a giant club, tens of thousands of meters long, appeared, smashing down like a mountain. Where the club passed, the galaxy shattered, and space broke like tofu. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Now that's more like it. He lifted his foot, and in an instant, he appeared in the starry sky 10,000 kilometers away. Where he had been, a cloud of mist flashed. The bone hell remained in place, shattered by the Copper Lizard King's club. As the bone hell shattered, it completed its mission. An invisible mark fell on the Copper Lizard King, and Lin Moya completed the soul lock. Let's begin. Lin Moya pointed, and the undying flames exploded in the starry sky, revealing 5 skeleton thrones. 5 skeleton kings rose together, and the thrones transformed into 5 bone swords. Original spell, Strong Soldiers. A peculiar aura rose from Lin Moyu, and at that moment, the attack power of the entire undead army increased significantly. The Copper Lizard King's pupils shrank, and he let out a strange cry, Original spell. Lin Moyu ignored him. 500 drops of the water of myriad colors flew out, and 5 million units of the power of belief burned fiercely, causing the Skeleton King's aura to surge. The Copper Lizard King cried out again, the water of myriad colors, the power of belief. How can you have so much water of myriad colors? He had never obtained the water of myriad colors, but he knew of its existence. Even among strong races, the water of myriad colors was extremely precious. Generally, Saint Sovereigns used only 3 to 5 drops at a time. Those at the other shore realm used it for cultivation and were reluctant to use it in battle. But Lin Moya used hundreds of drops without hesitation, treating the water of myriad colors as if it were nothing. Compared to the water of myriad colors, burning some power of belief was more acceptable to him. The Skeleton King's aura reached the half-step other shore level, and their rule power became extremely strong. In this state, even the Copper Lizard King had to take them seriously. God-slaying sword. The 5 Skeleton Kings moved in unison, swinging their swords. The Copper Lizard King's eyes narrowed, and a sense of danger surged through his soul. Rule power erupted, enveloping his entire body. The sword light exploded on him, and the Copper Lizard King let out a scream. His sturdy scales shattered under the sword light, and numerous wounds appeared on his body. However, Lin Moya could see that these wounds were superficial and not serious. The Copper Lizard King had blocked the God-slaying sword, suffering only superficial wounds, but he looked quite miserable, covered in blood. You can actually hurt me. The Copper Lizard King's voice was filled with disbelief. A second-stage God Sovereign could actually injure him. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger, and he was even more determined to kill Lin Moyo. If he didn't kill him now, he might never get another chance. He formed a peculiar seal with his hands, and rule power surged, enveloping the starry sky. The giant club shone with brilliant golden light, multiplying into 10, then 100, and in an instant, millions of identical clubs appeared in the starry sky. 10,000 clubs break. With a light shout, millions of clubs appeared around Lin Moyo, smashing towards him from all directions. Chapter 2050. Chapter 2050, 2050. Chapter 2050. My spell is stronger than the Heavenly Sovereign's inheritance. The clubs sealed off the space, turning the entire area into a quagmire, making it difficult for Lin Moya to move. Not only was the space sealed, but even his soul was locked. It seemed Lin Moyo had no escape. The wings of the undead spread out with a swish, instantly cutting off the soul lock. Then Lin Moya took a step forward, disappearing into the starry sky. The clubs fell, hitting nothing but air. The space where Lin Moyo had been was smashed into a pulp, but there was no trace of him. The Copper Lizard King was stunned on the spot, unable to believe that Lin Moyo had evaded his attack. His soul lock and space seal were both easily broken. While he was in a daze, a gigantic fist appeared above his head. An ancient talisman punch, enhanced by 10 drops of the water of myriad colors and 100,000 units of the power of belief. At the same time, Lin Moya began his second original spell, Power Gathering. At this moment, Lin Moya's realm reached the 9th stage of the God Sovereign realm, with immense soul power injected into it. The ancient talisman punch broke through the boundary between the God Sovereign and the other shore, reaching its limit. The giant fist flew towards the Copper Lizard King, the ancient talisman on it shining brightly, firmly locking onto him. The offense and defense switched in an instant, and the Copper Lizard King's face changed dramatically. He reached out, and a golden club appeared in his hand, smashing towards the ancient talisman punch. Golden Lizard breaks the sky. The Copper Lizard King shone brilliantly, fully unleashing the power of the other shore realm. The starry sky shattered layer by layer, the momentum extremely terrifying. The power of rules surged madly, and the club instantly expanded 100-fold, 1,000-fold, like a galaxy falling. In comparison, the ancient talisman punch seemed insignificant, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Lin Moya remained calm, the soul-slaying sword appearing above his head. He injected all his soul power into it, along with 100 drops of the water of myriad colors and 1,000,000 units of the power of belief. The soul-slaying sword emitted a hazy glow, flashing in the starry sky and disappearing in an instant. The soul-slaying sword struck first, faster and more fierce. Before the club could fall, the Copper Lizard King's soul was suddenly attacked. The soul-slaying sword tore through his soul defense like a hot knife through butter, piercing his soul. Ah! The Copper Lizard King let out an earth-shattering scream, his aura becoming extremely chaotic. The power of rules exploded in the starry sky like chaotic fireworks, beautiful yet rotten. The spell was interrupted, the power of the club greatly weakened. The ancient talisman punch, seemingly weak, pierced through the shadow of the club and landed heavily on the Copper Lizard King. Another scream, and the Copper Lizard King's scales shattered, flesh flying. The Copper Lizard King was blasted away by the ancient talisman punch, flying at the speed of light, disappearing millions of kilometers away in an instant. At this moment, countless invisible white mists emerged from above Lin Moya's head, emitting a dragon's roar that only he could hear. Explosive luck technique. Luck transformed into a dragon. Lin Moya elevated his luck to the extreme, and at the same time, an invisible force fell on the Copper Lizard King. Luck value 45, green. Lin Moya snorted coldly, and the Copper Lizard King's luck quickly dropped, instantly falling to 20, turning into grey luck. The Copper Lizard King, injured both in soul and body, suddenly felt as if something was missing, but he couldn't tell what it was. Lin Moya snapped his fingers and shouted lightly, "Explode!" Boom! The Copper Lizard King seemed to hear an explosion, a sound from a mysterious world, with no discernible source. He felt as if he was being attacked by an invisible force, but he couldn't understand where it came from. His scales shattered silently, and large wounds appeared on his body, blood gushing out, staining the starry sky. Then came intense pain, originating from his soul. The Copper Lizard King realized that the damage to his body was actually from his soul. The explosion didn't affect his body but his soul. With his soul severely injured, the damage manifested on his body. He was terrified. What kind of method is this? How can it be so terrifying? Whether it was the soul-slaying sword or the ancient talisman punch, he could understand them. But this last attack was beyond his comprehension, too bizarre. Fear appeared in his heart, and terror flickered in his eyes as he looked at Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt slightly disappointed. He had used all his methods, launching 3 rounds of attacks in perfect succession, yet he still couldn't kill the Copper Lizard King, only severely injuring him. The other shore realm is indeed hard to kill. His soul is protected by a treasure, offsetting most of the soul-slaying sword's attack. His scales are incredibly strong, also offsetting most of the ancient talisman punch's attack. Only the explosive luck technique, which can't be defended against, posed a significant threat to him. Unfortunately, my realm is not high enough. The explosive luck technique's damage depends on the difference in luck and realm between the two parties. The gap between our realms is too large, reducing the explosive luck technique's damage by at least half, if not more. Through this battle, Lin Moya realized some shortcomings. The explosive luck technique was still slightly inferior to Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, as long as there were materials, could ignore the realm gap. Even if he was only at the super god level, as long as he had a corpse at the other shore realm and could lock onto it, he could blow up another at the other shore realm. But the explosive luck technique couldn't do that. Lin Moya realized that his spells were truly heaven-defying, even surpassing the inheritance of ancient heavenly sovereigns. The Copper Lizard King suddenly turned and flew towards his palace. He wanted to escape. At this moment, he was severely injured, bleeding in the starry sky, his soul gravely wounded. Though not fatal, his combat power was less than 30% of his peak. Soul injuries were the most troublesome, especially severe ones. The Copper Lizard King didn't know if he could recover to his peak. He both hated and feared Lin Moya. If Lin Moya launched another round of attacks like before, he would surely die. As someone at the other shore realm, he cherished his life. So his first reaction was not to fight Lin Moya to the death but to escape. As long as he could get into his palace, he would be safe. He was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from his palace, a distance that was just a step for him. Lin Moya had anticipated this, trying to escape? You have no chance. Countless white lights flickered in the starry sky, and countless skeletons, white as jade, appeared. The number of skeletons made the Copper Lizard King's scalp tingle. Millions? Far more than that, at least over 1,000,000,000. Looking around, the entire starry sky was filled with skeletons, completely covering the palace. All he could see were skeletons, nothing else. The undead army had completely surrounded the Copper Lizard King, layer upon layer. Lin Moya's idea was simple: wear him down to death. And it wouldn't take long. Once his soul power recovered a bit, he could use the soul-slaying sword again. If one sword wasn't enough, then a few more would do. Trying to trap me? Impossible. The Copper Lizard King roared, swinging his club to forcefully create a path. The palace also activated, smashing through the skeletons and flying towards the Copper Lizard King. The palace was not only a flying treasure but also an extremely powerful combat treasure. In ancient times, it had once dominated the battlefield. The formations outside the palace glowed, shooting countless golden lightning bolts, turning itself into a sea of lightning. One Death Dragon Knight Legion after another appeared in the starry sky, launching fierce attacks on the palace, preventing it from reaching the Copper Lizard King. The Death Dragon Knights fought fearlessly, blocking the palace at all costs. Each strike from the Copper Lizard King could kill tens of thousands of skeleton generals. The skeleton generals continuously collapsed and quickly revived, not retreating a single step. Chapter 2051. Chapter 2051, 2051. Chapter 2051, let's see who's faster. The distance between the Copper Lizard King and his palace wasn't far, but with the interference of the undead army, this distance became an insurmountable chasm. The Skeleton King charged towards the palace, and the 10,000-meter-tall Skeleton King swung its bone sword, slashing at the palace. The palace's formation flickered, blocking the Skeleton King's attack. Lin Moya roughly judged the palace's combat power. Without anyone controlling it, the palace was stronger than a god sovereign but weaker than the Copper Lizard King at the other shore realm. It could be considered the weakest at the other shore realm. If compared, it was equivalent to Zhukaiwa's worship. It was far inferior to the human race's war god fortress. As time passed, with the continuous infusion of power from the World Tree, Lin Moya's soul power had partially recovered in just a minute. 100 drops of the water of myriad colors flew out, and at the same time, 1,000,000 units of the power of belief burned. The undead army spared no expense, and neither did Lin Moyo. The soul-slaying sword flashed with a hazy glow and disappeared into the starry sky in the next second. The Copper Lizard King's scream echoed through the starry sky again, his soul once again severely injured. However, he still didn't die. The vitality of the other shore realm was extremely strong. Lin Moya didn't know what treasure was in the Copper Lizard King's soul, but from the feedback of the soul-slaying sword, it was clear that the sword had been countered, and this attack was not very effective. Killing the Copper Lizard King wasn't difficult, the difficulty lay in Lin Moya not wanting to use his trump card. With my current strength, killing someone at the other shore realm is still somewhat challenging. But it's not impossible, it just requires a lot of time or a small price. Lin Moya's eyes revealed killing intent, and a peculiar aura emanated from him. Original spell, Power Gathering. The original spell was activated again, and this time even more frantically. Lin Moya spared no expense in gathering the power of the undead army to enhance himself, breaking through to the 9th stage of the God's sovereign realm in the blink of an eye, and then continuing to charge upwards. Finally, he felt himself touch the other shore realm. It was a wonderful feeling, as if he understood everything and comprehended everything. He realized that this was the opportunity for a god sovereign to break through to the other shore realm. Countless peak god sovereigns were trapped in the god sovereign realm for life because they couldn't grasp this opportunity. In simpler terms, they hadn't yet comprehended it. Lin Moya tried hard to remember this feeling, not to forget it. In the next second, his body shattered, and his soul collapsed. The power gathering exceeded the limit, and his soul couldn't bear it. The Copper Lizard King was stunned again. In his perception, Lin Moya's aura suddenly disappeared. He didn't know what had happened, but Lin Moya's aura had just vanished. But less than half a second later, Lin Moya's aura reappeared. Due to the layers of undead army surrounding him, the Copper Lizard King couldn't see what had happened to Lin Moyo, but he was sure that something must have happened. Lin Moyo was reborn in purple light, all his states restored to their peak. Lin Moya locked onto the Copper Lizard King again and used power gathering for the 3rd time. His realm quickly rose to the 9th stage of the God Sovereign realm, and the soul-slaying sword appeared above his head, with the water of myriad colors and the power of belief ready. The Copper Lizard King suddenly felt a chilling sensation, with constant warnings from his soul. The soul of the other shore realm could sense danger, and he realized that a deadly danger was approaching. The Copper Lizard King's eyes changed, and a fist-sized object appeared in his hand. This object looked like a mix of gold and copper, with liquid seemingly flowing inside. The Copper Lizard King put this gold-copper object into his mouth, and his sharp teeth crushed it. The liquid inside flowed out and entered his body. The Copper Lizard King's injuries healed at an astonishing speed, and in an instant, he was fully recovered. Then his body began to swell, and his aura surged. His power rapidly increased, surpassing his peak and climbing to a higher level. The Copper Lizard King's body reached 1,000 meters, and behind him, a bronze sun slowly rose, with the power of rule surging in the starry sky. Under the sunlight, the skeleton generals melted like snow. Lin Moya's pupils contracted. A rule world, a saint sovereign. Lin Moya immediately recognized that this bronze sun was a rule world. The Copper Lizard King had somehow forcibly elevated himself to the saint sovereign level. However, Lin Moya also sensed that the Copper Lizard King's power was unstable, clearly unable to maintain this state for long. But a saint sovereign was still a saint sovereign. Even if it could only be maintained for a few minutes, it was enough to kill him. Under the power of the rule world, the undead army quickly collapsed. The Copper Lizard King's angry voice echoed, "Lin Moya, I will kill you." Lin Moya snorted coldly, "Try it." The soul-slaying sword flashed and attacked, but the Copper Lizard King only grunted. The soul-slaying sword had no effect, and Lin Moya felt the power of rules protecting the Copper Lizard King's soul. The Copper Lizard King swung his club, and even before it reached, the starry sky was already shattered. Under the sunlight, the club broke through the void, and the undead army completely collapsed. With no more interference from the undead army, the Copper Lizard King locked onto Lin Moya and swung his club again. A rune above Lin Moya's head activated, and he disappeared. The 3-light talisman activated, and Lin Moya moved away at a speed of 27 million kilometers per second. The Copper Lizard King had elevated himself to the Saint Sovereign level using a secret method, and in this state, Lin Moya was no match. Fight to the death? Lin Moya wasn't that foolish. Avoiding the edge was the right choice. Lin Moya knew very well that this secret method must have a price. Once the secret method ended, he could come back and kill the Copper Lizard King. The Copper Lizard King roared, "Where are you running?" He chased after Lin Moya. The sun behind him shone, shooting out countless rays, one of which locked onto Lin Moya. No matter how fast Lin Moya was, this ray wouldn't break. Even with the wings of the undead, he couldn't cut it off. Lin Moya sped ahead, while the Copper Lizard King chased madly behind. Let's see who's faster. Lin Moya wasn't worried at all. With the 3-light talisman, even a Saint Sovereign might not be faster than him. The Copper Lizard King's palace finally broke through the encirclement and followed closely behind. Lin Moya was fast, and so was the Copper Lizard King. But the more the Copper Lizard King chased, the more shocked he became. Lin Moya's speed was astonishing, not slower than his own. He initially thought Lin Moya was using some secret method, but later realized that wasn't the case. Strong in combat, fast in speed, able to fight when he wanted and leave when he wanted, no one could stop him. This is a monster. The Copper Lizard King's shock grew, and unknowingly, his anger at wanting to kill Lin Moya began to fade, and reason returned. He knew his situation. The Saint Sovereign state couldn't be maintained for long, and once it ended, he would be weak for a long time. The Copper Lizard King wasn't stupid. He knew that if he couldn't kill Lin Moya, he would be the one to die. After chasing for a few minutes, he realized he couldn't catch Lin Moya. He suddenly stopped and turned back. The palace flew over, and the Copper Lizard King entered it, piloting it to leave. With someone controlling the palace, its speed increased dramatically. Escaping. It's not that easy. Lin Moya quickly chased after him. Having fought to this point, how could he let the Copper Lizard King go? The principle of not chasing a cornered enemy didn't apply here. Lin Moya believed in another saying: remove the weeds and eliminate the roots, or they will grow again with the spring breeze. Chapter 2052. Chapter 2052. Chapter 2052. I'm more interested in saving people. The Copper Lizard King's palace was incredibly fast, and Lin Moya had to exert all his strength just to keep up. This palace had once been a very powerful war fortress. Although it was damaged, its speed seemed to be unaffected. The palace flew past one star system after another, and Lin Moya could feel the Copper Lizard King's aura weakening. The time for the secret technique was up, and the after effects were appearing. The Copper Lizard King's condition was rapidly deteriorating, falling from the Saint Sovereign level to the edge of the Other Shore realm, just one step away from falling out of the Other Shore realm entirely. In this state, Lin Moya was confident he could kill him. The palace wasn't flying towards the center of the Copper Lizard clan but was heading out of the star domain. Lin Moya naturally understood the Copper Lizard King's intention and knew this was the correct choice. The Copper Lizard King planned to completely abandon the Copper Lizard clan to save his own life. In fact, as long as he was alive, the Copper Lizard clan wouldn't be truly extinct. Lin Moya wouldn't let him go, even if he had to chase him to the ends of the earth. Lin Moya didn't believe he could keep running forever. The Copper Lizard King's aura was still weakening. As long as he kept chasing, the Copper Lizard King wouldn't have a chance to recover. His condition would only get worse, and he would eventually be caught. The starry sky receded, and half a day later, they were about to leave the Copper Lizard clan's star domain. Suddenly, a massive aura appeared ahead, and a team flew towards them from the distance. This team was bathed in white light, and above them, a giant white horse, 10,000 meters tall, appeared. The white horse had wings that spread out and gently flapped in the starry sky. The Pegasus clan. Lin Moya squinted his eyes. It seems I underestimated him. He wasn't running aimlessly, he was going to find reinforcements. Lin Moya had known about the alliance between the Copper Lizard clan and the Pegasus clan for a long time. It seemed the Copper Lizard King had notified the Pegasus clan before making his move. Now that he was defeated, he sought their help. To have cultivated to the Other Shore realm, the Copper Lizard King was clearly not stupid and knew to leave a backup plan. From the aura of the Pegasus clan's team, Lin Moya sensed the presence of an Other Shore realm expert. He knew it was the Pegasus clan's leader. With him here, it would be much more difficult to kill the Copper Lizard King. But giving up now, Lin Moya felt a bit unwilling. If he used his trump card, he could naturally kill them all. However, using it against two Other Shore realm experts seemed a bit wasteful. Lin boy, are you in a bit of a bind? A voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Lin Moya immediately laughed. Killing Saint Sovereign, you finally decided to show up. The Killing Saint Sovereign laughed. Don't try to trick me. I don't believe you knew I was here all along. Lin Moya indeed didn't know. Although his soul was sensitive, the Killing Saint Sovereign's rule represented concealment and invisibility. Whether it was his aura, form, or soul fluctuations, he could hide them perfectly. Unless he made a move, even Lin Moya would find it hard to detect him. Moreover, among the Saint Sovereigns, the only one who would call him Lin boy was the Killing Saint Sovereign. Lin Moya admitted openly, "You hid so well, how could I have discovered you?" The Killing Saint Sovereign asked curiously, "Then how did you know I was here?" Lin Moya laughed, "I didn't know. I was just guessing." The Killing Saint Sovereign snorted, "You little rascal, you were trying to trick me." Lin Moya said, "Not really. I just thought that someone as wise as you wouldn't act rashly. You would definitely observe first, right? So I boldly guessed that you had arrived early and were just waiting to see if I could handle it. When you saw that I couldn't, you decided to come out and see if you could help." The Killing Saint Sovereign seemed pleased. "That's more like it. Alright, do you need me to kill him for you now?" Lin Moya said, "That would be great. I'll trouble you, senior." Piece of cake. The Killing Saint Sovereign's voice faded away. Lin Moya knew he had already taken action. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a faint figure seemed to appear outside the palace and then slipped inside. Where there were shadows, the Killing Saint Sovereign could complete his stealth. This was the Killing Saint Sovereign's greatest strength. In the art of assassination, no one could compare. Just a few seconds later, a scream came from the palace, which suddenly stopped in its rapid flight. Then the Killing Saint Sovereign flew out, carrying a corpse. The Copper Lizard King was already dead, with a large hole in his head, clearly killed by a single strike from the Killing Saint Sovereign. At this moment, the Pegasus clan was still tens of millions of kilometers away. The Killing Saint Sovereign threw the Copper Lizard King's corpse to Lin Moya and then flew towards the Pegasus clan. Behind him, black mist rose, forming a stark contrast with the white light of the Pegasus clan. The Killing Saint Sovereign's aura was very faint. Although he was a Saint Sovereign, he felt no different from a God Sovereign. His ability to hide his aura far surpassed that of other Saint Sovereigns. The black mist collided with the white light of the Pegasus clan, but there was no earth-shattering scene. The black mist silently infiltrated the white light. Immediately, panicked voices came from the Pegasus clan's team. The advancing team suddenly stopped and then began to retreat, quickly moving away. Lin Moya knew that the Pegasus clan's other shore realm leader must have sensed the presence of the killing Saint Sovereign. Facing a Saint Sovereign, he had no choice but to flee. The killing Saint Sovereign didn't pursue but returned to Lin Moya's side. A bunch of cowards, they don't even have the courage to fight back. Lin Moya laughed, they're not stupid. Facing an unbeatable opponent, of course, they choose to flee. The killing Saint Sovereign snorted, what about you? Lin Moya said, I'm a bit foolish. I like to challenge strong opponents, unless I really can't win. The killing Saint Sovereign looked Lin Moya up and down, I can see that. A second stage God Sovereign daring to challenge the other shore realm, you do have guts. Lin Moya didn't refute. His courage was based on his strength, and he was well aware of his own capabilities. Moreover, he had trump cards, so he didn't worry about safety. The killing Saint Sovereign asked, what are you going to do next? I'd like to trouble you to make another trip and notify the seniors in the clan to come and take all the Copper Lizard clan's resources back. As he spoke, Lin Moya waved his hand and stored the Copper Lizard King's corpse. An other shore realm corpse was excellent material for weapons. It could be used for corpse explosion or resurrected to become an other shore realm fighter. The killing Saint Sovereign frowned. The Copper Lizard clan may not be a strong race, but they have over 500 star systems. Are you planning to kill them all? Lin Moya sensed for a moment, I've already killed about a third. By the time the seniors arrive, I estimate half will be dead. He spoke calmly, as if the slaughter was nothing significant. Killing a third meant nearly 200 star systems had been wiped out. For the Copper Lizard clan, this meant hundreds of billions of lives lost. Lin Moya treated it as a trivial matter. His heavy killing intent even made the killing Saint Sovereign a bit uneasy. He knew that killing countless people wasn't terrifying. What was truly terrifying was someone like Lin Moya, who treated killing as nothing. Fortunately, Lin Moya was part of the human race, otherwise, it would be a headache. The killing Saint Sovereign couldn't help but say, I might as well give you my name. Lin Moya laughed, please don't say that. I'm not interested in killing, I'm more interested in saving people. Chapter 2053. Chapter 2053, 2053. Chapter 2053, The Foolish Race of Yuchun, Rest in Peace. The killing Saint Sovereign left, going back to call for reinforcements. Before leaving, he looked at Lin Moya with a very disdainful expression for a full 3 seconds. The look clearly said, you claim you don't like killing, but even a ghost wouldn't believe that. But Lin Moya knew he was telling the truth. In his eyes, it might look like killing on the surface, but in reality, he was saving people, saving the entire human race. The Great World had too much karma. If these alien races weren't exterminated, the hope for the Great World was slim. Otherwise, everyone would die together. If the human race wanted to survive, they had to kill them first and cut off the karma. This action against the Copper Lizard clan also confirmed Lin Moya's guess. When he killed them all and eradicated the roots, he also cut off the karma. The karma he bore was minimal, almost negligible. The slight karma that remained was because he hadn't killed thoroughly enough. So now he had changed his strategy. He divided his forces, specifically to intercept and kill those who escaped, ensuring a thorough kill and cutting off the karma. Lin Moya had been exploring how to resolve the crisis facing the Great World. The Great World was a difficult problem, very hard to solve, but he had no choice. In the starry sky, the Golden Lizard Palace of the Copper Lizard King stood alone. With the Copper Lizard King dead, it became an ownerless object. Lin Moya flew inside, trying to see if he could take it away. After all, it was a war fortress left from ancient times. Even if it couldn't be used, the materials themselves were very valuable. Like exploring a secret realm, the skeleton generals quickly explored the entire palace, forming a complete map. The Golden Lizard Palace was very large inside, with countless rooms in various areas. However, Lin Moya didn't appreciate the living facilities of the Copper Lizard clan. Lin Moya went directly to the center of the palace. From the layout, it was clear that this was where the Copper Lizard King usually stayed. Although the Copper Lizard King was dead, his strong presence remained here. The Copper Lizard clan had a foul smell, very unpleasant. Lin Moya waved his hand, and the laws rolled, sweeping away all these odors. All traces of the Copper Lizard King were erased in an instant. Here, there was a small bronze-colored mountain, about 10 meters high, with a golden lizard carved on top. It looked exactly like the palace, just a smaller version. This was the control core of the palace. Lin Moya's soul probed into it, quickly leaving a mark inside. Information flowed in, and everything about the palace appeared in Lin Moya's mind. Lin Moya's expression turned strange. Lizard God War Palace, a creation of the human race. The information clearly told Lin Moya that this palace was made by the human race. Back then, when the human race discovered the Copper Lizard clan's world, it was being invaded by another world, and the Copper Lizard clan was retreating, on the brink of collapse. Later, the human race intervened and ended the war. Not only did they reclaim the Copper Lizard clan's world, but they also didn't spare the invading world. At that time, the human race gave the Copper Lizard clan a place to live and even built the Lizard God War Palace for them. The Copper Lizard clan thus enjoyed tens of thousands of years of peace and began to grow stronger. But unexpectedly, during the invasion of the Black Blood Great World, the Copper Lizard clan betrayed the human race. They used the Lizard God War Palace, built by the human race, to massacre many human cultivators. 100,000 years ago, they attacked the human race again, causing great harm. Lin Moya's eyes grew colder. Such a foolish and ungrateful race indeed doesn't deserve to live in the Great World. Their time is up. Rest in peace. Lin Moya left a soul mark on the control core, taking control of the entire Lizard God War Palace. The small mountain holding the control core emitted a rumble, revealing a rune formation on it. A rune formation. Lin Moya was curious. Runes were unique to the human race, other races couldn't use them. This rune formation was clearly also from the human race. Lin Moya studied it for a while and roughly understood its function. The rune formation was actually a portal. Once correctly unlocked, one could enter it. The rune formation clearly led to the inside of the small mountain. Lin Moya muttered, "What's behind the rune formation?" This level of rune formation was not difficult for Lin Moya. Following the hints of the rune formation, he quickly drew a peculiar rune and then pushed it towards the formation. The rune acted like a key, unlocking the formation. The formation activated, quickly turning into a portal, and Lin Moya stepped inside. Inside the small mountain was a not-so-large space, with another control core belonging to the human race. Lin Moya understood that this was the backdoor left by the human race. If one day the Lizard God War Palace fell into human hands, they could use this backdoor to fully control the palace. Or rather, this was the true control core of the Lizard God War Palace. Lin Moya reached out to touch the core, and a flood of information surged in. The information came with a strong suction, like a hungry child needing Lin Moya's nourishment. Without hesitation, Lin Moya sent a large amount of soul power into it while checking the incoming information. The information was vast but not as overwhelming as an inheritance, so Lin Moya had no trouble accepting it. The information recorded the history of the Lizard God War Palace. Where it had been, what it had done, and what had happened inside the palace were all recorded. Lin Moya saw the complete life of the Lizard God War Palace, from its battles in ancient times to its betrayal of the human race and its subsequent crippling, including the massacre of humans in various star systems 100,000 years ago, all were clearly recorded. Lin Moya's face turned very grim. The scenes were too bloody, with dismembered bodies and flesh everywhere, making his killing intent boil. They held banquets in the palace, feasting on human flesh. Compared to the records in the human race's database, what was presented now was 100 or 1,000 times more gruesome. This was a cruel and bloodthirsty race, deserving of death. From the ancient scenes, Lin Moya saw some things that interested him. In the hall of the Lizard God War Palace, the then leader of the Copper Lizard clan was discussing something with a person. This person wore a black robe, his face obscured, but Lin Moya could tell he was from the Black Blood Great World. The strong man from the Black Blood Great World seemed to say something, and the eyes of the Copper Lizard clan leader became more bloodthirsty and cruel. Lin Moya frowned. This situation is somewhat similar to those starry sky beasts back then. At that time, the strong men from the Black Blood Great World controlled many starry sky beasts. But the Copper Lizard clan isn't a starry sky beast. Could intelligent races also be controlled? Lin Moya became even more wary of the Black Blood Great World. The threat from the Black Blood Great World hadn't disappeared. The influence from back then still persisted, and the karma between the two hadn't been severed. Lin Moya had a feeling that one day in the future, he might face the Black Blood Great World again. Therefore, the more he understood them, the better. Lin Moya began to carefully examine the core's records, analyzing the details. In the Copper Lizard clan's star domain, disasters were unfolding. Countless skeletons invaded their starry sky, leaving no survivors wherever they went. Few managed to escape. For the Copper Lizard clan, it was like a natural disaster had struck. Chapter 2054. Chapter 2054, 2054. Chapter 2054, you actually guessed it right. For the Copper Lizard clan, this was an unimaginable disaster, a catastrophe that could lead to their extinction. The undead army descended from the starry sky, bringing death. The Copper Lizard clan fought back but were defeated and then fled. However, under the encirclement of the undead army, very few could truly escape. Even if they could escape the star system, they couldn't escape the star region where the Copper Lizard clan resided. In the undead's vision, every soul was so clear, like a guiding light in the darkness, pointing towards death. In these few days, the blood of the Copper Lizard clan had filled the starry sky, and countless souls roared in the starry sky. It was just like the human race back then, those soul-shaking screams driving people mad. Finally, some managed to escape and spread the news. Various races received the news, and some sent people to investigate, only to find the star region sealed off. The killing Saint Venerate led the human army to arrive first, sealing off the space, not allowing anyone to enter. The aura of the Saint Venerate spread in the starry sky, and it wasn't just the killing Saint Venerate, there was also the battle Saint Venerate of the human race. Besides the Saint Venerates, 10 beings from the other shore realm came, and the wanton stirring of the power of rules was terrifying. With 2 Saint Venerates and 10 beings from the other shore realm present, ordinary races didn't dare to approach. Everyone knew that the Copper Lizard clan was finished. After years of peace, the human race took action again. This made the small clans, who still harbored a fluke mentality, lose their thoughts one by one. The human race had truly begun to take revenge, avenging the hatred from 10,000 years ago. Those who had once attacked the human race now had to find ways to protect themselves. Forming alliances might be one way, but it wasn't safe. The Copper Lizard clan was the best example. They had allied with the Pegasus clan and were trying to draw in other races. But now, the Copper Lizard clan was almost exterminated, and the Pegasus clan didn't dare to make a sound. The atmosphere of fear spread among the clans. The human race didn't care about these. The numerous divine venerates in the War God Hall were collecting resources with their treasures. The way they collected resources was simple and crude. They packed up planets and even stars. Since the plan was made, the human race had made thorough preparations. The artifact refiners worked day and night, creating numerous treasures that could contain planets. And just like when they exterminated the 3 clans before, they left behind a large amount of broken debris in the starry sky, creating the illusion of a destroyed star system. Revenge was one reason, and collecting resources was another. The War God Fortress moved through the starry sky, with the Battle Saint Venerate standing on top, scanning the starry sky. This time, we were a bit hasty, exceeding our plan. He had long made a complete plan with the Heavenly Saint Venerate, which included taking action against the Copper Lizard clan in over 200 years. They planned to take action against one race every so often, using about 100 years to exterminate the weakest races. Then it would be the turn of medium-sized races like the Copper Lizard clan. Lin Moya's sudden action disrupted their plan. The Killing Saint Venerate didn't care. I think it's fine this way. The Battle Saint Venerate glanced at him, then tell me what's good about it. The Killing Saint Venerate said, what's good about it? It doesn't matter, I just think it's fine. The Battle Saint Venerate was speechless. It was clear that the Killing Saint Venerate didn't know. The Killing Saint Venerate wasn't stupid, he just didn't like to think. What he liked to do was stab people with a knife. The Killing Saint Venerate said, you guys have always managed these things, I only care about killing. But you can talk to Lin Xiao, he thinks as complicated as you guys. I really don't understand. Since you made the plan, why didn't you tell Lin Xiao? Then when something unexpected happens, you say Lin Xiao disrupted your plan. If you had told him, this wouldn't have happened. The Killing Saint Venerate had a very good impression of Lin Moyu and was biased towards him in his words. The Battle Saint Venerate didn't want to talk too much with this guy who only knew how to fight, so he casually said, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. The Killing Saint Venerate said, if you don't tell me, how would I understand? The Battle Saint Venerate found that saying another word to this guy was a waste of breath. He wondered how this guy had cultivated to become a Saint Venerate. Did cultivation really not require brains? The War God Fortress flew to the side of the Lizard God War Palace but didn't enter. Around the Lizard God War Palace, a large number of undead legions were stationed, clearly not allowing anyone to approach. After waiting for half a day, the Lizard God War Palace suddenly moved, and the originally silent formation began to operate again. The Battle Saint Venerate saw this and showed some doubt. This formation, why does it look so much like the human race's formation? Could it be that the Copper Lizard King's palace is related to our human race? The Killing Saint Venerate said, the Copper Lizard clan is our mortal enemy, how could their palace be related to us? Are you mistaken? The Battle Saint Venerate glared at him, shut up. The Killing Saint Venerate also glared at him but obediently shut his mouth. Lin Moyu appeared at the entrance of the palace, looked at the Battle Saint Venerate and the Killing Saint Venerate, and with a move, he appeared in front of them. Greetings, seniors. The Killing Saint Venerate waved his hand, no need to be so polite. I brought the people you wanted. What's the situation with the Copper Lizard clan now? Lin Moyu said, more than half are gone. Currently, 324 have escaped, including 12 Divine Venerates. I have strengthened the defenses, and no one should be able to escape next. As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out a star map and projected it, marking it one by one. The results were astonishing. Lin Moyu was here, but his undead legion had already killed half of the Copper Lizard clan. Moreover, as the battle progressed, the territory of the Copper Lizard clan became smaller, and the encirclement tighter. Next, the Copper Lizard clan had no chance. The Battle Saint Venerate asked, do you need us to do anything? Lin Moyu shook his head, basically, no. Unless they have beings from the other shore realm. Everyone knew that the Copper Lizard clan shouldn't have beings from the other shore realm. If they did, they would have acted by now. The Battle Saint Venerate said, I see that the Copper Lizard King's palace seems to have traces of the human race. Lin Moyu said, Senior, you have sharp eyes. This Lizard God War Palace was indeed made by the human race. But it wasn't made by the current human race, it was made by the human race in ancient times. The Killing Saint Venerate exclaimed, staring at the Battle Saint Venerate, you actually guessed it right. What do you mean guessed it right? The Battle Saint Venerate ignored him, no wonder. Now it is under your control, right? Lin Moyu nodded, the human race left a hidden door. Through the real core, I have completely controlled this palace and also learned some things that happened in ancient times. As he spoke, Lin Moyu handed a jade token to the Battle Saint Venerate, containing the information he had obtained from the Lizard God War Palace. The information was substantial. The Battle Saint Venerate glanced at it and said solemnly, this information is very important. It seems that your accidental action has yielded some gains. Lin Moyu smiled, I know I disrupted the senior's plan, but I think plans can't keep up with changes. Sometimes, accidents aren't a bad thing. I think after this, some small clans won't think alliances are useful anymore. To protect themselves, they should seek other ways. The Battle Saint Venerate raised an eyebrow, tell me your thoughts. Lin Moyu said, in my opinion, the various races should have multiple preparations. They will still form alliances, but after forming alliances, they will seek protection from several strong races. At the same time, they will send some of their people to leave and go to the outer regions to preserve their lives. Chapter 2055. Chapter 2055, 2055. Chapter 2055, I'll take that as your agreement. Lin Moyu shared his views and speculations. Even if several small races formed an alliance, they would still be far from being able to confront the current human race. It was already very clear that the human race intended to target the small races as the beginning of their revenge. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, the current human race was far beyond what these small races could contend with. Even if they all joined forces, it would be the same. The 10,000 years had given the human race enough time to develop. With astonishing resilience, the human race had nearly returned to its peak. After all, the human race was the original master of this world, different from other races. The small races couldn't oppose them. Even after forming alliances, they would still lean towards a few strong races. They would rely on the power of the strong races to resist the human race's revenge. The strong races would certainly help them. Even powerful races like the demon race and the golden eagle race knew that it would be difficult to contend with the human race on their own. If they didn't unite, they would be defeated by the human race one by one sooner or later. As for whether there would be another massive invasion like 10,000 years ago, where they would invade the human race's heartland again, it depended on their choices. At the same time, those small races, to preserve some retreat, would likely send some of their people to the outer regions, thus leaving a spark of their race. For any race, the continuation of their species was the primary task. Lin Moya could roughly guess the human race's plan, which was nothing more than boiling the frog in warm water, but it actually had no real significance. The greater world was not a closed world. As long as the human race took action once or twice more, exterminating one or two more small races, the other races would react. The previous arrangements would only be useful for the first few times. It would be better to take this opportunity to exterminate one or two medium-sized races. Any existing race would eventually become a threat, so it was better to kill them first if possible. The War Saint Sovereign valued Lin Moya's opinion and did not reject it outright. However, what he would do next was no longer related to Lin Moya. Lin Moya left in his newly acquired Lizard God War Palace. After Lin Moya left, the Killing Saint Sovereign asked, "So, are we going to take action or not?" The War Saint Sovereign looked at him. "You're itching to fight, aren't you?" The Killing Saint Sovereign grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. "If we take action, I can deal with that old horse in the Pegasus race." The War Saint Sovereign pondered. "It's not impossible." This time, the War God Hall dispatched thousands of God Sovereigns, enough in number. The War God Fortress was also deployed, and all the necessary war supplies were brought along. If they were to take action against the Pegasus race, it would indeed be a good opportunity. The Killing Saint Sovereign said, "Since we can, let's not hesitate. Lin Moya was right. If we take action, we should be decisive. Besides, Lin Moya single-handedly exterminated a race. Are we not as good as him?" The War Saint Sovereign was somewhat speechless. "Can you really compare like that?" The Killing Saint Sovereign said, "I don't care. I'll take that as your agreement." 0. Jin Fei and Shuai's Highland had been waiting anxiously for the past few days. They were worried about Lin Moyu, as he was facing the Copper Lizard King, the leader of a race stronger than a god sovereign. That level was beyond their understanding. However, looking at the undead army protecting them, under the white glow covering the undead army, they felt somewhat reassured. The undead army had not moved, which meant Lin Moyu was fine. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the distance, and then a huge palace flew over. The two were startled. The Lizard God War Palace looked like a lizard, very similar to the Copper Lizard race. Shuai's Highland was a bit flustered. "What should we do?" Jin Fei was relatively calm. "It should be fine. The skeletons are here." She felt that if there was any danger, the skeletons would protect them. If even the skeletons were useless, then there was no need to struggle. They could just wait for death. Under their nervous gaze, the Lizard God War Palace stopped above them, and Lin Moya's voice came from inside. "Junior sisters, come in." At this moment, several skeletons carried the unconscious wounded and flew up first. Hearing Lin Moya's voice, the two finally felt relieved. They flew into the Lizard God War Palace, and Shuai's Highland, curious, asked, "Senior brother Lin, is this the Copper Lizard race's warship?" Lin Moya replied, "This is the Copper Lizard King's palace, called the Lizard God War Palace." The Lizard God War Palace. Jin Fei looked at the palace with surprise. The Copper Lizard King's palace had fallen into Lin Moya's hands, which meant the Copper Lizard King was dead, and even his palace had become Lin Moya's spoils of war. Jin Fei couldn't help but ask, "What about the Copper Lizard race?" Lin Moya replied, "In 2 more days, the Copper Lizard race will no longer exist." Jin Fei's eyes lit up. Senior brother Lin actually exterminated the Copper Lizard race. Shuai's Highland was also excited. Senior brother Lin single-handedly exterminated a race. "If this gets out, everyone will idolize you." Lin Moya wasn't interested in being an idol. However, if it meant gaining more faith power, he welcomed becoming an idol. In recent days, his faith power had begun to increase. This indicated that the faith towers had begun to be set up. The human race was quick in setting up faith towers and relocating members, tasks they were already familiar with. The Lizard God War Palace sailed through the starry sky, returning to the human race. Its speed was much faster than Lin Moya's damaged warship, and it would take only a few days to return to the human star region. Before leaving, Lin Moya visited the War Saint Sovereign again, handing over some wounded people to him. As for the trip to the Xingguo tribe, Lin Moya told him he would explain in detail after returning to the Divine City. A few days later, when Lin Moya left the Copper Lizard race's territory, the battle on the Copper Lizard race's side also ended. The entire race was exterminated, and from then on, the Copper Lizard race was erased from the greater world. After exterminating the Copper Lizard race and taking all their resources, the human race did not stop. The War God Fortress, carrying many God Sovereigns, traveled through deep space, heading towards the Pegasus race. Lin Moya noticed this and couldn't help but smile. The War Saint Sovereign had ultimately adopted his suggestion. He knew the Pegasus race was also doomed. Like the Copper Lizard race, the Pegasus race had once trampled on the human race and would now face their end. The Lizard God War Palace sailed quickly through the starry sky, getting closer and closer to the human star region. Feeling the presence of the human emperor network, Shuai's Hylan and Xing Fei both sighed in relief. Lin Moya smiled. Junior sisters, please inform junior brother Chu and senior brother Zhuang that you are safe. They must be very worried. The two nodded happily. This time, they had narrowly escaped death and witnessed many unimaginable things. Lin Moyo connected to the human emperor network and immediately received a large amount of information. Heaven Saint Sovereign, when you have time, please inform us about the situation inside the space rift. War Saint Sovereign, Wu 2.0 is a bit worried about you. Come back when you're done outside and let us know you're safe. Zhu Kaiwu, you brat, where did you go? Come back safely. Don't die outside, I don't have time to collect your body. Zhuan Bai, brother Lin, are you safe? Each message carried concern, warming Lin Moya's heart. Lin Moya replied to each message through the human emperor network, letting them know he was safe. He then used the nearest teleportation array to return to the Divine City. First, he teleported to the nearest place to the Divine City, then returned on the Lizard God War Palace. Now, Lin Moyo had special privileges and no longer needed to wait for the monthly warship transport. He could return to the Divine City freely. Qing Fei and Shuai's Hylan also enjoyed these privileges. The Divine City was temporarily closed, but Lin Moya used his privileges to enter the port star and teleport to the outer area. There, he met Zhuan Bai and Xu Xiong, who had been waiting for days. Chapter 2056. Chapter 2056, 2056. Chapter 2056, The Mysterious Master Wants to Save the World. In the outer region, after having a good drink with Zhuang Bai, Xu Xiong, and a few others, Lin Moyo finally left. The four of them, two couples, were enjoying their time together, and Lin Moyo, being considerate, did not want to be a third wheel. Lin Moyo quickly traversed the starry sky, reflecting on his recent experiences. This time, he entered the Xingguo tribe to save people and later entered the territory of the Copper Lizard tribe. After several battles, not only did he verify his combat power, but he also changed the human race's plan. For Lin Moyo, this trip was very rewarding. Not only did he gain world crystals, but more importantly, he got closer to the mysterious master. Arrangements made millions of years ago had become reality, and Lin Moya deeply felt the terror of that master. None of the heavenly lords he had encountered before could arrange things from ancient times to the present. The illusory mist heavenly lord and the holy talisman heavenly lord only left inheritances, waiting for those with fate. But the mysterious master was certain that Lin Moya would go. Of course, this also involved the fate heavenly lord, but the river of fate seen by the fate heavenly lord must have been vague. Lin Moyo had encountered the river of fate and knew this very well. The river of fate only provided a vague outline, and the future was constantly changing. What was seen might not necessarily happen. He didn't know how the mysterious master determined that he would definitely go. Lin Moya could only hold this in awe. Finally, after many days, Lin Moya returned to the Divine City. The Heavenly Lord was already waiting in the central temple, along with the Heavenly Lord and Xiao Wu. When Xiao Wu saw Lin Moya, she immediately rushed over and clung to him. "Master, you're finally back." As Xiao Wu's master, Lin Moyo had a special bond with her, a unique affection. After being apart for a long time, this affection did not diminish at all. Lin Moya smiled and said, "You're not a spirit anymore, you're a human now. Don't act like this." Xiao Wu responded with an "oh" and cleverly got down from Lin Moyo. During this time, she had been with the Heavenly Lord, who taught her a lot. Xiao Wu had started cultivating again, and her aptitude was excellent, progressing quickly. After all, in ancient times, Xiao Wu had listened to the teachings of the Heavenly Lords many times, accumulating a deep foundation. Now that she could cultivate, it was normal for her to soar. The Heavenly Lord smiled and said, "You're finally back. It seems you experienced a lot in the space rift." Lin Moya's expression was somber. "Yes, behind the space rift is the Xingguo tribe." The Xingguo tribe. The Heavenly Lord was slightly surprised. Wasn't this tribe extinct long ago? At this moment, Xiao Wu interjected, "As long as the stars don't die, the Xingguo tribe will always exist." The old master said that the Xingguo tribe is hard to kill. Even the illusory mist Heavenly Lord said this, making Lin Moya feel that the mysterious master had extraordinary means. The illusory mist Heavenly Lord found it difficult to kill the Xingguo tribe, yet the mysterious master used them as pawns. Lin Moya explained, the Xingguo tribe was not extinct but sealed and cursed. The mysterious master from ancient times used the Xingguo tribe to set up a scheme, leaving some things until now. Lin Moya recounted his experiences to the Heavenly Lord and the Heavenly Lord without much concealment. In the greater world, they were like his teachers, always taking care of him. Just like the teachers in the small world, Lin Moya regarded them as family. However, Lin Moya did not tell them that the divine path was irreparable. Generations of human Heavenly Lords had been working to repair the divine path. Suddenly telling them that the divine path was irreparable would impact their lifelong beliefs. Lin Moya understood this, so he didn't say it. But it wasn't that he wouldn't say it, it just wasn't the right time. Eventually, he would have to tell them, but it required skill and time. The two Heavenly Lords fell into deep thought, speculating about the identity of the mysterious master. From the vast ancient data they had, the figure of the mysterious master appeared in many places. Combined with Lin Moya's experiences, it seemed that many arrangements were indeed made by the mysterious master. Xiao Wu, seeing the two in thought, also frowned. "I seem to remember the old master mentioning a mysterious master." Lin Moya looked over. "Xiao Wu, tell us." Xiao Wu frowned. "Let me think." The central temple became quiet. Not only Lin Moya, but the Heavenly Lord and the Heavenly Lord were also waiting for Xiao Wu's answer. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. "I remember now. The old master said that a master was arranging something, seemingly to save the world. But the old master felt that this world was beyond saving. However, the old master didn't dare to oppose that master and ultimately chose to believe in part of what the master said. The old master called the Fate Heavenly Lord and asked him to check the future, which led to the decision to leave me behind. At that time, the Fate Heavenly Lord was the busiest, running around everywhere, with people constantly seeking him. Xiao Wu didn't know much, but from her words, it was clear that the mysterious master had a status higher than the Heavenly Lords. The illusory Mist Heavenly Lord had to ask the Fate Heavenly Lord for help, but the mysterious master could command, even order. In that era, the Heavenly Lords were the supreme beings. Lin Moya couldn't figure out the identity of the mysterious master. It couldn't be a Dao Lord. If there were a Dao Lord in the greater world, the Black Blood realm wouldn't be a threat. At that level, each step was a world of difference. All the supreme beings in the greater world combined might not be able to defeat a single Heavenly Lord. The How Heavenly Lord asked, "Do you think the mysterious master's arrangement can really save the greater world?" Lin Moya didn't think much and directly said, "I believe him." The How Heavenly Lord didn't ask for Lin Moya's reasons. This answer was enough. Lin Moya had his own thoughts. Only those who had personally experienced the mysterious master's arrangements and seen the mysterious master knew how terrifying he was. He stood at a level higher than the Heavenly Lords and saw further. In his words, it seemed to imply another layer of meaning, making Lin Moya feel that the greater world must be saved. Not for others, but for himself, the greater world must be saved. Lin Moya then discussed his views on the greater world and the next steps for the human race. Lin Moya expressed his hope that nothing would be hidden from him. He knew that the Heavenly Lords didn't want him to be too involved, fearing it would affect him. But Lin Moya felt that he needed to be involved in some things. After discussing for a while, Lin Moya left the central temple to find Elder Yan. His worship needed repairs, and the Lizard God War Palace also awaited Elder Yan's repairs. Chapter 2057. Chapter 2057, 2057. Chapter 2057, Benefiting from the Lizard God War Palace. Upon arriving at the artifact refining area of the Divine City, Elder Yan was already waiting. Lin Moya had sent a message to Elder Yan beforehand, and Elder Yan had indicated that he was not busy, so Lin Moya went over. Lin Moya knew that Elder Yan was a very busy person. Any difficult artifact refining tasks among the human race were usually handed over to Elder Yan. Elder Yan had delved deeply into the art of artifact refining and was very likely to achieve the Tao of artifact refining and reach the level of a saint. At this moment, Elder Yan seemed to be not far from becoming a saint. "Elder Yan, I'm here to trouble you again," Lin Moya said with a smile, very politely. Elder Yan waved his hand. "Tell me, what strange thing do you want to refine this time?" Lin Moya replied, "This time, I don't need to refine anything. I have 2 items that need Elder Yan's help to repair." Elder Yan frowned slightly. "What needs repairing?" Lin Moya took out his warship and the Lizard God War Palace. The 2 treasures did not unfold but slowly rotated in Lin Moya's palm. Just these 2. Elder Yan recognized the warship at first glance, as he had repaired it before. Naturally, he knew its capabilities. "It's broken to this extent, even the spatial array is damaged. It seems you encountered a strong enemy." Then he looked at the Lizard God War Palace, and his eyes lit up. "This is the Golden Lizard Palace of the Copper Lizard King." Lin Moya smiled. "Actually, it's called the Lizard God War Palace. It was refined by human artifact refiners for the Copper Lizard race in ancient times. It is actually a human artifact." Elder Yan murmured, "No wonder, I thought it looked familiar. If it was refined by humans, there should be a hidden human core inside." Lin Moya immediately flattered. Elder Yan is indeed the #1 artifact refiner of our time, with unparalleled insight. There is indeed a hidden core. Elder Yan didn't pay attention to Lin Moya's flattery. At this moment, he was staring at the Lizard God War Palace without blinking. The Lizard God War Palace was a masterpiece of ancient artifact refiners, and repairing it was also a learning process. Ancient artifact refiners were undoubtedly stronger than those of today. Perhaps the Lizard God War Palace was the work of a supreme artifact refiner. To Elder Yan, nothing could compare to it. Lin Moya tentatively asked, "Elder Yan, can it be repaired?" Elder Yan immediately replied, "Of course, it can. I'll take this job, and I can promise you that as long as I have the materials, I won't charge you a single cent." "No charge?" Lin Moya had originally planned to spend a lot of Divine City merits, as this was an ancient artifact, and the materials needed were very precious. But unexpectedly, Elder Yan agreed to do it for free. Lin Moya couldn't help but ask, "Does Elder Yan have any other requests? Feel free to mention them." Elder Yan chuckled, "You're quite smart. My request is that you don't set a time limit. I want to study it thoroughly while repairing it. Of course, I know you need to go out. I can repair your warship within 3 days, also for free." Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect to benefit from the Lizard God War Palace in the end. Since Elder Yan had this request, Lin Moya naturally agreed. Moreover, the Lizard God War Palace wasn't of much use to Lin Moya, it was just for fun. Lin Moya handed over his warship and the Lizard God War Palace to Elder Yan. "I'll leave it to you, Elder Yan." He then sat down nearby, not disturbing Elder Yan. Elder Yan immediately got to work, first repairing the warship to quickly get Lin Moya out of the way. As for the Lizard God War Palace, he wanted to repair it slowly and study it thoroughly. Lin Moya watched and couldn't help but laugh. He could easily guess Elder Yan's thoughts. Elder Yan's excitement was too obvious, like a child who had received a gift and couldn't wait to open it. Lin Moya naturally didn't say anything. He focused his mind on his soul. His soul was still continuously drawing the world-burning talisman, which appeared and then collapsed repeatedly. Over these days, he had drawn the world-burning talisman countless times, more than tens of thousands, but not once had he succeeded each time. The world-burning talisman had a flaw. It looked perfect, but there was always a problem. Even with Lin Moya's patience, he was getting a bit anxious. Where exactly is the problem? Lin Moya thought to himself. He felt that it wasn't a matter of incorrect drawing but rather missing some key points. According to the mysterious master, once the world-burning talisman was successfully drawn, it could transform into a world-burning fire seed, meant to refine the world. Lin Moya was very sure that he had drawn the world-burning talisman perfectly, but it just wouldn't succeed. Where exactly is the problem? Lin Moya started from the beginning of drawing the talisman, checking each step. There is no problem with the soul power. The technique is also correct. Could it be that this talisman cannot be drawn in the soul world? Lin Moya had a thought and raised his hand, starting to draw the world-burning talisman in reality. Soul power flowed to his fingers, using his finger as a pen and his soul as ink. 10 seconds later, a world-burning talisman appeared. The world-burning talisman was perfect, with an indescribable beauty. From a distance, it looked like a flame, constantly flickering with space and time. But in the next second, the world-burning talisman spontaneously combusted, and the flame collapsed. Failed again. What is missing? Lin Moya fell into deep thought. Since he started learning talismans, no talisman had stumped him. Even ancient talismans were only beyond his reach due to his insufficient level. Once he reached the required level, ancient talismans were no longer a problem. But the world-burning talisman had genuinely stumped him. This talisman seemed simple compared to ancient talismans, but no matter how he drew it, he couldn't succeed. The problem isn't in the drawing process, nor in the soul power, nor is it related to the soul world or the real world. Then where is the problem? A peculiar aura rose from Lin Moya, his luck surged, white mist swirled around his head, and the sound of dragon roars echoed. Raising his luck to the highest, Lin Moya began drawing the world-burning talisman again. In desperation, Lin Moya decided to use his luck to try to find the problem. The world-burning talisman was drawn in his soul's hand, and after 3 seconds, it collapsed again. Lin Moya's soul slowly spoke. It seems, something is different. Previously, it lasted 1 second. This time, it lasted 3 seconds. Is it because of good luck? Lin Moya pondered, feeling like he had grasped something. He then drew the talisman several more times. Although they all ended in failure, each world-burning talisman lasted 3 seconds. It was an improvement from before. Lin Moya gradually found the clue, and then a flash of insight struck his soul, and he finally understood. The world-burning talisman is not purely a talisman. It requires external forces. There are several external forces. One is the power of disaster souls, the fundamental power for drawing the world-burning talisman. The second external force is the power of the void. I don't control the power of the void, but I have the explosive luck technique, which brings me a trace of the power of the void. The third force is the power of reality. The world-burning talisman can transform into a world-burning fire seed, so it needs a catalyst, something that can turn it into a world-burning fire seed. Let's use this. Lin Moya had a sudden inspiration. A gray flame, the undying flame, appeared in his soul's hand. Compared to the soul fire, Lin Moya felt that the undying flame was more suitable. Soul power was injected into the undying flame, and the two forces merged. He began drawing the world-burning talisman again. Chapter 2058. Chapter 2058, 2058. Chapter 2058, feeling a bit perverted. The undying flame serves as the power of reality, and luck serves as the power of the void. Soul power acts as the main force, merging the powers of reality and void into a special force that Lin Moya cannot describe. When the world-burning talisman began to be drawn, Lin Moya felt the difference. This time, the world-burning talisman seemed to have some kind of vitality. Lin Moya felt that what he was drawing was not an ordinary talisman, not a basic talisman, nor an advanced talisman, and certainly not an ancient talisman. It seemed to be an existence of another level, a very magical feeling. Even with Lin Moya's knowledge, it still felt magical. When the world-burning talisman was completed, he vaguely heard the heartbeat of the world-burning talisman. At the center of the world-burning talisman, a weak flame was growing. Lin Moya, feeling inspired, raised his hand and pressed it on the center of the world-burning talisman, where the flame was growing. Soul power, wrapped in the undying flame and illusory luck, continuously poured in. The world-burning talisman began to burn, collapsing inward and shrinking, while the flame at the center began to grow stronger. It's done. Lin Moya was slightly excited, watching the world-burning talisman completely shrink into the flame, which then blossomed with brilliance and stabilized completely. The world-burning fire seed was formed, burning fiercely in the soul world. A small flame, not even the size of a fist, yet it contained the power to burn the world. Lin Moya was immensely impressed by the methods of the mysterious master. Besides admiration, there was also a hint of fear. At the moment the world-burning fire seed was formed, Lin Moya suddenly realized that every step he took seemed to be within the calculations of the other party. The world-burning fire seed required the power of the void, which ordinary people could not access. How did the mysterious master, separated by millions of years, determine that he could access the power of the void? Did he even predict that I would obtain the explosive luck technique, or was he just gambling? If he predicted even the explosive luck technique, that would be too terrifying. A gamble, a million-year gamble, could it have a winning chance? Looking at the world-burning fire seed, various thoughts emerged in Lin Moya's mind, making him feel very complicated. The branches of the world tree drooped down, injecting soul power into the world-burning fire seed. After the world-burning fire seed was formed, it needed continuous nourishment with soul power to grow, eventually reaching the level where it could burn the world. This task did not require the soul to do it personally, the world tree could handle it. During this time, the world tree continuously absorbed the power of the world crystals, seemingly growing a bit larger. The flowers and fruits on the world tree did not change much, they were still far from maturity. The growth of the world tree was very slow, but fortunately, it was always growing, and one day it would mature. Returning to consciousness, a smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips. The successful drawing of the world-burning talisman put him in a very good mood. He looked at Elder Yen, who was busy, and every movement of Elder Yen was like art, full of the charm of the Tao. The warship was slightly enlarged but not fully unfolded. Elder Yan's laws were like needles and threads, repairing every gap in the warship. This subtle technique was absolutely unmatched by other races. Lin Moya watched intently, feeling that Elder Yan's artifact refining techniques had a wonderful similarity to drawing talismans. All methods returned to the same source, all paths returned to the origin. Lin Moya thought of the Great World Talisman, where all the laws in the Great World, the myriad Tao, actually came from the same source, all originating from the Great World Talisman. A strange feeling was growing, and Lin Moya felt that if he went to cultivate Elder Yan's artifact refining Tao, he could quickly get started and make rapid progress. Strangely, Lin Moya seemed to have a sense of familiarity with the Tao of artifact refining. Strange, it's one thing to have a talent for talismans, but do I also have a talent for artifact refining? Lin Moya found it unlikely. Although all paths return to the origin, at the beginning of cultivation, each path is different. It's like rivers, big rivers, streams, and underground rivers, all eventually flowing into the sea. But in the process, they are all different. Even top geniuses are usually only proficient in one path, not multiple. But Lin Moya found that he seemed to be different, as if he had talent in every path. Lin Moya thought of when he first came to the Great World and personally refined a soul garment for himself. The soul garment was very low level, but now looking back, it didn't seem to take much effort to refine it. Other artifact refiners, when they first started learning, had to go through many failures, but he didn't experience much failure. And in alchemy, Lin Moya had never formally refined a pill, but after reading many materials on pills, he didn't find it difficult. Lin Moya couldn't help but show a strange expression, feeling a bit perverted. "Lin boy, what are you thinking?" Elder Yan's voice exploded in his ear, accompanied by scorching heat. Elder Yan was covered in flames, having just finished refining, and the heat hadn't dissipated. His words were like explosions. Lin Moya collected his thoughts and smiled, "Nothing, just admiring Elder Yan's exquisite artifact refining techniques. I was a bit entranced." Elder Yan showed "I don't believe you" expression. "Stop flattering, I don't buy it. Here's your warship. Next, I'll focus on studying the Lizard God War Palace. Don't disturb me. I'll notify you when I've figured it out. Don't worry, I won't keep your stuff." Elder Yen spoke quickly, blocking Lin Moya's words and also hinting for him to leave. Lin Moya immediately understood Elder Yen's meaning, put away the repaired warship, and said, "Then I won't disturb Elder Yen. Take your time, I'm not in a hurry." With that, Lin Moya turned and left without any reluctance. He was indeed not in a hurry. The Lizard God War Palace had lost most of its functions, its combat ability greatly reduced, now only equivalent to a half-step other shore. For Lin Moya, whether he had the Lizard God War Palace or not didn't make much difference in his strength. Lin Moya had just left when he saw a flame rise into the sky, covering half of the artifact refining area. The flame sealed off Elder Yan's area, not allowing anyone to enter. Elder Yen began to study the Lizard God War Palace in seclusion. Lin Moya hoped that Elder Yen could figure out something, preferably constructing a rule world with the Lizard God War Palace and stepping into the Saint Realm. In this way, the human race would have a saint-level artifact refining master. Having one more saint was a great thing for the human race. No one could predict the future. According to the Heavenly Lord's divine travel, the Great World was already very close to another world, and they might encounter it any day. If the other side was powerful, the Great World would face a great disaster. In this situation, one's own strength was particularly important. Moreover, the human race still had to fight against various races, eliminating them one by one, all requiring strength. Lin Moya did not stay, he also left the Divine City, took out the newly repaired warship, and instantly disappeared into the starry sky. The warship entered deep space, heading towards its destination. Lin Moya was going to retrieve the third inheritance left by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. Chapter 2059. Chapter 2059, 2059. Chapter 2059, Starlight Refining Method, Condensing Stars. The inheritance of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord is scattered across various places, one after another. Only by completing the previous one can you obtain information about the next one. For the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, this is also a kind of test. If you can't pass it, then you are not qualified to receive his inheritance. The location of the third inheritance is between the primary area and the outer area. Previously, he was able to reach the space rift so quickly because he was on his way to the outer area, which was relatively close. This time, there should be no one to disturb me. Lin Moya once again immersed his consciousness into his soul, beginning to receive the inheritance of the Starlight Supreme. Previously, he was interrupted multiple times, and later, due to the matters of the Xingguo tribe and the Copper Lizard tribe, coupled with the appearance of the world-burning talisman, he never had the time to properly study the inheritance. Now, he finally had some time. Segments of inheritance information surged in, and Lin Moya quickly accepted and digested them, transforming them into his own understanding. Each law is profound and mysterious, with endless secrets and various evolutions. The Starlight Law, as a second-tier law, is no exception. However, the inheritance of this Starlight Supreme is not so complicated. He simplified the complex, integrating the laws and condensing the myriad changes of the laws. In the end, in all his inheritance, the function of the Starlight Law was reduced to 3 types. The first type is for attack, using the Starlight Law to attack enemies, which is the most common ability of various laws. The attack power of the Starlight Law is not strong, but its advantage lies in its minimal consumption and endless variations. However, this Supreme integrated the attack methods of the Starlight Law, ultimately forming a spell. The spell is called Long River Falling Empty, and its casting method is extremely astonishing. It transforms the Starlight Law into a Star River weapon, directly smashing it towards the enemy. It fully utilizes the power of the Law's Star River, unleashing astonishing attack power. The second type is for defense. The Starlight Law has no advantage in defense, but this Supreme also utilized the Law's Star River, transforming it into a world that envelopes himself, providing strong defensive power. Whether in attack or defense, it showcases the strength of this Supreme. But what Lin Moyo valued most was the third type, called the Starlight Refining Method in the inheritance. Using the Starlight Law to refine starlight, condensing it into stars, and placing the stars into the rule world can help the rule world become stronger, especially during the early stages of condensing the rule world at the other shore level. Using the Starlight Refining Method can create a relatively powerful rule world. The rule world is divided into trash, ordinary, and perfect levels. Using the Starlight Refining Method can at least ensure that the rule world reaches the ordinary level, rather than becoming trash. An ordinary level rule world has the potential to step into the Supreme Realm. Lin Moyo did not value the attack and defense aspects, but the Starlight Refining Method was exactly what he wanted. After accepting the inheritance, Lin Moyo couldn't wait to try using the Starlight Refining Method. The earlier the Starlight Refining Method is used, the better. Now that his rule world has just taken shape, if it can receive the help of the Starlight Refining Method, it will be greatly beneficial for the future. Coupled with the existence of world crystals, Lin Moyo's confidence in constructing a perfect rule world increased. According to the mysterious master, constructing a perfect rule world is the most important. Leaving the Xingguo tribe at that time was to give the world crystals to himself, helping him construct a perfect rule world. But having world crystals does not necessarily mean constructing a perfect rule world. Lin Moyo had less than a 50% chance, but now with the Starlight Refining Method, his confidence increased by another 10%, reaching at least 60%. This confidence is already significant. After all, even in ancient times, perfect rule worlds were extremely rare. They are the mark of the strongest Supremes and a stepping stone to becoming a heavenly lord. Countless starlights converged from all directions, and Lin Moyo's body began to emit a faint glow. Lin Moyo automatically floated up, and a surging long river appeared beneath his feet. Countless starlights flowed through Lin Moyo's body and into the Star River of the Starlight Law. These starlights were refined in the Star River of the Law, becoming purer, removing all impurities, and finally entering the soul, condensing into a small star in the soul world. Using himself as a medium, borrowing the power of the Star River of the Starlight Law to condense stars. This is the Starlight Refining Method created by that Supreme. Day by day, 10 days later, a small star completely composed of starlight was already shining in the soul world. The starlight slowly flew up, heading towards the depths of the soul world, shining brightly there. In the soul world, there were already many white stars of spells, and now, there was an additional much smaller star. The white stars of spells were like stars, and this star was like a planet, the two complementing each other. The soul world seemed to gain a bit of vitality. Starlight scattered, and Lin Moyo felt his soul world slightly strengthened. It really works. Lin Moyo keenly sensed this change. The effect of one star was not strong, but it was effective. In the Starlight Refining Method, one star is indeed not much. 100 stars can basically ensure that the constructed rule world will not become the worst trash. If there can be thousands, tens of thousands, or even billions of such stars, Lin Moyo felt that constructing a perfect rule world would not be a problem. Thank you, Lin Moyo said softly. The Supreme had no name, and the inheritance never mentioned the name of this Supreme. But Lin Moyo received the benefits he left behind, so saying thank you was the least he could do. While thanking this Supreme, Lin Moyo also thanked the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. Without him, he would not have received this inheritance. No matter who it was, as long as they were kind to him, Lin Moyo would always remember. At this moment, the warship had already stopped and detached from deep space. Without Lin Moyo's control, the warship was flying aimlessly in the starry sky. A few days ago, it had already reached the vicinity of the destination. Now, it had flown a bit far. Lin Moyo left the warship, stepping on the Star River of the Starlight Law, advancing in the starry sky. He multitasked, continuously using the Starlight Refining Method to condense stars. The first time took 10 days, but Lin Moyo knew that as his proficiency increased, the time to condense stars would shorten. After becoming fully proficient, he could even condense 2 or more stars at once. Lin Moyo headed towards the location of the third inheritance, his figure constantly flashing in the starry sky, each step covering 30 million kilometers. The Star River of the Starlight Law beneath his feet always existed, and the Starlight Refining Method never stopped. Multitasking was too easy for Lin Moyo, almost without any impact. While advancing, Lin Moyo began to review related information. At this moment, he started multitasking, still without any pressure. Special Secret Realm, Wood God Secret Realm. The secret realm opens once every 100 years. There are still 3 years until the next opening. Lin Moya memorized the information related to the secret realm one by one. After reading the information on the Human Emperor Network, he began to access the information from the Secret Realm Strategy Group. This had become Lin Moya's habit. Before entering a secret realm, he would thoroughly review the information to be well prepared. This secret realm was somewhat special. Although it was located in the outer area, its difficulty far exceeded that of other secret realms in the outer area. Moreover, the level restriction was above the God Sovereign level. It could be said that outside the advanced area, such high-difficulty secret realms were very few in number. Every time the secret realm opened, a large number of people would come from other areas. Chapter 2060. Chapter 2060, 2060. Chapter 2060, the secret realm is a bit like a dungeon. Between the outer area and the primary area, a massive vortex is slowly rotating. Its rotation speed is very slow, but the momentum is not small. Each rotation is accompanied by a huge rumbling sound, and at the same time, a vast energy fluctuation is emitted. A large amount of energy in the starry sky is being absorbed into it. Outside of it, cultivators have already arrived. The Wood God's secret realm opens once every 100 years, and every time it opens, its entrance appears in the starry sky 3 years in advance. Whenever the entrance appears, many god sovereigns from various regions of the Divine City will come and gather together. They want to enter the Wood God's secret realm to seek opportunities. In the Divine City, most secret realms exist to train cultivators, but for god sovereigns, they no longer need training. Over the millennia of cultivation, they have experienced most of what they need to, and many god sovereigns have gone to the outer battlefield or ventured beyond the star domain, gaining extensive experience. For god sovereigns, opportunities are more important. For example, the mysterious star secret realm is like this. Those who cultivate the Starlight Law can obtain the materials needed for cultivation and improve their realm. The Wood God secret realm is the same. In the Wood God secret realm, one can obtain the Wood God flower. The Wood God flower can enhance the soul realm, which is of utmost importance to god sovereigns. In the current era where physical cultivation is declining, any means to enhance the soul realm is a supreme treasure. Therefore, every time the Wood God secret realm opens, it attracts a large number of god sovereigns. Moreover, the Wood God secret realm is very special. The number of people who can enter each time is limited. Once the limit is reached, latecomers cannot enter and must wait for the next round, which is 100 years later. To ensure fairness, every time 3 years before the secret realm opens, god sovereigns who want to enter will come here and compete to determine who can enter. Over the years, a mature set of rules has been formed for the competition, and the entire process is managed by the Human Emperor Network, ensuring fairness. After reviewing the information about the Wood God secret realm, Lin Moya's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. The secret realm is divided into 3 difficulty levels, corresponding to the low, middle, and high tiers of god sovereigns. The grade of the Wood God flower in each difficulty level is also different, corresponding to the low, middle, and high tiers. Each difficulty level can accommodate 1,000 people, and unlike other secret realms, the 1,000 people in the same difficulty level can meet each other. This rule, it feels a bit like a dungeon. Lin Moya thought of the dungeons in the small world, which also had different difficulty levels like normal, hard, and hell. Different difficulty levels offered different levels of rewards, and the Wood God secret realm seemed to have many similarities with dungeons. Compared to those god sovereigns, Lin Moya knew even more. He knew that the Wood God secret realm was also evolved from a core rune of an ancient warrior, and the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had specifically modified this rune. The rules of the secret realm were also personally set by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord modified the rune, set the rules of the secret realm, and left a part of his inheritance inside, waiting for someone to obtain it. However, no one else knew how to obtain this inheritance, but Lin Moya did. But the rules are the same for everyone. Over the years, if someone accidentally broke the rules and obtained the inheritance, Lin Moya analyzed and felt that although this possibility was not high, it was not impossible. This shows that the arrangements of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord were slightly inferior to those of the mysterious master. Lin Moya arrived near the Wood God secret realm, saw the secret realm from a distance, and sensed powerful auras. In the starry sky, formations had already been set up. These formations enclosed a large area of the starry sky, forming a venue similar to an arena, managed by the Human Emperor Network. God sovereigns who want to enter the secret realm will compete here, and only the winners can enter. Lin Moya arrived silently, keeping a low profile and not greeting any god sovereigns. But he still attracted the attention of many god sovereigns, mainly because he was too famous, coupled with his current unique state. Lin Moya stepped on a star river of the Starlight Law, looking somewhat like he was flying with a sword. Others had their star rivers above their heads, but Lin Moya was the only one stepping on his star river. It's Lin Moya. Why is he stepping on the star river of the law? I didn't expect him to come to the Wood God secret realm. Unfortunately, the Wood God secret realm has strict restrictions on realms. Yes, although he has amazing combat power, according to the rules, he can only enter the low-tier difficulty. In fact, he shouldn't come. The Wood God secret realm is not very useful to him. Even if he wants to come, he should wait until he becomes a high-tier god sovereign. Yes, if he reaches the high-tier god sovereign level, he might be able to clear the secret realm and obtain the Wood God Flower King. In the Wood God Secret Realm, there is a supreme flower called the Wood God Flower King. The Wood God Flower King appears in the high tier difficulty, but no one has ever obtained it. It is said that it can only be obtained after clearing the secret realm. In the eyes of these god sovereigns, although Lin Moya was very strong, his realm was limited, and he could not truly clear the secret realm to obtain the Wood God Flower King. But Lin Moya's appearance also reduced the number of slots in the low tier difficulty to 999. After all, Lin Moya could clear even high-level secret realms, and his combat power was unquestionable. People discussed Lin Moya, and some greeted him. Most god sovereigns had a favorable impression of Lin Moya. Mr. Lin. A familiar voice called out, and Lin Moya looked over to see Yu Qingfeng and several other members of the Yu family. These people had fought alongside him in the Dark Void and could be considered comrades. Lin Moya smiled and greeted, Senior Yu is here too. Yu Qingfeng approached, I'm here to try my luck, but it's hard to say if I can get in. Yu Qingfeng was an 8th tier god sovereign, strong, but there were many high tier god sovereigns here, and more would come. He couldn't guarantee he would get in. Lin Moya sensed Yu Qingfeng's aura. Senior Yu seems close to a breakthrough. Yu Qingfeng said, Indeed, I'm just a step away. If I can get in this time and obtain a Wood God Flower, I can break through. If I don't get a Wood God Flower, I'll just go into seclusion for a few decades. Yu Qingfeng had a scholarly demeanor, and when not fighting, he looked like a scholar. He spoke calmly, not in a hurry. If he could get in, that would be best. If not, it didn't matter. But the other Yu family god sovereigns with him were clearly more eager. They all wanted to enter the secret realm and obtain the Wood God Flower. Yu Qingfeng said, Mr. Lin's presence here is unexpected. Given your realm, the Wood God Flower should be of no use to you. Yu Qingfeng knew a bit about Lin Moya's situation, knowing that Lin Moya's soul realm was extraordinarily high, so he asked. Lin Moya smiled, I'm not here for the Wood God Flower. Yu Qingfeng was a bit surprised and asked, Is your goal the Wood God Flower King? Lin Moya smiled but did not answer. Whether the Wood God Flower King was useful to him was uncertain, but his goal this time was indeed not the Wood God Flower, but something hidden deep in the secret realm, far more precious than the Wood God Flower. Yu Qingfeng did not press further and said, The competition will start in a month. Lin Moya glanced into the distance and then signaled to Yu Qingfeng, Follow me. Chapter 2061. Chapter 2061, 2061. Chapter 2061, He is not an ordinary talisman master. Lin Moya flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. Yu Qingfeng was initially stunned, then immediately said, Follow him. The few members of the Yu family who were with him all followed his lead and immediately followed. The vortex at the entrance of the secret realm was extremely large, like a star, slowly rotating in the starry sky. Each rotation could absorb a vast amount of power. Lin Moya stopped 10,000 meters away from the entrance of the secret realm. He could not get any closer. Before the secret realm opened, he could only come this far. Continuing to approach would be blocked by the power of the secret realm. Someone had tried to force their way in before, but without exception, they all failed. Lin Moya naturally knew that forcing his way in was impossible. This was a rule set by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. Not to mention a God Sovereign, even a Saint Sovereign would be helpless. There is still a layer of supreme between a Heavenly Lord and a Saint Sovereign, and the difference in strength between the two is immeasurable. A small trick of a Heavenly Lord is an unsolvable problem for a Saint Sovereign. Yu Qingfeng and the 7 others followed behind Lin Moya without speaking. They didn't know what Lin Moya was going to do, but they knew that Lin Moya was full of mysteries and had many magical methods. Yu Qingfeng had a vague guess in his heart and couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. Could it be that Mr. Lin has a way? Lin Moya smiled slightly, I will send you in. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his finger and began to draw a talisman on the spot. Since the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had specifically pointed out for him to come to the Wood God Secret Realm, he naturally wouldn't let Lin Moya wait for hundreds of years. No matter what state the Secret Realm was in, even if it hadn't manifested, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord would have a way to let Lin Moya in. Now, with 3 years left until the Secret Realm opens, and the Secret Realm has already manifested, it becomes even simpler. Lin Moya followed the method left by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord and drew a talisman that looked extremely complex. The talisman in Lin Moya's hand shone brightly, looking beautiful and magnificent. Yu Qingfeng exclaimed, I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be a talisman master. Lin Moya said, just a casual study. Yu Qingfeng said, Mr. Lin is too modest. The way of talismans is profound and vast. Although I don't understand it, I have come into contact with talisman masters, and they are not as skilled as Mr. Lin. Lin Moya's method of drawing talismans was indeed not something an ordinary talisman master could compare to. That kind of natural flow, Yu Qingfeng could fully feel it. Lin Moya activated the talisman, and the talisman immediately shot out a white light, crossing the 10,000 meters distance and shining on the vortex of the secret realm. The vortex of the secret realm roared, and its rotation speed suddenly increased significantly. The white light of the talisman turned into a passage. Lin Moya said, Go in. Yu Qingfeng did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand, quickly, go. The 6 people behind him immediately flew into the passage. At the same time, Yu Qingfeng cupped his hands towards Lin Moya. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Although he was the leader of the 7, he was the last to go in. Lin Moya also entered the passage. After he went in, the passage closed and disappeared. This series of actions caught the attention of the god sovereigns in the distance. How did they get in? Did the secret realm open early? Impossible. How could it open early? The Wood God Secret Realm has been the same for so many years, it has never changed. Some didn't believe it and immediately flew to the front of the secret realm, only to be blocked by an invisible force 10,000 meters away. They could see that Lin Moyo and the others had already reached the entrance of the secret realm, while they were blocked outside. A group of god sovereigns looked puzzled, unable to understand. It should be Lin Moyo. I just saw him draw a talisman, and he used the talisman to open the passage. I didn't expect Lin Moyo to be a talisman master, but it's not surprising. The secret realm is originally related to talismans, and talisman masters have certain advantages. It seems that his ability to clear the secret realm is also related to his identity as a talisman master. I think it's not that simple. There are many talisman masters, but none of them can easily clear the secret realm. Among the god sovereigns present, there was a talisman master. His eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, "He is different from other talisman masters." Someone didn't understand. What's different? He is the honorary president of our Talisman Master Association and has the grace of teaching us. All of us must respectfully call him Master Lin. As soon as these words came out, all the god sovereigns present were in an uproar. It was not surprising that Lin Moyo was a talisman master. Many god sovereigns had other identities. Among those present, there were artifact refiners, alchemists, and formation masters. But Lin Moyo was not only a talisman master but also the honorary president of the Talisman Master Association and had the grace of teaching talisman masters, being respectfully called Master Lin by them. This made a world of difference, indicating that Lin Moyo had reached the pinnacle in this path. A second-tier god sovereign who could reach the peak in the way of talismans was unimaginable. Many people didn't believe it, but they had to. The fact was that Lin Moyo used a talisman to open the way and directly reached the entrance of the secret realm, without waiting for the secret realm to open or for the competition to select. Yu Qingfeng and his 7 people, plus Lin Moyo, made a total of 8 people. Now, among Yu Qingfeng's 7 people, 3 were enveloped in a faint light and disappeared into the secret realm. Then, 3 more were enveloped in the same light and entered the secret realm. They saw Yu Qingfeng bow to Lin Moyo and then be enveloped in the light and enter the secret realm. Lin Moyo was the last to go in. After he went in, the secret realm returned to its usual state, still slowly rotating. Seeing them go in with their own eyes, someone suddenly said, "Do you think Lin Moyo will clear the secret realm again this time?" Difficult. His realm is too low. He can only enter the low-tier difficulty. It's impossible to clear it. I also think it's impossible, but he is Lin Moyo. It's hard to say. If he clears it, the secret realm will disappear, and the wood godflower will be gone. It doesn't matter. It only means that the wood godflower is not fated with us. I'm a bit conflicted. Let's just go with the flow. Some hoped Lin Moyo could clear it, while others didn't, fearing they would lose the wood godflower. Everyone had their own thoughts, but it had nothing to do with Lin Moyo. Inside the secret realm, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. Lin Moyo stood in a dense forest, looking at the warm sun overhead. The warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, forming beams of light, very beautiful. Because the secret realm had not officially opened, the Human Emperor Network had not released the corresponding tasks. As usual, Lin Moyo dispatched the skeleton generals to start exploring the secret realm. He indeed wanted to clear the secret realm. To obtain the core rune, he had to clear it. At the same time, he also wanted to obtain the third inheritance left by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. The first inheritance gave an ancient box, but I don't know what's inside. The second inheritance gave a talisman and a core rune, as well as the inheritance of the Starlight Law, which is very useful to me. I wonder what the third inheritance will be. The way the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord cultivates successors is somewhat similar to the Star Spirit clan. As Heavenly Lords, they should know each other. The roar of beasts came from the dense forest, and the ground began to shake. The skeleton generals encountered enemies, and a battle broke out. Lin Moyo took a few steps to the battle site. By the time he arrived, the battle was over. In the dense forest, a large tree had fallen, and there were 2 beasts beside it. Both the tree and the beasts were formed by runes, belonging to rune beasts, plant-type rune beasts. After they died, they did not immediately turn into runes but dissipated into runes after a minute. Then, more skeleton generals encountered enemies, and the battles started suddenly and ended quickly. There were many rune beasts in the dense forest, and the battles continued. Chapter 2062. Chapter 2062, 2062. Chapter 2062. This thing looks like a spirit flower. Lin Moyo pondered the specific rules of the Wood God Secret Realm. The Wood God Secret Realm is extremely special. The same difficulty level can accommodate 1,000 people simultaneously. Moreover, these 1,000 people have the opportunity to encounter each other. However, encounters do not happen initially. One must first deal with their own Wood God flower. In Lin Moyo's understanding, the entire secret realm, under the same difficulty level, is divided into countless independent areas. Everyone who enters is located in their own unique area, and at that time, they will not encounter each other. Then they need to find the Wood God flower in their area. After eliminating the rune beasts guarding the Wood God flower and obtaining the flower, they can move on to another area. At that time, they might encounter other cultivators. In the same area, the number of Wood God flowers equals the number of people. Similarly, as the number of people increases, the difficulty also increases. When 2 people meet, the difficulty increases by about 3 times, requiring cooperation to have a higher chance of passing. The increase in difficulty is a disadvantage, but the advantage is that the grade of the Wood God flower will improve. There was once a low-tier area where 4 people met, and the difficulty increased 6 or 7 times. There were 4 Wood God flowers, but each flower reached a middle-tier grade. Fortunately, this secret realm is not very dangerous. If one finds themselves outmatched, they can use an escape talisman to leave. Currently, the highest record in the secret realm is a third-tier god sovereign obtaining 5 low-tier wood god flowers in the low-tier difficulty. In the middle-tier difficulty, a 6th-tier god sovereign obtained 4 middle-tier wood god flowers. In the high-tier difficulty, a peak god sovereign obtained 4 high-tier wood god flowers. According to the information left by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, Lin Moya needs to pass through the secret realm 10 times consecutively, and it must be in the high-tier difficulty, obtaining 10 high-tier wood god flowers to receive the inheritance. But Lin Moya is currently only a 2nd-tier god sovereign, entering the low-tier difficulty. For this, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord also has corresponding rules. Lin Moya can first obtain 10 low-tier wood god flowers to cross the difficulty level and enter the middle tier. Then, after obtaining 10 middle-tier wood god flowers, he can enter the high tier. Lin Moya pondered all the details and muttered to himself, as expected of a talisman master, thinking so complexly. Making the secret realm so complicated, is it to show off? Lin Moya felt a bit speechless towards the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, but since the rules were set, he could only follow them. If he ever had the chance to meet the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, he would definitely ask if this was fun. Of course, the premise is that the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord is still alive and hasn't died of old age. The secret realm is very large, with each area exceeding a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. The wood god flower itself is very small, reportedly only the size of a fist, and if hidden in the grass, it is easily missed. Searching for the wood god flower in the secret realm is like finding a needle in a haystack. Even for a god sovereign, it requires a lot of time. The skeleton generals searched for a while, reaching the edge of the secret realm without finding anything. Lin Moya ordered them to conduct a carpet search. Lin Moya considered using the explosive luck technique to randomly choose a direction but decided against it. If possible, he didn't want to rely too much on the explosive luck technique. Runes have their own operational rules, even the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord cannot completely defy these rules. His rules can change the rules to a certain extent, but here, there's no need to do so. The rules of the runes. Lin Moya pondered for a moment and noticed something unusual. After the rune beasts died, their bodies seemed to point in the same direction. Whether it was plant-type rune beasts or animal-type rune beasts, once killed, they all pointed in the same direction. Lin Moya immediately knew where he should go. The skeleton generals were faster than him, advancing in the direction indicated by the bodies. Along the way, they encountered many rune beasts. After traveling tens of thousands of kilometers, they suddenly found that the direction indicated by a dead rune beast had changed, pointing in the opposite direction. We've gone too far. Lin Moya immediately realized he had overshot and began to backtrack. At the same time, the skeleton generals found another rune beast nearby, killed it, and based on the direction indicated by the dead rune beast, drew a straight line in their minds. At the intersection of the straight lines was the location of the wood god flower. It was a half-meter-high boulder, surrounded by grass. Under the boulder, there was an inconspicuous depression, and the wood god flower was inside. The wood god flower was only half a palm high, a small and delicate flower, hidden under the stone and covered by grass, so it was normal for the skeleton generals to miss it. Lin Moya reached out and picked the wood god flower. As for its guardian rune beast, it had already been killed by the skeleton generals. Lin Moya couldn't tell which one it was. Anyway, he killed everyone he encountered along the way, not bothering to distinguish who was who. The wood god flower had only 3 petals, was entirely white, and emitted a faint fragrance, which was very pleasant. Just by smelling the fragrance, Lin Moya felt his soul become a bit more comfortable. But Lin Moya also found it strange. This wood god flower seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered where he had seen it in his soul world. On the branches of the world tree, there were spirit flowers in bud, and the wood god flower looked exactly like the spirit flowers. How can this be? Lin Moya was surprised and puzzled. He knew the origin of the wood god flower, which was undoubtedly created by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. A Heavenly Lord can create life, so making some flowers and plants is normal. But why did the wood god flower look exactly like the spirit flowers? Is it a coincidence? Lin Moya couldn't figure it out for a moment. This question could probably only be answered by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. He put away the wood god flower and waited quietly for 10 seconds. From the place where the wood god flower was originally planted, a stream of light flew out, forming a portal in the air. Lin Moya entered the portal directly, heading to another area. He could act without any scruples here, as he wouldn't encounter anyone else. With the experience from the first time, Lin Moya became more adept at finding the wood god flower. He didn't even need the skeleton generals to explore the map, he just needed to kill the rune beasts and follow the direction they pointed. In the low-tier secret realm, the strength of the rune beasts was only at the first to third tiers of the god sovereign level, which was completely one-sided for Lin Moya. The skeleton generals could kill dozens or hundreds with a single strike. Soon, the second, third, one by one, the wood god flowers were found. The so-called guardian rune beasts were only slightly stronger than ordinary rune beasts and were still easily killed by the skeleton generals. In just half a day, Lin Moya had collected 10 wood god flowers. But after obtaining 10 wood god flowers, there was no movement. The secret realm was quiet, and there was no entrance to the next area. Didn't they say that 10 wood god flowers would allow crossing the difficulty level? Lin Moya was puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he took out all 10 wood god flowers. The 10 wood god flowers floated in the air, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The fragrance gradually became stronger, and the 10 wood god flowers began to move closer to each other, connected by the fragrance. Lin Moya suddenly realized, so that's how it is. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord really has many tricks. Chapter 2063. Chapter 2063. Chapter 2063, Finding the Right Method. The 10 wood god flowers merged into one, transforming into a brand new wood god flower. Its size increased by about 50%, and the petals grew from 3 to 6. The color also became more crystalline and full of texture. The 6 petals indicated that it had evolved from a low-tier wood god flower to a middle-tier wood god flower, with enhanced effects. Lin Moyo increasingly felt that it resembled the spirit flowers on the world tree. The world tree had countless spirit flowers, and a few of the faster-growing ones had already taken shape, looking very similar to the wood god flower. After the wood god flowers merged, the fragrance became stronger, and a beam of light shot out from the flower. A portal appeared in the sky, transparent and revealing another world. Lin Moyo held the wood god flower and flew into the portal, crossing the difficulty level and entering the middle-tier difficulty. Since the appearance of the wood god secret realm, no one had ever accomplished the feat of crossing difficulty levels. As one's cultivation realm increases, it becomes increasingly difficult to fight across levels. Some god sovereigns at the 3rd tier find it challenging to challenge those at the 4th tier, let alone fight against those at the 5th tier. Lin Moyo was an anomaly among anomalies. When he obtained the 10th wood god flower, the strength of the rune beasts had already increased to the 5th tier of the god sovereign level. Moreover, the number of rune beasts in that area was extremely high, making it almost impossible for ordinary god sovereigns to make any progress. From this perspective, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had very high requirements for his successor, and ordinary people simply did not meet his standards. The scene before him changed, and the sound of rushing water entered his ears. Lin Moyo saw a waterfall, over 10,000 meters high, very majestic, with turbulent water crashing down from the sky, creating countless waves. Lin Moyo followed the water flow with his eyes. The water split into 3 branches not far away, flowing into different areas. On both sides were high mountains, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, with no end in sight. This is a canyon. Lin Moyo looked around and realized he was in a canyon. The canyon was vast and densely forested. A skeleton general flew upwards but hit an invisible wall after 1,000 meters, unable to continue flying. It had reached the top. The secret realm limited the flight height. 1,000 meters was not enough to fly above the canyon to survey the terrain. Lin Moyo decided to use the old method, having the skeleton generals scout the way. I wonder if the method of using rune beasts to guide the way has changed. Given the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord style, the same method is unlikely to be used twice. The skeleton generals soon encountered rune beasts. In the middle tier difficulty, the weakest rune beasts were at the 4th tier of the god sovereign level. If there were enough of them, they could give god sovereigns a headache. But encountering Lin Moyo was their misfortune. Under the swords of the skeleton generals, the rune beasts were killed one after another. After death, the rune beasts instantly turned into runes and dissipated, leaving no corpses. Seeing this, Lin Moyo muttered to himself, I knew it would be like this. As he had guessed, the previous method was no longer useful. He had to find another way to locate the wood god flower. Other god sovereigns relied on luck, but Lin Moyo did not want to do so. He knew there must be a way to quickly pinpoint the location of the wood god flower, and he preferred to find the right method. This process was also a test of his observational skills. If he relied on luck and stumbled upon it, who knows what other tricks the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord might have up his sleeve. Lin Moyo believed that since the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had set it up this way, there must be a reason. The skeleton generals cleared the way ahead, and Lin Moyo followed the waterway, thinking about the solution. He observed various things around him, such as grass, leaves, and the orientation of rocks, all within his scope of observation. He couldn't find any common points from these things. This time, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had hidden the clues more deeply, making them harder to discover. Soon, he reached the fork in the waterway, where it split into 3, and the canyon also split into 3. Lin Moyo now had to choose one of the 3 paths. The 3 canyons looked identical, with no differences. Even with his soul eye activated, Lin Moyo couldn't find any differences. With no clues, he finally chose the middle path. The skeleton generals split into 3 groups, each entering one of the canyons. There were many rune beasts in the canyon, and the skeleton generals killed their way through, quickly reaching the end. Lin Moyo searched carefully along the way but found nothing. In no time, he saw the exit and left the canyon. As he exited the canyon, it disappeared behind him. The sound of rushing water reached his ears again, and Lin Moyo found himself back at the waterfall, identical to the one he had seen before. I actually came back. Lin Moyo realized he had returned to the starting point and had to start over. This meant his previous choice was wrong, so he passed through the canyon and returned to the starting point. Let's try again. Even the number and location of the rune beasts hadn't changed. It was the same scene, the same taste, repeating the previous experience. This time, Lin Moyo chose the leftmost canyon. The situation in the canyon was the same as before, with no changes. He quickly passed through the canyon but did not find the wood god flower. For the 3rd time, Lin Moyo appeared in front of the waterfall, feeling speechless. One more time. Lin Moyo was not one to give up easily and began his 3rd journey through the canyon. Again, the same locations and the same number of rune beasts appeared, were killed, and reappeared, only to be killed again. He chose the rightmost canyon and passed through it for the 3rd time. In no time, Lin Moyo found himself back at the waterfall, still without finding the wood god flower. 3 attempts all ended in failure, returning him to the starting point each time. Lin Moya did not move but instead reflected on what had happened. 3 attempts with no results meant he had chosen incorrectly each time. Having chosen left, middle, and right, it meant that the correct path was different each time. No matter how many times he passed through, the probability of choosing correctly was always 1/3. 1/3 is not a low probability. Lin Moya felt that with his luck, if it were truly 1/3, he could have guessed correctly. Failing 3 times made Lin Moya realize that besides luck, there might be other factors. Perhaps the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had set up some conditions, and without meeting those conditions, any choice would be wrong. The more Lin Moya thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Given the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's quirky personality, such a setup was not impossible. The condition for the low-tier difficulty was to find the wood godflower based on the direction of the rune beast's corpse. The trigger condition should be killing the rune beast. This condition is almost non-existent, so it can be achieved by luck. The condition for the middle-tier difficulty is still unknown, but according to the Human Emperor Network's data, those who obtained the wood godflower spent a lot of time. Based on this reasoning, as long as I keep passing through the canyon, as long as the number of attempts is enough or the time is sufficient, I can also obtain the wood godflower. Time or the number of attempts should be one of the conditions. Lin Moya thought about it and felt it should be time. His passing speed was fast, and the time it took for other god sovereigns to pass through once was enough for him to pass through several times. So the number of attempts could not be the condition, but time could be. But time was not the correct condition. Lin Moya felt he should find the correct method before the time condition was met. He returned to the entrance of the canyon, looking at the 3 identical entrances, and fell into deep thought. The canyon and waterfall are new, but the dense forest was there before, so the condition should be related to them. Besides the canyon and waterfall, there is also the water, and Chapter 2064. Chapter 2064, 2064. Chapter 2064, Lin Moya hasn't come out yet. Lin Moya realized that he had overlooked a detail. There was not only a waterfall and a clear river here but also the stones beneath the river. These stones were sharp on one side and smooth on the other. The sharp side pointed uniformly in one direction. Lin Moya had previously overlooked this, thinking it was normal for stones to be in the water. But upon closer inspection, he noticed something unusual. The direction the stones pointed was too uniform. With the water flow, it was impossible for them to be so orderly. There would always be some differences among the stones. Moreover, this was not the real world but a world evolved from runes. The stones shouldn't have wear marks like in the real world. Lin Moya followed the river and once again arrived at the fork in the canyon. This time, he noticed that after the river split into the canyon, the stones in the water disappeared. At this moment, all the stones pointed to the rightmost canyon, uniformly. Lin Moya trusted his judgment and walked towards the rightmost canyon. He walked slowly, paying attention to the stones. When he was less than 3 meters from the rightmost canyon, just about to enter, the direction the stones pointed changed. The stones suddenly turned, pointing to the middle canyon. Sure enough, the correct path changes. If you can't find the stones, it's impossible to choose correctly just by luck. Unless you wait for the right time and rely on luck to get the wood godflower. Lin Moya knew he had finally solved this puzzle. He walked towards the middle canyon, still paying attention to the stones. He wasn't sure if the stones would change direction again. Fortunately, this time they didn't change, and Lin Moya entered the canyon. There were no more stones in the river to guide him, so Lin Moya had the skeleton generals clear the way, killing everything in their path. He paid close attention to every detail in the canyon. The rune beasts and scenery in the canyon were identical to before, with no changes. In fact, the scenery in all 3 canyons was identical. Every blade of grass, every rock was in the same place. He reached the center of the canyon, where a large gray stone had a 6-petaled flower on it. Lin Moya remembered this gray stone. It had been in all 3 canyons before. Such a conspicuous and unique stone was unforgettable after one glance. Previously, there was no wood godflower on this stone, but now there was, indicating that the wood godflower only appeared after choosing the correct path. Lin Moya didn't rush to pick it. This time, he walked slowly, with the skeleton generals only a short distance ahead, not encountering any rune beasts guarding the wood godflower. Let's see what the guardian rune beast of the wood godflower looks like. As Lin Moya approached the wood godflower, when he was 5 meters away, the river beside him exploded, and a water column shot into the sky. Accompanied by the unique hiss of a snake, a giant python covered in runes emerged from the river, charging straight at Lin Moya. The guardian rune beast of the wood godflower was not weak, reaching the 5th tier of the god sovereign level, stronger than the rune beasts he had encountered along the way. Unfortunately, it faced the skeleton generals. The skeleton generals raised their bone swords and slashed out sword energy. After the white sword energy passed, the guardian rune beast dissipated into smoke. It seems that by the time I get the 10th wood godflower, the rune beasts should reach the high-tier god sovereign level. The rune beasts grew stronger each time, but they were only high-tier god sovereigns, not worth Lin Moya's attention. He casually picked the wood godflower and walked out of the canyon. He saw the familiar waterfall, river, and stones again. Lin Moya smiled, knowing he would go through the same experience 9 more times. Finding the correct path was no longer a problem. The next challenge was a test of combat strength. The last few times would require the ability to fight across levels, something ordinary god sovereigns couldn't achieve. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord set various thresholds to select a successor, but in Lin Moya's view, this difficulty was not as high as the mysterious Star Secret Realm. He repeatedly walked the same path, doing the same things, and obtained 9 middle-tier wood god flowers. During these 9 times, Lin Moya didn't encounter anyone else. According to the information, each choice seemed to be in the same area, but it actually led to different areas. The middle-tier difficulty, like the low-tier difficulty, was divided into countless areas, each identical. Some had encountered others in the middle-tier difficulty, and the difficulty increased upon meeting. However, there were only 7 people in the middle-tier difficulty, including Lin Moyo, so the chance of meeting was very low. By the 10th time, the rune beasts in the secret realm had reached the peak of the 6th tier of the God Sovereign level, matching the strength of the skeleton generals. But in terms of numbers, the skeleton generals had an overwhelming advantage, still facing no pressure. According to this, the guardian rune beast of the wood godflower would break through the 6th tier of the God Sovereign level, reaching the high tier God Sovereign level, just as Lin Moyo had anticipated. Lin Moyo even judged the strength of the rune beasts in the high tier difficulty based on the difficulty here. He guessed that they would eventually reach the half-step other shore level. To obtain the inheritance of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, one's realm couldn't exceed the peak of the God Sovereign level, and their true combat strength couldn't be lower than the half-step other shore level. Not lower than the half-step other shore level, but able to defeat the half-step other shore level. The difficulty is very high. There seem to be few in the human race who can achieve this. There were very few peak god sovereigns who could reach the combat strength of the half-step other shore level. Even Zhu Kaiwo in the past might not have achieved it. Zhu Kaiwo had once fought against a half-step other shore level opponent, driving them away but at a cost to himself. Facing a half-step other shore level opponent, Zhu Kaiwo was already a rare genius to survive. The vision of the ancient heavenly lords was indeed very high. Ordinary people couldn't catch their eye. Returning to the wood godflower, the river exploded with water droplets falling like rain. Having experienced this 9 times, Lin Moyo was used to it. Amidst the hissing of the rune beasts, the undying dragon knights silently charged out, surrounding them. Outside the secret realm, a god sovereign from the Yu family suddenly appeared. Someone has come out. His appearance attracted attention, and many people gathered to inquire about the situation. The Yu family god sovereign openly shared his experience in the secret realm. His experience was similar to the information on the Human Emperor network. He obtained 3 wood god flowers, not breaking the record but still achieving a good result. The god sovereigns in the divine city knew the Yu family and its powerful background, including Lady Yu. Even high-tier god sovereigns treated him with respect. Their main purpose in inquiring was to see if they had really entered the secret realm early and if there was any difference. It seemed there was no difference, it was the same as before. This confirmed that Lin Moyo was truly powerful. Being able to take them in had already exceeded the imagination of the god sovereigns. Then, one by one, the Yu family god sovereigns came out, each obtaining 3 wood god flowers, proving their strength. Yu Qingfeng was the last to come out, having entered the high tier difficulty and obtained high tier wood god flowers. When Yu Qingfeng entered, he was at the 8th tier of the god sovereign level, and when he came out, he had reached the 9th tier. He used the wood god flower in the secret realm to advance. After advancing, his strength increased significantly, and he obtained another wood god flower. Yu Qingfeng obtained a total of 4 high-tier wood god flowers, tying the highest record in the secret realm. Yu Qingfeng's strength was impressive, but suddenly someone noticed that Lin Moyo hadn't come out yet. Chapter 2065. Chapter 2065. 2065. Chapter 2065. The foolish method is unreliable. All 7 god sovereigns of the Yu family had come out, even Yu Qingfeng had come out, but Lin Moyo had not yet emerged. Lin Moyo's combat power made people wonder. Someone asked, Senior Yu, do you think Lin Moyo can break the record? Yu Qingfeng replied, breaking the record is inevitable. I think Mr. Lin is very likely to clear the entire secret realm. The god sovereigns were all astonished, not expecting Yu Qingfeng to have such a high evaluation of Lin Moyo. Moreover, he referred to Lin Moyo as Mr. Lin, with a tone of respect. For some reason, Yu Qingfeng had blind confidence in Lin Moyo, believing there was nothing Lin Moyo couldn't accomplish. Before entering the instance, Lin Moyo had said he would try to clear it. Yu Qingfeng chose to believe Lin Moyo. Since Lin Moyo said he would clear it, he surely would. In the secret realm, Lin Moyo stepped into the high-tier difficulty. He held a very special wood god flower in his hand, a flower with 10 petals. As everyone knows, the petals of the wood god flower are divided into 3, 6, and 9. A 10-petaled flower had never been seen before. At that time, he had fused 10 middle-tier wood god flowers, but it did not open the passage to the high-tier difficulty. Later, he took out the previously fused wood god flower, and the 2 already fused wood god flowers immediately underwent a second fusion, allowing him to cross the difficulty level again. After the second fusion, the wood god flower became what it is now, with 10 petals. Lin Moyo didn't care about these details as long as he could cross the difficulty level, it was fine. The high-tier difficulty secret realm was full of flowers, grass, and trees, more vibrant than the low and middle-tier difficulties. Lin Moyo felt the difference. Although he knew it was all a falsehood brought by the evolution of runes, it seemed to reflect the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's pursuit of the way of runes. Lin Moyo felt the passage of time here. He could smell the scent of flowers and grass, both fragrant and decaying. The runes made the whole world more vivid, increasingly close to the real world. In previous secret realms, there was no sense of time. No matter how much time passed, everything remained new. But now, Lin Moyo not only smelled the scent of decay but also saw rotting tree roots. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord is pursuing life. He wants the runes to have real life. Unfortunately, he seems to have failed. Falsehood remains falsehood, unable to become reality. Perhaps his greatest ideal was to turn the ancient warriors into real living beings, but in the end, he failed. If there had been no invasion by the Black Blood Realm, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord might have had a chance, but now. Lin Moya speculated in his heart while carefully observing the changes in the surrounding environment. Based on his previous experiences, he knew that every detail in the secret realm could not be overlooked. Any special place could become a guide. Here, flowers, grass, and trees were everywhere on the ground, on both sides, and overhead. The flowers, grass, and trees overhead grew upside down, corresponding to those on the ground, creating a mirror-like illusion. But the upside-down flowers, grass, and trees were real. The omnipresent flowers, grass, and trees formed a true dense forest. Could it be that I'm in a huge cave? Lin Moya did not dispatch the skeleton generals this time. He used the Death Dragon Knights. The Death Dragon Knights had just set out when they encountered the first wave of rune beasts, and a fierce battle ensued. The rune beasts here had all reached the 7th tier of the God Sovereign level, genuine high-tier God Sovereigns. Their bodies shone with runes, and the runes evolved into the power of rules. However, compared to the Death Dragon Knights, they were still inferior. The Death Dragon Knights had already reached the peak of the 7th tier, while these rune beasts had just reached the 7th tier. One-on-one, the Death Dragon Knights could defeat their opponents within 5 minutes, not to mention Lin Moya's preference for group battles. Thousands of Death Dragon Knights bombarded the rune beasts. In the blink of an eye, the rune beasts turned to dust and runes, dissipating into the secret realm. The combat power displayed by the rune beasts was within his expectations. As long as there are no surprises, combat power won't be an issue. It seems the key to clearing the secret realm lies in observation, solving the puzzles set by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. The secret realm was not very large, with a diameter of only 10,000 kilometers. The Death Dragon Knights quickly explored it. It was indeed an enclosed cave, with flowers, grass, and trees on the ground, ceiling, and all around. The vegetation was far denser than in the previous 2 difficulties. Some plants had grown taller than Lin Moya, so he had to fly to avoid obstructing his view, hovering in mid-air. He flew slowly, carefully examining the situation within the secret realm. No waterfalls, no streams, no rocks. The rune beasts leave no corpses after death, no directional clues. So where is the key? Senior Heavenly Lord, what puzzle did you leave behind? Lin Moya couldn't find the solution to the secret realm for a while. Time passed, and he knew it was limited. When time ran out, he might get the Wood God Flower, but he certainly wouldn't get the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's inheritance. According to the secret realm's information, many people obtained their first Wood God Flower about 10 hours after entering the secret realm. This meant he had 10 hours to solve the puzzle left by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord and obtain the Wood God Flower in the correct way. It wasn't about waiting for 10 hours for the secret realm to automatically deliver the Wood God Flower. For others, getting the Wood God Flower was enough. But for him, it meant elimination. He didn't know if there would be a second chance. What could it be? 2 hours passed without any discovery. Let's try the foolish method. Lin Moya had a thought, and countless skeleton generals appeared around him. He summoned a full 100 million skeleton generals to start a carpet search of the secret realm. The so-called foolish method was to use the characteristic of the Wood God Flower. As long as one got close to it, it would trigger the Guardian Rune Beast. Lin Moya knew this was a foolish method, but it didn't violate the rules. In the low-tier difficulty, he had killed the Guardian Rune Beast before obtaining the Wood God Flower, and it didn't affect the result. If he could find the Wood God Flower this way and backtrack from there, he might find the correct method. However, Lin Moya didn't have high hopes for this method. He felt it might not work. Given the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's methods, it wouldn't be so easy to find. The middle-tier difficulty had already proven this point. Indeed, Lin Moya's thoughts were correct. After a carpet search by the skeleton generals, they still found nothing. 4 hours had passed, leaving 6 hours. It seems the foolish method is unreliable. Let's keep looking. If I still can't find it, I'll use the explosive luck technique. Lin Moya sighed and continued searching. If he used the explosive luck technique, he believed he would find it. Then he could enter the second round, gaining another 10 hours. No matter what, he had to ensure he wasn't eliminated in the first round. The flowers and grass here are dense but chaotic, with no pattern. The trees also seem random, with many branches, no directional clues. The only strange thing is that the ceiling also has them, and they're upside down. If I stand on the ceiling. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Moya, and he discovered a point he had always overlooked. Chapter 2066. Chapter 2066, 2066. Chapter 2066, Rune Inheritance in the Secret Realm. Lin Moya arrived at the top of the Secret Realm cave, and his entire body was inverted. For a moment, he couldn't tell which side was the top of the cave and which was the ground. Section 2352/23692353. He even had an illusion that when he first entered the Secret Realm, he was actually upside down. Now he was truly standing on the ground. This illusion was very strong. In the starry sky, there is no concept of top and bottom, it is all relative. Lin Moya changed his perspective and finally saw some different scenes. The previous ground had now become the top. From a distance, Lin Moya saw that the trees in the secret realm vaguely formed a rune. This rune felt somewhat familiar. This is a guiding rune. I didn't expect the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerate to use runes as a puzzle. But this rune is incomplete, only 1/3 of it. The other part is here. Lin Moya's heart moved, and he flew up again, changing direction. The top and bottom of the cave, with trees forming 1/3 of the rune each. The other third was around the surroundings. Lin Moya combined these trees in his mind, forming a complete rune. Then he reached out and drew the rune, which was not complicated, formed by the fusion of two basic runes. Any rune master above the 7th rank could draw and fuse it. The difference was that other rune masters found it difficult to achieve perfect fusion, but Lin Moyo could perfectly fuse the runes. In his eyes, this rune was not complicated and posed no difficulty. The real challenge was recognizing that the rune was formed by the trees and then combining them. After all, there were too many flowers and plants here, creating many interfering factors. If one was not particularly familiar with runes and did not observe extremely carefully, they would not be able to see it. A rune formed at his fingertips, and after activation, it turned into a stream of light, flying into the distance. The rune flew to the edge of the secret realm, disappearing into an inconspicuous patch of grass. Lin Moyo keenly saw that behind this patch of grass, a 9-petaled wood godflower appeared. This wood godflower was as white as jade, emitting a faint glow, looking more like a piece of fine white jade than a flower. The fragrance of the flower penetrated the soul, refreshing Lin Moya's spirit. The wood godflower indeed had the effect of enhancing the soul, especially high-grade wood godflowers, which had significant effects. Lin Moya confirmed that there was no wood godflower in this patch of grass before it appeared because of the rune's activation. The rune was the key to this layer of the secret realm. The rune not only guided the way but also activated the holy rune Heavenly Venerates arrangement, truly obtaining the wood godflower. Lin Moya went to pick the wood godflower, and a tremor came from the side. A large tree suddenly grew crazily, reaching hundreds of meters high in an instant. This ordinary tree transformed into a rune beast in the blink of an eye, and it was a high-level rune beast, with a strong presence of rule power. The branches whipped down like whips, but Lin Moya did not dodge or avoid them, not even paying attention. The Death Dragon Knights were the first to meet the attack, their golden armor blocking the whips. They surrounded the tree and began to attack it in groups. The tree was strong, not weaker than the Death Dragon Knights, but it couldn't withstand the group attack for long. Lin Moya smoothly picked the wood godflower, muttering to himself, another puzzle of the Heavenly Venerate solved. In less than a minute, the rune beast tree was killed, turning into runes and dissipating. With the guardian rune beast dead and the wood godflower in hand, the secret realm rumbled and shook violently. Lin Moya looked up and saw a large crack in the sky above, shrouded in mist. In the mist, a giant wood godflower loomed. This wood godflower had 12 petals, looking completely jade-like, emitting a white light, extremely holy. The king of wood godflowers. Lin Moya knew that everyone who obtained high-grade wood godflowers would see the king of wood godflowers. Therefore, there were many records about the king of wood godflowers in the data. But it was only seen no one had ever obtained the king of wood godflowers. Looking at the king of wood godflowers, Lin Moya muttered to himself, "You belong to me." In the mist, a portal appeared, and Lin Moya rushed into it, entering the next secret realm. The cave was identical, and the environment looked no different. The Death Dragon Knights first cleared the rune beasts in the secret realm. Compared to the previous time, the rune beasts were slightly stronger but still overwhelmed by the Death Dragon Knights. Lin Moya looked up at the trees in the secret realm, combining them in his mind to form a rune. The rune has changed. Lin Moya found that this time the rune was different from the previous one, a completely new combination of runes. Compared to the previous rune, the two runes combined this time were slightly more complex. But it still didn't stump Lin Moya. He not only drew the rune but also achieved perfect fusion. The rune flew out, activating the wood godflower. The Death Dragon Knights dealt with the rune beasts, while Lin Moya took the wood godflower. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Lin Moya went through 6 secret realms, each one more difficult than the last. The rune beasts grew stronger each time. By the 3rd round, the rune beasts were already on par with the Death Dragon Knights, at least in one-on-one situations. By the 4th round, the rune beasts reached Divine Venerate level 8, officially surpassing the Death Dragon Knights. At this point, Lin Moya deployed the Legion rulers. Under their leadership, the combat power of the Death Dragon Knights increased significantly, and the rune beasts were once again quickly defeated. The rune beasts were a test of combat power, while the other test targeted runes, with the difficulty constantly increasing. The runes became more and more complex, harder to discern. By the 4th round, Lin Moya found that the flowers and plants he had previously considered interfering factors had changed in nature. The flowers and plants were no longer interfering factors, they had become part of the runes. The trees formed the main structure of the runes, while the flowers and plants became the intricate details, all indispensable. As the rune difficulty increased, Lin Moya realized that the holy rune Heavenly Venerate was using this special method to pass on his rune knowledge. Through repeated observation and combination of runes, his understanding of runes deepened, gaining new insights. Runes could not only be combined but also split. A complete rune could be split into 2 or even more parts. Even seemingly split runes could still maintain their connection and original function. Lin Moya thought of the ancient box. The runes on the ancient box were like this. An ancient rune was split and then covered on the ancient box. The seemingly scattered runes were actually still a whole, maintaining their original function. With this, Lin Moya thought of many new uses for runes. Especially in rune arrays, it could make the arrays more flexible and changeable. This is the inheritance. The Heavenly Venerate's inheritance. The information in the data is just one aspect, like words in a book, not vivid. But now, it's more like teaching you hand in hand. If you can understand, you can obtain the inheritance. If you can't understand, then there is no follow-up. Lin Moya's understanding of the holy rune Heavenly Venerate deepened. The requirements for the Heavenly Venerate's inheritance were very high, demanding all-around capabilities from the inheritor. Combat power, comprehension, sensitivity, luck, all indispensable. Chapter 2067. Chapter 2067, 2067. Chapter 2067, Seeing Them as a Joke. On the 7th round of the Secret Realm, Lin Moya finally felt a bit of pressure. From this round onwards, the rune beasts in the Secret Realm had all reached the 9th tier of the God Sovereign level, barely qualifying as peak God Sovereigns. Even with the Legion commander leading the Death Dragon Knight Legion, it took some effort to eliminate them. Lin Moya observed this and thought, next time, I'll have to deploy the Skeleton King. Fortunately, each round of the Secret Realm lasted 10 hours, and the Secret Realm wasn't very large, so Lin Moya didn't need to rush. He summoned 300 units of the Death Dragon Knight Legion, distributing them throughout the Secret Realm to clear out the rune beasts. This level of difficulty was indeed very high for other cultivators. Even peak God Sovereigns would struggle against the onslaught of rune beasts, and they would eventually tire, unable to fight indefinitely. Not to mention the 8th round, even the 4th round, facing a large number of 8th tier God Sovereign rune beasts, would exhaust peak God Sovereigns, especially with the presence of Guardian rune beasts. Lin Moya followed behind the Death Dragon Knight Legion, carefully observing the distribution of trees and considering the placement of flowers and grass. Gradually, he frowned as he noticed the difficulty of the runes in the Secret Realm had increased again. Lin Moya saw that this time, the runes had become threefold. There were runes on all sides, the top, and the bottom. Moreover, the runes were scattered, with parts of the top runes on the ground and parts of the ground runes on the sides. They were connected in a peculiar way, some by vines, some by the veins of flowers and grass. They formed an intricate pattern, interwoven with each other. The runes were scattered and distributed across various areas, and Lin Moya had to reassemble them through these subtle connections to draw the correct runes. There were countless runes, and some were very similar. A slight misunderstanding could result in drawing the wrong rune, and the final fused rune would also be incorrect, preventing the wood godflower from appearing. Previously, Lin Moya could quickly find the correct runes, but this time, his speed slowed down. He combined and restored various detailed pieces of information in his mind. Outside the Secret Realm, God Sovereigns arrived every day. At this moment, the arena had been set up, but no God Sovereigns were fighting. They weren't in a hurry. Lin Moya was the center of their attention. Almost every conversation included Lin Moya. Lin Moya had been in the Secret Realm for many days and had not come out. Some even speculated that Lin Moya might have died inside. Although the Wood God Secret Realm wasn't particularly dangerous, it wasn't entirely without risk. Some people had died in the Secret Realm because they didn't use escape talismans in time. Such cases were rare, but they did happen occasionally. If Lin Moya had indeed died inside, it wouldn't be surprising. However, when Yu Qingfeng heard this, he immediately refuted it. Even the scholarly Yu Qingfeng showed disdain for such remarks. He knew very well how strong Lin Moya was. Even if he were to fight Lin Moya to the death, he knew he would be the one to die. The idea that Lin Moya would die in the Secret Realm was impossible. But Yu Qingfeng didn't say much. He let them speculate. He told the God Sovereigns of the Yu family, just wait for the news of Mr. Lin clearing the Secret Realm and watch these old guys' faces. The Yu family God Sovereigns all smiled, looking at the other God Sovereigns as if they were a joke. 4 hours later, Lin Moya finally successfully drew the runes for the 8th round. 3 seemingly simple basic runes were perfectly fused together using the soul as a bridge, forming a new rune. The fusion of 3 runes was a challenge for many rune masters and not easy to achieve. Only rune masters above the 7th tier could possibly complete the fusion of 3 runes, and even then, it wasn't always successful. As for perfect fusion, it was even more unlikely. After the runes fused, they exploded in the air, creating a huge gap in the Secret Realm. Countless mists poured out from the gap, and a giant tree, thousands of meters tall, grew from the mist. A starry sky giant tree? Lin Moya was slightly stunned. This tree resembled the starry sky giant tree but was formed by runes, merely simulating its appearance. Behind the giant tree was a wood godflower with 9 petals. The runes had become more difficult, the Secret Realm's difficulty had increased, and even the appearance of the wood godflower had changed. Lin Moya smiled. The Heavenly Lord's tricks are indeed numerous, making it seem a bit more advanced. The Guardian Rune Beast, the giant tree, launched an attack on Lin Moya. The Legion commander led the Death Dragon Knight Legion to meet it head-on. 100,000 Death Dragon Knights surrounded the giant tree in layers. The Legion commander charged at the forefront, raising his battle blade for a fatal strike. The fatal strike was his strongest attack, gathering the power of the entire Legion. With one slash, a large swath of light was brought up, cutting off countless branches. But when the blade fell on the Rune Beast giant tree, it couldn't advance any further. The giant tree's strong defense blocked the Legion commander's attack. The Death Dragon Knights breathed dragonfire, and the undying flames, carrying the undying laws, burned fiercely. But they still couldn't harm it. The Guardian Rune Beast frantically swung its branches, and any Death Dragon Knight hit by them was instantly shattered. In one round of attacks, tens of thousands of Death Dragon Knights were killed, with half the Legion dead or injured. The Undying Necromancy spell was activated, and the Death Dragon Knights were resurrected, continuing the fierce battle. The Death Dragon Knights and the Legion commander couldn't truly harm the Guardian Rune Beast, and the Guardian Rune Beast couldn't kill them all either. Lin Moya knew that if this continued, there would be no result even after days and nights of fighting. With limited time, he lightly tapped his finger. The Skeleton King's throne emerged from the undying flames. The 10,000-meter-tall Skeleton King stood towering in the Secret Realm. The bone sword swung in the flames, slashing out a beam of sword light. Spell, God-slaying. Signature spell, God-slaying slash. The sword light exploded on the Guardian Rune Beast, creating a huge hole, almost cutting it in half. The Skeleton King was a true peak God Sovereign, stronger than the Guardian Rune Beast. With just one slash, the guardian rune beast was half dead. The Skeleton King charged forward, and sword light rained down like a storm. In an instant, the guardian rune beast was shattered into pieces. Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. The difference in combat power between high-tier god sovereigns is like heaven and earth. The Legion Commander, at the peak of the 8th tier, could only scratch its surface. The Death Dragon Knights couldn't even harm it. It still required the Skeleton King to settle the matter. With the Wood God Flower in hand, Lin Moya stepped into the portal, starting the 8th round of the Secret Realm. The difficulty of the 8th and 9th rounds increased again, but the increase was not significant and was resolved by Lin Moya. Until he obtained the 9th high-tier Wood God Flower, a pitch-black portal appeared before him. The portal looked like a devouring monster, seemingly ready to swallow Lin Moya. Behind the portal, a vortex was faintly spinning. All the changes indicated that the 10th round would be extraordinary. Chapter 2068. Chapter 2068. 2068. Chapter 2068. How do you have his flame? Lin Moya looked at the entrance and felt that the 10th round of the high-tier difficulty Secret Realm would be different. But he couldn't back out now. He had to move forward. He put away the Wood God Flower and stepped in boldly. The scene before him dimmed, and he felt as if he were in the starry sky. Amidst the mist, starlight continuously shone, but he couldn't sense any starlight laws within it. Lin Moya, stepping on the star river of the starlight law, was most sensitive to the starlight law. These starlights were not ordinary starlights but artificially created illusions. He was still within the secret realm, where everything was evolved from ancient runes. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. He chose to wait and see. The mist gradually receded, and the scene before him became clearer. He had indeed entered a starry sky, a false starry sky evolved from ancient runes. Congratulations, my successor. A familiar voice came from the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. Lin Moya looked ahead and saw hundreds of starlights simultaneously light up in the starry sky, forming a rune. The rune reflected a throne, and the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord was leisurely sitting on the throne. This time, Lin Moya felt a trace of a soul. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had left a wisp of his soul here again. This wisp of soul was clearly more powerful and had its own will, stronger than the one in the mysterious star secret realm. Lin Moya bowed to the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. Junior greets the Heavenly Lord. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord chuckled. Not bad, young one, very polite. Congratulations on passing the previous tests. You are even more outstanding than I imagined. At the mere second tier of the God Sovereign level, you possess combat power comparable to a peak God Sovereign. Even in my era, such individuals were rare. I am very curious about you. Do not resist, let me take a look. In the starry sky, starlight shone brilliantly, and countless rays of light shot from all directions, illuminating Lin Moya. Lin Moya's heart tightened. He wanted to refuse but found he couldn't. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord didn't give him a choice. Lin Moya could only accept. Anger surged within him. Lin Moya felt the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had gone too far. Even if you are a Heavenly Lord, you cannot invade my privacy without my permission. This Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord was different from the one in the mysterious star secret realm. He wasn't as irritable or arrogant, but Lin Moya felt even worse about him. Vaguely, Lin Moya began to dislike the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, feeling that this guy wasn't a good person. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's soul invaded Lin Moya's soul world, trying to peer into his soul. In the soul world, the world-burning fire seed suddenly erupted, and a sharp scream came from the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's mouth. Thick flames suddenly rose from the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, and the undying flame instantly engulfed his soul. In the undying flame, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord screamed continuously. Lin Moya could feel that the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's soul was severely injured, being burned by the undying flame. This time, the undying flame was different from when Lin Moya activated it himself. It contained the power of the world-burning fire seed. This power could burn even the world, incredibly terrifying. However, it was still just a fire seed, not strong enough. If it were strong enough, it could instantly burn the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's remnant soul to ashes. No matter how weak the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's remnant soul was, it was still a remnant soul of a Heavenly Lord. A Heavenly Lord's remnant soul had the power to suppress a Saint Sovereign, undeniably strong. But it couldn't withstand the world-burning fire. Lin Moya became more interested in the world-burning fire seed, wondering if it could burn a real Heavenly Lord if it were strong enough. Perhaps it really can, Lin Moya thought, full of anticipation. Watching the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord scream continuously, Lin Moya felt no sympathy. He completely deserved it served him right. After a while, the flames on the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord finally subsided. He looked at Lin Moya with lingering fear and trembled. How do you have his flame? His flame? Lin Moya thought of the mysterious master, more terrifying than a Heavenly Lord. From the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's words, it wasn't hard to deduce that the world-burning fire belonged to that mysterious master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. The world-burning fire might be a symbol, carrying a meaning beyond the flame itself. Lin Moya didn't answer but quietly watched the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. After being burned, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's remnant soul was at least half as weak and had begun to dissipate uncontrollably. Lin Moya saw a trace of fear in his eyes, along with a hint of resentment. No, this remnant soul has developed self-awareness. Lin Moya thought of a troubling possibility. The remnant soul had been preserved from ancient times until now. To ensure it didn't dissipate, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord must have used some methods to nourish and preserve it. Moreover, this remnant soul was clearly more abundant and powerful. Developing self-awareness wasn't impossible. With this realization, Lin Moyo understood why the final round of the secret realm had changed. It shouldn't have changed. He should have experienced the 10th round as before, then fused the wood godflower to receive the inheritance. But because this remnant soul had developed self-awareness, it didn't want to follow the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's set path. It wanted its own way. Combining this with its previous actions, Lin Moyo finally understood. Lin Moyo's gaze turned cold. You don't want to peer into my secrets, you want to possess me. The remnant soul's expression changed, showing a hint of confusion. What are you talking about? How could I, a Heavenly Lord, possess you? You entered here, passed the tests, gained my recognition, received the inheritance, and became my successor. From now on, you are my disciple. How could I possess you? Watching his clumsy performance, Lin Moyo sneered, your acting is too poor. You call yourself a Heavenly Lord, yet you dare not admit your actions. Do you deserve to be called a Heavenly Lord? How dare you speak so disrespectfully? The remnant soul roared angrily. Lin Moyo waved his hand dismissively, forget it. I don't want this inheritance. Let me leave, and I'll pretend this never happened. The remnant soul roared, you have no choice but to take this inheritance. He finally stopped pretending, his eyes filled with ferocity and murderous intent. The entire starry sky trembled, and endless power surged from all directions, as if to crush Lin Moyo completely. Lin Moyo remained unafraid, calmly watching him. He had long guessed this outcome. No matter how strong the remnant soul was, it was still just a remnant soul, striving to become a living being. Having waited so long for someone like him, how could it let him go? Lin Moyo said, you should know that possessing me won't succeed. The remnant soul sneered, although you have his flame, you are not him. As long as I kill you, his flame will naturally disappear. Lin Moyo shrugged helplessly, in that case, we have nothing to discuss. If you want to kill me, go ahead and try. As he spoke, countless undead legions appeared in the starry sky. Billions of skeleton generals flew out, attacking the stars in the sky. The numerous stars here were the source of the remnant soul's power and could form various runes. To deal with the remnant soul, the stars had to be destroyed first. The stars quickly lit up, and countless starlights intertwined into numerous runes. The runes transformed into flames or thunder, overwhelming the undead legions. Chapter 2069, Chapter 2069, 2069, Chapter 2069, Copying the Heavenly Lord's Runes. The previously silent starry sky suddenly became extremely lively. Seas of fire, seas of thunder, and ice storms appeared one after another, overwhelming the undead army. Each rune was very powerful. Although they were not ancient runes, their power had reached the limit of high-level runes. Each attack was infinitely close to the other shore realm, causing massive deaths in the undead army, which was utterly defeated. Lin Moyo admitted he was not as good. If he were to draw these runes, he certainly wouldn't achieve such power. After all, it's the Heavenly Lord. These runes are indeed strong. The remnant soul gritted its teeth and let out a cruel laugh, give up. Although you have many summoned creatures, they can't withstand the Heavenly Lord's slaughter. Once you are killed by the Heavenly Lord, I will possess you. Even if you have his flame, you can't control it. You have only one path to take. Lin Moyo ignored him. The remnant soul would die soon, so why bother with it? He was very interested in the runes in the starry sky and didn't pay attention to the battle situation. The number of undead was sufficient, and with the presence of the undying undead, there would be no problem for a while. Lin Moyo took this opportunity to appreciate these runes. He wanted to learn from them. He recognized each rune, and he had drawn some of them before. Why was the power different? This was a very interesting matter. If he could figure it out, it would greatly benefit his understanding of runes. The stronger the runes, the stronger the rune formations they form, and the stronger the fused runes will be. The foundation is everything, no doubt about it. Lin Moyo carefully compared, looking for the differences between his runes and those of the opponent. The first difference is the soul power carried by the runes. The runes of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord use the soul power of the Heavenly Lord realm, which is stronger than mine. The second difference is that these runes seem to have been modified. The overall structure hasn't changed, but there are some changes in the details, making the runes stronger. It should be the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord who made modifications based on his understanding of the way of runes, making them closer to the Tao. Runes are the principles that cultivators comprehend from the runes of the greater world. Not all runes are entirely correct. After reaching the Heavenly Lord realm, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord made corrections to the runes based on his understanding of the Tao, making them closer to the runes of the greater world. After understanding these 2 points, Lin Moyo knew what he needed to do. He also drew a rune, named Thunder, similar to the Thunder rune in the starry sky. The Thunder rune drawn by Lin Moyo was also not weak. With his understanding of runes and the soul of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, the Thunder rune could exert the attack power of a 4th-tier god sovereign. The rune's power exceeded its own realm by 2 tiers, already considered top-notch, far surpassing ordinary rune masters. Then Lin Moyo began to adjust, using the Thunder rune in the starry sky as a sample to fine-tune his own rune. Ordinary rune masters didn't have this ability, but Lin Moyo did. Soul power enveloped the rune, making fine adjustments to it. Some details and strokes were subtly changed, and Lin Moyo clearly felt the rune's power increasing. The attack power of the Thunder rune increased from the 4th tier to the 5th tier of the God Sovereign realm. At this moment, Lin Moyo felt the rune becoming more natural and harmonious, producing a feeling of being as natural as the Tao. Lin Moyo realized that his approach was correct. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's way of runes had reached an astonishing level. By copying his runes, Lin Moya could quickly improve his understanding of runes. With progress made, Lin Moya's confidence soared, and he continued to fine-tune the Thunder Rune. Moments later, the power of the Thunder Rune increased again, reaching the 6th tier of the God Sovereign realm. The rune's power exceeded its own realm by 4 tiers, leaving other rune masters far behind. However, this was also the limit, and it couldn't be improved further. Lin Moya immediately began drawing another rune, named Fire Sea, again copying the runes in the starry sky for fine-tuning. Fine-tuning was not just copying but learning how to adjust, continuously accumulating experience. When enough experience was accumulated and fully understood, other runes could also be adjusted even without a reference. Lin Moya felt this opportunity was fantastic, almost as good as the inheritance of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. The remnant soul finally noticed something was wrong. No matter how many undead were killed, there were always more. Killing them was like an endless cycle. The runes attacked frantically, and even though the starry sky was shattered, it was useless. The remnant's soul began to panic. His time was limited, and activating the runes continuously consumed his power. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death. He looked at Lin Moya, but the undead army was so numerous that it obscured Lin Moya's figure, preventing him from seeing what Lin Moya was doing from the beginning. This time, he carefully observed and finally saw what Lin Moya was doing. "You dare to copy the Heavenly Lord's runes? How bold!" Lin Moya sneered. "Don't flatter yourself. These are not your runes. You are just a remnant soul of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. You developed self-awareness and consider yourself a true Heavenly Lord? To put it bluntly, you are nothing." These words provoked the remnant soul, which roared like a wild beast. "How dare you speak to the Heavenly Lord like this? You seek death." He began drawing runes. As a remnant soul of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, he possessed some of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's memories and could naturally draw runes. However, drawing runes consumed a lot of soul power, and he usually wouldn't do it. Now, to kill Lin Moya, he no longer cared. He hated Lin Moya to the core, as the world-burning fire had burned half of his remnant soul. A 3-dimensional rune was quickly drawn, and Lin Moya became vigilant, whispering, "Ancient Rune." An ancient rune was at least at the other shore realm, extremely powerful. To kill Lin Moya, the remnant soul didn't hesitate to consume soul power to draw an ancient rune. When the ancient rune was completed, Lin Moya clearly felt the remnant soul weaken by another 3 parts. At this moment, his soul power was only 1/3 of its peak. With this amount of soul power, he couldn't draw a second ancient rune. If he drew another ancient rune, he might collapse on the spot, let alone possess anyone. An ancient rune, though powerful, was not insurmountable. The ancient rune exploded in the starry sky, transforming into a giant tree. "Taste the power of the starry sky giant tree." The remnant's soul sneered. Lin Moya looked puzzled. Another starry sky giant tree? It seemed the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord really liked starry sky giant trees. In the high-tier difficulty secret realm, the guardians of the wood godflower were all starry sky giant trees. However, the one before him, formed by a complete ancient rune, was more lifelike and powerful. The starry sky giant tree appeared on the battlefield as if by teleportation, swinging countless branches. Wherever the branches passed, the undead army was swept away, unable to resist its attacks. The golden armor runes were like paper in front of it, completely ineffective. The powerful rule force spread wantonly, and the starry sky giant tree had an overwhelming presence. "You're dead, starry sky giant tree, kill him," the remnant soul commanded, locking onto Lin Moya. The starry sky giant tree immediately charged at Lin Moya, sweeping its branches and forcibly creating a path. Lin Moya could feel that the starry sky giant tree had combat power equivalent to the other shore realm, but its true strength wouldn't surpass the other shore realm. In his eyes, it was similar to the white star in the Xingwo tribe. "In that case, let me put an end to this." Lin Moya sneered, and an ancient rune jade piece appeared in his hand, emanating the unique aura of an original spell. Chapter 2070. Chapter 2070, 2070. Chapter 2070. You want to trap me, I want to kill you. Original spell, gathering power. Lin Moya's aura continued to rise, breaking through to the 7th tier of the God Sovereign realm in the blink of an eye, becoming a high-tier God Sovereign. Then his aura surged like a rainbow, reaching the peak of the God Sovereign realm, just a step away from the half-step other shore realm. The remnant soul showed a puzzled expression. "How can your realm suddenly increase so much? What spell did you use? Why can't I understand it?" So, he doesn't have these memories. Lin Moya sneered inwardly. After all, the remnant soul was just a remnant and couldn't possess all the memories of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. He only had a portion, the memories and knowledge that the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had willingly given, so it was normal for him not to know about the original spell. Lin Moya didn't explain. 10 drops of myriad colors water and 100,000 units of faith power burned simultaneously, merging with his soul power and injecting into the ancient rune jade piece. A giant fist appeared out of thin air, smashing towards the starry sky giant tree. The ancient rune's punch also reached the other shore realm, not inferior to the starry sky giant tree. Original spell, strengthening soldiers. The second original spell was activated, and at the same time, the undying flame burned fiercely in the starry sky. 5 skeleton thrones floated up, and 5 10,000-meter-tall skeleton kings stood up from the thrones. Myriad colors water and faith power burned fiercely. Each skeleton king had 100 drops of myriad colors water and 1,000,000 units of faith power. Combined with the strengthening soldier's spell, the skeleton king's destructive power was pushed to the limit, nearly reaching the other shore realm. A golden sword appeared in Lin Moya's hand, also enhanced by 100 drops of myriad colors water and 1,000,000 units of faith power. Lin Moyo enjoyed the same treatment as the Skeleton Kings. The remnant soul screamed, "What is this? Why don't I know about it? What methods are you using?" He instinctively felt that the myriad colors water Lin Moyo took out was very dangerous and posed a great threat to him, but he had no memory of these things he didn't know. Lin Moyo sneered and, together with the Skeleton Kings, swung his longsword. Spell, God Slaying. 6 sword lights flashed in the starry sky. The storm-like branches suddenly stopped, and 6 sword lights exploded on the starry sky giant tree. As the sword lights exploded, the ancient rune's punch also landed on it. The starry sky giant tree shattered on the spot, its body smashed to pieces by the sword lights and the giant punch. The ancient rune broke and gradually dissipated in the starry sky. The remnant soul's eyes widened in fear. "This is impossible. How can you be so strong?" The starry sky giant tree, formed by the ancient rune incomparable to the other shore realm, was killed so easily. Lin Moya's combat power was beyond his imagination. Lin Moya looked at the remnant soul with disdain. After all, a remnant soul is just a remnant soul, far inferior to a true heavenly lord. Even if the ancient rune of a heavenly lord broke, it could independently exist and evolve into a secret realm. But the ancient rune of a remnant soul, once broken, was completely gone. Lin Moya looked at the remnant soul. "Now it's your turn." The soul-slaying sword appeared, and myriad colors water and faith power were activated again. The soul-slaying sword flashed, and the remnant soul screamed in pain. But Lin Moya frowned. The remnant soul seemed to be in pain, but it wasn't actually harmed. The soul-slaying sword was not weak and could harm the other shore realm, but it couldn't hurt the remnant soul. The reason was that the remnant soul belonged to a heavenly lord, and the two were on different levels. Just as his curse could make a peak god sovereign feel pain and even interrupt spells, it couldn't cause effective damage. Attacking the soul-slaying sword was already the strongest method. Unless he used corpse explosion, other spells were useless against it. Runes flashed in the starry sky, and the battle between the runes and the undead army continued without stopping. The remnant soul laughed maniacally in pain. "Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. You are trapped here, and you will never escape. Your lifespan is limited, but I can wait. I can wait for thousands or tens of thousands of years until your lifespan ends." As he spoke, his remnant soul gradually faded and disappeared. As he disappeared, the runes also extinguished. The space fell into darkness, and the starlight vanished. The battle abruptly stopped, and Lin Moyo frowned. This guy actually hid. He could sense the remnant soul and lock onto it. During the battle, the bone hell had silently marked the remnant soul. Even if the remnant soul hid, it couldn't escape Lin Moya's lock. Now, as long as Lin Moya used corpse explosion, he could kill the remnant soul. Lin Moya believed that using a supreme corpse would cause enough damage to destroy the heavenly lord's remnant soul, but he didn't want to do that. It was too wasteful. Using his trump card on the remnant soul was not worth it. The escape talisman can't be used. It seems I am indeed trapped. But can it really trap me? Wishful thinking. Lin Moya checked the escape talisman and found it indeed unusable. But as long as he had time, deepening his understanding of space laws, he could also open a space door to escape the secret realm. There were ways to escape, but Lin Moya didn't want to use them. At this point, Lin Moya was no longer thinking about escaping but about how to kill the remnant soul with the least cost. After thinking it over, his attention fell on the world-burning fire seed. The world-burning fire seed came from the world-burning rune of that mysterious master. Unlike ordinary runes, the world-burning fire had the power of both reality and illusion, capable of burning the world, refining the world, and burning remnant souls. Let's give it a try. Lin Moya's heart moved, and he began to activate the world-burning fire seed. The world-burning fire seed had not fully grown, like a budding flower. Lin Moya now wanted it to bloom early and burn the world. The world tree followed Lin Moya's will, dropping countless branches to wrap around the world-burning fire seed. Vast soul power poured into the world-burning fire seed, urging its growth. The world-burning fire seed began to pulse violently, growing stronger. This premature activation was like forcing growth, not very beneficial. But it wouldn't cause much harm either. At worst, he could redraw a world-burning rune and create another world-burning fire seed. Lin Moya was straightforward. He just wanted to kill the remnant soul now. This thing wanted to possess him, so it deserved to die. The fire seed grew stronger and finally bloomed like a flower, turning into a blazing flame. Lin Moya raised his palm, and a flame appeared in his hand, emitting an indescribable aura. It looked somewhat similar to the undying flame, both having a grayish hue and no temperature. But anyone who saw the world-burning fire would feel the fear of being burned to death. Go! With a thought, the world-burning fire exploded, silently sweeping across the entire space. Burning the world, refining the world. Lin Moya didn't know if the world-burning fire could refine this secret realm space, but it didn't matter. The important thing was that the world-burning fire could burn the remnant soul to death. Screams echoed in the starry sky. The hiding remnant soul couldn't escape the world-burning fire. It screamed continuously, in extreme pain. Lin Moya could clearly feel it being devoured and burned by the world-burning fire bit by bit. The remnant soul reappeared in the starry sky, rolling on the ground in pain, completely unlike a heavenly lord. Spare me, spare me. The remnant soul screamed, losing all dignity of a heavenly lord. Lin Moya looked at it coldly, saying nothing. At this point, sparing it was impossible. Not only did he not spare it, but Lin Moya also enhanced his soul power, making the world-burning fire even stronger. Chapter 2071. Chapter 2071, 2071. Chapter 2071. It seems the current era is very difficult. The remnant soul screamed continuously, and Lin Moya increased the intensity of the fire, causing it to scream even louder. The remnant soul screamed, "Spare me, I will give you the inheritance. If I am burned to death, the inheritance will be lost too. That is the inheritance of the Heavenly Lord." Lin Moyo had no sympathy. The remnant soul had to die, even if it meant giving up the inheritance. "Even without the inheritance, I can reach the Heavenly Lord realm with my own strength." His cold voice extinguished the last hope of the remnant soul. Lin Moyo was determined to kill it, even if it meant giving up the inheritance. His words drove the remnant soul to madness. It roared and lunged at Lin Moyo. A giant toadsnake appeared in the starry sky, the remnant soul transforming into a rune beast, attacking Lin Moyo. The undead army couldn't stop it. This rune beast had at least the combat power of the other shore realm. This was the remnant soul's final madness. Once a Heavenly Lord's remnant soul went mad, it was extremely terrifying. Lin Moyo had anticipated this and calmly took out a 3-light talisman from the treasure ship's warehouse and activated it. With one step, Lin Moyo disappeared. The remnant soul, seemingly losing its mind, continued to madly lunge at Lin Moyo, but Lin Moyo used the 3-light talisman to move at extreme speed, teleporting all over the secret realm's starry sky. No matter what, the giant snake formed by the remnant soul couldn't touch Lin Moyo. The world-burning fire burned fiercely, and the remnant soul grew weaker and weaker until the runes collapsed, and the remnant soul was on the brink of death. "I won't let you go." The remnant soul, barely alive, tried to cast a final curse. Lin Moyo sneered and activated the explosive luck technique. The remnant soul's luck was revealed, a value of 10, gray, on the verge of death. Lin Moyo's luck, on the other hand, soared like a dragon. The difference in luck was enormous. Under the explosive luck technique, the remnant soul's curse was interrupted. The world-burning fire burned fiercely, turning the remnant soul to ashes, truly reducing it to nothing. Lin Moyo carefully sensed the karma. After all, it was the remnant soul of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, and Lin Moyo didn't want to form any karma with the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. He guessed that the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord might still be alive, and forming karma with such a figure would be of no benefit to him. Fortunately, he didn't feel any karmic force. With the death of the remnant soul, a large amount of starlight reappeared in the secret realm's starry sky, bringing some light. Then, a wood godflower appeared in the starry sky, a high-tier wood godflower with 9 petals. Lin Moyo, with some doubt, took the wood godflower in his hand and also took out the other wood godflowers. First, he fused the 10 high-tier wood godflowers into one, forming a wood godflower with 11 petals. Then, he fused the previously fused 10-petal wood godflower with it. The 12th petal grew, turning it into a 12-petal wood godflower king. The wood godflower king before him was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the mist. The entire flower was pure white, emitting a holy aura, more beautiful than the finest white jade. In the white light, there was also an extremely pure soul force overflowing. Lin Moyo was certain that absorbing this wood godflower king would elevate his soul to a new level. Currently, his soul had just reached the late stage of the other shore realm, equivalent to the Saint Sovereign level. However, among the Saint Sovereigns, he was only comparable to a newly promoted Saint Sovereign like the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. If he absorbed it, he estimated he could reach the peak of the other shore realm, comparable to an old Saint Sovereign like the House Saint Sovereign. Lin Moyo was not in a hurry to absorb the wood godflower king. After the fusion of the wood godflower king, the secret realm's starry sky changed again. Starlight intertwined to form a huge rune, a 3-dimensional ancient rune. Lin Moyo didn't recognize this ancient rune, but he could see some clues from it. Inside this ancient rune, there seemed to be another space hidden. Hiding another space within the secret realm, a double space, was not something an ordinary person could do. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had such means, and Lin Moyo was not surprised. "Little guy, you are quite good." A familiar voice sounded, and Lin Moyo's heart tightened as he looked at the center of the ancient rune. In the center of the ancient rune, a figure slowly emerged. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, it was the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord again. Moreover, this Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord also had a wisp of soul. Lin Moyo looked at him with a strange expression, not knowing what the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord was up to. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord looked at Lin Moyo with a smile. "Little guy, there's no need to look at me like that. The one you killed was indeed a wisp of my soul, and this is also a wisp of my soul." Lin Moyo suddenly understood something, so the Heavenly Lord had already made arrangements. He realized that the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord wouldn't leave such a big flaw. The self-aware remnant soul was not an accident but an inevitability. Behind it, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord was still in control. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord split a wisp of his soul and nourished it with runes, deliberately allowing it to develop self-awareness. Then, another wisp of his soul monitored everything from behind, wanting to see how his successor would handle it. Lin Moyo said, "Weren't you afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it? After all, that was your soul, not easy to deal with." The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord looked at Lin Moyo. "I believed you could handle it, or rather, that person believed you could handle it." "That person?" Lin Moyo was startled, his first thought going to the mysterious master. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord said, "Your guess is correct, it is that person." Lin Moyo asked, "But what is the point of doing this?" The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord smiled, "That's for you to figure out." Lin Moyo asked, "Then why did you leave another wisp of your soul to watch from behind? What do you want to do?" The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord said, "Nothing, just curious." The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had long left this world and severed all connections with it. No matter how many remnants he left, they couldn't contact his main body, so satisfying his curiosity was actually unnecessary. But the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had a quirky personality, who knew what other thoughts he had. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord said, "Alright, since you passed the test and obtained the Wood God Flower King, I will give you the inheritance." The Wood God Flower King is a rare treasure, effective for cultivators below the Supreme Realm. The most valuable aspect is that it can continuously produce clones, but the clones are only effective for those below the Other Shore Realm, somewhat useless. Whether to absorb it directly or plant it in your soul to continuously harvest Wood God flowers is up to you. As he spoke, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord pointed, and the ancient rune in the starry sky transformed into a pearl, falling into Lin Moya's hand. "This pearl contains the inheritance I left here. As for the next inheritance, you will know after you comprehend this one. Alright, my business is done. Before I leave, do you have any questions? Feel free to ask. This wisp of my soul knows quite a lot." Lin Moya didn't hold back. Having just killed a wisp of his soul, there was no need to be polite. He directly asked, "Senior, how can the divine path be repaired?" Although Lin Moya had received an answer from the mysterious master, he was still not satisfied and wanted to ask again. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord didn't hesitate and directly answered, "The divine path cannot be repaired. If it is damaged, it can only be rebuilt elsewhere." As he spoke, his gaze sparkled with starlight, looking into the distant starry sky. After a moment, he sighed, "All 100 divine paths are damaged, and no new paths have been built. It seems the current era is very difficult." Chapter 2072. Chapter 2072. 2072. Chapter 2072. 3 methods to build a new divine path. Sigh. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's sigh made Lin Moya's heart sink to the bottom. This era is indeed very difficult. The world is on the brink of collapse. Lin Moya couldn't help but want to ask the Heavenly Lord why all the Heavenly Lords had fled, abandoning their homeland so shamelessly. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say it. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord looked at Lin Moya. "Do you know why there are only 100 divine paths?" Lin Moya shook his head. How could he know such a thing? Probably no one in the current world could answer this question. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord said, "Because only 100 divine paths can be built." Lin Moya was stunned on the spot. Only 100 divine paths could be built? What about himself? Why? Lin Moya couldn't help but ask. Was there some special reason why only 100 divine paths could be built? The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord said, "You should have seen the runes of the greater world. The runes of the greater world are divided into 100 sub-runes, each representing a law, a great path, and simultaneously a divine path. Although there are countless great paths, and some say there are 3,000 great paths, the number 3 represents infinity. But in reality, there are only 100 great paths. The path of cultivation ultimately leads to the same destination. No matter which path you take, you will eventually converge at the runes of the greater world, which is the source of this world. The 100 great paths vary in strength, but as long as you keep moving forward, you will eventually have the chance to touch the runes of the greater world. Unfortunately, now that the divine paths are broken, they can no longer be touched." Lin Moya asked, "Is there any other way?" The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord laughed heartily. "Of course there is. How could there be no other way? The Tao never leaves people without a path. In the beginning, our greater world had only one divine path. The subsequent 99 divine paths were built bit by various heavenly lords and supremes. You can naturally build a new divine path, and there is more than one method." Lin Moya immediately asked, "Please enlighten me, Senior." Each wisp of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's soul had its own personality. The one in the mysterious star secret realm was irritable, the one in the previous inheritance was straightforward, and the one he had killed was violent. The one before him now was calm and wise. Lin Moya had already learned the method to build a new divine path from the mysterious master. Now, hearing it from the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, he wanted to compare and verify. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord said, "The first method is to find a Heavenly Lord or a Peak Supreme, dismantle the already damaged divine path completely, and then rebuild it in the original place. The second method is to find a way to make the runes of the greater world evolve 101st Great Path rune, and then you can build a new rune. The third method is to build a divine path that directly reaches the runes of the greater world, but that is too difficult. We have never succeeded. Choose one of the 3 methods yourself." Lin Moya asked, "How can the runes of the greater world evolve a new Great Path rune?" The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord said, "Devour other worlds and plunder the world's origin." Lin Moya finally understood how the 100 Great Path runes of the greater world came to be. They were all obtained by plundering other worlds. Lin Moya couldn't help but fall into deep thought. No wonder the illusory mist Heavenly Lord said the greater world itself bears too much karma, plundering so many things and leaving the beings of those worlds alive without killing them. The karma naturally accumulates more and more, becoming unbearable until the greater world collapses. But now the greater world is extremely weak. If it encounters another world, unless it is very weak, it will be a disaster for the greater world. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord said, "Now you understand." Lin Moya nodded. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will try my best." The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord said, "Your ability to obtain my inheritance proves your aptitude, luck, and talent are all excellent. I don't know what that person told you or what your goal is, but I can tell you that if things don't work out, you should make the right choice. The ultimate possibility lies within my inheritance. I hope you can obtain it. It's a pity, such a good greater world was ruined by us. We owe this world." With a sigh, the holy talisman Heavenly Lord dissipated into the starry sky. As he disappeared, Lin Moya felt a sense of desolation. The sigh was filled with helplessness, reluctance, and resignation. Having interacted with the holy talisman Heavenly Lord multiple times, Lin Moya found that his personality was different each time. He didn't know which one was the real holy talisman Heavenly Lord. At least he learned the 3 methods to build a new divine path from the holy talisman Heavenly Lord, combined with the specific methods and materials needed from the mysterious master. Finally, he had a complete concept of how to build a new divine path. Outside the secret realm, everyone had been waiting for many days, and the competition had not yet begun. Everyone was waiting for a result, and they had all become very tacit. Even the human emperor network fell silent, seemingly waiting as well. Finally, the entrance to the secret realm changed. The originally slowly rotating vortex suddenly stopped. This change immediately caught everyone's attention. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, the vortex quickly collapsed, and within seconds, there was no trace of the vortex in the starry sky. The secret realm had disappeared. Where the secret realm once was, only Lin Moya stood alone. He stood on the star river of the laws, like a king standing above the star river of the laws, overlooking everyone in the starry sky. An indescribable nobility spread and grew on Lin Moyo. At this moment, everyone had an illusion, as if they were inferior to Lin Moyo. They stood under the star river of the laws, while Lin Moya stepped on it. The difference in status was self-evident. The secret realm has disappeared. He actually cleared the secret realm. How did he do it? What kind of combat power is this? Impossible. The Wood God secret realm cannot be cleared. Countless voices echoed in the starry sky. Some were amazed, some were in disbelief, and some were questioning. There were all kinds of reactions. Some wanted to ask Lin Moyo, but Yu Qingfeng stopped them first. Yu Qingfeng said in a low voice, "Mr. Lin is not awake yet. Please do not disturb him. If you have any questions, ask later." He noticed that Lin Moya was in a different state, so he stopped everyone. There were many peak god sovereigns present. Yu Qingfeng was not the strongest, but he was from the Yu family. They might not give him face, but they had to give face to Lady Yu. These god sovereigns also noticed Lin Moya's different state and stopped. At this moment, a light appeared out of thin air and fell on Lin Moyo. The power of the human emperor network surged, interfering with reality. It isolated Lin Moyo from any disturbance. Lin Moya's eyes were slightly closed. When the secret realm collapsed, he simultaneously received information from the human emperor network. Please confirm, has the Wood God secret realm disappeared? Please describe your experiences in the Wood God secret realm. This time, the human emperor network had not received any information about Lin Moya's journey in the secret realm. Since the appearance of the human emperor network, such a thing had never happened. Not only were the god sovereigns curious, but even the human emperor network was curious about what had happened in the secret realm. Regarding the inheritance of the holy talisman Heavenly Lord, Lin Moya did not hide it. Several saint sovereigns already knew, and so did the human emperor network. Soon, the human emperor network received the correct answer and learned what had happened in the secret realm. A citywide announcement quickly appeared, once again shocking the world. Chapter 2073. Chapter 2073, 2073. Chapter 2073, We Were All Wrong. Divine City Announcement. Senior personnel Lin Moyo has successfully cleared the Wood God secret realm. The massive announcement from the Divine City appeared on the Human Emperor Network. The news spread quickly, reaching every corner of the Divine City. All the god sovereigns outside the secret realm received the information from the Human Emperor Network simultaneously. The Wood God secret realm has been permanently closed. Only then did all the doubts completely disappear. All the god sovereigns present looked at Lin Moyo in disbelief. Anyone's words could be doubted, but the Human Emperor Network's words were indisputable. Since the appearance of the Human Emperor Network, it had never spoken falsely. Lin Moya slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the god sovereigns. "Seniors, I apologize." Someone cupped their hands and asked, "Lin Xiao, may I ask if you have obtained the Wood God Flower King?" Lin Moyo openly admitted, "Yes." He opened his palm, revealing a crystal-clear wood god flower composed of 12 petals, slowly rotating. The fragrance spread through the starry sky, and everyone felt their souls tremble, experiencing a refreshing sensation. Almost all the high-tier god sovereigns had seen the Wood God Flower King, and their eyes were filled with admiration. They all desired the Wood God Flower King, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't obtain it. Some showed a hint of greed in their eyes but quickly suppressed it. They knew that anyone who tried to take the Wood God Flower King from Lin Moyo would be courting death. A peak god sovereign asked, "Lin Xiao, how did you obtain the Wood God Flower King?" Lin Moya replied, "I have already informed the Human Emperor Network of the specific method. If you want to know, you can check it there." Immediately, someone communicated with the Human Emperor Network to check. The information was open to all god sovereigns and was free of charge. With the Wood God secret realm gone, there was no reason to charge for it. After checking the information, all the god sovereigns showed conflicted expressions. They never expected such a result. We were all wrong. There were originally 2 methods to obtain the Wood God flower in the secret realm, and we all used the wrong method. It's not that we used the wrong method, we never found the correct method. Many god sovereigns seemed to be struck, realizing that their previous methods were all wrong after reading the secret realm strategy. Finding the Wood God flower in the secret realm was not about luck but following a correct method. In the low and middle tier difficulties, the secret realm provided clear instructions, but no one had ever discovered them. In the high tier difficulty, the secret realm added rune elements and simultaneously tested combat power. Without being a rune master, it was impossible to clear the secret realm. If one only relied on time, the result was obvious: it was impossible to obtain the Wood Godflower King. Moreover, one had to clear the secret realm 10 times in a row. Lin Moya's previous highest record was only 4 times, not even halfway, with a significant gap. Lin Moya asked, "Does anyone have any other questions?" Someone thought for a moment and asked, "Lin Xiao, do you plan to sell the Wood Godflower King?" Lin Moya shook his head, "No." Hearing Lin Moya's answer, the god sovereigns were somewhat disappointed. They had cultivated for many years and were wealthy. If Lin Moya intended to sell, they could offer a high price. However, Lin Moya didn't want to sell, and they couldn't force him. Lin Moya put away the Wood Godflower King. He hadn't decided whether to absorb it directly or plant it to harvest more wood godflowers. Either way, he wouldn't sell the Wood Godflower King. Lin Moya didn't lack Divine City merits, and they were no longer very useful to him. His level was already different from that of ordinary god sovereigns. Seeing that no one had more questions, Lin Moya said to Yu Qingfeng, "Senior Qingfeng, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. We shall meet again if fate allows." Yu Qingfeng cupped his hands. "Safe travels, sir. I will remember this favor." Lin Moya smiled slightly, threw out his worship, and left as a stream of light. As he disappeared, Yu Qingfeng received a soul transmission from Lin Moya. "Senior Qingfeng, if you return to the Yu family, please take care of Yu Zhu for me." After flying a distance in the warship, Lin Moya quickly entered deep space. The warship wandered aimlessly in deep space, moving slowly. Lin Moya sat in the warship, beginning to review the inheritance from the pearl and summarizing his gains from this trip. The trip to the Wood God secret realm was very rewarding. First, he gained a deeper understanding of runes. Runes could not only be fused but also split. The split runes retained their original functions. Moreover, the split runes could be cross-combined. This made the combination of runes more diverse. Lin Moya had seen some extremely complex rune formations on the ancient battlefield. At that time, he couldn't understand them, but now he realized that those rune formations were composed of split and rearranged runes. Such combinations made the rune formations stronger. Besides learning to split runes, he also discovered how to fine-tune runes, making his runes more perfect. The more perfect the runes, the stronger their effects, regardless of their use. A solid foundation results in a more stable structure. These two gains alone made the trip worthwhile, not to mention other rewards. The Wood Godflower King was a precious treasure. If he used it, his soul could be elevated to a higher level. After some thought, Lin Moya decided to keep it for future use. If his soul could smoothly break through to the peak of the Saint Sovereign Realm, he could then use the power of the Wood Godflower King to impact the Supreme Realm. The Wood Godflower King was effective for souls below the Supreme Realm and could be used to impact the Supreme Realm. Once he reached the Supreme Realm, the Wood Godflower King would be useless. The information from the Inheritance Pearl continued to flow, not very large in volume, containing many methods for splitting runes. Additionally, it included how to use split runes to arrange rune formations. From simple to complex, various rune formations were provided, with many examples from the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord for Lin Moya to reference. Lin Moya found that the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's inheritance could be divided into several stages. The first stage, obtained in the Yunmia sect, had the largest amount of knowledge, including all rune information and detailed explanations of the way of runes. The information was so vast that it almost overwhelmed his soul. The second stage, in the Treasure Ship Secret Realm, taught Lin Moya how to repair runes, create rune warehouses, and use runes to create ancient warriors. The third stage, in the Mysterious Star Secret Realm, provided the Inheritance Rune, a magical rune created by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, along with the inheritance of a Supreme of the Starlight Law to prove the power of runes. The fourth stage, in the Wood God Secret Realm, taught Lin Moya how to split runes and use split runes to arrange rune formations, making them more powerful. He also learned how to optimize runes and obtained the rare treasure, the Wood Godflower King. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord was indeed sincere in his inheritance. Each test came with rewards and inheritance. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord used his methods to teach his successor how to correctly learn and use runes. Now, Lin Moya began to formally learn to split runes and use split runes to arrange rune formations. Only by completing the most difficult rune formation in this inheritance could he obtain information about the next inheritance. Chapter 2074. Chapter 2074, 2074. Chapter 2074, Still Feeling Perverted. There are a total of 10 rune formations, from easy to difficult, each one linked to the next. Splitting runes and then cross-combining them into rune formations is a very meticulous process. After reading through the Inheritance Pearl, Lin Moya began to split the runes according to the methods described. He needed to determine where to split, or not to split, and how to ensure that the split runes retained their original functions. With his precise control abilities and extremely sensitive soul, Lin Moya quickly mastered the correct method of splitting runes. For others, splitting runes was extremely difficult, but Lin Moya quickly grasped it without spending much time. Moreover, he understood that mastering one method meant mastering many. He didn't just copy mechanically but learned and applied the methods flexibly, quickly mastering the splitting techniques for various runes. Now, just by looking at a rune, he could tell which parts could be split, how to split them, and whether the split rune would retain its original function or become weaker. After mastering the method of splitting runes, he officially began using the split runes to arrange rune formations. This was where the real difficulty began. Even in ancient times, not every rune master could master this method. Using split runes to combine and arrange formations allowed the runes to fuse more tightly, creating a structure where each part was interdependent. Once the formation was completed, it would become increasingly powerful and stable. Lin Moya continuously learned and mastered the techniques, losing track of time and not caring where he was headed. The warship traveled through deep space for a while, then naturally returned to surface space, continuing its aimless journey. In the silent starry sky, the warship drifted slowly. Occasionally, an astonishing aura would burst from the warship, but most of the time, it was as still as dead water, without any movement. After the copper lizard race was exterminated, the human race directly targeted the Pegasus race. The battle lasted for some time. The human race first dispatched thousands of god sovereigns to launch a fierce attack on the Pegasus race. The Pegasus race seemed to have anticipated the human race's actions and immediately initiated strong defenses. They activated all available defensive formations and mobilized their entire army to blockade the starry sky of their entire star region. The human race encountered resistance within the Pegasus race. In terms of strength, the Pegasus race was far inferior to the human race. However, their pre-prepared defenses hindered the human race's advance, delaying them significantly. The War Saint Sovereign led the battle, worried about enemy ambushes from behind as the army advanced in the sealed space. He ordered the army to slow down the attack and sent a message back to the human race, requesting reinforcements. The nearest human army immediately took action, ensuring that the god sovereigns of the War God Hall had no worries about their rear. This delay caused the War God Hall's god sovereigns to advance very slowly, not attacking with full force. The Pegasus race took this time to seek help from nearby races. Several races did send reinforcements, but they had little impact. Facing the powerful human race, the support from these small races was meaningless. It wasn't until the Golden Eagle race's god sovereigns arrived to support the Pegasus race that the situation changed. The Golden Eagle race was a strong race, sending over 1,000 god sovereigns to cooperate with the Pegasus race in resisting the human god sovereigns. More than 10 races, large and small, joined forces to engage in fierce battles with the human god sovereigns on the front lines. The human race's advance was once again obstructed, even coming to a halt. Just when the Pegasus race thought the human race would retreat, the body of the Pegasus race leader suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The killing Saint Sovereign had infiltrated the Pegasus race and assassinated their leader. For the Pegasus race, the death of their leader was a devastating blow. Unlike the human race, the leader of the Pegasus race was not only the core of power but also the spiritual core. With the leader's death, the Pegasus race nearly collapsed. At this moment, the human reinforcements arrived, led by the hot-tempered Sword Saint Sovereign. According to later reports, the Sword Saint Sovereign used a single sword strike to shatter the starry sky, completely destroying the Pegasus race's morale. That sword strike tore apart the defensive line established by the Pegasus race, leaving an indelible sword energy star river in the starry sky. After that, the human god sovereigns unleashed their full power, killing their way through. A million-strong army covered the rear, preventing any surprise attacks from behind. The Pegasus race attempted to lift the space blockade and activate teleportation arrays to escape. Only then did they realize that the space had been reverse-sealed by the human race, making escape impossible. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the Golden Eagle race withdrew their forces. With the Golden Eagle race's withdrawal, the fate of the Pegasus race was sealed. The entire battle lasted over 3 months, and the Pegasus race, like the Copper Lizard race, was ultimately wiped out by the human race. Perhaps some members of the Pegasus race managed to escape, but in the vast starry sky, finding a place to hide would be extremely difficult. Their only option was to flee to the outer regions. A sword energy cut through the starry sky, transforming into a brilliant star river. Months later, the sword energy still lingered, and the star river remained dazzling. The Sword Saint Sovereign's sword strike was incredibly brilliant, killing over 100 god sovereigns and shattering the Pegasus race's defenses. Several powerful Saint Sovereigns appeared in the starry sky, coming from different races, all converging here. The Demon race, the Golden Eagle race, the Bull Demon race. 3 Saint Sovereigns stood together, gazing at the sword energy star river, feeling the immense power within it. Very strong. Already at the peak of the Saint Sovereign realm, just half a step away from the legendary realm. Although we all know that this half-step is insurmountable, we must admit that the human Sword Saint Sovereign's combat power has reached the pinnacle of the Other Shore realm. I am not as strong as her. It would take at least 3 of us to fight her. The Sword Saint Sovereign is not the strongest Saint Sovereign of the human race. There are at least 2 others of equal strength. The human race's power is indeed far superior to ours. Alright, we've seen the Sword Energy Star River. Now we need to discuss how to deal with the human race. This will be difficult. The Sword Energy Star River left by the Sword Saint Sovereign indicated that her combat power had reached the pinnacle of the Other Shore realm. The Saint Sovereigns knew that the strongest in the human race were the Heaven Saint Sovereign and the War Saint Sovereign. The House Saint Sovereign and the Sword Saint Sovereign were next, followed by the Killing Saint Sovereign. As for the newly promoted Talisman Saint Sovereign, his combat power was not as strong, possibly even weaker than the Killing Saint Sovereign. Among the Saint Sovereigns, there were significant differences in strength. Ordinary Saint Sovereigns would need to join forces to contend with beings like the War Saint Sovereign. Now that the Sword Saint Sovereign's combat power had also reached the pinnacle of the Other Shore realm, it was not good news for the other races. They understood that in a war between races, the key was the confrontation between the top combat powers. Once, when the human race was on the brink of extinction, Xiao Zhantian emerged and single-handedly repelled the other races. This was the power of top combat strength. They began to discuss how to deal with the human race. It was clear that the human race was determined to seek revenge, and no one knew when they would stop. They needed to come up with a comprehensive strategy to respond. Lin Moya's warship drifted in the starry sky for a whole year. Lin Moya continuously split runes and arranged rune formations, experimenting repeatedly, failing repeatedly, summarizing each time, and then experimenting again, in a continuous cycle. Since he started working with runes, Lin Moya had rarely failed. Occasional failures didn't affect his mood, instead, they fueled his desire to challenge. Splitting runes wasn't difficult, and arranging rune formations wasn't difficult either, but cross-combining them increased the difficulty several times over. According to the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, mastering rune splitting within 100 years and mastering cross-combining rune formations within 1,000 years was considered qualified. Lin Moya had mastered rune splitting in just a few days, and now, after a year, he had mastered about 90% of the rune formations. Such talent made even himself feel a bit perverted. Chapter 2075. Chapter 2075, 2075. Chapter 2075, Understanding the Differences in Runes. Lin Moya recalled something the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had once told him: "You were born for runes." At that time, Lin Moya didn't feel much, but now he thought the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord was right. He didn't know how long it took the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord to learn to split runes and then use the split runes to form complex rune formations, but he felt that the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord wouldn't have been faster than him. Finally, the last rune was split. A rune was split into 3 parts, seemingly disassembled, but it still retained its original function. Lin Moya used his soul power to maintain the rune. Then, with a light touch of his finger, he pushed the split runes into a rune formation. The 3 split rune fragments entered different areas of the rune formation. The soul link remained unbroken. Not only was it unbroken, but the rune formation also combined together. The rune formation was originally composed of split runes, all interconnected by soul power. When the last rune entered, the rune formation instantly became complete. Not only could the split runes combine to form new runes, but the intertwining of soul power also greatly enhanced this connection. In an instant, the rune formation became ever-changing. The rune formation activated, accompanied by a strong rumbling sound, and suddenly shrank. All the split runes combined together, forming a 3-dimensional complex rune. Lin Moya reached out and absorbed the rune into his palm, carefully observing it. The 3-dimensional rune should belong to the category of ancient runes, but it was a rune formation, not an ancient rune. Lin Moya naturally understood that not only ancient runes could be 3-dimensional, some complex runes could also be 3-dimensional. For example, runes related to the laws of time and space were basically all 3-dimensional runes. At the same time, some rune formations could also be 3-dimensional. The rune formation in his palm was like this, with a hint of ancient rune aura. The function of this rune formation was containment, with an internal space of its own, named the containment rune formation. Used on enemies, it could trap them. Used on oneself, it could provide shelter. Used on objects, it could store them. The internal space of the containment rune formation was extremely large. Lin Moya felt it could hold an entire galaxy. Moreover, once activated, this rune formation could hide itself, making it very secretive and hard to detect. Previously, the second wisp of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's soul was hidden using a similar rune formation, though the Heavenly Lord's method was far more advanced. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had thought of everything. Lin Moya looked at the rune formation, his eyes growing brighter. So that's how it is, I understand now. He suddenly realized why the ancient runes of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord could still exist independently even when shattered into pieces, sometimes evolving into secret realms. But the ancient runes mastered by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord did not have this ability. Once scattered, they were gone. Previously, he always thought it was because the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's realm was higher, hence the difference. Now he finally understood that the root cause was not the difference in realms. The root cause lay in the different methods of drawing ancient runes. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord applied the method of splitting runes within the ancient runes. What seemed like a complete ancient rune was actually composed of countless split runes. These split runes could combine to form ancient runes and rune formations, or they could exist independently. Moreover, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord split the runes very finely. A single ancient rune could be split into thousands or tens of thousands of fragments. Each seemingly scattered fragment could exist independently, which is why the ancient runes could collapse without being annihilated. The Heavenly Lord is indeed a Heavenly Lord, far beyond my current reach. Though he understood, Lin Moya knew he didn't yet have the ability to do these things. However, after mastering the method of splitting runes, he gained a deeper understanding of the rune formations left on the ancient battlefield. Lin Moya's mind returned, and he woke up. The rune formation in his palm was still glowing. Lin Moya took out the inheritance pearl given by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord and placed it into the rune formation. The pearl immediately emitted a strong light, and a rune on the pearl lit up, resonating with Lin Moya's rune formation. Lin Moya knew this was a method left by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, only activatable with this rune formation. The inheritance pearl was fully activated, and a piece of information entered Lin Moya's mind. Then the inheritance pearl turned to powder and completely dissipated. Lin Moya looked at the information content, showing a strange expression. This inheritance is in the outer region. Lin Moya had thought the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had placed all his inheritances in the Divine City Star region, as the ancient warriors had fallen there. The many secret realms in the Divine City Star region were all transformed from the ancient runes of the ancient warriors, making it the most suitable place for the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord to set up. Unexpectedly, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had placed an inheritance in the outer region. The Heavenly Lord's thoughts are hard to guess. Then I'll make a trip. Fortunately, it's not too far. But before I go, I'll visit the ancient battlefield. Lin Moyo had a plan. He wanted to revisit the ancient battlefield to examine the remaining rune formations. With his current understanding of runes, he might be able to discover more clues. Lin Moyo had never forgotten the ancient battlefield, where there was a suspected divine summer tower, which was related to Meng Anwen. Lin Moyo wanted to know what was going on. He couldn't return to the small world, and Antares hadn't come out yet. The whole matter was like a huge mystery, always shrouding him, making it hard to see clearly. Lin Moyo checked the star map and found he was still drifting in the outer region of the Divine City, about 2,000 light-years from the nearest ancient battlefield. Traveling through deep space, it wouldn't take half a day to get there. Suddenly, a light fell on the warship, and Lin Moyo heard the voice of the Human Emperor Network. "Have you finished your cultivation?" Lin Moyo was stunned for a moment. The Human Emperor Network had actually interfered with reality. The Human Emperor Network rarely directly communicated with people, usually just sending messages. Now it was directly interfering with reality to talk to him, clearly indicating something important. Previously, while he was cultivating, the Human Emperor Network hadn't disturbed him. Now that he had finished cultivating, the Human Emperor Network had come. Lin Moyo responded, "Temporarily finished. What's the matter? The House Saint Sovereign has something to discuss with you. Please enter the Human Emperor Network." Lin Moyo immediately entered the Human Emperor Network. In the network, his consciousness appeared in a virtual starry sky. A great battle was taking place in the starry sky, with the human army fighting against enemies. What is this? Lin Moyo immediately saw that the enemies fighting the human race were demons. There couldn't be a war in the Human Emperor Network, so this scene must have been transmitted from reality. In reality, the human race was fighting the demons? At this moment, the figure of the House Saint Sovereign appeared before Lin Moyo, looking slightly serious. "I have something to tell you. The various races have formed an alliance and declared war on the human race." Lin Moyo's eyes flickered. As expected, striking first is the right choice. The House Saint Sovereign looked at Lin Moyo. "You anticipated this?" Lin Moyo nodded. "It was bound to happen. As long as we don't stop seeking revenge, they will eventually declare war on us. I estimated that after we exterminated 3 to 5 small races, they would form an alliance and declare war on us. Now that we've exterminated the Copper Lizard race and likely the Pegasus race, it's normal for them to declare war on us." The Human Emperor Network's voice suddenly sounded. "He is correct. Based on calculations, the probability of the various races forming an alliance and declaring war on us exceeds 80%. The House Saint Sovereign looked at Lin Moyo. "Explain your thoughts in detail." Chapter 2076. Chapter 2076, 2076. Chapter 2076, My human race is either friend or foe. Lin Moyo had long anticipated that once the human race took action, the various races would quickly realize that the human race was beginning its revenge. If they only targeted 1 or 2 races, it would be fine. But if they targeted more, the various races would quickly form alliances to collectively resist the human race. They might even attempt to recreate the events of 100,000 years ago, foolishly thinking they could invade the human race again. No matter what the human race chose, as long as they sought revenge, they would inevitably face alliances of various races. It was only a matter of time. If Lin Moyo were in charge, he would have handled things differently. After crippling the Silver race, he would have taken advantage of the chaos caused by the soul-devouring race to eliminate another strong race. Even if the human race had to pay a price, it would be better than facing the allied forces of the strong races now. However, at that time, the Saint Sovereigns did not share their detailed plans with Lin Moyo, so he did not offer his own ideas. Lin Moyo said, "If I'm not mistaken, although the various races have formed an alliance, this alliance is currently superficial and very fragile. The allied forces of the various races are just for show. They won't truly attack the human race with full force." The House Saint Sovereign nodded. "Indeed, it's just for show. They probably need more time. Forming an alliance among dozens or even hundreds of races is a major event. There are many things to discuss, such as how many troops each race will contribute, how to distribute benefits, and which targets to attack." Lin Moyo shook his head. "The time can be long or short, depending on our human race's response. Their main goal is to suppress us, making us unable to focus on other matters and preventing us from targeting smaller races." The House Saint Sovereign agreed with Lin Moyo's assessment. Indeed, such suppression might not have much effect. Lin Moyo shook his head. "It will have an effect. How long has the battle been going on, and where is it mainly concentrated?" The House Saint Sovereign replied, "Currently, it's mainly concentrated in the Vermilion Bird Star region and the associated Vermilion Bird battlefield. The main force is the demon race, along with some smaller races, but the pressure is not significant. So far, the God Sovereigns have not taken the field. The battle has been ongoing for about 3 months, with 12 engagements between our forces." Lin Moyo thought for a moment. "If I'm not mistaken, within a year, other star regions will also see battles, including their associated battlefields. Since they want to suppress us, they won't focus on just one star region. Tell the cultivators in the various battlefields to be cautious. If they can return, they should." With the various races forming alliances, the human race faces enemies everywhere. The human army is naturally unafraid, but for individual human cultivators acting alone in various battlefields, it becomes very dangerous. Lin Moya continued, moreover, the suppression is just on the surface. The pressure shouldn't be too great, but if we dare to target another race, they will mobilize their armies to force us back. At the same time, we won't be able to obtain resources from the battlefields, which will slow down our race's development. The Hao Saint Sovereign agreed with Lin Moya's view. What do you think we should do? The Saint Sovereigns must have already discussed countermeasures. Lin Moya was just offering his opinion, unsure if it would be adopted. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Moya said, the first thing to do is to ensure that cultivators in the battlefields do not act alone. However, they should not stop acting altogether. They can form teams and act collectively. I believe the various races will also form teams to act together. Since that's the case, we don't need resources, we can just kill them. At the same time, we can send cultivators from the star regions to the battlefields. The Human Emperor Network can issue missions to hunt down members of the various races. If they cut off our resources, we'll kill their people. As long as we kill them, their resources become ours. If it comes to it, we'll all go down together, and no one will benefit. It can be foreseen that although the 4 battlefields are not the main battle areas, they will become slaughterhouses, with corpses strewn everywhere. Human cultivators can train in these areas, gaining a lot of combat experience. The Hao Saint Sovereign's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Lin Moya continued, the second thing is to find a way to have the starfish race modify some more warships for us. We can pay a price, but I estimate that after some time, the starfish race will no longer help us. The Hao Saint Sovereign frowned, immediately understanding why. Although the starfish race currently has a good relationship with the human race, there are no eternal interests in the world. Facing the allied forces of the various races, the starfish race will inevitably choose neutrality and stand by. Not only them, but several other races will also do the same. Now is the time to choose sides. Lin Moya said, the third thing is to notify the races that have a good relationship with us and let them choose. If they are willing to stand with the human race, they should move to a designated area. However, I think most will choose neutrality. In that case, remember this for future reckoning. The Hao Saint Sovereign frowned, is this appropriate? Lin Moya's tone became serious. To be honest, in the greater world, the human race is either friend or foe. Lin Moya knew that to save the greater world, the first step was to sever the karmic ties. These were the karmic ties between the various races and the greater world. If they couldn't be severed, any effort he made would be in vain, and the only way to sever these ties was to exterminate the various races. Fortunately, there were not many races with good relationships with the human race, only 3 to 5. The starfish race was among them. Of course, there were also some neutral races. Even if they didn't participate in the war, Lin Moya would still consider them enemies. Among the 3 to 5 friendly races, only the butterfly race had always stood firmly with the human race. The others were once neutral and later became friendly with the human race. Now Lin Moya knew they would inevitably choose neutrality again. In the end, only the butterfly race would remain. In his eyes, the starfish race couldn't be considered a separate race because they came from a certain heavenly lord and were not truly alien. The Hao Saint Sovereign wanted to say something, but Lin Moya interrupted him. Senior, I know you have doubts, but trust me, they cannot be allowed to live. The Hao Saint Sovereign seemed to realize something. I understand. Lin Moya said, the fourth thing is that our human race should temporarily refrain from taking action. At this point, exterminating 1 or 2 races is meaningless. Let them think we are being suppressed. This battle will last a long time, possibly hundreds or thousands of years, but there's no need to rush. We still have time. Consider it a large-scale training for our entire race. I believe that in the midst of war, the human race will only grow stronger. The Hao Saint Sovereign said, I understand your point. I will convey it to the Heaven Saint Sovereign and the War Saint Sovereign to see what they think. Lin Moya asked, I just checked the information on the Human Emperor Network. Did the Sword Saint Sovereign take action in the battle against the Pegasus race? The Hao Saint Sovereign knew what Lin Moya was really asking about. He wasn't asking about the Sword Saint Sovereign but about his sister, Lin Mohan. The Hao Saint Sovereign said, your sister is doing well. She is currently training with the Sword Saint Sovereign, who is not holding back. The Sword Saint Sovereign said Lin Mohan is very suited to the way of the sword. In the future, she will be the sharpest sword of the human race. Lin Moya said, I never intended for her to become the sword of the human race. If there's a need to charge, it should be me, not her. Take good care of her. If anything happens to her, I don't know what I might do. The Hao Saint Sovereign knew the deep bond between the siblings. Don't worry, she will be fine. Chapter 2077. Chapter 2077, 2077. Chapter 2077. Did Meng Anwen travel through time? Lin Moya didn't know if his suggestions would be useful, and he didn't dwell on it, letting things take their natural course. Having seen a broader sky, Lin Moya had long developed his own set of ideas. In fact, it was very simple and didn't require any strategy. He believed that as long as he reached the Saint Sovereign realm, his undead army would sweep across all races. Unless a supreme appeared among the various races, no one would be able to stop him. Even if they had hidden strengths, it would be useless. A strong fist is the hard truth. All kinds of schemes are as fragile as paper in the face of absolute strength. After leaving the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moya activated his warship and headed to the nearest ancient battlefield. The warship advanced silently in deep space, and Lin Moya didn't waste half a day's time, starting to fine-tune the runes. All the runes he mastered needed to be fine-tuned to bring each rune to its most perfect state. In the future, when drawing runes, he could achieve the best results. Lin Moya tirelessly fine-tuned each rune. He knew this was also a form of accumulation. Each fine-tuning was a validation of his understanding of runes. While fine-tuning the runes, he didn't forget to multitask, continuing the starlight refining method to condense stars one by one. At this moment, there were already dozens of stars in his soul world. These stars were distributed throughout the soul world, shining with starlight, making the entire soul world look like a real starry sky. Half a day later, the warship emerged from deep space, and Lin Moya left the warship, stepping on the star river of the Starlight Law to walk the last stretch. Although deep space travel was fast, its precision was poor. A deviation of tens of millions of kilometers was normal, and in extreme cases, it could be tens of millions or even 100 million kilometers off. Fortunately, for him now, even 100 million kilometers was just a matter of seconds. The ancient battlefield remained silent, and Lin Moya stood above it, scanning the area. In the battlefield, a broken high tower was very conspicuous. Its appearance was 80 to 90% similar to the Divine Summer Tower, and the tower was covered with runes. Not only on the tower body, but the runes also connected to the ground, linking the entire ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was actually a war weapon. After many years, returning again, Lin Moya's realm had improved, and his understanding of runes was different from before. With his current perspective, he indeed saw many different scenes. Some parts of the ancient battlefield used the method of splitting runes, but not many. It indeed looks like the work of my teacher. Lin Moya entered the ancient battlefield and quickly found the core of the battlefield through its gaps. The core had been destroyed, yielding little result. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. He left the ancient battlefield and then flew to the next one. In the Divine City Star region, there were a total of 999 ancient battlefields. Over 700 were in the primary area, and the remaining 300 were in the intermediate and advanced areas. Lin Moya planned to observe more ancient battlefields and compare their formations. Each battlefield's formation had different points and degrees of destruction. By comparing more, he could restore the complete formation. During the 4-star region's competition, the formation that generated puppets and endowed them with intelligence was restored from the ancient battlefields. Later, Lin Moya also obtained this formation but found it of little use. The limitations were too many, and it was incomplete. Besides the formations, Lin Moya was more curious about why Meng Anwen's Divine Summer Tower appeared here. What was the relationship between the two? Lin Moya observed one ancient battlefield after another, from the primary area to the intermediate area, and then to the advanced area. After examining dozens of ancient battlefields, he finally made another discovery. In this ancient battlefield in the intermediate area, the formation was also 70 to 80% destroyed. Only a small part in front of Lin Moya remained relatively intact. Lin Moya looked at the runes before him with a very complex expression. This is a Time Law rune. This rune was also partially destroyed, but Lin Moya still recognized it at a glance as a Time Law rune. Time Law runes were rarely used in formations unless the formation was related to time. After examining so many ancient battlefields, Lin Moya roughly understood the purpose of the formations within them. The first purpose was to absorb energy and create energy-constructed puppet warriors. The second was to endow these puppets with simple intelligence, allowing them to follow commands in battle. Now he had discovered a third purpose, Time Law runes. This formation actually involved the Time Law, completely beyond Lin Moya's imagination. This formation is already quite complex and powerful. If the Time Law is added, how strong would it become? What role does the Time Law play? Lin Moya had always felt that the timeline of the ancient battlefield was very chaotic. The ancient battlefield seemed to be related to ancient wars, and there was a message left by Meng Anwen, making him 100% sure that the ancient battlefield was related to Meng Anwen. Now, seeing the Time Law rune and recalling the power of time and space that had erupted outside the small world, Lin Moya suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that my teacher traveled through time, crossing the river of time, and returned to ancient times? Lin Moya felt this was not impossible. He himself had traveled from another world, and the river of time truly existed, so it might be possible to cross it. Besides this, he couldn't think of any other way to explain what he saw in the ancient battlefield. In the end, it's still because of insufficient strength. Lin Moya sighed lightly and stopped dwelling on the issue. The warship re-entered deep space, about to embark on a long journey. He was heading to the outer region, to the next inheritance site of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. He continued to fine-tune the runes while constantly refining starlight and gathering stars. Not only multitasking, but Lin Moya also used his mind in 3 ways, continuously drawing runes with his soul, splitting them, and combining them into formations. Along the way, his understanding of runes deepened, and unconsciously, Lin Moya felt his realm was also improving. He felt he could advance further in the Star River of the Laws, reaching the 3rd tier of the God-Sovereign realm without any problem. However, his progress in the time and space laws was limited, so he hadn't advanced his realm yet. My accumulation is deep enough. It seems that after this trip, I need to go into seclusion for a while. Lin Moya felt he was too busy, always having endless tasks at hand. During the voyage, the warship suddenly stopped. Deep space was sealed, and Lin Moya realized he might have entered the territory of a certain race. At this time, with the various races allied and at war with the human race, all races had entered a wartime state, fully activating their defense systems. Some small races, though weak, also had complete defense systems. Once activated, they could seal deep space. The warship surfaced into normal space, and Lin Moya scanned the area. Indeed, he had entered the territory of an alien race, a star region belonging to the Qinghe race. This race was characterized by its speed, somewhat similar to the Golden Eagle race but not as strong. They had once invaded the human race and were later crippled by Xiao Zhantian. They had stolen many things from the human race, including formations that could seal deep space. They were very weak, without even a single other shore realm being. They had many god sovereigns, but they were useless. This place was far from the demon race and the Golden Eagle race. Lin Moya took out 2 formation discs, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Bad luck for you. Chapter 2078. Chapter 2078, 2078. Chapter 2078, Truly Barren. Lin Moya put away his warship and activated the 2 formation discs in his hand. In an instant, the starry sky for millions of miles was enveloped by an invisible force, making the space incredibly solid and subjected to 3 layers of sealing. The first layer was the space-locking formation set by the King He race themselves. The second layer was the space-locking formation set by Lin Moya, which was even stronger. The third layer cut off all communication methods within the range of the formation. This kind of sealing could be sensed by any god sovereign, but Lin Moya had no intention of hiding himself. He boldly charged in. He used the 3-light talisman to increase his speed to 27 million kilometers per second, far surpassing that of a god sovereign and almost equivalent to the other shore realm. Under the space sealing, the warship could not navigate through deep space or jump within the sealed space. This highlighted the difference between the laws of space and the warship. The warship's space jumps relied on space formations, which were relatively rigid. Although they were easy to use and could continuously absorb energy from the starry sky, they were helpless when encountering space sealing. However, Lin Moya's mastery of the laws of space allowed him to adapt to the space, making him immune to the sealing. In just a few seconds, Lin Moya adapted to the space and disappeared into the starry sky. A star system of the King He race appeared before him, located at the edge, with a military presence on the outskirts. The military was clearly on high alert, sensing the unusual space sealing. Large green cranes floated in the starry sky, arranged in formation, ready for battle. There were many of them, at least 100,000. At the forefront were 3 god sovereign-level green cranes. Their massive green wings, tens of meters wide, flapped continuously in the starry sky, exuding battle intent. So, there are god sovereigns. With god sovereigns present, Lin Moya knew his actions would not go unnoticed. But so what? He had come openly, with no intention of hiding. He was here to kill, to slaughter his way through. Seeing Lin Moya, the 3 god sovereign-level green cranes were visibly stunned. A human, a second-tier god sovereign, alone. They were puzzled. How could a second-tier god sovereign dare to barge in alone? Then they seemed to realize something, their faces changing drastically as they shouted, "It's Lin Moya of the human race, run!" Hearing the name Lin Moya, the King He army collapsed on the spot, turning to flee. Even the 3 god sovereigns did the same, fleeing the fastest. Lin Moya chuckled, "Is my reputation that big?" Just his name caused the King He army to collapse, which was quite amusing. They fled, but they couldn't escape. Lin Moya lightly tapped his finger, and the bone hell appeared, enveloping millions of miles of starry sky, trapping the entire King He army within. Hellfire erupted like a volcano, and hellish fiends rushed out, tearing and devouring the King He people. Blood flowed into the river of hellfire, making it surge more violently, and the flames on the river burned even more fiercely. Screams filled the air as countless King He people died. The bone hell was an unparalleled weapon against such weak armies. With just one spell, Lin Moya didn't need to do anything else. Even the 3 god sovereigns howled in agony under the bites of the hellish fiends. Lin Moya didn't bother to look at the outcome, it was already decided and meaningless. He looked at the star system, which was small, with only 1 star and 3 planets. One was a habitable planet with many buildings. The other 2 were resource planets, providing resources for the station's soldiers. At this moment, many King He soldiers were flying out of the habitable planet, startled by the god sovereign's shout. It was too late for them to escape. The bone hell didn't spare them, enveloping the planet as well. The hellish fiends devoured the King He people, leaving the planet intact. Planets were resources and couldn't be wasted. Let's try my new rune formation. Lin Moya took out a brand new rune formation from the treasure ship's warehouse, the containment rune formation he had mastered from the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's inheritance. He had drawn many containment rune formations and stored them in the treasure ship's warehouse. He activated one, and the containment rune formation expanded in the starry sky, enveloping a planet. The planet disappeared, absorbed into the rune formation. He could sense the planet within the rune formation, which had a vast space. A single planet occupied only a small part of it, so absorbing an entire star system was no problem. Not bad, not bad. Lin Moya controlled the rune formation, packing up the other 2 planets and the star. In the blink of an eye, the star system disappeared. The rune formation had endless uses, and the way of runes was vast and boundless. Lin Moya had only scratched the surface. The battle ended quickly, with no survivors and no information leaks. The other star systems of the King He race had no idea what had happened here. Lin Moya stepped on the star river of the laws, guided by starlight, heading to the nearest star system. Lin Moya moved unimpeded, and wherever the bone hell went, no one survived. One star system after another disappeared as Lin Moya used the containment rune formation to pack them all up. He severed the karmic ties thoroughly. He was doing this not only to save the greater world but also to save himself, his friends and family, and the human race. There was no conflict between the other shore realms. Lin Moya knew that in many eyes, his methods were cruel and unaccepted. Even the resolute Housain sovereign raised an eyebrow when he heard Lin Moya say friend or foe. But the Housain sovereign didn't stop him because he knew Lin Moya was right. Lin Moya's determination surpassed even that of the Saint sovereigns. Once he decided on something, he wouldn't easily change. With no other shore realm in the Kinghe race, no one could stop Lin Moyo. Moreover, with the triple space ceiling, the distant Kinghe race had no idea what was happening here. Lin Moyo encountered no significant resistance along the way. The only notable encounter was an 8th-tier god sovereign, who was killed by the Legion commander with one slash, and his body fed to the hellish fiends. After devouring a large amount of flesh and blood, the hellish fiends grew stronger, but they were still far from reaching the 8th-tier god sovereign level. After reaching the high-tier god sovereign level, devouring lower-level beings had little effect. They needed to devour high-tier god sovereigns or higher. It was foreseeable that the growth of the bone hell would become increasingly difficult. After all, there were not many high-tier god sovereigns, and the bone hell needed thousands, not just one or two. Lin Moyo wasn't in a hurry. One day, it would have enough to eat. 3 months later, Lin Moyo packed up another star system and stored the containment rune formation in the treasure ship's warehouse. He looked into the distance. The Kinghe race has a total of 120 star systems. I've already destroyed 60, half of them. Let's continue. The path Lin Moyo walked left no star systems behind, completely clean. This was truly barren. Chapter 2079. Chapter 2079. 2079. Chapter 2079. The reward given by the greater world. The process of drawing rune formations is also a process of learning and mastering runes. Every rune master needs to spend a lot of time familiarizing themselves with their runes and rune formations. Lin Moyo continuously drew the containment rune formation along the way. Gradually, the containment rune formation became increasingly perfect, and the drawing process became faster and faster. From initially taking half an hour to draw one, it later took only 10 minutes to complete. However, 10 minutes was still too slow. In the first inheritance of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, it was mentioned that the ultimate state of a rune master should be one thought, 10,000 runes. As long as the thought arises, the runes should be drawn. But reaching this state is very difficult. Even the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord himself only touched this realm. For some simple runes, the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord could achieve one thought, 10,000 runes, but for more complex runes, it was still not possible. According to him, this realm would be the strongest state of a rune master. If he could fully achieve it, he might be able to take another step and touch the elusive realm of the Dao Sovereign. One thought, 10,000 runes, this realm is too distant, and Lin Moyo temporarily did not think about it. He had seen the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord instantly deploy rune formations, using a large number of runes. Previously, he thought that after reaching the Saint Sovereign realm, he could instantly draw runes. Later, he learned that the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord also had a treasure similar to the treasure ship. Usually, he stored the drawn runes inside, and when needed, he directly called them out. Over the past few months, the drawing speed of the containment rune formation not only increased, but its effectiveness also improved, directly manifesting as an increasingly larger internal space. Containing star systems was no problem. Even if some star systems had 10 stars and extremely large stars, the containment rune could still store them. 7 months later, Lin Moyo left the star region of the former Kinghe race. The formation seals were removed, and the starry sky completely returned to normal. The warship sank into deep space, continuing to fly towards the outer region. The starry sky that once belonged to the Kinghe race was quiet and empty. The entire starry sky plunged into deathly silence. Lin Moyo not only exterminated the entire Kinghe race but also packed up their planets. At this moment, the treasure ship's warehouse was filled with over 100 containment rune formations, each containing a star system. A total of 121 star systems, with hundreds of planets of various sizes. The Kinghe race was gone, their people gone, and their home gone. Lin Moyo sat in the warship, with a look of surprise and a bit of excitement on his face. At the same time, he exuded a mysterious aura, an aura he had seen before, belonging to the state of enlightenment. Just now, he had experienced a state of enlightenment. Even Lin Moyo found it strange. He clearly did nothing, yet he inexplicably entered a state of enlightenment. Until the enlightenment ended, he didn't know why. The enlightenment didn't last long, only a day's time, but for Lin Moyo, the gains were immense. Why? Lin Moyo always liked to understand the ins and outs of everything, especially after understanding the cause and effect. He wanted to know why. He began to recall, from before the enlightenment began, not missing any detail or feeling. Mainly the feelings. Lin Moyo was sure he did nothing, no issues in his actions. Before the enlightenment, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief, a feeling of being unburdened. But this feeling lasted only a moment, less than half a second. Lin Moyo murmured, "Why did I feel relieved? Could it be because of the long-term battle, making me feel tired? It's not impossible. After killing so many along the way, feeling a bit tired is normal." Then I felt a peculiar aura. In hindsight, that aura felt familiar. Lin Moyo's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew where that aura came from. It was the aura of the Greater World Rune, something he had felt before. The Greater World Rune had once descended with a curse, preventing him from advancing. The Greater World Rune descended, but this time it wasn't a curse, it was a reward. Why reward me? Is it because of the Kinghe race? That's right, it's because of the Kinghe race. Lin Moyo finally understood. He exterminated the Kinghe race, seemingly causing endless killing, but for the Greater World Rune, it was a good thing. The Greater World Rune doesn't distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil. It only distinguishes between what is beneficial or harmful to itself. Clearly, what he did was beneficial to the Greater World Rune. The Greater World Rune was now burdened with karma, overwhelmed, and the Kinghe race was one of them. he was actually reducing its burden. The Greater World Rune was fair if you did something beneficial to it, it would naturally reward you. So he entered a state of enlightenment, experiencing something that many cultivators could not achieve in a lifetime. Before entering the state of enlightenment, Lin Moya summoned the star rivers of the time and space laws. After entering the state of enlightenment, his vision fell into the boundless void, beginning to comprehend the laws. In a whole day of enlightenment, he gained immense benefits. The Greater World Rune seemed to know what he wanted. The star rivers of the time and space laws flowed endlessly before his eyes, with a large amount of comprehension flowing into his soul. The laws of time and space steadily improved during the enlightenment. When the mastery of both laws reached 20%, they began to merge again. This time, the fusion was smooth, without the constant conflicts that had previously caused the cultivation room in the Divine City to explode. In the state of enlightenment, everything became mysterious. Everyone desires enlightenment. One instance of enlightenment is worth hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation. Many cultivators stuck at bottlenecks, unable to break through in their lifetime, hope for an instance of enlightenment to help them break through. Unfortunately, enlightenment is rare and elusive. Most cultivators will never experience it. Lin Moyo had already experienced enlightenment 3 times, enough to make anyone envious. As the laws of time and space improved and completed their fusion, Lin Moyo knew he could advance. He left deep space, exited the warship, and stood in the starry sky. This was a void, with nothing within billions of miles. With a thought, the star rivers of the laws appeared. The star river of the undying law, as Lin Moya's life law, was closest to him. Below it were the star rivers of the time and space laws, running parallel, neither above nor below the other. At the bottom was the star river of the starlight law, emitting a soft glow, illuminating the other 3 star rivers. Lin Moya took a step forward, his body entering the star river of the undying law. The undying law turned into a giant wave, rolling towards him. When it touched him, the wave suddenly calmed. He was already a second-tier god sovereign, having walked through the first 2 stages. Within this range, the star river of the laws would not obstruct him. Moments later, he reached the position he had previously reached, standing steadily. This position represented about 20% of the star river of the laws, corresponding to his realm, the second tier of the god sovereign. He continued forward, and the giant wave of the laws suddenly became fierce, no longer calm, like giant hands slapping him, trying to knock him down. Lin Moyo ignored the giant wave, continuing to walk forward step by step. The further he walked, the fiercer the giant wave became. In the vast star river of the laws, only Lin Moyo was walking, looking both brave and lonely. Step by step, his body shone with a brilliant purple gold light, never stopping. Until he walked through 30%, he finally stopped again. His aura continuously rose, and the giant wave of the laws also calmed. I've advanced. Lin Moya sighed lightly. Although it was expected, he was still pleased. Chapter 2080. Chapter 2080, 2080. Chapter 2080, The Silently Disappearing Race. Lin Moya advanced smoothly from the second tier of the God Sovereign realm to the third tier. Lin Moya didn't expect that exterminating the King He race would actually allow him to advance in level. He recalled that when he exterminated the Copper Lizard race, he didn't receive any rewards. Now he realized that it was mainly because the extermination of the Copper Lizard race wasn't solely his doing. At least, he didn't kill the Copper Lizard King, and the human God Sovereigns were also involved. The greater world is rewarding based on merit. A smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips as he tested his spells. The skeleton generals finally reached the high-tier God Sovereign level. Even though they had just stepped into the high-tier God Sovereign level, the appearance of the power of rules still greatly enhanced their combat power. The Death Dragon Knights reached the 8th tier of the God Sovereign level. Under the command of the Legion Commander, they could gather the power of the Legion to reach the 9th tier of the God Sovereign level. These changes were within Lin Moya's expectations. The Skeleton King remained at the 9th tier of the God Sovereign level, slightly stronger than before, but still hadn't broken through to the Other Shore realm. Now, the Skeleton King could be considered a half-step Other Shore realm, very close to the true Other Shore realm. Lin Moya looked forward to the moment when the Skeleton King reached the Other Shore realm. The strength of the Undead Legion was improving, but Lin Moya still didn't understand the purpose of the Bone Law Star River. At least so far, the Bone Law Star River hadn't shown its expected effect. The Bone Law. Lin Moya felt it was far inferior to his Undying Law. The Bone Hell had reached its limit after devouring a large number of King He race members, and it was not far from its next advancement. Various other spells had also improved to different extents. Lin Moya tested his time and space laws again. The effect of the time law hadn't changed much, it still only allowed him to gain double the time when used on himself. The space law had improved, allowing Lin Moya to reach 40 million kilometers per step, 10 million kilometers more than before. If he combined the time and space laws, the effect of the space law could double. Each step could reach 80 million kilometers, and he could take 2 steps per second. Without using the 3-light talisman, Lin Moya's speed could reach 160 million kilometers per second, far surpassing that of a God Sovereign. If he used the 3-light talisman, he could reach 360 million kilometers per second. At this level, the difference in speed, whether faster or slower, was no longer significant. The important thing was that as the space law continued to improve, he could open space doors, instantly crossing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of light years. Moreover, the power of time and space laws combined could silently kill a God Sovereign, an extremely terrifying power. However, it was still early. Both the time and space laws were just at the entry level, and he couldn't aim too high. Re-entering the warship, he disappeared into the starry sky. 10 days after Lin Moya left, someone finally noticed the anomaly with the King He race. Soon, people came to investigate and found that the King He race had disappeared. Not only were the people gone, but even the stars were gone. The starry sky that once belonged to the King He race was now empty, giving people chills. The mysterious disappearance of the King He race quickly spread among the various races. Soon, various speculations emerged. Some said the King He race had fled, escaping as a whole. But this theory wasn't very credible. Why would the King He race flee? They had no reason to run. They had just completed an alliance and had only had minor skirmishes with the human race, not a full-scale war. Moreover, it wasn't yet time for the King He race to fight. The outcome was unknown, so why would they flee? This speculation was quickly dismissed. If it was said that the King He race was exterminated by the human race had always been under the surveillance of the various races. Exterminating a race wasn't that easy. Especially exterminating a race without making any noise. The human race didn't have that capability. If they didn't flee and weren't exterminated by the human race, then how did the King He race disappear so silently? It was truly baffling. Finally, a other shore realm expert from the Muguan race arrived at the King He race's territory. The Muguan race's other shore realm expert happened to have a treasure that could invoke a trace of the time law. Using the time law, he could reverse time within a certain range and see what had happened in the past. The Muguan race's other shore realm expert cast a spell to see what had happened in the King He race. Accompanying him were other shore realm experts from the Golden Eagle race and the Demon race, who were also curious and puzzled by the mysterious disappearance of the King He race. As the spell was cast, a huge light screen appeared in the starry sky, showing the starry sky that once belonged to the King He race. Lin Moya suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the void. He felt someone was spying on him, and the person spying on him was from a distant place. After carefully sensing, he knew how the other party was spying on him. Time law. With a thought, the star river of the time law appeared, and the vast power of the law enveloped his entire body. To deal with the time law, the best way was to use the time law. Lin Moya used the aura of the time law star river to completely disappear from time, making it impossible to be spied on. The Muguan race's other shore realm expert suddenly groaned, and his treasure shattered into pieces. Failed. The Muguan race's other shore realm expert trembled all over. His true form was a large white tree, showing no expression, but his trembling body revealed his fear. The Golden Eagle race's other shore realm expert asked, "What happened?" The Muguan race expert's voice trembled. The other party is proficient in the time law. The other shore realm experts present were all shocked, and someone immediately asked, "Could it be a mistake? How could someone comprehend the time law?" The Muguan race expert shook his body. "No mistake, the other party indeed used the time law to break my treasure." With a confirmed answer, the starry sky fell silent. The time law is one of the most terrifying laws in the first tier. No one had ever heard of anyone comprehending the time law. The space law was known, as the starfish race inherited it, but the time law was unheard of. If someone truly comprehended the time law, how terrifying would that be? Reversing time, accelerating or slowing time, these abilities alone were frightening to think about. A demon race expert said, "Could it be an expert from outside the domain?" In ancient times, there were people who comprehended the time law. The Golden Eagle race expert asked, "Do you mean an ancient expert has been sleeping until now and has just awakened?" "It's not impossible. I think it's unlikely. Even if there were such an expert, why target only the King He race?" "Yes, why target only the King He race, and how did they do it so cleanly, without leaving a single star behind?" "I heard there's a giant tomb outside the domain, burying countless ancient experts. Wherever it goes, nothing grows." "I've heard of such a tomb, called the Burial Heaven Tomb. If it's truly the legendary Burial Heaven Tomb, it couldn't have left no trace." It said the Burial Heaven Tomb is incredibly large, capable of swallowing the King He race. "Don't talk nonsense. No matter how large the Burial Heaven Tomb is, it couldn't swallow a race with over 100 star systems." The other shore realm experts discussed various theories, each with their own views, but none could be confirmed. Chapter 2081. Chapter 2081, 2081. Chapter 2081, Enemies always cross paths. The information about the disappearance of the King He race became increasingly exaggerated as it spread among the various races. The news reached beyond the domain, with all sorts of speculations, but none could be confirmed as the definitive answer. The only person who knew the truth was Lin Moyo. Even the human Saint Sovereigns could only guess. The House Saint Sovereign was the first to guess because Lin Moyo had told him before setting out that he was going to the outer region and had given him a rough location. From the route, it was clear that Lin Moyo would pass through the King He race's territory. So the House Saint Sovereign was 80% sure that Lin Moyo was responsible for this. However, he couldn't understand why the stars had disappeared. He instinctively felt that Lin Moya couldn't have done this alone. But thinking about Lin Moya's past deeds, he felt it wasn't impossible. Lin Moya sat in the warship, officially entering the outer region. The boundary between the inner and outer regions was a void about 100 light years wide. The void was like a bubble, firmly enveloping the inner space, known as the boundary zone. The laws in the inner region were stronger, while those in the outer region were much weaker. The further one went from the inner region, the weaker the laws became, affecting the speed of cultivation to some extent. Therefore, the outer region was not suitable for cultivation, only for training and exploration. The warship surfaced into the outer space layer. In the boundary zone, the laws would change, making it impossible for the warship to navigate in deep space. Lin Moya felt the changes in the laws. The Undying Law, Time Law, and Space Law were all slightly affected. The most affected was the Starlight Law. He had been using the Starlight refining method, which originally took 10 days to condense a star. Once he left the inner region, the efficiency of the starlight refining method greatly decreased, taking at least 10 more days to condense a star. As he moved further away, the efficiency of the starlight refining method would continue to decrease until it became ineffective. Lin Moyo observed this special area. In his perception, the entire greater world had the inner region as its center, where the power of the greater world rune was most concentrated. The outer region was a space that the greater world continuously expanded into, swallowing the origins of many other worlds to grow itself. For countless years, the greater world had been expanding, growing larger and larger. It was like a balloon being continuously inflated, unable to stop, until the balloon reached its limit and finally exploded. The greater world was now close to its limit. If it couldn't stop, it would eventually explode. Lin Moya knew that stopping was impossible. The only solution was to find a way to stabilize the balloon to prevent it from exploding. The warship flew through the boundary zone for a while. In a few days, it would cross the boundary and enter the true outer region. Last time, he had entered the outer region due to a space disturbance and was then sent back to the inner region by Luo Xin, without entering the boundary zone. It is said that the boundary zone was once a battlefield, with many hidden dangers. Now it has become a paradise for star beasts, home to countless star beasts. Human god sovereigns often disappear here, so I must be careful. Lin Moya summoned a skeleton general and activated the soul eye to look into the void. Soul flames lit up one by one. Although not dense, there were more than 100 in his sight. Each soul flame was extremely powerful, at least at the god sovereign level. One of them was particularly large, surpassing the god sovereign level and reaching the other shore realm. Lin Moya was shocked. In this dark void, so many star beasts were hidden. No wonder people say the boundary zone is a paradise for star beasts. In just this area, there are over 1,000 star beasts, most of them at the god sovereign level, with many high-tier god sovereigns, and even some at the other shore realm. In terms of numbers, the god sovereign level star beasts outnumber the human god sovereigns. Lin Moya was slightly shocked, recalling the scene in the dark void. If the experts from the Black Blood realm invaded and controlled all these star beasts, it would be a terrifying disaster for the human race. But on second thought, it didn't seem to matter. As long as he was there, no matter how many star beasts there were, it wouldn't matter. Using corpse explosion, these star beasts would become his weapons. If anyone dared to use star beasts against the human race, the result would be very satisfying. The warship silently flew through the starry sky, and Lin Moyo avoided these star beasts. Although he wasn't afraid, there was no need to provoke them. In just an hour of flight, Lin Moya saw no fewer than 10,000 god sovereign level star beasts, and even some at the other shore realm. This was just a small distance, not even 1/10,000th of the entire boundary zone. Calculating this way, the number of star beasts would be incredibly frightening. Lin Moya suddenly sensed a familiar aura, and his eyes became sharp. A soul flame entered his sight, at the other shore realm, but clearly injured and somewhat unstable. Starry Sky Giant Tree. Lin Moya sensed the aura of the Starry Sky Giant Tree. The last time he encountered a star beast was in the small world. Lin Moya knew he wasn't mistaken. The one he encountered today was the same as back then. The mark left by the Starry Sky Giant Tree had long been removed, but it couldn't escape Lin Moya's keen soul perception. Enemies always cross paths. Should I kill him? Lin Moya knew the Starry Sky Giant Tree had once come to the human race and was later driven away by the Hossein Sovereign, fleeing in panic. With the space law, even the Hossein Sovereign found it hard to kill him. Now, after so long, his injuries were still not healed. If he wanted to kill him, it was indeed a good opportunity. But with so many star beasts around, if he attacked, would it cause a star beast riot? On second thought, Lin Moya's lips curled into a cruel smile. Actually, a riot wouldn't be a bad thing. The more star beasts that come, the more advantageous it is for me. Before Lin Moya could decide, the soul flame of the star beast suddenly boiled. All humans deserve to die. Space trembled, and the roar of the Starry Sky Giant Tree echoed in his mind. Lin Moya's soul world was impacted, but fortunately, it was strong enough to withstand it. If it were another god sovereign, just this roar would have injured them. From the Starry Sky Giant Tree's words, Lin Moya immediately understood his meaning. This guy had been injured by the Hossein Sovereign, hiding here to heal, and blamed all his hatred on the human race. It seems I can't let him live. Lin Moya made up his mind to kill the Starry Sky Giant Tree today and end this karma. Boom! Several thick vines tore through the starry sky, whipping towards him with a roar. The Starry Sky Giant Tree, tens of thousands of kilometers away, launched an attack on Lin Moyo. His attack carried the space law, instantly crossing the starry sky and smashing towards the warship. If hit, the warship would likely be damaged again. Damn it! Without thinking, Lin Moyo put away the warship. The newly repaired warship couldn't be easily damaged. Then Lin Moya took a step and instantly disappeared into the starry sky. The Starry Sky Giant Tree's attack missed, making it even more furious. In that instant, it saw Lin Moya clearly. It's you, it's actually you. Ha ha ha, you actually came out. You're dead. I will grind your bones to dust. The Starry Sky Giant Tree's voice was filled with joy. It also instantly disappeared into the starry sky, using the space law to quickly catch up with Lin Moyo, its vines whipping down madly. Chapter 2082. Chapter 2082. 2082. Chapter 2082. You can do it. I can do it too, each losing 800. The Cosmic Tree also possessed the space rule, appearing even more powerful than Lin Moyo. It caught up to Lin Moyo almost instantly, its vines lashing out frantically. Lin Moya disappeared again with another step. This time, Lin Moya took 3 steps in succession, crossing billions of kilometers, but the cosmic tree followed closely like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing. I didn't expect you to know the space rule too. It's useless, you can't escape. The cosmic tree's voice carried a hint of surprise at Lin Moya also possessing the space rule. However, it could see that Lin Moya's space rule was still very weak, not as strong as its own. It pursued even more frantically, closing in step by step. The mark placed on Lin Moya allowed it to instantly catch up no matter where he fled. Lin Moya didn't speak, but a sigil array appeared in his hand, the containment array. After another teleportation, he activated the array simultaneously. Just as the cosmic tree appeared, the array enveloped it from all directions. The containment array could not only contain all things, but also trap enemies. The internal space of the containment array was extremely vast, capable of taking in entire star systems, let alone the cosmic tree. Lin Moya's timing was extremely precise. The containment array activated just as the cosmic tree appeared, before it could react. The cosmic tree vanished from space, and Lin Moya revealed a slight smile. I'll use you to test the enemy trapping effect of the containment array. The containment array was very useful, and the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's decree gave the array multiple effects. Lin Moya had already tried the containment effect, but he didn't know how well it could trap enemies. Lin Moya didn't leave, but waited quietly. The containment array flickered in space, and began to shake after 10 seconds. Lin Moya said softly, "It seems the containment array can't hold for too long." He wasn't in a hurry, wanting to see the limits of the containment array. The shaking became more violent, and after 20 seconds, the containment array collapsed with a boom. 20 seconds. It can trap a being at the other shore realm for 20 seconds. Not bad. When my realm is higher, the containment array will become stronger too. The escaped cosmic tree immediately found Lin Moya, and was very shocked to discover he hadn't fled. You didn't run away. In its thinking, Lin Moya would definitely have escaped during the time it was trapped. It didn't expect Lin Moya to not run, but just wait for it like this. For a moment, the cosmic tree was puzzled, not knowing what Lin Moya was planning. But the next second, its rationality was again obscured by anger and hatred. Back in the small world, it had been on the verge of obtaining Antares' dragon pearl, only to be thwarted by Lin Moya in the end. Not only that, its soul had been attacked. How could it endure such humiliation? Later it was injured by Saint Venerable How while searching for Lin Moya. All its hatred erupted at this moment, with only one thought: to kill Lin Moya. Seal. The cosmic tree's entire body glowed, and an invisible aura spread outwards, instantly sweeping across billions of miles of space. The cosmic tree used its space rule to seal off space. At this moment, Lin Moya lost his ability to teleport. The cosmic tree roared, "Your space rule is ineffective now. You can't escape." Its vines danced again, lashing out at Lin Moya with frenzied force. Lin Moya calmly pointed a finger, and an undead army appeared in space, densely packed Death Dragon Knights surrounding the cosmic tree on all sides. The vines were blocked, striking the Death Dragon Knights. The golden armor sigils were torn apart like paper, and the Death Dragon Knights collapsed on the spot, only to swiftly revive. The encirclement remained intact, not the least bit disordered. Over 100 legion rulers appeared in the innermost layer, simultaneously raising their battle blades to deliver a fatal strike. This strike from the legion rulers was equivalent to a full power attack from a peak divine venerable, and could inflict some damage on the cosmic tree. Large numbers of vines were severed under the battle blades. The cosmic tree sensed danger and instinctively tried to flee. But at this moment, it suddenly discovered that its own teleportation had also become ineffective. The legion rulers' battle blades fell on the tree trunk simultaneously. Bark flew everywhere as wounds appeared all over the trunk. Sap flowed from the wounds, looking horrific but actually just superficial injuries. Lin Moya stood at a distance, coldly observing, "Sealing space, not just you can do it, I can too." When the cosmic tree used seal space, Lin Moya was affected and unable to teleport. Lin Moya also used seal space, likewise sealing the cosmic tree's teleportation ability. Both possessed the space rule and sealed space simultaneously. Each losing 800, neither gained an advantage. Damn it! The cosmic tree was furious. The severed vines rapidly regrew, sweeping about wildly. The legion rulers were sent flying by the vines, severely injured. Large swaths of Death Dragon Knights were killed again, but the next second the legion rulers healed themselves and charged back into battle. The pulverized Death Dragon Knights also revived once more. The entire undead army was like cockroaches that couldn't be killed, dying over and over, living again and again. Lin Moya watched the encirclement form. "This will do." He pointed a finger, and the bone hell appeared, enveloping the cosmic tree. The bone hell was smashed to pieces in an instant, but its task was already complete. The mark had been placed. Lin Moya locked onto the cosmic tree, and undying flames blazed in space. The Skull Throne appeared, and 5 Skull Kings rose from the throne. Crimson cloaks burned with raging flames as the Skull Throne transformed into a giant bone sword. The Skull Kings raised the bone sword. Spell, God Slayer. Sword light flashed, accompanied by the cosmic tree's agonized screams. A huge wound appeared on its trunk, with large amounts of bark and flesh exploding outwards. The Skull Kings were now at the half-step other shore realm in strength. Their rule power was formidable, and even though slightly weaker than the cosmic tree, they could still wound it. Green light blossomed on the cosmic tree's body as wood elements surged madly, repairing the wound. As a plant-type other shore realm cosmic beast, its vitality was unimaginably strong. Moreover, the cosmic tree itself could manipulate wood elements, making it even more troublesome than ordinary plant-type cosmic beasts. The wound inflicted by the Skull Kings was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Then, the cosmic tree began to grow larger. Its body was originally only a few thousand meters tall, even smaller than the Skull King's. But now, its body began to expand frantically, with vines growing thicker and longer. Lin Moya recalled what Antares had once said: a true God realm cosmic tree could reach a height of 10 million meters for its true form. At the God King realm it could grow another tenfold, and at Divine Venerable realm it would be even larger. As for the Other Shore realm, at the Other Shore realm, it could freely control its size at will. Just like the Skull Kings, at God King realm they were 100,000 meters tall, but at Divine Venerable realm they had shrunk to 10,000 meters instead. The cosmic tree rapidly expanded, its aura constantly strengthening. In the blink of an eye, it grew from a few thousand meters to a colossus a million meters tall. Enormous vines swept across space, with vast power permeating the cosmos. The Death Dragon Knight army was instantly swept away and collapsed. Very strong, Lin Moyo muttered to himself. The cosmic tree was even more powerful than the Copper Lizard King. Its massive size gave it terrifying destructive power. Countless vines were like countless weapons sweeping across space. The Skull Kings swung their swords, unleashing myriad sword lights to sever large numbers of vines. The space beside Lin Moya suddenly split open as a vine lashed out from behind. Lin Moya sensed it immediately. The golden sword appeared in his hand. The golden sword wove a golden shield to block the sneak attack from the vine. Then ancient jade tablets appeared in Lin Moya's hand: 10 drops of rainbow water, 100,000 portions of belief power. His aura rose in tandem. Origin spell, gather power. Chapter 2083. Chapter 2083, 2083. Chapter 2083, physical body, soul, and mind triple attack. Khufu punched out, and the aura of the Other Shore realm made the cosmic tree feel threatened. The million-meter-high tree body shook violently, and numerous vines and branches grew out, entwined with the power of rules, lashing towards Khufu's punch. Lin Moya's finger lightly tapped, and red light exploded. A cry of pain came from the cosmic tree, and its movements paused. Lin Moya did not stop. Flames burned in the starry sky, and a terrifying giant eye opened. The eye of the undead gazed over, and the soul attack heavily struck the cosmic tree. The cosmic tree screamed again, and its movements became stiff. 2 soul impacts could not cause it much harm, only interrupt its attack, but that was enough. The Soul Slayer's sword followed closely behind the eye of the undead, launching the third soul attack. Lin Moya did not have time to add rainbow water and belief power to the Soul Slayer sword. The 3 soul attacks came one after another, within less than half a second, and their effect on the cosmic tree would not last more than a second. In that second, Khufu's punch shattered numerous vines and reached the cosmic tree. Khufu's punch landed on it, penetrating its body and then exploding inside. A large hole was blasted in the massive tree body, almost cutting it in half. Green light flickered, and the vast wood element rules surged, trying to heal the wound. However, the wound was entangled with a large amount of undead rules, and the power of death was corroding the wound, making its recovery very slow. When Khufu's punch was triggered, Lin Moya used a large amount of death power. He temporarily elevated to the peak Divine Venerable level with the help of origin spells, also gaining some rule power. Coupled with the inherent strength of the undead rules, even the cosmic tree would need some time to clear it. 5 3-light talismans flew out, activating simultaneously, and landed on the 5 Skull Kings. Under the effect of the 3-light talismans, the time flow for the Skull Kings changed. 1 second in the real world became 3 seconds for the Skull Kings. The attack frequency of the Skull Kings instantly tripled, and sword lights fell like a storm, cutting countless vines and reaching the cosmic tree. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword slashes fell, creating numerous wounds on the tree body, and countless pieces of tree flesh were cut off. The cosmic tree frantically shook its body, and new vines grew from the places attacked by the Skull Kings, whipping at the Skull Kings. The sturdy bodies of the Skull Kings were whipped out with countless cracks, on the verge of collapse. A row of Legion rulers stood behind Lin Moyo, healing the Skull Kings. The cosmic tree drew out more vines, binding the Skull Kings and making it difficult for them to move. Then the vines exerted force, severely injuring the Skull Kings, shattering them on the spot, leaving the Legion rulers no time to heal them. But in the next second, the Skull Kings revived and continued their fierce attack on the cosmic tree. The cosmic tree was going crazy. It couldn't kill the Skull Kings. Not only the Skull Kings, but the Undead Legion was also endless, reviving after being killed. The Soul Slayer's sword returned, and Lin Moya took out 100 drops of rainbow water and 1,000,000 portions of belief power, pushing the power of the Soul Slayer sword to the limit. The Soul Slayer sword struck again, launching a soul attack, followed by the cosmic tree's scream. This soul attack was much stronger than the previous ones, almost shattering the cosmic tree's soul world. The soul was severely injured, and the cosmic tree angrily whipped at Lin Moyo. The vines broke through the space barrier and appeared in front of Lin Moyo in an instant. Lin Moya did not dodge, relying on the golden sword to firmly block the vines. The golden shield twisted under the attack, but it seemed it could hold on for a few more seconds. The Skull Kings, once again shattered, did not revive and disappeared simultaneously. In the next second, Lin Moya summoned the Skull Kings again. The Skull Throne appeared in the flames, and the Skull Kings rose, swinging their swords to block the vine attack for Lin Moyo. The aura of origin spells rose again on Lin Moyo. Origin spell, strengthen soldiers. The damage of the Undead Legion increased tenfold, and their combat power greatly enhanced. Then came the rainbow water and belief power. Lin Moyo had used this tactic many times, always effective. With 2 origin spells activated, Lin Moyo also raised the golden sword. Spell, God Slayer. The second God Slayer was 10 times more powerful than the first. The cosmic tree bristled, sensing extreme danger. The power of space flowed down, forming a space barrier around it, trying to use space rules to block Lin Moya's attack. But the God Slayer's sword ignored the space barrier, directly exploding on the cosmic tree. The sword light shone like a star, then exploded. Boom! 6 huge holes were blasted in the cosmic tree, almost piercing its massive body. The wood element rules surged madly, trying to heal the wounds, but the effect was poor. The cosmic tree enlarged its body, its power increasing accordingly, but its defense remained unchanged. Lin Moya's eyes sparkled. The cosmic tree's space rules had not evolved into space principles. Moreover, its space rules were not strong, only slightly stronger than his own. Even Yu Kingro's mastery of space rules was stronger than the cosmic tree's. The cosmic tree was born with 2 rules, wood element rules and space rules. The wood element rules were strong and had been converted into rule power. In comparison, its space rules were weak and had not been converted into space principles. Why was this? It was very unreasonable. Lin Moya thought of the Starry Sky Merman clan. The Starry Sky Merman clan did not allow others to comprehend space rules that was their exclusive domain. The Starry Sky Merman clan had a causal treasure that could remotely lock onto enemies and attack. If the cosmic tree could not enhance its space rules, it was likely related to the Starry Sky Merman clan. Lin Moya's aura gradually weakened, his soul power exhausted, and the origin spells disappeared. Lin Moya's eyes turned slightly, with a hint of mockery. It seems you are really stupid, unable to comprehend stronger space rules. The cosmic tree roared in anger, bastard, you don't understand at all. Lin Moya said, you possess space rules but can't comprehend them. What a waste. Your wisdom is only slightly better than a beast's. Space rules on you are simply an insult. Lin Moya's words were extremely mocking, making the cosmic tree even angrier, and its attacks became more frenzied. The wood element rules erupted, evolving countless cosmic trees in the starry sky, all constructed from rule power. These cosmic trees had the combat power of high-level divine venerables. Lin Moya shook his head. Competing in numbers? You're far behind. With a thought, billions of skeleton gods charged out, filling the starry sky and surrounding the cosmic tree again. The cosmic trees evolved from what element rules were also submerged by the skeleton gods, unable to make any waves. The cosmic tree was furious. Since the battle with Lin Moya began, it had never gained the upper hand. Not only was it injured, its soul in great pain, and its wounds difficult to heal, but it also had no way to deal with Lin Moya. The endless sea of skeletons alone was enough to kill it for a long time. Now, Lin Moya was insulting it with words, uncovering its deepest scars. It roared irrationally, you know nothing. The more you comprehend space rules, the faster you die. Lin Moya knew from its reaction that his guess was correct. It must have been targeted by the Starry Sky Merman clan. If it continued to comprehend space rules, the Saint Venerable of the Starry Sky Merman clan would personally find it. The cosmic tree roared in anger, issuing one roar after another. The sound shook the space, spreading billions of miles, awakening one powerful cosmic tree after another. Chapter 2084. Chapter 2084, 2084. Chapter 2084, stunned by the explosion, tens of thousands of cosmic beasts awakened and rushed towards Lin Moya. There must be a reason why the cosmic tree chose to recover here. Countless cosmic beasts live in the boundary region. If most cosmic beasts weren't mindless, they could probably form a whole new race. Lin Moya had even thought of a name for them, the Beast Race. Now the reaction of the cosmic beasts confirmed Lin Moya's guess. The cosmic tree hid here so it could summon large numbers of cosmic beasts if in danger. Among these cosmic beasts were many at the peak divine venerable level. Even those at the other shore realm would have a headache facing them. With so many cosmic beasts plus its own space rules, even if a Saint Venerable came, it could retreat with ease. Lin Moya's eyes flashed. This is exactly what I want. He deliberately insulted the cosmic tree for this moment. Lin Moya was very clear about his own strength. Defeating someone at the other shore realm wasn't difficult, but killing them was not easy. Unless that other shore realm being just stood there letting him kill it. When the Copper Lizard King fled that day, it became difficult to kill it. The current cosmic tree was the same. If it really wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill it. Especially since it was a plant-type cosmic beast, with incredibly strong vitality and regeneration. After some thought, Lin Moya found 2 ways to kill it. The first was to use his trump cards, which wasn't worth it, so he abandoned that idea. The second was to use corpse explosion again, but he didn't have enough corpses on hand to guarantee killing the cosmic tree. Since there weren't enough, he'd just borrow some more corpses. There were so many cosmic beasts here, all excellent materials. Now, large numbers of cosmic beasts were coming, exactly as Lin Moya had anticipated. With a thought, the bone hell appeared, enveloping the charging cosmic beasts. Hell fiends flew out madly, attacking the cosmic beasts. The cosmic beasts instinctively counterattacked, quickly getting marked. Lin Moya took out a divine venerable corpse. I'll use these cosmic beasts to send you off. The cosmic tree was now surrounded by skeleton divine generals, unable to see what Lin Moya was doing. But for some reason, it vaguely felt something was wrong, as if it had made a terrible mistake. Boom! An explosion shook the cosmos and souls. With just one divine venerable corpse, Lin Moya killed 8 cosmic beasts. The power of corpse explosion is determined by the corpse's level in life, but his talent provided a bonus, often allowing it to kill across realms. Upgraded to the white star level, corpse explosion ignored time and space. As long as the target was locked on, it would be hit no matter how far away. Boom boom boom. Explosions continued non-stop, the entire cosmos shaking. The explosions became more and more frequent, endless. What's happening? What's going on? The cosmic tree was stunned amid the explosions. It frantically swept the cosmos, the skeleton divine generals dying and reviving and dying again. In any case, the encirclement didn't budge an inch, absolutely not letting it leave. Death Dragon Knights charged, crashing into it recklessly. Even if they were smashed to pieces, they showed no fear. Their level was lower, so the damage was small, but there were too many of them. The cosmic tree wanted to break out of the encirclement, but was pushed back again and again. The rumbling continued, getting faster and faster. Dozens of explosions could be heard every second, along with the faint screams of cosmic beasts. The cosmic tree finally realized that the cosmic beasts it summoned were being slaughtered. Every time an explosion sounded, several cosmic beasts would die. The cosmic tree finally remembered something: its avatar had also been blown up in that small world before. An increasingly bad feeling grew stronger. Boom! Another explosion, large amounts of bark and flesh blown away. The cosmic tree shook all over and screamed in agony. This explosion landed on itself, with power close to an other shore realm attack. Then explosions occurred one after another, each very powerful. The cosmic tree screamed nonstop, its vines constantly blown off, wounds all over its body. Lin Moya worked with both hands, multitasking to detonate corpse after corpse. The cosmic tree was engulfed in explosions, its aura rapidly weakening, injuries growing more severe. In the blink of an eye, most of its dense branches had been blown off, looking somewhat bare. Green sap flew wildly through space, its huge body covered in wounds, appearing somewhat incomplete. The cosmic tree finally couldn't bear it anymore. Its space rules erupted fully, tearing space apart. The cosmic tree's branches all snapped off at once, its body shrinking back to 1,000 meters. The cosmic tree crashed into the torn space, instantly fleeing. It traversed hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant, appearing far away and fleeing rapidly. Lin Moya didn't pursue. Space was still sealed here, so he couldn't use space rules. The cosmic tree was able to traverse space because it paid a huge price. Lin Moya could sense that after tearing space, its aura had sharply weakened. Due to the Starry Sky Merman clan, the cosmic tree had never been able to cultivate its space rules, not much stronger than Lin Moya's. It forcefully erupted its space rules to tear space, inevitably paying a price. Watching the cosmic tree flee into the distance, Lin Moya smiled coldly. You can't escape. There were still over 10,000 cosmic beast corpses before him. The strongest were peak divine venerables, with many high-level divine venerables. More than enough to blow up the cosmic tree. But to be safe, Lin Moya activated the origin spell, Strengthen Soldiers again. Damage amplified 10 times, as a final insurance. White Star level spell, Corpse Explosion. The cosmic tree fled far away. Seeing Lin Moya hadn't pursued, it finally breathed a sigh of relief. All the branches on its body had broken off, even its soul somewhat damaged. Forcefully erupting space rules to tear the sealed space indeed cost a lot. It would take several hundred to 1,000 years to recover. I won't let you go, absolutely not. From now on, this lord will kill any human I see. Its hatred for Lin Moya had seeped into its bones, extending to the entire human race. Just as it was thinking this, a sense of danger suddenly descended, then exploded on its body. Explosions came one after another, engulfing it once more. The cosmic tree was completely stunned. It had clearly fled far away. Why was it still being attacked? It used space rules again, continuing to flee, instantly leaving hundreds of millions of kilometers behind. But all along the way, the explosions never stopped. Even as it was teleporting, the explosions continued non-stop. It fled further and further, but no matter where it went, the attacks followed like a shadow. Explosions kept occurring on its body. Its bark had been completely blown off. Now with each explosion, flesh and blood were sent flying. Green sap trailed through space everywhere. The cosmic tree wanted to cry. Its injuries grew more and more severe, consciousness starting to blur. Why is this happening? It really didn't understand what method Lin Moya was using. It had clearly escaped over 100 million kilometers, not even seeing Lin Moya's shadow anymore. Why was it still being attacked? And the attack intensity was even more terrifying than before. Its body collapsed, the 1,000-meter body breaking apart, less than 100 meters remaining. The tree core was exposed. This was its nucleus, usually very well protected. But now it had no strength left to protect it. The cosmic tree was finally on the verge of death, barely conscious. At this moment, the explosions finally stopped. The cosmic tree's consciousness was blurring. It lay motionless in space. Nearby cosmic beasts seemed to smell something, awakening one after another and flying towards the cosmic tree. Chapter 2085. Chapter 2085, 2085. Chapter 2085, this is, the Great World. The cosmic tree realized this, and its heart filled with despair. It was at the other shore realm, and its flesh held great allure for other cosmic beasts. Usually when it was strong, the cosmic beasts revered it and obeyed its commands. Now that it had become weak and on the verge of death, those cosmic beasts would devour it and eat it up. There were countless cosmic beasts, with powerful strength, but they lacked intelligence. Only a few cosmic beasts could awaken intelligence and think and grow like other living beings. The vast majority of cosmic beasts only acted on instinct. It watched helplessly as large numbers of cosmic beasts flew over from all directions, their eyes filled with undisguised greed. The cosmic tree could only watch them approach, bringing death. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the cosmic tree heard screams as cosmic beasts were blasted away. Then it saw the undead army, blocking all the approaching cosmic beasts. Explosions continued non-stop, and those cosmic beasts were instantly blown to death, not a single one remaining. Lin Moya appeared before the cosmic tree, looking at it coldly. Any last words? As someone he had known since the small world, Lin Moya didn't mind letting it leave some last words before death. The cosmic tree seemed to have lost its anger, its voice becoming calm. Facing death, there was nothing it couldn't let go of. No last words. I just can't accept why I had to encounter you. From the small world until now, how many years have passed? Why have you become so strong? But you won't live much longer either. As long as you continue cultivating the space rule, someone will come to kill you. It's a Saint Venerable, you can't escape. Lin Moya shook his head. You don't even know who's stopping you from cultivating the space rule. How pitiful. The cosmic tree's soul flickered a few times, you know. Lin Moya said, I know. And they've already made a move against me, but they failed. They can't stop me. The cosmic tree's voice became agitated again, roaring, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Moya said, nothing is impossible. I was originally going to tell you, but since you don't believe me, there's no need to say more. As he spoke, wisps of white mist rose from his body, with faint dragon roars sounding. Luck transformation dragon. Lin Moya used the luck explosion technique, raising his luck to the limit. At the same time, he began controlling the cosmic tree's luck. The cosmic tree's luck was extremely poor, with a value of only 1, dark gray, on the verge of death. The difference in luck between them was huge. The luck explosion technique activated. With a light crack, that was the last sound the cosmic tree heard. Its soul collapsed, and its consciousness fell into endless darkness. The cosmic tree died, dying under the luck explosion technique. Lin Moya quietly sensed, and found that causality had not changed at all. The cosmic tree had not left any backup plans, so no causality was produced. This was the best outcome. Lin Moya did not like causality. Causality was too heavy. Too much of it would be unbearable even for the great world, let alone himself. Just as he was about to put away the cosmic tree's corpse, Lin Moya suddenly noticed something unusual. Inside the cosmic tree's body, there was actually something hidden. This was the most core part of the cosmic tree, equivalent to a human's heart. Yet something was hidden inside. Lin Moya took it out, surprise flashing in his eyes. This is a shell. What the cosmic tree had hidden in its body was actually a piece of shell. Where there is sea, there are usually shells. The Starry Sky Merman clan also liked to use shells, and they could refine shells into all kinds of magical treasures. Yukingro had once given Lin Moya a communication device made from a shell. Within a certain range, they could communicate with each other. But now finding a shell hidden in the cosmic tree's body was rather strange. Lin Moya held the shell in his hand and examined it carefully, finding it had many similarities to the shell Yukingro had given him. This shell should be a magical treasure, but there are no traces of it being refined. Why did the cosmic tree keep it, and hide it so deeply? Lin Moya was very puzzled. If the cosmic tree were still alive, he could ask. But it was dead now. Of course, he could use Revive the Dead to turn it into a revived being and ask, but whether he could successfully control it across such a large realm gap was questionable, and he had to consider if it was worth it. Moreover, the cosmic tree might not know the answer. The cosmic tree knew very little. Unlike humans with their vast inheritance, its information was too scarce. Perhaps it had kept the shell simply because it was unusual, without necessarily knowing what the shell was for. Just looking with the naked eye, nothing could be seen. Compared to the Starry Sky Merman clan's shells, it was 70% similar, but there were differences. Lin Moya clearly sensed that this shell obtained by the cosmic tree was of a higher grade and quality than the one Yukingro had given him. From the shell, Lin Moya felt a familiar aura. He thought for a moment, and knew where the similarity lay. Inheritance Pearl. Lin Moya sensed an aura from the shell similar to the Inheritance Pearl of the Cloud Mist sect. The strong cultivators of ancient times liked to use pearls. Of course, the pearls they used were not ordinary pearls. Lin Moya's heart stirred. Is there something recorded in here too? He carefully sent his soul power in. Though he felt there shouldn't be any danger, Lin Moya was still very cautious. The soul power smoothly entered, and the shell began to glow faintly. The light was beautiful, a deep blue, very enchanting. There's something here. Lin Moya continued injecting soul power, to see if he could fully activate the shell. Time passed second by second. Lin Moya injected more and more soul power, and the shell grew brighter and brighter, the area covered by light rapidly expanding. Lin Moya's eyes grew more surprised. The soul power he had injected already exceeded his total soul power. If not for the world tree continuously replenishing his soul power, it would have been exhausted long ago. But the shell still wasn't fully activated. Lin Moya could sense that it still needed more soul power. As soon as he stopped, the shell would quickly dim. Lin Moya was determined. He wanted to see just how much soul power the shell could absorb. At this point, he was completely certain the shell was extraordinary. If it were an ordinary object, it would have been burst apart by his soul power long ago. After a full 10 minutes, the shell was finally fully activated. The light it emitted covered a vast area of space, reaching tens of millions of kilometers. All the cosmic beasts in this region of space retreated. They seemed very afraid of the shell's light. Tens of millions of kilometers of space turned azure blue. Then Lin Moya heard the sound of rushing water, and his nose became moist. At this moment, he had the illusion of being in the ocean. Waves rippled, and in the blink of an eye, space was covered by ocean. Lin Moya found himself truly in the ocean. The ocean was not far below his feet, but for some reason, Lin Moya felt this ocean was extremely dangerous. Then, he saw a large sphere, drifting with the waves in the ocean. The sphere was translucent, half above the water and half below, bobbing up and down. The moment Lin Moya saw the sphere, he could no longer look away. His body trembled slightly. He opened his mouth and spoke with difficulty. This is the Great World. Chapter 2086. Chapter 2086, 2086. Chapter 2086, The Great World in the Boundary Sea. Lin Moya's expression was very peculiar at this moment. Even as calm as he was, he couldn't help but be shocked. The scene before him was simply too unbelievable. He actually saw the great world, from an outside perspective, looking down upon it. This experience was unprecedented. The reason he was so certain was because of the Great World Rune. His gaze penetrated the translucent sphere and saw a delicate rune at its center. This rune was already shattered, full of cracks, as if it could collapse at any moment. He recognized this rune, having seen it more than once. It was undoubtedly the Great World Rune. Besides the Great World Rune, he also saw countless starlights within the sphere. These starlights interwove into star regions, which were the various star regions within the Great World. Among them were the human race's Divine City star region, the Four Directions star region, and the star regions of the Demon race, Golden Eagle race, and other races. He even found the Green Crane Tribe star region, which he had recently destroyed. The Green Crane Tribe star region was now empty, with nothing left. Beyond the star regions, there was an incredibly vast space, which was the outer domain space. The outer domain space was not empty, it also had stars, though very few in number. Moreover, most of the outer domain space was hidden beneath the seawater, making it impossible to see clearly. Combining all these observations, Lin Moya judged that this sphere was the Great World. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase that the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had once blurted out, which contained a term, boundary sea. At that time, the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable did not elaborate, but now Lin Moya understood. Boundary sea, the Sea of Worlds. The Great World is one world, and there are many worlds like the Great World. These worlds vary in size and are countless, and the place where they exist is the Boundary Sea. If this is truly the Boundary Sea, then there should be other worlds. Lin Moya searched within the Boundary Sea and finally saw another sphere in the distance. This sphere was much smaller than the Great World, about 1% of its size. However, Lin Moya felt that this world was full of vitality, while the Great World felt like it was in its twilight years. Then Lin Moya's eyes narrowed, he knew which world this was. During the Saint Venerable's recent divine journey, he had entered a strange world. Later, Old Star guessed that this world was very close to the Great World and was likely to collide with it. Lin Moya looked at the trajectories of the two worlds and his face turned grim. Old Star was right, they will indeed collide. Judging by the speed of the two worlds' trajectories, a collision was inevitable. Lin Moya felt an urgent sense of crisis. Although the two worlds were still far apart, the collision was only a matter of time. This vibrant world, though much smaller than the Great World, likely had supreme realm powerhouses. If there was only one, it might be manageable, but if there were more, the Great World would be doomed. I don't know how much time is left. Lin Moya couldn't determine the time. He felt that the time in the Boundary Sea and the Great World was different, making it impossible to judge. The Great World is here. Where is the Black Blood Great Realm? Suddenly thinking of the Black Blood Great Realm, Lin Moya continued to search for its traces but found nothing. That's impossible, the Black Blood Great Realm is missing. Is it because I can't see it, or is it really gone? Lin Moya couldn't make an accurate judgment. At this moment, the light from the shell began to retract, quickly dimming, and the azure light was disappearing. Lin Moya hadn't seen enough and immediately injected soul power into the shell, but it had no effect, the shell rejected his soul power. A few seconds later, the Boundary Sea disappeared, and the starry sky returned to calm. Lin Moya's body trembled, and his brows furrowed. He felt as if he had returned from another time and space, and the time around him seemed abnormal. Lin Moya used the time rule, letting it flow through his body, and the discomfort gradually disappeared. My feeling was correct, I indeed entered another time and space just now. It wasn't the time and space of the Great World. Could it be that I briefly left the Great World? Lin Moya found it hard to believe. He was clearly here, so how could he leave the Great World? A small piece of shell could actually take him out of the Great World? The shell had lost its luster and became ordinary. Lin Moya felt that this shell came from the Boundary Sea, not something native to the Great World. It had a magical function, allowing him to see the world outside the Great World and the Boundary Sea. Different time and space, different time flow. I stayed there for about 10 minutes. How long has passed in the Great World? Lin Moya's heart stirred, and he immediately took out the warship. The warship had a timekeeping device to show the time. Excluding the time spent fighting the starry sky giant tree, it had been over 70 days. 10 minutes, 70 days, a 10,000-fold time flow. Lin Moya was stunned. 10 minutes in the Boundary Sea equaled 70 days in the real world. 10 minutes and 70 days, a 10,000-fold time flow. Though unbelievable, he could only accept reality. Lin Moya calmed down completely. According to the time in the Boundary Sea, the collision between that world and the Great World will happen in about 50 days, which is 50,000 days in the real world. That's less than 1,400 years. This time is shorter than expected. Old Star had said it was very close, but it was still measured in thousands of years. According to Old Star's estimate, the collision would happen in at least a few thousand years. But what Lin Moya saw this time was precise to 1,400 years. 1,400 years, not much time left for the Great World and the human race. Putting away the shell and the starry sky giant tree's corpse, Lin Moya sighed and took out the warship to leave again. At this point, Lin Moya knew that any concern or worry was useless. The collision of two worlds, the impending world war, was even more brutal than a race war. It was a matter of life and death, unlike the ancient human race, which was so powerful that it was willing to give the weak a piece of the sky. Lin Moya believed that the powerhouses of that world would surely erase everything in the Great World and plunder its origin to strengthen their own world. He pondered deeply about what he needed to do next. 1,400 years, he needed to ascend to the Saint Venerable realm. 1,400 years, he needed to clear out all the races in the Great World, leaving none behind. The collision of worlds is both a danger and an opportunity. If we can win, there might be a chance to use the new world's origin to open a new divine path. The words of the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable were still vivid in his mind. The great world once had only one divine path, and the subsequent divine paths were established by plundering the origins of other worlds. Although he didn't fully understand the root cause, Lin Moyo already knew that plundering the origins of other worlds could establish new divine paths. So, the collision of worlds was both a danger and an opportunity. The divine path must be established, and this was something Lin Moyo would never give up. Then let's give it a try. The warship flew across the boundary, truly entering the outer domain, diving into deep space, and flying farther and farther away. Chapter 2087. Chapter 2087, 2087. Chapter 2087, the ghost race born to take the blame. Killing the cosmic tree also settled a 100-year-old grudge. With the karmic connection severed, Lin Moyo felt a sense of relief. After cutting off the karmic ties with a being at the other shore realm, the change in feeling was quite noticeable. Lin Moyo knew he carried a lot of karmic burdens, with countless alien races wanting to kill him. But sooner or later, he would cut them all off. Settling all karmic debts, traveling light, to see if he could find a way to establish a new divine path. Lin Moyo once again immersed himself in rune cultivation. The path of runes was too vast and profound, he still had much to learn. As for realm cultivation, he had already found another method. Just as he had sought out strange stars before the divine venerable realm, now he had other methods for cultivation. The questions about the Green Crane tribe's annihilation did not stop after 100 days, but rather showed a trend of intensifying. The stranger the incident, the more it worried people. Many races not much different from the Green Crane tribe began to fear for themselves. The several Saint Venerables of the human race were basically certain it was Lin Moyo's doing, but they wouldn't say so. Not only did they not speak of it, they also spread false information. The implication was that it might have been the appearance of the ghost race from outside the domain that caused this phenomenon. The ghost race was not made up by the human race. Many races had records of the ghost race. However, there was very little information about the ghost race. The human race's Saint Venerables had to think hard before coming up with the ghost race, so they embellished and exaggerated before releasing this information. In the human race's message, the ghost race devoured everything, leaving nothing in their wake. However, the ghost race had always lived outside the domain, rarely coming inside. The human race's message was half true and half false, but the other races had no choice but to believe it. After all, the human race was the oldest race in this world, possessing the most comprehensive information. Except for the legendary dragon race, probably no other race knew more than the human race. But the dragon race had disappeared for countless years, and only the human race could find them. Moreover, the dragon race never interfered with the operation of this world, did not participate in any racial wars, and never came to the great world to obtain resources, remaining extremely mysterious. After the news about the ghost race appeared, many races chose to believe it. The human race's Saint Venerables were already laughing with joy as long as someone believed it, their goal had been achieved. Their purpose in releasing the information was to confuse the issue, to prevent people from suspecting Lin Moyo. Even a little suspicion was not allowed. Saint Venerable How guessed that Lin Moyo might do it a second or even a third time. Finding someone to take the blame in advance would only benefit Lin Moyo, with no downsides. The Saint Venerables actually knew clearly in their hearts that if there was still hope for the human race, if there was still hope for this world, that hope was very likely to be on the Lin Moyo siblings. They would not interfere with the growth of the two, but they would do their best to do what they could. Half a month later, Lin Moyo's warship left deep space. The outer domain was silent and pitch black, with starlight becoming extremely rare here. The faint light on the warship became the brightest star. There were no star maps here. Lin Moyo could only navigate by himself. Perhaps, in ancient times, this was also a prosperous star region. Lin Moyo put away the warship, his gaze sweeping across the empty starry sky, unable to help but sigh. In ancient times, the human race's world was extremely prosperous and powerful, and their territory far exceeded that of today. Where Lin Moyo stood now was 100,000 light-years away from the inner domain, extremely desolate. But in ancient times, this place was very likely to have been extremely prosperous, with countless cultivators. If he could go back in time, he really wanted to see what kind of grand spectacle the human race had in those days. Lin Moyo stretched out his hand and drew a rune. This rune came from the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable, specifically used for pointing directions, pointing to the direction of this inheritance site. Only within 10 million kilometers of the inheritance site would the rune take effect. The rune flashed in the starry sky but did not point out a specific direction. Still more than 10 million kilometers away. Lin Moyo left behind a skeleton divine general, then chose a direction and teleported away. After teleporting 10 million kilometers, he drew the pointing rune again to check. Because of deep space navigation, the maximum error could reach 100 million kilometers, so Lin Moyo could only try bit by bit. With the skeleton divine general as the center point and a diameter of 100 million kilometers, he drew a spherical range. Lin Moyo kept teleporting within this spherical range, constantly drawing runes. Finally, after a series of searches, the pointing rune finally showed some movement. The pointing rune transformed into a beam of light, pointing directly to a certain place. Lin Moyo immediately went there, arriving at the place the pointing rune indicated. This place was equally empty, seemingly nothing there. Since the rune pointed here, it couldn't be that there was nothing. Lin Moyo thought for a moment and knew what the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had done. The Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had set up a containment array here, leaving the inheritance items in the array. If one couldn't break through the containment array he had set up, one couldn't obtain the things inside. It was a small test, not too big or too small. Lin Moya was already very familiar with the containment array, so naturally, it couldn't stump him. The space rule rolled and surged, enveloping the surrounding starry sky. No matter how well hidden the containment array was, it always existed within space. As the space rule swept by, it would inevitably reveal some clues. Sure enough, Lin Moya sensed the existence of the containment array. Having found the right location, the next step was easy. Lin Moya drew a rune on the spot, and the rune accurately hit the containment array. The originally hidden containment array was immediately revealed. Then Lin Moya used his soul power as a key to dismantle the array left by the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable. Fortunately, the array left by the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable is not high level. If it were like the ancient box, needing rule power to open, that would be troublesome. The containment array was quickly dismantled, and the things inside the internal space were revealed. Lin Moya's expression suddenly changed, and he moved his feet to teleport away. A sword light slashed through the void, shattering the afterimage he left behind. Lin Moya appeared 100,000 kilometers away, his expression somewhat unpleasant. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough just now, he would have been hit. The sword light continued to dance, drawing out brilliant trailing shadows. Under the sword light was a box, which was the ancient box Lin Moya had seen before. The box was covered with runes, very complex ancient runes that would give one a headache just looking at them. The sword light danced with flickering shadows, and runes appeared within the shadows. The sword body also flashed with complex runes. This is a rune artifact. Lin Moya recognized at a glance that this sword was actually a rune artifact. Rune masters can craft their own rune artifacts, and rune swords are the most common type. However, the power of rune artifacts crafted by different rune masters varies greatly, with huge differences. The difference is not based on realm. Some rune masters are skilled in rune arrays but not in crafting rune artifacts. Perhaps the rune artifacts they craft are not as good as those of rune masters one realm lower. The rune sword left by the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable naturally cannot be underestimated. In Lin Moya's perception, this rune sword had already reached the other shore realm, no weaker than the Soul Slayer sword. Lin Moya's mind was clear as a mirror, suddenly understanding the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's intentions. In the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's inheritance, he first taught the most basic rune knowledge, then began to impart runes, followed by dismantling runes and setting up rune arrays. Now it was finally time for how to craft rune artifacts. The Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable used his method to impart various knowledge about the path of runes, various techniques and methods, one by one. Chapter 2088. Chapter 2088, 2088. Chapter 2088, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's Sigil Sword. Lin Moya flew over, but didn't get too close, maintaining a distance of over 10,000 kilometers. The Sigil Sword was very fast, able to cross this distance in an instant. Lin Moya was extremely cautious, ready to teleport away at any moment. He had fought against other Shore Realm powerhouses before, but this was his first time facing an other Shore Realm treasure. The Sigil Sword wasn't large, but its power was immense. Even if the undead army acted as a meat shield, it would likely be easily pierced through. Lin Moya wasn't sure if the golden sword could block it. Most likely it couldn't, at best it could hold out for a while. Lasting 10 seconds would be considered good. Even from over 10,000 kilometers away, Lin Moya could feel the sharpness of the Sigil Sword. Within the sword light, the figure of Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable appeared. It was another soul fragment. Lin Moya wondered if Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's soul was inexhaustible, leaving fragment after fragment. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable smiled at Lin Moya. "You're quite impressive, able to come here at just Divine Venerable rank 3. It seems you've obtained all the inheritances I left before. But the difficulty of this inheritance is not small." He spoke as if the previous inheritances had been easy, but Lin Moya only thought this to himself, not saying it out loud. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable was eccentric, better not to mock him. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable said, "In the previous inheritances, you learned some basic knowledge of sigils, and also learned how to use sigils to set up arrays. Being able to come here shows you not only have excellent comprehension suitable for the path of sigils, but your combat power must not be weak either. This time there's no need to solve puzzles, you just need to fight. If you can defeat the Sigil Sword I left behind, you can obtain the inheritance and rewards. But I warn you in advance, if you're killed by the Sigil Sword, you can only blame your bad luck." One moment he was speaking kindly like a benevolent elder selecting a successor. The next moment he spoke such cold words, devoid of any emotion. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's temperament was truly extremely eccentric. After speaking, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable lightly tapped his finger, and a sigil automatically flew out. Lin Moya had a bad feeling, but it was already too late. Countless sigils appeared in the starry sky, densely packed, forming a huge array. This array was extremely large, the largest sigil array Lin Moya had ever seen. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable said, "I have sealed off 1 billion kilometers of space. You cannot leave until you defeat the Sigil Sword." Lin Moya was cursing in his heart. He knew Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable wasn't lying. The space within 1 billion kilometers had indeed been sealed off. It wasn't like sealing space. He could still freely use his space rules. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had surrounded 1 billion kilometers of space like a cage, not allowing Lin Moya to escape. Other than that, there were no other restrictions. As Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable finished speaking, the Sigil Sword flew over with incredible speed, arriving in front of Lin Moya almost instantly. Lin Moya instinctively took a step and teleported 400 million kilometers away. Just as his figure appeared, his expression changed drastically. The Sigil Sword was already right in front of him again. So fast. Lin Moya was shocked. The Sigil Sword's speed far exceeded his expectations. He teleported again without thinking, but each time he finished teleporting, the sigil sword was right in front of him. Impossible. Something must be wrong. It can't be this fast. Lin Moya knew he teleported to different locations each time. No matter how fast the sigil sword was, it should take some time to find his position. But as soon as he finished teleporting, the sigil sword would appear in front of him. This was very abnormal. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's voice rang out. My sigil treasure has the ability to track and break through space. Even with your space rules, you can't escape. Damn it. Lin Moya cursed in his heart. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable truly left no loopholes. The sigil sword possessed both tracking and space-breaking abilities, and Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's method was extremely skillful. Lin Moya hadn't detected being locked onto at all. It's probably not locking on, but marking me. The sigil sword won't give me a chance to remove the mark. It's not a soul lock, so the wings of the undead won't work. With its space-breaking ability, I can teleport, but so can the sigil sword. So no matter how I teleport, the sigil sword can arrive instantly. After figuring it out, Lin Moya teleported once more but didn't dodge again. The golden sword appeared in his hand, swinging fiercely to clash with the sigil sword. With a bang, Lin Moya was sent flying thousands of kilometers by an enormous force, unable to stop. The sigil sword was also knocked away, but after spinning a few times, it flew back rapidly. Lin Moya swung his sword again, forming a golden shield. The sigil sword struck the golden shield, causing countless cracks to appear. The flying sword was knocked back again. Lin Moya looked at the golden sword. A notch had appeared on the blade from the collision. The outer layer of the golden sword was formed from the golden rule by Heavenly Saint Venerable. Though sturdy, it was clearly not as strong as the sigil sword. The sigil sword flew back and crashed into the golden shield again. The shield shattered with a boom. It was even worse than Lin Moya had expected. The shield only blocked 2 attacks, but it also bought Lin Moya some time. Large numbers of skeleton divine generals appeared in the starry sky, forming a skeleton meat shield. Lin Moya knew that just dodging wouldn't work. He had to counterattack. The skeleton divine generals all swung their swords at the sigil sword, filling the starry sky with pure white sword chi. The sigil sword burst out of the white sword chi, its momentum undiminished as it stabbed towards Lin Moya. The sword chi from the skeleton divine generals had no effect on it at all. The skeleton divine generals blocked the sigil sword's path. Their golden armor sigils glowed brightly, interwoven to form hundreds of layers of defense. Each layer of golden armor sigils could block a strike from a peaked divine venerable, but Lin Moya knew it was far from enough against an other shore realm being. There had been precedents before. Against attacks from other shore realm beings, the golden armor sigils were truly as fragile as paper. Lin Moya sometimes lamented that the enemies he faced were always too powerful, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the golden armor sigils. In fact, as long as it wasn't against other shore realm beings, the power of the golden armor sigils would make any divine venerable despair. The sigil sword instantly pierced through hundreds of layers of golden armor sigils, its speed not slowing at all. Countless skeleton divine generals were pierced by the sigil sword, collapsing on the spot. The sigil sword's power was extreme, even more terrifying than the cosmic tree. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the Death Dragon Knight Legion appeared. The Legion rulers launched a fatal strike at the sigil sword. Their battle blades accurately struck the sigil sword, but it had no effect at all. The sigil sword shattered the battle blades and pierced through the Legion rulers' bodies. Even the Legion rulers with their powerful defense were pierced by the sigil sword, shattering on the spot. Lin Moya summoned the Skull Kings. The Skull Throne appeared wreathed in raging flames. The Skull Throne was enormous, just blocking Lin Moya's front. The sigil sword stabbed into the Skull Throne with a bang and was knocked away. Lin Moya understood, as expected. He knew the bone swords in the Skull King's hands were incredibly sturdy, and the bone swords were transformed from the Skull Throne, so the Skull Throne must be equally sturdy. Today's test proved it. Even the sigil sword couldn't damage it. The sigil sword could notch the golden sword, yet was helpless against the Skull Throne. Clearly the Skull Throne's sturdiness surpassed even the golden sword. Lin Moya's lips curled in a slight smile. He knew he now stood undefeated. If even the Skull Throne didn't work, Lin Moya was prepared to use the Calamity Scepter. Now it seemed that might not be necessary. Off to the side, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable frowned slightly, squinting at the Skull Throne. That looks a bit familiar. Chapter 2089, Chapter 2089, 2089, Chapter 2089, How do you have his things? Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable felt the Skull Throne looked familiar, along with those skeleton armies that also seemed somewhat familiar. But he couldn't remember, as the soul fragment didn't have those memories. Lin Moya didn't know Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's thoughts. The 5 Skull Kings swung their bone swords, striking the sigil sword with precision. With each collision, the Skull Kings would be knocked back by the enormous force, and the sigil sword would also be repelled some distance. However, the sigil sword recovered quickly. Before the Skull Kings could recover, the sigil sword had already returned. Fortunately, there were 5 Skull Kings in total. The 5 Skull Kings took turns engaging, completely blocking the sigil sword. Lin Moya changed from a fugitive to a spectator. His eyes flickered as he first established an undefeated position, then thought of ways to deal with the sigil sword. This thing is very sturdy. Although the Skull King's bone swords are equally sturdy, their attack power is not enough to destroy it. Use the Calamity Scepter. This was Lin Moya's first reaction. The Calamity Scepter was invincible, there was nothing it couldn't smash, and the Sigil Sword was likely no exception. But if he didn't use the Calamity Scepter, was there perhaps another way? At this moment, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable raised his finger and lightly tapped towards the Sigil Sword. The Sigil Sword hummed and became even more sharp. Countless cracks appeared in space. The Sigil Sword's mere aura was about to tear space apart. The Sigil Sword continued to crash into the Skull King's bone swords. Fortunately, the bone swords were extremely sturdy. After 2 collisions, the Sigil Sword still hadn't shattered them. After several unsuccessful attacks, the Sigil Sword suddenly changed its angle. It suddenly turned, bypassing the bone swords and stabbing directly at a Skull King. The Skull King's bones broke, and its huge body was violently sent flying backwards, rapidly collapsing in space. The Skull King's bodies were far less sturdy than their bone swords and couldn't withstand the Sigil Sword's attack. The Sigil Sword moved like lightning, stabbing towards another Skull King. The Skull King swung its sword like rain, forming an impenetrable defense. But the Sigil Sword was too fast and still managed to stab it. The huge body collapsed on the spot. Lin Moya looked at Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable, and Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable happened to be looking at Lin Moya as well. Their gazes met in space. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had a smile. Your skeletons can't hold on much longer. Do you have any other methods? Lin Moya didn't speak, but instead pointed a finger at the Sigil Sword. White Star level spell, Time Curse. Red light spread out, and the Sigil Sword was immediately affected by the curse, its speed and attack slightly weakened. But this was far from enough. The time law flowed, and Lin Moya altered the Sigil Sword's time flow rate. The Sigil Sword's speed immediately slowed down, becoming much slower than before. It could no longer bypass the Skull King's bone swords and was repeatedly knocked away. The Skull Kings that had been pulverized earlier also revived and rejoined the battle. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable exclaimed in surprise, Time Law, not bad, not bad. He casually drew a sigil. The sigil lit up, and the Sigil Sword instantly disappeared. The next moment, the Sigil Sword appeared in front of a Skull King, almost touching it. It bypassed the bone sword and crashed into the Skull King's body. With a bang, the Skull King was instantly shattered. Teleportation. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable gave the Sigil Sword even more powerful space-breaking abilities. The Sigil Sword began teleporting through space, becoming difficult to block. Lin Moya narrowed his eyes. He knew he had to deal with not just the Sigil Sword, but also Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable as the controller. Lin Moya waved out 5 streams of time law that fell on the Skull Kings. The Skull Kings' speed suddenly increased, though they could only barely keep up. Then Lin Moya's hand flowed with space law, fusing with the time law to form a simple spacetime power. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable finally showed emotion, the power of spacetime. The spacetime power fell on the Sigil Sword, and it hummed to a stop in place. Affected by the spacetime power, its time and space were completely disrupted. It lost its space-breaking ability and could not traverse space, losing its aim for a moment. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable drew another sigil, intending to further enhance the Sigil Sword. A sigil flew out, but before it could reach the Sigil Sword, a sigil array suddenly unfolded. Lin Moya used the containment sigil array to directly take away Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's sigil. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lin Moya to have this move, but in the next second, an even more surprising thing happened. The bone hell suddenly appeared beside Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable, swallowing him. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable felt himself enter another world. Hellfire rushed towards him, followed by hell fiends. He never expected Lin Moya to suddenly target him. Anger seemed to rise in Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's eyes. A sigil formed at his fingertip and then exploded. With a rumbling sound, the bone hell shattered on the spot. The bone hell was far from enough against a Heavenly Venerable, even if it was just a soul fragment of one. This was within Lin Moya's expectations. It was enough, as the mark had already been placed on Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable. The Skull Kings suddenly turned simultaneously, swinging their swords at Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable. Spell, God Slayer. The sword light exploded on Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable. His soul shook slightly, and he frowned, seeming to feel a bit of pain, but that was all. The Skull King's attacks had little effect on Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's soul. Lin Moya naturally understood this point. He had already known the answer before in the Wood God's secret realm. The reason for doing this was more to make a statement. If you continue to interfere, I will treat you as an enemy and attack you as well. Another meaning was that Lin Moya just wanted to see Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's reaction, to see if he was included in this test. So far, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had interfered several times, but hadn't said anything clearly. How could Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable not understand Lin Moya's meaning? He smiled and said, This Heavenly Venerable said you can use any method. With your strength, it's very difficult to kill this Heavenly Venerable. You might as well think more about how to deal with the Sigil Sword. As he spoke, he drew another sigil. The sigil flashed past, bypassing the containment sigil array Lin Moya had set up, and directly fell on the Sigil Sword. The Sigil Sword immediately stabilized. A stream of light formed around it, shielding it from Lin Moya's spacetime power. The Sigil Sword disappeared again, instantly appearing in front of Lin Moya. Suddenly, the Sigil Sword vanished once more, and the next second it had returned to Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's side. At this moment, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's gaze was extremely complex, even containing some fear. In Lin Moya's hand, a flame was slowly burning and flickering. The flame was not intense, but it had a terrifying aura. Just looking at the flame made one feel as if they would be burned to death, as if the entire world would be burned away. The world-burning fire danced in Lin Moya's palm. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable looked at Lin Moya and said in a low voice, "How do you have his things?" He was just a soul fragment, with incomplete memories. Lin Moya said, "Venerable Senior, shall we continue?" Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable knew the terror of the world-burning fire. He knew very clearly that he couldn't withstand it. If they continued fighting, Lin Moya might not be able to deal with the sigil sword, but he could definitely burn Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable to death. After hesitating for a moment, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable sighed lightly, "No need." He put away the sigil sword, and Lin Moya also put away the Skull Kings and the world-burning fire. If he had known the world-burning fire was so effective, he would have taken it out earlier. Lin Moya also realized how terrifying that mysterious master was. The world-burning fire he left behind could even frighten a Heavenly Venerable. The fear that flashed across Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's face couldn't deceive anyone. Lin Moya could clearly sense it. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable waved his hand, and the ancient box beside him automatically flew to Lin Moya's side. "The reward is yours." At the same time, the sigil sword began to transform, turning into a pearl. Chapter 2090. Chapter 2090, 2090. Chapter 2090, pointing you in the right direction. The ancient box and the inheritance pearl flew to Lin Moya one after the other. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's voice came simultaneously. The inheritance pearl records the method of refining rune artifacts. As for the contents of the box, you'll have to open it yourself in the future to see. It might be useful, or it might not. You are quite impressive, unconventional, able to think of attacking me instead of just targeting the sigil sword. This shows decisiveness in your character, without hesitation. This is best. If we had been like this back then, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's voice carried a hint of melancholy, like a sigh after completing a significant task. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable looked into the void. "I know you have more questions, but this fragment of my soul doesn't have complete memories, so I don't know much. What you need to know, you will eventually find out." Seeing the world burning fire, I know he must have made some arrangements. Perhaps his choice was correct, and we were all wrong. Lin Moya couldn't quite grasp Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's thoughts. From his tone, it seemed he wanted to tell him something, but due to incomplete memories, he couldn't be sure if what he said was correct. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's temperament was too eccentric, sometimes unpredictable. Lin Moya could only tentatively say, "Senior, I accidentally saw the boundary sea." Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's gaze, originally looking into the distant void, was suddenly attracted, falling on Lin Moya. His gaze was piercing, almost tangible. "You said you saw the boundary sea? How did you see it? What did you see?" Lin Moya said, "I saw the great world, saw it floating and moving in the boundary sea." Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable immediately asked, "Were you above the boundary sea or below it?" Lin Moya said, "Above the boundary sea." At that time, he felt the boundary sea was very dangerous, and going down would mean death. "Above the boundary sea, above the boundary sea." Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable kept murmuring. Lin Moya could hear that there seemed to be a significant difference between being above and below the boundary sea. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable said, "You must have seen the boundary sea through a shell." Lin Moya directly admitted it and took out the shell. The shell had now become ordinary, no different from a regular shell, seemingly in a dormant state, with no idea when it would recover. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable looked at the shell, seemingly nostalgic. "It really is it. I didn't expect to see it again." Lin Moya asked, "Senior, what is the use of this shell?" Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable looked at Lin Moya. "It has great use, but for you now, it can only let you see the scenes outside the world. When you become stronger and reach the Supreme Realm, it will have other uses. As for what specific use, you'll naturally know when the time comes. Your luck is really good, to even obtain a boundary sea shell. It seems that timid fellow Miss didn't choose the wrong person. So this thing is called the boundary sea shell, and it indeed let him see the boundary sea." Lin Moya felt that this Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable was still approachable, so he immediately asked, "Senior, what exactly is the boundary sea?" Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable chuckled, not answering Lin Moya directly. "There is a rule you must always remember: to know more, you must reach higher realms. If your realm is insufficient, the more you know, the faster you die." Lin Moya naturally understood this principle, but he still asked, "Senior, I saw a world in the boundary sea about to collide with the Great World." Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable said, "A troubled time indeed. Is the end of the Great World approaching? How long until that world collides with the Great World?" "About 1,300 to 1,400 years. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable nodded. "Heaven never seals off all exits. The Great World still has a chance, but it depends on your era to grasp it. I can't help you, but I can point you in two directions. First, if you reach the Saint Venerable realm one day, you can seek out the ghost race. Perhaps they can help you. Second, find the things I left behind, they might be of help." As his voice faded, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's figure also faded, already leaving. Lin Moya guessed he should have gone to the Great World Rune. The Venerables of that time felt guilty towards this world. The final destination of these venerable souls was the Great World Rune. They wanted to do something for the Great World Rune with their remnant souls, but what exactly they did to make amends, Lin Moya didn't know. He was still far from the realm where he could touch the Great World Rune, too far. He remembered Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's words, murmuring, "The ghost race, does this legendary race really exist? Can they help me? Could it be that the ghost race is not an alien race, but a race created by a certain venerable?" Lin Moyo instinctively thought that the ghost race might be like the Starry Sky Merman clan and the Starry Sky Celestial clan, a race created by a certain Venerable. But since it could only be sought after reaching the Saint Venerable realm, there was no need to rush now. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable left, and Lin Moyo also sat back in the warship, re-entering deep space. In the warship, Lin Moyo took out the inheritance pearl and began to absorb the inheritance within. This inheritance was the last one left by Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable, and also the final piece of the rune path puzzle. From the basic knowledge of runes to the splitting, fusion, rune arrays, fine-tuning, and now the method of refining rune artifacts. Unknowingly, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had already imparted all the knowledge of the rune path to Lin Moyo. Ultimately, how far Lin Moyo could go depended entirely on his own fortune. A few days later, while digesting the inheritance in deep space, Lin Moyo was awakened by a slight tremor. The tremor came from the deepest part of the great world. At the same time, he felt a causal connection with Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable disappear. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable indeed went to the great world rune, but I don't know what he did. The past is the past. Even if he were still alive, he would have no further connection with the great world. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable left the inheritance, left his soul, but did not leave himself. Even though Lin Moyo obtained the inheritance, he had no further causal relationship with him. This causal relationship was cut off by Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable himself, for deeper reasons. Not only Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable, but Lin Moyo also felt that other Venerables were the same. Just like how Mist Venerable left Little Mist here but cut off all causal ties with Little Mist and severed all connections with the great world. Those Venerables were very decisive. Lin Moyo could understand them, but he didn't like their approach. But from another perspective, it seemed there was nothing wrong with it. After all, there is a saying among humans, if one does not look out for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy him. Lin Moyo didn't blame the Venerables, he just didn't like it. He closed his eyes and continued studying runes. With the method of refining rune artifacts, and successfully refining one, the combat power of rune masters would greatly increase. The notion that rune masters are not good at combat would begin to change at this moment. As long as rune masters possess powerful rune artifacts, their combat power would definitely not be weaker than cultivators of the same realm, possibly even stronger. Lin Moyo felt a bit moved and had the urge to refine rune artifacts. The warship flew farther and farther in deep space, away from the human race, away from the war. Chapter 2091. Chapter 2091, 2091. Chapter 2091. What secret does the boundary seashell hold? The war in the great world continued, and its scale kept escalating. Lin Moyo's plan was adopted. On the 4 battlefields, human cultivators formed small teams to operate. Smaller teams consisted of 4 or 6 people. Larger ones had 10 or 20 people. Humans no longer collected resources, but began slaughtering alien races. They killed every alien they encountered, without mercy, without questioning right or wrong, only distinguishing between life and death. People suddenly discovered that the efficiency of obtaining resources by killing aliens was no lower than collecting them themselves. This made human cultivators even more interested. When the news spread back, more human cultivators quickly came to hunt down the alien races. Naturally, the various races would not sit idly by waiting to die. They also began operating in teams, resulting in small-scale conflicts breaking out across the battlefield. On the military front, the battles became even more intense. After repeated clashes, from initial probing to formal warfare, the various races committed more and more troops. The human race was not to be outdone, also deploying massive armies to counterattack. The armies of various races attempted to surround the human star region, cutting off the 4 battlefields from the human star region. However, each encirclement operation ended in failure. The strength of the human armies far exceeded their expectations. For now, only armies were engaged in combat, with only those below the divine venerable realm taking action. Everyone knew that the real Great War had yet to come. If this Great War truly erupted, it would be the largest-scale war in 100,000 years. It might last for half a year, with an outcome that none of the races could predict. If they won, perhaps they could severely damage the human race again. If they lost, the human race would surely not let them off. They did not have the resilience and foundation of the human race. Once defeated, the result could only be racial extinction. Besides the war, the various races were also cautiously guarding against the ghost race. The scene of the Green Crane tribe's inexplicable disappearance was still fresh in their minds. Everyone feared such a bizarre incident might befall them. Lin Moyo finally mastered the method of refining sigil artifacts and immediately began attempting to craft one. Sigil artifacts can be composed purely of sigils, or can be refined using some materials. Generally speaking, the stronger the sigils and materials, the more powerful the resulting sigil artifact. Sigil artifacts composed purely of sigils are mostly single-use items. Lin Moyo took out the golden sword. After numerous battles, several notches had appeared on the golden sword. Looking closely, many cracks had also appeared on the blade. The golden rule could collapse at any moment. The Heavenly Saint Venerable probably hadn't expected Lin Moyo's combat intensity to be so high. Lin Moyo planned to use sigils to repair the golden sword, and even strengthen it. His fingertip drew extremely complex sigils in the void. These were all high-level sigils. Lin Moyo disassembled the sigils, then recombined them to form a sigil array. The sigil array operated, raising crimson flames. Lin Moyo then placed the golden sword within the sigil array to be tempered by the crimson flames. He continued drawing various sigils. The sigils fell onto the golden sword like hammers, constantly striking it. With each strike, sigil marks appeared on the golden sword. As the number of strikes increased, the number of sigils on the golden sword also grew. The sigils interwove into patches, combining to form numerous small sigil arrays. These small sigil arrays further combined to form slightly larger arrays. Several days later, the golden sword gleamed brightly. The notches on the blade had disappeared, and the cracks in the golden rule had completely healed. The golden sword had not only been restored, but was now stronger than before. A total of 81 sigil arrays. Not bad for a mid-level sigil artifact. Crafting a mid-level sigil artifact on his first try, Lin Moyo admired the golden sword, quite satisfied with his handiwork. The golden sword was not only restored, but its power had increased by 30%. Sigil artifacts also have ranks, with each realm divided into low, mid, and high levels. With only 36 small sigil arrays, it would be low level. Exceeding 36 small sigil arrays but less than 100 arrays is considered mid-level. Exceeding 100 arrays is considered high-level. There is no limit for high-level sigil artifacts. 100 arrays is just the starting point. It can be thousands or tens of thousands, with no end. With Lin Moya's understanding of sigils, plus the golden sword's original level, its rank had now reached the Other Shore realm. It was on par with mid-level artifacts of the Other Shore realm. Lin Moyo admired his masterpiece for a while, then planned to craft a new sigil artifact from scratch. Having just mastered the method of refining sigil artifacts, he naturally needed more practice. He had plenty of materials anyway. His battles had yielded countless resources, with no shortage of various materials. All the resources of the Green Crane tribe were now in his possession. Lin Moyo was practically a mobile treasury. Just as he was about to get to work, the warship suddenly stopped, slowly rising from deep space. We've arrived. Lin Moyo checked the time. Without realizing it, 3 months had passed. Learning the method of refining sigil artifacts had taken a full 3 months. Having reached the destination, Lin Moyo temporarily set aside the idea of continuing to craft sigil artifacts. In the silent void, Lin Moyo surveyed his surroundings, faintly seeing a point of light. Found it. Lin Moyo revealed a slight smile and quickly headed over. This time he came to the outer domain not only to obtain Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's final inheritance, but also to find Red Star Supreme. He had left a mark here before and knew the approximate location. However, after so long, Red Star Supreme was no longer in the original spot. Fortunately, it hadn't moved far. Quickly traversing hundreds of millions of kilometers, Lin Moyo saw Red Star Supreme again. Red Star Supreme looked exactly the same as before, with no changes. The greatest advantage of a star awakening consciousness to become a Supreme is possessing an extremely long lifespan. Other Supremes live for about 200,000 years, twice as long as Saint Venerables. But for beings like Red Star Supreme, barring accidents, living for 100 million years is not a problem. This is their greatest advantage, but disadvantages also exist. Red Star Supreme's chances of advancing further to become a Heavenly Venerable are almost non-existent. There are advantages and disadvantages. The Great World has always been fair in this way. Thinking more deeply, all origins have their causes and effects. Red Star Supreme sensed Lin Moyo's arrival. Its deep voice broke the silence. "Little one, why have you come back? Still haven't found your way home?" Lin Moyo smiled and said, "Greetings, Senior. I've already been home and back. This time I came specifically to find you." Red Star Supreme made a no sound. "You have business with me." Lin Moyo said. Junior was fortunate enough to obtain a boundary seashell. Boom! Flames erupted as boundless fire burst from Red Star Supreme's body, reaching millions of kilometers, turning the entire starry sky red. The originally cold and silent starry sky saw its temperature instantly soar to billions of degrees. Even Lin Moyo felt the impact, quite uncomfortable. Lin Moyo's purple-gold body flashed brightly, blocking the scorching high temperature. If it were an ordinary divine venerable, they would have either died or been severely injured by now. Lin Moyo never expected Red Star Supreme to react so intensely. It was all because of hearing the 3 words boundary seashell. What secret does the boundary seashell hold? Why would it cause such a reaction? Chapter 2092. Chapter 2092. 2092. Chapter 2092. That world has no heavenly venerables. Lin Moyo felt Red Star Supreme's aura was extremely unstable, its soul violently shaking. Lin Moyo couldn't help but ask, "Senior, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Red Star Supreme seemed to be gritting its teeth, forcibly suppressing some emotion. After a long while, Red Star Supreme finally calmed down, the flames gradually subsiding. Red Star Supreme said in a low voice, "What do you plan to do?" "What does he mean by what do I plan to do?" Lin Moyo didn't understand at all. "Senior, what do you mean?" Red Star Supreme asked. "Now that you have the boundary seashell, don't you plan to leave this world?" Lin Moyo asked strangely, "Can one leave this world just by having the boundary seashell?" Red Star Supreme finally realized it had asked the wrong question. "Your realm is still lacking, you can't leave for now. But with the boundary seashell, when you reach the Supreme Realm you can choose to leave." Lin Moyo shook his head, saying firmly, "I won't leave." Red Star Supreme asked again, "Are you sure you won't leave?" Lin Moyo affirmed again, "I'm sure. I have too many attachments in this world." Red Star Supreme sighed, "That's good. Back then I heard those heavenly venerables discussing whether to leave the great world. At that time some Supremes also agreed with the heavenly venerables idea. I don't know if they ended up leaving in the end." Red Star Supreme had retreated early due to severe injuries, so it didn't know much about what happened afterwards. However, Lin Moyo knew that those heavenly venerables had indeed left the great world. Although choosing to leave for the sake of their own lives was understandable, Lin Moya still didn't like their choice. Red Star Supreme also seemed to dislike their choice. Red Star Supreme's surface was roiling with flames, transforming into an old man wearing a red robe. The old man looked at Lin Moya. Judging by your expression, this old man already knows the answer. They still left in the end. Lin Moya said, yes, they left. Red Star Supreme laughed loudly, I knew it. Those heavenly venerables, they value their own lives above all else. What home, what friends and family, to them it's all just a burden. For themselves, there's nothing they can't abandon. Red Star Supreme seemed to be laughing, but was actually cursing. In Red Star Supreme's eyes, those heavenly venerables were all selfish individuals, willing to give up and abandon anything for themselves. Lin Moya didn't comment. He hadn't truly interacted with the heavenly venerables, only encountering fragments of their souls. But he felt Red Star Supreme was right, those heavenly venerables were indeed somewhat selfish. If they weren't selfish, Mist Heavenly Venerable wouldn't have abandoned Little Mist. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable was not much different, doing the same. Red Star Supreme's voice shook the starry sky. It's one thing that they did it, but they even find all kinds of excuses, as if they had no choice. Lin Moyo asked, when those heavenly venerables left back then, did they also take some Supremes with them? Red Star Supreme said, definitely. Back then there weren't many Supremes in the Great World, but there were still over 10,000. How could all these Supremes have died in battle? Some survivors must have left with them. But they couldn't have taken everyone. Some Supremes wouldn't leave. Lin Moya strongly agreed with Red Star Supreme's view. Everyone is different, some would leave, some wouldn't. To leave the Great World, one needed to be at least at the Supreme Realm. How many of those Supremes' friends and family could reach the Supreme Realm? However, the fact that there were over 10,000 Supremes in ancient times still shocked Lin Moyo. Red Star Supreme looked at Lin Moyo, little one, give me an honest answer. If you reach Supreme, will you really not leave? It's fine if you really want to leave. At most this old man will scold you a few times, I won't stop you. Lin Moya smiled and said, I won't leave. Red Star Supreme nodded, good. For that answer alone, tell me, what business do you have with this old man? Lin Moya said, after accidentally obtaining the Boundary Sea shell, I accidentally saw the Boundary Sea and the Great World. In the Boundary Sea, the Great World will collide with another world in about 1,300 years. Red Star Supreme said in a low voice, did you see that world above or below the Boundary Sea? How deep was that world submerged in the Boundary Sea, and how big was it compared to the Great World? Lin Moya said, I saw it above the Boundary Sea. About 1/3 of that world was submerged in the Boundary Sea. In terms of size, it should be less than 1% of the Great World, not very big. Red Star Supreme shook its head, it's already very big. The Great World only grew to its current size after devouring hundreds of worlds. But you say only 1/3 of it is submerged in the Boundary Sea, which is a good thing. Please explain, Senior. Lin Moya didn't understand and sincerely asked for guidance. He remembered Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had said something similar. The Boundary Sea clearly had distinctions between above and below, but Lin Moya didn't understand the difference. And now Red Star Supreme was saying the same thing, making Lin Moya even more curious about why. Red Star Supreme said, I'm not very clear on the specifics either. I've never been to the Boundary Sea. It's just that back then the Heavenly Venerables mentioned the Boundary Sea and talked about our world. When half of a world is submerged in the Boundary Sea, Heavenly Venerables will be born in that world. Why is our great world so powerful? Because when it was still very weak, half of it had already sunk into the Boundary Sea. So Heavenly Venerables were born in our great world. The worlds we encountered later all had no Heavenly Venerables. Lin Moya finally understood that there was such a principle. Red Star Supreme continued explaining, this is just one aspect. It also depends on the size of the world. The larger the world, the more powerful beings it will have. Even without Heavenly Venerables, there will still be many Supremes. Moreover, this ratio increases exponentially. The larger the volume, the more astonishing the increase in numbers. The world you saw has no Heavenly Venerables. The strongest should be Supremes. And since it's less than 1% the size of the Great World, there shouldn't be more than 10 Supremes inside. Red Star Supreme made its judgment, and after hearing this, Lin Moya felt a bit of a headache. 10 Supremes was already a lot. If the two worlds really collided, the Great World would very likely not be able to withstand it. The trump card of the human race, Old Star, could at most match one Supreme. All the others combined couldn't defeat one Supreme. The difference in strength was huge. Red Star Supreme said, you don't need to worry too much. There's still over 1,000 years left. If we make some preparations, we might be able to hold out. Lin Moya looked at Red Star Supreme, how should we prepare? Red Star Supreme said, that's a long story. Basically, it involves using the stars in the Great World to form an array. I call it the 10,000 Star Grand Array. It can gather the power of 10,000 stars to contend with a Supreme. However, setting up this array requires a lot of time. Lin Moyo asked, how many years does it take? Red Star Supreme said, one array requires at least 10,000 stars. After refining and arranging, it takes about 100 years. Lin Moyo quickly calculated. One array takes 100 years, so 10 arrays would take 1,000 years. But it couldn't be calculated like that. There's more than one array master. Red Star Supreme shattered Lin Moya's fantasy. Only this old man can set up this array. It's my innate talent. Lin Moya was stunned for a moment, finally understanding. Red Star Supreme had awakened consciousness as a star and achieved Supreme Realm. The 10,000 Star Grand Array was its innate talent. Chapter 2093. Chapter 2093, 2093. Chapter 2093, that's your human race's own business. In ancient times, Supreme Realm beings were everywhere, and there were quite a few heavenly venerables as well. Red Star Supreme's 10,000 star grand array was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and wouldn't have had any effect back then. But now, the 10,000 star grand array was a trump card. Supreme Realm beings no longer existed, but the stars remained. Compared to ancient times, the Great World had shrunk significantly, with fewer star systems and scarce resources, but they could still manage to gather tens of thousands of stars. Lin Moyo calculated the time. He planned for the worst-case scenario: the two worlds would collide in 1300 years. After the collision, the Supreme Realm beings from the other side would inevitably invade the Great World. By that time, the number of 10,000 star grand arrays would determine the life or death of the Great World. Each 10,000 star grand array took 100 years to set up. Lin Moyo needed to buy as much time as possible. Before that, he first needed to eliminate the various races and reunify the Great World as human territory. This way they could avoid worries from within and focus all efforts outward. There was a saying among humans: to repel foreign invaders, internal stability must be achieved first. If they couldn't even handle internal affairs well, there was no point in talking about external threats. Lin Moyo said, the current situation of the human race isn't very good. The various races have united and want to conquer the human race again. Senior Red Star Supreme interrupted Lin Moyo's words. I understand what you mean, but I can't intervene in this matter. Lin Moyo was puzzled and looked at Red Star Supreme questioningly, wondering why in his heart. But he didn't ask out loud. He believed Red Star Supreme must have his reasons. Red Star Supreme explained, although I am a member of the Great World, I am not part of the human race. The affairs between the various races and the human race must be resolved by you. Lin Moyo thought for a moment and understood. Although Red Star Supreme was a member of the Great World, he was not part of the human race. The karmic ties between the various races and the Great World were only part of it. More of it was between them and the human race. So this karmic debt needed to be settled by the human race. If Red Star Supreme intervened, it might not necessarily sever the karmic ties, and he might even bring trouble upon himself. Even the Great World had difficulty bearing such karmic ties, let alone a single Supreme Realm being. At the same time, Lin Moyo also understood some of Red Star Supreme's thoughts. Red Star Supreme wasn't actually doing this for the human race, but for the Great World. He could take action and risk his life for the Great World, because the Great World was his homeland. He was a child of the Great World. But he wouldn't take action for the human race, as the human race didn't really have much to do with him. Moreover, Red Star Supreme disliked the heavenly venerables of the human race, thinking they were too selfish. If Red Star Supreme was also that selfish, he could have just left long ago and hidden in the deepest parts of the outer domain where no one could find him. He could even kill himself and take the boundary seashell. That way, even if the Great World collapsed, he could still survive. Lin Moyo fully understood and bowed to Red Star Supreme. Thank you, Senior Red Star. Red Star Supreme nodded. Regarding the 10,000 star grand array, I still need to make some preparations. I will go to the depths of the outer domain. When I'm ready, I'll come find you in the inner domain. At this point, a crimson rock the size of a mountain range flew out from Red Star Supreme's body. The rock burned fiercely, continuously shrinking until it was only the size of a fist, and landed in Lin Moyo's hand. Inside the semi-transparent crimson rock, fierce flames were burning, making it look like a firestone. However, when touched, it had no temperature at all. Red Star Supreme said, keep it with you. I will contact you when I come. Lin Moyo put away the stone. Is there anything else this junior needs to do? Red Star Supreme thought for a moment. If you want to save time, prepare the stars. Other than that, there's nothing else. In the warship, Lin Moyo held the boundary seashell, feeling somewhat worried. The effectiveness of the 10,000 star grand array was unclear. Red Star Supreme said it could rival a Supreme Realm being, but it was only rivaling, not necessarily defeating a Supreme Realm being. Moreover, the 10,000 star grand array had never been used before, so its true effectiveness was unknown. 1,000 years later, when the two worlds collide, if the number of Supreme Realm beings from the other side exceeds Red Star Supreme's estimate, or if the effectiveness of the 10,000 star grand array is not as good. After some thought, Lin Moyo felt he still needed to rely on his own strength. He couldn't completely depend on Red Star Supreme. Only by being strong enough himself would he have confidence in overcoming the crisis. A simple plan formed in his mind. First, he needed to become stronger, then eliminate internal threats, and finally face external enemies together. The plan was very simple. As for the details within, Lin Moyo already had a draft in mind. Suddenly, the warship shook violently. The warship, which had been flying rapidly through deep space, suddenly seemed to hit an invisible solid wall and was forcefully knocked back. Lin Moyo reacted extremely quickly, immediately regaining control of the warship. What happened? Lin Moyo sensed enormous energy from the spatial fluctuations. The warship appeared in surface space, and Lin Moyo saw a grand array shimmering in the void of space. The array was extremely large, spanning billions of miles of space. The array cut off space, not even sparing deep space. An array of this scale was comparable to the strongest arrays of the human race. Lin Moyo looked at this array with a strange expression. The array had many similarities to human arrays, but it wasn't exactly the same. In his memory, besides humans, no other race was skilled in this type of array. Suddenly, the array lit up, then began to expand and deform. A massive aura transmitted through the array. Lin Moyo's expression changed slightly. He immediately put away the warship and disappeared with a step. Just as he left, a strange force swept through the void. 100,000 kilometers away, Lin Moya's figure appeared. His expression became even more unpleasant. The space law had been forcibly interrupted, and he had only teleported 100,000 kilometers. Space had been sealed off, and the space law temporarily lost its effect, needing time to adjust and adapt. Boom! Brilliant light flashed in the distance, and the array collapsed with a rumble. Lin Moya also saw the situation inside the array. The battle inside the array was extremely fierce, with various laws raging through space, accompanied by the power of rules. All high-level divine venerables. Lin Moya muttered to himself, then his pupils suddenly contracted. One side of the battle was actually the dragon race, and the other side fighting the dragon race, Lin Moya had seen before it was the insect race. They're actually battling here. Lin Moya watched from afar. In Divine City, he had seen news of the dragon race and insect race fighting before, but that was many years ago. He didn't expect them to still be fighting. The dragon race was a legendary existence in the great world. Very few people had seen the dragon race, but everyone knew they existed. Even for the human race, special methods were needed to see the dragon race. Many years ago, Sword Orchid Divine Venerable had a chance encounter and obtained a token from the dragon race, allowing her to find where the dragon race was located. In the end, she obtained the Dragon Soul Crystal from the dragon race. Using the Dragon Soul Crystal to enhance her soul, she ascended to Divine Venerable. The Dragon Soul Crystal not only helped her ascend to Divine Venerable, but continued to have effects over the long years. Sword Orchid Divine Venerable was now close to reaching the other shore realm. But regarding matters within the dragon race, Sword Orchid Divine Venerable kept her lips tightly sealed, not saying a word. There weren't many records about the dragon race and the human race. Lin Moya had basically read them all. Vaguely, he could sense that the dragon race held an extremely transcendent position in the great world. But combining with what he knew about ancient times, it seemed the dragon race had already existed even back then. However, during the Great War of Ancient Times, the dragon race never took action. Lin Moya felt that the dragon race was more like an observer, watching this world. As for the existence or destruction of the great world, the dragon race didn't seem to care. This feeling was very strange, and Lin Moya could never quite figure it out. Chapter 2094. Chapter 2094, 2094. Chapter 2094, you don't have the right to know these things. In the starry sky, numerous massive elemental dragons were roaring, manipulating laws and unleashing endless attacks. Gale winds, raging fires, thunderbolts, and frigid ice. Various elemental laws exploded, causing the starry sky to rumble incessantly, nearly engulfing billions of light-years of star regions. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of elemental laws, the insect race was also desperately fighting back. The insect race's appearance was extremely ugly, but their attacks were incredibly powerful. One after another, equally huge insects spat green mucus from their mouths, which transformed into sharp arrows shooting towards the dragon race. The elemental dragons seemed somewhat wary of the mucus, constantly dodging. The battle covered an extremely large area, with no small number of elemental dragons, exceeding 10,000. Each one was a high-level divine venerable, with many at the peak divine venerable level. Although the insect race's individual strength was weaker, their numbers were even greater, far exceeding the dragon race. The battle between the two sides was evenly matched, with no clear winner for the time being. The dragon race is indeed very strong. Lin Moya admired this battle, at this moment becoming a spectator. The human race also had over 10,000 divine venerables, but over 10,000 high-level divine venerables already surpassed the human race. High-level divine venerables weren't common, not something you could just produce at will. Moreover, Lin Moya clearly understood the internal structure of the dragon race. The dragon race had a pyramid structure, with elemental dragons being the weakest members. Recalling the dragon race he had encountered in the instance before, he had thought they were only at the super divine realm at the time. Now thinking about it, that was just an insignificant avatar of theirs. These before him were the true elemental dragons, all high-level divine venerable beings. As for those dragon race members in the small world, they were just insignificant mixed blood dragons. According to Antares, those mixed blood dragons didn't even belong to the dragon race, their bloodline diluted and polluted after who knows how many generations. Elemental dragons were the lowest level of existence in the dragon race. Above them were holy dragons, and then true divine dragons. The news he had seen before about the dragon race battling the insect race mentioned one divine dragon leading the team, accompanied by 10 holy dragons and 100 elemental dragons. Now it seemed the scale of the battle had expanded 100-fold, with over 10,000 elemental dragons. Holy dragons and divine dragons hadn't been seen yet, likely in the central area of the battlefield. To be able to fight the dragon race to this extent, the insect race's strength is undoubtedly formidable. Compared to the dragon race, there's even less information about the insect race. Where exactly did the insect race come from? Why doesn't the dragon race care at all about the destruction of the great world, yet they care so much about their clansmen being insulted? The battle between the two races has continued for so many years. I wonder what the final outcome will be. Right now, it seems the dragon race doesn't have the upper hand. Just as Lin Moya was spectating, suddenly an elemental dragon discovered him. That frost dragon covered in ice flew towards Lin Moya, opening its mouth to directly breathe out icy dragon breath at him. Lin Moya reacted extremely quickly, spreading his wings of the undead to swiftly retreat while simultaneously breaking the soul lock. The frost dragon pursued relentlessly, clearly not intending to let Lin Moya go. It flapped its dragon wings, moving extremely fast, no slower than Lin Moya. With space sealed off, Lin Moya temporarily couldn't use space laws and could only rely on the wings of the undead to dodge. At the same time, he asked, "Why are you attacking me?" The frost dragon's voice carried anger. You are an enemy of the dragon race, you must die. Lin Moya thought for a moment and understood why. It was because he had killed many dragons before. The dragon race had a special characteristic: if someone killed them, their aura would cling to the killer. Only the dragon race could see this aura, and it wouldn't disappear even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Although the dragons in the small world were mixed blood dragons separated by who knows how many generations, this characteristic of the dragon race was still inherited. Back then, it was because of this that he was hunted by those mixed blood dragons. He didn't expect that even in the great world, he would still be hunted because of this. Lin Moya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because of Antares, he didn't want to directly fight these dragons. After all, these were elemental dragons, already formal members of the dragon race. Killing them was different from killing mixed blood dragons. Killing mixed blood dragons didn't have much impact, but if he killed true dragon race members, the dragon race would likely attack en masse. Their attitude towards the insect race showed what the dragon race's attitude towards outsiders was like. Lin Moya wasn't afraid, but if he really had to kill, he wanted to wait until Antares came out to kill together. Lin Moya said, "Can we stop and talk properly?" The frost dragon didn't speak, continuing to chase and kill Lin Moyo. Countless icy arrows formed from the frost shot through space like raindrops towards Lin Moyo. This attitude clearly showed it wanted to kill Lin Moyo. If there was anything to say, it would be said after killing him. But how could they talk after he was dead? Lin Moya's anger gradually rose. The other's realm was only high-level Divine Venerable, about Divine Venerable rank 7 if calculated carefully. If he wanted to kill it, it would take just a second. But after careful consideration, thinking of Antares and the dragon god he had briefly met before, Lin Moya still held back. After some thought, he had an idea. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded from within his body. Then, an illusory 9-colored divine dragon appeared above his head, roaring at the frost dragon. He had summoned the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. The dragon soul crystal was a supreme treasure of the dragon race. If an outsider could obtain a dragon soul crystal, it meant they had gained the approval of the dragon race's upper echelons. Being able to obtain a 5-colored dragon soul crystal already meant being a friend of the dragon race. Obtaining a 7-colored one represented an extremely close relationship with the dragon race. In human history, those who could obtain dragon soul crystals could be counted on one hand. Someone like Lin Moyo possessing a 9-colored dragon soul crystal was absolutely impossible. Even the heavenly venerables of ancient times couldn't obtain a 9-colored dragon soul crystal. The implications were self-evident. When the 9-colored dragon soul crystal appeared, the frost dragon immediately stopped, standing dumbfounded in space. Lin Moyo also stopped. Man and dragon were separated by 10,000 miles, staring at each other. The frost dragon finally spoke. "How do you have a 9-colored dragon soul crystal?" The voice was crisp, actually female. "Oh no, female dragon." Antares had said before that genders in the dragon race were referred to as male and female dragons, and he had also said that some female dragons in the dragon race could be terrifying when they went berserk. At the time he had complained a lot, even talking about his romantic history. But afterwards Antares firmly denied saying those things, insisting Lin Moyo had misheard. Lin Moyo finally experienced what a berserk female dragon was like. This frost dragon just now was almost in a berserk state. Perhaps she was too excited from fighting the insect race and somewhat lost control. Lin Moyo said, "The dragon god gave it to me." The dragon soul crystal was indeed given by the dragon god. The dragon god had given a 7-colored one, which Antares forcibly upgraded to 9 colors. The dragon race never gave out 9-colored dragon soul crystals to outsiders. Antares naturally knew this, but the frost dragon before him might not necessarily know. Lin Moyo was betting she didn't know. After all, she was at the bottom level of the dragon race. How would she know about matters of the upper echelons? The frost dragon indeed didn't know that the dragon race never gave out 9-colored dragon soul crystals. She muttered, "What relationship do you have with the dragon god?" Lin Moyo looked at her and snorted lightly, narrowing his eyes at the female dragon before him. "You don't have the right to know these things." "You." The female dragon was furious but didn't know what to say for a moment. "Then do I have the right to know?" Chapter 2095. Chapter 2095, 2095. Chapter 2095. "Thank you, Brother Lin." A loud voice echoed through the starry sky, causing ripples even in the sealed space. "Saint Venerable." Lin Moyo was slightly startled in his heart. He looked over at the sound and saw a huge dragon covered in radiant light flying over. Holy dragon. Lin Moyo recognized at a glance that this was a holy dragon. Holy dragons ranked in the middle tier of the dragon race, higher than elemental dragons but lower than true divine dragons. However, they already had the possibility of advancing to become divine dragons, so their actual status was not low. They possessed some real authority, with many elemental dragons under their command. This holy dragon before him had reached the Saint Venerable realm and was considered a powerful being even among holy dragons. His strength was not inferior to that of ordinary divine dragons, and he was already on the path to transforming into a divine dragon. It was estimated that he would become a divine dragon in the future. Lin Moyo silently thanked Antares, who had once told him about the internal structure of the dragon race, allowing him to understand what holy dragons meant. As a mid-level existence, although a Saint Venerable, he didn't need to be too polite. Moreover, being only mid-level, he wouldn't know too much. Lin Moyo was not flustered at all. "You." Suddenly, he felt this holy dragon seemed somewhat familiar. The holy dragon's eyes also seemed to flash with a strange look. "You're Shengguang. You're Lin Moyo." Man and dragon spoke in unison, calling out each other's names. Lin Moyo hadn't expected such a coincidence, to encounter an old dragon acquaintance even here. Back in the Dragon King Palace instance, Xingguang had left a good impression on him, considered a good dragon of upright character. Xingguang could also sense the aura on Lin Moya's body. The dragon resentment on you is from killing those mixed blood dragons in the small world, right? Lin Moya nodded, yes. I'll help you clear it. He spat out a beam of white light. Lin Moya didn't dodge or avoid it, allowing the light to shine on him. He felt as if something had disappeared, knowing this was the so-called dragon resentment. The resentment left on the killer's body after dragons are killed. The more dragons killed, the heavier the resentment. Lin Moya had killed a great many mixed blood dragons. Fortunately, they were only mixed blood dragons with impure bloodlines, so the dragon resentment wasn't actually that much. Soon the dragon resentment was completely cleared. Xingguang said, it's done. The resentment from the mixed blood dragons has all been removed. Lin Moya smiled and said, thanks. Xingguang said, I didn't expect you to come to the great world. Your cultivation speed is really fast, already a divine venerable. No wonder the dragon god values you so highly and praised you as a rare genius. Lin Moya was very modest, the dragon god is too kind. Xingguang frowned and said, but, I remember the dragon soul crystal the dragon god gave you was a 7-colored one. Suddenly, Xingguang seemed to realize something and immediately exclaimed, I know, don't say it, I don't want to hear it. Lin Moya smiled. What a clever dragon. Lin Moya put away the 9-colored dragon soul crystal and changed the subject. Many years ago, you were already at war with the insect race. How come after fighting for so many years, there's still no victor? Xingguang glanced at the battlefield. Even if we fought for another 100,000 years, there'd be no victor. Anyway, this isn't your business, it's our dragon race's own affair. Actually, fighting like this is quite good. It's a kind of training for the little ones in the clan. Lin Moya heard the hidden meaning in Xingguang's words, but obviously he didn't want to say more. Lin Moya was also tactful enough not to ask further. Lin Moya asked, is there anything I can help with? Xingguang shook his head, no need. We can handle things here. I've heard your human race has been having quite a bit of trouble lately. You should be careful. Lin Moya made a sound of agreement, thank you for your concern. I'll be careful. The battlefield suddenly changed drastically. The elemental dragons that had been surrounding and attacking the insect race frantically retreated. A ball of green light exploded, transforming into a green sea spreading in all directions. All the dragons were retreating, avoiding the green light. Xingguang's eyes narrowed, and he roared angrily, it's the insect mother's bone-corroding sea. Retreat quickly. Actually, there was no need for Xingguang to say anything. All the elemental dragons were already retreating. Lin Moya also retreated along with them. Clearly the bone-corroding sea was terrifying. It was best not to touch it if possible. Lin Moya sensed a strange power from the bone-corroding sea. It didn't seem like a law, nor did it seem like a rule. He couldn't describe it. He had never seen such a power before. The bone-corroding sea was boundless, occupying billions of miles of space. Its area was large enough to cover several star systems, even vaster than his own bone hell. If the bone-corroding sea appeared in human territory, who knows how many people would die? The bone-corroding sea expanded to its limit. Xingguang let out a dragon roar, be careful, they're coming. All the elemental dragons became alert, flapping their dragon wings and staring intently at the green bone-corroding sea. The sea surface bubbled, then the bubbles burst. Countless giant insects over 1,000 meters long burst out of the sea, pouncing towards the elemental dragons. These insects were all high-level divine venerables, extremely powerful. The elemental dragons were prepared and spat out various colored dragon breaths, engulfing the giant insects. Xingguang didn't move. As a saint venerable holy dragon, it wasn't yet time for him to take action. Lin Moya looked at the bone-corroding sea, finding it stranger the more he looked. This doesn't seem to be a power of the great world. The bone-corroding sea didn't belong to any law, nor did it belong to any rule. Lin Moya thought of the cultivators from the Black Blood Great Realm. The power of the Black Blood Great Realm seemed similarly special. Xingguang's voice sounded, indeed, it's not from the great world. Halfway through his sentence, Xingguang suddenly stopped speaking. He seemed to realize he had misspoken and didn't continue. But this half-sentence was enough. Lin Moya already knew the insect race was not from the great world. No wonder there were so few historical records of the insect race. It seems the dragon race knew about this, but for some reason, the dragon race didn't speak of it. Lin Moya looked at Xingguang meaningfully. Xingguang felt very uncomfortable under his gaze. He suddenly transmitted, don't look at me, there are some things I really can't say. Lin Moya also transmitted, I know, and Terry said the same thing. Xingguang let out a strange cry, can you not mention his name? Lin Moya chuckled, what's wrong? Is there some problem with Antares' name? Xingguang said, in our dragon race, that name is taboo. Lin Moya asked, what happens if I mention it? Xingguang said, you'll die, but you have the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. Ordinary divine dragons wouldn't dare touch you. How is he doing? Lin Moya chuckled, he's fine, he should be coming out soon. At these words, Xingguang's whole body bristled, his dragon scales standing on end. He looked at Lin Moya in disbelief. The huge dragon mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't say a word. Lin Moya had already gotten the answer he wanted. As you said, you understand. That's enough. Xingguang nodded vigorously, I understand, I understand. I know. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. Xingguang called Lin Brother Lin in one breath. In just a few sentences, he had already treated Lin Moya as a brother. The information Lin Moya provided was very crucial to him. Lin Moya looked at the bone-corroding sea. Do you really not need my help? Xingguang said, no need, no need. We can handle it. Chapter 2096. Chapter 2096, 2096. Chapter 2096, The Insect Mother's Self-Destruction. Shengguang insisted that Lin Moya's help was not needed and appeared confident. Lin Moya did not press further. He simply became a bystander, watching the battle between the two races. Countless insects rushed out from the bone-corroding sea, all blocked by the elemental dragons. Although the number of insects far exceeded that of the elemental dragons, their combat power was far inferior. Eventually, they were all wiped out. Then the bone-corroding sea began to shrink rapidly. At the center of the bone-corroding sea, a huge bubble was forming. Shengguang's expression changed slightly. The insect mother is coming. It's my turn to act. Brother Lin, be careful. The insect mother is very dangerous. Lin Moya replied, don't worry about me. I have the ability to protect myself. He had already sensed the power of the insect mother, which was at the Saint Venerable level, just like Shengguang. But so what? Even if a Saint Venerable wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be that easy. He was just a bystander now, not participating in the battle. The mere aftermath of the battle wouldn't affect him. Moreover, he could observe the true combat power of the insect race. Years ago, his consciousness had accidentally connected to the insect mother, almost getting injured by it. However, that insect mother didn't seem to be the one in front of him now. Lin Moya was unfamiliar with the insect race and didn't understand their composition. He only knew a little from Antares, knowing that the insect race was a terrifying race. Now he also knew that the insect race was not from the great world but from outside it. Shengguang, cloaked in radiant light, approached the center of the bone-corroding sea and breathed out a thick dragon breath at the bubble that had expanded to its limit. The holy dragon breath fell on the bone-corroding sea, causing thick smoke to rise. Countless mists danced in the starry sky, forming cloud-like objects. The bubble burst, and a massive insect with thousands of tentacles flew out. The insect had hundreds of wings on its back, each incredibly sharp, with a wingspan of over 10,000 meters. Thousands of tentacles, as sharp as magical weapons, danced in the starry sky. Where the tentacles passed, the galaxy shattered, and the starry sky was torn apart with cracks. The bone-corroding sea rapidly shrank, returning to the insect mother's body. Lin Moya then realized that the boundless bone-corroding sea was actually released by the insect mother. Shengguang and the insect mother clashed, their immense power wantonly raging in the starry sky. All the elemental dragons retreated, not wanting to be caught in the aftermath. So this is the insect mother. Its abdomen is quite large, probably filled with insect eggs. Lin Moya observed the insect mother, analyzing various possibilities. The insect mother's power was very peculiar, not originating from the great world. At this moment, Lin Moya also noticed that Shengguang's power seemed special. Although his attacks contained light laws, they were somewhat different from what Lin Moya knew about light laws. Lin Moya suddenly realized, so, the dragon race is also not from the great world. Like the insect race, the dragon race was not from the great world. Lin Moya had a hypothesis. No wonder the dragon race chose to be bystanders regarding the invasion and changes in the great world. Because they were not creatures of the great world, they naturally didn't care about its survival. The dragon race were the true bystanders, watching for millions of years. However, the dragon race had existed since ancient times. Even when the human race was at its peak, they acknowledged the existence of the dragon race, indicating the dragon race had other significance. Like the insect race, the dragon race was shrouded in mystery, making them hard to understand. Perhaps one day, when he was strong enough, he would know everything. Shengguang and the insect mother, both Saint Venerables, clashed, their battle's aftermath tearing through billions of miles of starry sky. Lin Moya stood amidst the aftermath, his purple-gold body shining brightly, blocking all impacts. Some elemental dragons around him looked at Lin Moya in surprise. The dragon race had strong physical bodies, and they could feel that Lin Moya's physical body was no weaker than theirs. One by one, the elemental dragons were curious about Lin Moya. Lin Moya ignored their gazes, focusing on the battle between Shengguang and the insect mother. Shengguang fully unleashed his combat power, suppressing the insect mother. The insect mother constantly resisted but was still suppressed. Finally, a huge phantom appeared behind the insect mother, showing a massive insect nest filled with countless insects. The insect nest trembled, and countless insects flew out, pouncing towards Shengguang. This is its rule world. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. The insect mother had unfolded its rule world. Shengguang let out a dragon roar, and a world also appeared above his head. The world was filled with radiant light, holy and pure as snow. This was Shengguang's rule world, looking sacred and noble. Clusters of white light flew out from the rule world, exploding in the starry sky. In an instant, it seemed as if countless white stars appeared in the starry sky, making it as bright as day. Under the holy light, the insect mother let out a sharp scream. The sound was extremely unpleasant, carrying a soul impact, causing the elemental dragons to show expressions of pain. The gap between Saint Venerables and high-level Divine Venerables was immense. Even a soul impact was hard for them to bear. Only Lin Moya, also possessing a Saint Venerable level soul, was unaffected. Seeing the elemental dragons roaring in pain, Lin Moya drew a rune with his hand. High-level rune, soul stabilizing rune. Its function was to stabilize the soul and reduce external soul impacts. Lin Moya didn't know if it would work, but he tried anyway. Soul stabilizing runes flew out, exploding in the starry sky. Each soul stabilizing rune could cover a large area, and the elemental dragons within its range showed reduced expressions of pain. Although they still had to endure the soul impact, it was much more bearable. It seems to work. Lin Moya continued drawing soul-stabilizing runes, scattering them in various areas. He multitasked, drawing faster and faster, sending out soul-stabilizing runes like snowflakes. The elemental dragons protected by the soul-stabilizing runes cast grateful glances at Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't feel much. He just acted according to his conscience, regardless of anything else. Shengguang and the insect mother fought for half an hour, their rule worlds clashing until a victory emerged. The insect mother's rule world began to dissolve under Shengguang's holy light. The insect mother screamed even more frantically, but it was futile. It seemed unable to escape its final fate. Suddenly, the insect mother's body began to swell. Shengguang's urgent voice rang out, "Run, it's going to self-destruct." A Saint Venerable's self-destruction was terrifying. All the elemental dragons immediately flew away, fleeing for their lives. Lin Moyo had experienced a Saint Venerable's rule world self-destruction before and knew its terror. He also fled. But after glancing at Shengguang, Lin Moyo made a decision. Although he was fleeing, he moved in the same direction as Shengguang. Without the use of space laws, Lin Moya's speed was not as fast as Shengguang's. The gap between a Saint Venerable and a Divine Venerable was immense. The three-light talisman on his body lit up, and Lin Moya's speed suddenly increased, catching up with Shengguang. Shengguang shouted, "What are you doing here?" Lin Moya smiled, "I'm here to help you." Boom! A strong explosion shook the starry sky, shattering it. The insect mother's body and its rule world exploded together, transforming into a green sea that swept out. The green sea carried terrifying corrosive power, even corroding space itself. Shengguang was enveloped in white light, resisting the green sea. Lin Moya took out the golden sword. The runes on the golden sword flashed, weaving a huge shield that protected him from all angles. Lin Moya and Shengguang, closest to the insect mother, bore the brunt of the impact. The other elemental dragons were relatively better off, using all their strength to protect themselves. Space completely shattered, and spatial chaos erupted, with Shengguang being the first to be swept into it. This was the moment Lin Moyo had been waiting for. With the space laws shattered, the laws were restored. Chapter 2097. Chapter 2097, 2097. Chapter 2097, This world has no future. The insect mother's self-destruction not only destroyed space, but also destroyed various restrictions. Originally, the dragon race had sealed off space to prevent the insect race from escaping, but now it was all destroyed in the insect mother's self-destruction. The Saint Venerable's self-destruction triggered turbulence in deep space, which even Saint Venerables found difficult to resist. The first to be swept in was Shengguang, who was closest, and the second was Lin Moyo, who had deliberately moved closer. Lin Moyo had experience with deep space turbulence, and with his mastery of space laws, he knew how to deal with it. Fully activating space laws, combined with the effect of the three-light talisman, formed a weak spacetime power, giving Lin Moya some room to maneuver in the space turbulence. Shengguang had already been swept away by the space turbulence, his huge body tumbling in the chaotic flow, temporarily losing control. Lin Moya came to his side. Despite their vast difference in size, Lin Moya used all his strength to materialize a giant hand and firmly grasped Shengguang. "Go!" With a shout, he fully unleashed his laws and threw Shengguang out of the turbulent deep space. At the same time, he took several steps himself to escape the turbulence. Lin Moya didn't stop there, rushing to another area to pull back several other elemental dragons that had been swept into the space turbulence. Fortunately, the elemental dragons had been far away at the time and had fled quickly enough, so not many were swept into the turbulence. Shengguang stabilized himself and watched as Lin Moya pulled back one elemental dragon after another. He knew that being swept into space turbulence likely wouldn't result in death, but where one would end up was unknown. They might end up at the edge of the world, millions of light years away. He was a Saint Venerable and might be able to return. But for those Divine Venerables, once they lost their way, it might take thousands or tens of thousands of years to return. Though not life-saving, Lin Moya's actions were certainly helpful. Combined with the earlier help from the soul-stabilizing runes, the elemental dragons all looked at Lin Moya with goodwill. At least they acknowledged Lin Moya. The aftershocks of the Saint Venerable's self-destruction gradually subsided, and the shattered space began to repair itself, though the repair process was slow and would take some time. The entire starry sky was still in a chaotic state, with spatial turbulence and spatial rifts everywhere. If a weaker Divine Venerable came here, they might be affected or even injured. Shengguang's body was enveloped in brilliant light. Within the light, his body rapidly shrank, eventually transforming into human form. Lin Moya was curious why Shengguang had changed into human form, and how he did it. This clearly wasn't the first time, as the whole process was very smooth and natural. Even after transforming into human form, he was already dressed. Even if he could transform himself, surely the clothes couldn't transform too. The clothes fit perfectly, as if tailor-made, and were very luxurious, embroidered with many divine dragon patterns, seemingly flaunting his status. In human form, Shengguang was handsome and tall, standing at 2 meters. Except for a pair of dragon horns on his head, he looked entirely human from head to toe. Lin Moya looked at Shengguang with a strange expression. Shengguang smiled and said, "Don't be surprised, you might understand in the future." Clearly, this was another matter that couldn't be discussed, and Lin Moya didn't bother to ask further. Since learning that the dragon race was not native to the Great World, Lin Moya had many speculations about their origins. The most likely scenario was that the dragon race, like the insect race, came from a world outside, and not one that had been conquered by the Great World. It was just unclear in what capacity they had come to the Great World. The dragon race had existed for so many years, seemingly always watching the development of the Great World. Lin Moyo had already probed Xinguang before, asking roundabout questions and obtaining some information to support his guesses. Now he asked again, Senior Xinguang, what exactly is the world outside like? Xinguang, in human form, waved his hand, don't call me senior, I like you. In our dragon race terms, you're very much to my taste. Let's call each other brothers. If you don't mind, call me Big Brother. Lin Moyo immediately changed his form of address, Brother Xinguang. Xinguang laughed heartily, good, Brother Moyo. As for your question just now, Big Brother can't tell you. If you want to know, go out and see for yourself. Big Brother believes you definitely have a way. If not, wait until I become a divine dragon, and you still have. Xinguang didn't continue, but gave Lin Moyo a meaningful look. Lin Moyo understood immediately, knowing that Xinguang was certainly under many restrictions and couldn't say certain things. However, from his words, much information had already been revealed. First, it confirmed Lin Moyo's guess that the dragon race indeed came from outside the world, and they had their own purpose for coming to this world. Moreover, Xinguang believed Lin Moyo could go out, and even if he couldn't, when Xinguang became a true divine dragon, he would have a way to take Lin Moyo out. Xinguang had also obliquely mentioned Antares. Without naming names, just a look was enough for Lin Moyo to understand. Xinguang meant that with Antares around, Lin Moyo didn't need to worry about whether he could leave or not. Lin Moyo looked at the tens of thousands of elemental dragons around. Can all members of the dragon race transform into human form? Xinguang shook his head, at least Saint Venerable Realm is required. Lin Moyo understood. Xinguang was surrounded by rule power, and the human transformation was related to rule power. Moreover, the rule power couldn't be too weak, other shore realm wasn't enough, it had to be Saint Venerable. Rule power flowed around Xinguang's body, silently forming a barrier that prevented their conversation from spreading outward. Brother Moyo, listen to Big Brother. This world has no hope. You'd better make plans early. Lin Moyo's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he feigned ignorance. Why does Big Brother say that? Xinguang lowered his voice. I can't tell you the specific reasons, but what I can tell you is that this world has lost its future. In at most 1,400 years, this world will face a world-ending crisis. You need to cultivate to the other shore realm as quickly as possible. Let me calculate the time, by then I should be close to advancing too. At that time, even if that person hasn't come out, I can take you away. 1,400 years, wasn't that the time when another world would collide with the Great World? The dragon race actually knew about this, clearly knowing far more than Lin Moyo had imagined. Lin Moyo asked, only 1,400 years left. Xinguang said, that's right, 1,400 years at most. No matter what method you use, you must reach the other shore realm within 1,400 years. With your cultivation speed, little brother, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Moyo's cultivation speed was very fast, far beyond the understanding of anyone in the Great World. Anyone who knew Lin Moyo's age would be incredibly shocked. Xinguang knew how long Lin Moyo had been cultivating, but he was only slightly surprised. It seemed he could accept Lin Moyo's cultivation speed. At the same time, from his words, Lin Moyo felt that using 1,400 years to cultivate from Divine Venerable to other shore realms seemed to be acceptable to Xinguang. If others heard this, they would definitely think it was a fantasy. Who could cultivate from Divine Venerable to other shore in just over 1,000 years? Is the cultivation speed in the dragon race all this fast? Lin Moyo thought to himself, while continuing to ask, but there are several Saint Venerables in our human race. Can't they do anything? Xinguang shook his head. Saint Venerables are useless. They'll all die when the time comes, not one can escape. This world will be destroyed. Except for a few people, everyone in this world will die. Chapter 2098. Chapter 2098, 2098. Chapter 2098. The rule world does not stop at perfection. Xinguang had already sentenced the Great World to death in his heart. The Great World would have no more hope, and everything would come to an end. When the time came, except for a few people, everything in the Great World would perish. Whether human or other races, whether Divine Venerable or Saint Venerable, everything in the Great World would be erased. The few people he mentioned were those who had obtained Dragon Soul Crystals before. From 3-colored to 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystals, as long as someone had obtained a Dragon Soul Crystal, it meant they had gained the recognition of the dragon race. When the time came, they would have the qualification to live, while others could only wait for death. Lin Moyo asked if there was still a chance to save the Great World, but Xinguang firmly answered that there was no chance. Lin Moyo didn't argue. He knew Xinguang wasn't talking nonsense, but from his perspective, the Great World truly had no future. He wanted to get more information from Xinguang, but Xinguang began to keep his mouth shut and said no more. He had already said too much and couldn't say any more. In fact, he shouldn't have said even this much. He was willing to tell Lin Moyo mainly because he liked Lin Moyo and felt they had a connection. Xinguang reminded Lin Moyo again to reach the other shore realm within 1,400 years, then left with the dragon race. Watching them disappear into the starry sky, Lin Moyo stood there with a flickering gaze, muttering to himself, Brother Xinguang, what you know is not everything. Someone has already foreseen the future of the Great World and made arrangements. That person is someone even Heavenly Venerable's fear. He said the Great World still has a future. Besides this, Lin Moyo had another thought in his heart. I also believe the Great World still has a future. His belief was unshakable. He didn't think the Great World was doomed to destruction. Heaven never seals off all paths. There was still a glimmer of hope. Lin Moyo believed that anything could have a turning point. It just depended on whether one could find that turning point. He summoned the warship again. The warship's surface had many cracks from the previous impact, but fortunately, it hadn't affected the internal arrays. The warship could still navigate in deep space without any issues. Lin Moyo summoned a set of sigil arrays from the treasure ship's storage. These were the arrays he had personally drawn to refine sigil artifacts. Flames burned fiercely at the center of the sigil array. Lin Moyo used the array to envelop the warship. Then he began to draw numerous sigils to strengthen the warship. With the experience of repairing and strengthening the golden sword, Lin Moyo's technique in strengthening and repairing the warship was much more proficient now. Sigils flew out one by one, landing on the warship, then being imprinted into the warship through the refining flames of the sigil array. The warship's shell originally had an array, set up by Old Flame, but its defensive power wasn't very strong. Now Lin Moyo added a completely new sigil array on top of the original array. The combination of the two arrays directly increased the warship's defensive power by a level. Even if attacked by an other-shore realm being, the warship could at least withstand a few hits, giving Lin Moyo enough time to put it away. At present, this warship was still very useful, or rather, the space array inside the warship was very useful. With his space law, Lin Moyo could enter deep space on his own, but he didn't yet have the ability to navigate quickly in deep space. If he waited until his space law became stronger, not to mention using space gates, once he could move freely in deep space, he could discard this warship. The warship became Lin Moyo's second sigil artifact. He had given it a shell, making it a semi-finished product. After finishing, the warship was covered in sigils, looking more substantial. He activated it again, entering deep space, flying towards the inner domain space. This trip to the outer domain space was considered successful for Lin Moyo. He had originally been worried about whether Red Star Supreme would be willing to help, but Red Star Supreme was not only willing but also mentioned the 10,000 star Grand Array. Later, he encountered the dragon race and learned some secrets. The secrets of the Great World seemed to reveal another tip of the iceberg. Next, I need to focus on cultivation and increase my strength as much as possible. In 1400 years, I not only need to reach the other shore realm but also try to reach the Saint Venerable realm if possible. If my talent hasn't weakened, perhaps I could fight a Supreme one-on-one, which could also share some pressure. The gap between Saint Venerable and Supreme was huge. Lin Moyo didn't know if he could challenge a Supreme across realms once he reached Saint Venerable. Perhaps he could, perhaps not. Either way, he had to try to know. In fact, Lin Moyo had another plan, but for now, this plan couldn't be implemented. If the plan succeeded, then not only would the Great World not perish, but there might even be a chance to devour that world, plunder its origin, and find an opportunity to establish a new divine path. But for now, that plan was still far off. At least he had to wait until he reached the other shore realm. Besides cultivation, I also need to prepare some backup plans. In case Red Star Supreme is wrong, and there are more than 10 Supremes in that world. Or if the 10,000 star Grand Array isn't effective enough, we must have backup plans to deal with it. Lin Moyo considered many possibilities. He couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. As they got closer to the inner domain space, the Starlight Law began to become more active. Starlight refinement started operating again, refining starlight and condensing stars. The stars illuminated his soul, making the form of his rule world more complete and powerful. When it came time to truly construct his rule world, he would have a higher chance of constructing a perfect level rule world. A perfect level rule world was one of the foundations for ascending to Heavenly Venerable. If one couldn't even reach the perfect level in their rule world, there was no hope of becoming a Heavenly Venerable, even if they understood the virtual and real and saw the essence of the world. The mysterious master had told Lin Moyo that constructing a perfect rule world was very important and could not be neglected. Lin Moyo now somewhat understood the true purpose of the world tree fruit. It allowed one to give birth to the form of a rule world at the Divine Venerable realm, enabling people to come into contact with the rule world earlier in perfect and strengthen it. This laid a solid foundation for constructing the rule world in the future. With the form of the rule world, it was equivalent to opening the door to Saint Venerable. As long as one wasn't too unlucky, entering Saint Venerable was a certainty. Unfortunately, the world tree fruit matured too slowly. So far, there had only been one, which he had eaten. Lin Moyo examined his soul world and already had some ideas about the rule world he would construct in the future. As his horizons continued to expand and improve, his ideas about the rule world also kept changing and improving. Initially, he had only thought of using the undying law to construct a rule world that was half gray and half white, half life and half death. Later, after understanding the virtual and real and seeing the true world, he felt he should add virtual and real characteristics to the rule world. After obtaining Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's inheritance, he wanted to add various sigils to the rule world to evolve countless possibilities. Now, after seeing the Boundary Sea, he had a new understanding of his rule world. Lin Moyo felt he was being a bit too ambitious and somewhat unrealistic, but the brief experience of the Boundary Sea kept surfacing, making him feel he must do this. He even had an even more absurd thought. Perhaps the rule world is not limited to perfection. He felt that there might be higher levels of existence for rule worlds. Since it was a world of rules defined by humans, why couldn't he define it himself? Just as he was lost in thought, a series of mournful calls entered the warship. Chapter 2099. Chapter 2099, 2099. Chapter 2099, The Supreme's Rule World. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret. The soul returns to the old land but cannot rest in peace. The voice was tragic and stirring, shaking people's hearts. The runes on the warship flickered brightly, and its speed became slower and slower. The tragic voice disturbed space, turning the entire space into a viscous state, making it difficult for the warship to fly. Lin Moya was startled awake, feeling an indescribable sadness. Not just sadness, but also a heavy pain within the sadness. That kind of pain felt like someone was gripping his heart, preventing it from beating. Though not as painful as soul pain, it was even more uncomfortable. What happened? Lin Moya controlled the warship, leaving deep space. The warship rose, and Lin Moya saw a tall mountain. He was in the mountain forest. The mountain was over 1,000,000 kilometers high, beyond even Lin Moya's eyesight. The appearance of such a high mountain in space was unimaginable. Lin Moya maneuvered the warship towards the mountaintop, but the warship could never reach the true peak. Every time it was about to cross the peak, it was blocked by an invisible force. This force seemed like an array, but was different from an array. Lin Moya felt somewhat familiar with this sensation. After thinking for a moment, he knew where he had entered. He had entered a rule world. The border he touched was the edge of the rule world, the world barrier, also called the world screen. With his current abilities, it was difficult to break through. Is this a Saint Venerable's rule world, or a Supreme's rule world? Lin Moya thought to himself. If it was a Saint Venerable's rule world, that would be fine, but if it was a Supreme's, that would be much more troublesome. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret. The soul returns to the old land but cannot rest in peace. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret. The soul returns to the old land but cannot rest in peace. The tragic voice echoed in the rule world, making people's hearts ache more and more. Lin Moya endured the discomfort and depression, flying in another direction. After passing the mountain before him, he saw an even more shocking scene. Mountains, countless mountains, tens or hundreds of thousands of mountains, forming an ocean composed purely of mountain forests. The warship flew through the mountain forests, which seemed endless, spanning billions of miles, comparable to a galaxy. This is a Supreme's rule world. Lin Moya sighed, his expression not looking good. A Saint Venerable's rule world couldn't be this large. Only a Supreme's rule world could reach this scale. As for whether it could be a Heavenly Venerable's rule world, Lin Moya thought it unlikely. This rule world had already lost its vitality, clearly left behind after death in battle. Although Heavenly Venerables also fought in ancient times, there were no records of any Heavenly Venerables dying in battle. Lin Moya could only pray this was a Supreme's rule world, not a Heavenly Venerables, otherwise it would be even more troublesome. The warship flew for a long time without reaching the edge. Lin Moya tried sending out skeleton divine generals to explore this rule world, just like exploring a secret realm. The skeleton divine generals flew in all directions, quickly sending back information. The skeleton divine generals discovered some unusual places. Lin Moya immediately rushed over, helplessly finding that his space law had failed again. In the rule world, all rules were set by the master of the rule world. Plus, his mastery of space law wasn't very strong, so it was normal for it to fail. Lin Moya arrived at the place where the anomaly was discovered. He saw a tombstone. Words were carved on the tombstone. My name is Yuan Hao, a divine venerable of the human race. Accidentally fell into this realm, searched everywhere but found no way out. Cannot cultivate in this realm. Every 10 years there is a rainbow absorption event, absorbing flesh, realm, and lifespan. This venerable is unwilling to let thousands of years of cultivation become someone else's wedding dress, so I end my life here. Erecting this tombstone as a warning to future generations. If you can find a way out, please help bring my body back and bury it in human territory. Lin Moya sighed after reading the tombstone, surprised to find it was the tombstone of a human divine venerable. Through the tombstone's record, he could roughly deduce what had happened. Divine Venerable Yuan Hao had entered the outer realm to explore, but accidentally entered this place. He didn't know he had entered a rule world, and no matter how he searched, he couldn't find a way out. Moreover, every 10 years there would be a rainbow absorption phenomenon here, absorbing flesh, power, and lifespan. He believed someone was absorbing and devouring him. After many times, he might fall from Divine Venerable, unable to maintain even his realm, eventually falling to God King, true God, until death. For someone who had cultivated to Divine Venerable, this was naturally unacceptable. So with no other options, he chose suicide and left this tombstone. The tombstone was both a warning and a last glimmer of hope, hoping that one day, someone could bring his remains back. After all, he was a Divine Venerable. His remains wouldn't decay even after 100,000 years. But when Lin Moya looked, there were no remains here. There were no creatures in the surrounding forests either. No beasts would have eaten his remains. If there were beasts, he would certainly have mentioned it on the tombstone. No beasts. Lin Moya's eyes showed a hint of relief. This should not be a Heavenly Venerable's rule world. The reason for this judgment was that Heavenly Venerables could already create living beings. Though not creating from nothing, they could at least fuse and create new species of living beings. So Lin Moya was 90% certain that in a Heavenly Venerable's rule world, there would definitely be strong vitality. Strong vitality would give birth to various weak living beings. The appearance of beasts and such would be correct. Not being a Heavenly Venerable's rule world, Lin Moya relaxed a bit. He reached out his hand and grabbed, causing soil and rocks to fly. There was nothing under the tombstone, no remains. The remains are gone. A Divine Venerable's remains couldn't vanish into thin air. Even after 1,000,000 years, there would still be remnants. Now that the remains were gone, it could only mean that the rainbow absorption mentioned in the tombstone didn't spare even the corpse, absorbing it until not even dregs remained. Rainbow absorption, what exactly is it? Lin Moya thought to himself. At this moment, the skeleton divine generals sent news again, making another new discovery. Lin Moya immediately rushed over. This discovery was larger in scale, a group of houses built from trees. There were over a dozen houses, with traces of habitation. Judging from the style of the houses, those who lived here were not just humans, but other races as well. However, now the people here were all gone. Lin Moya searched house by house, finally making a new discovery in one of them. On the wood of this house, a large number of words were recorded, in human script. This time the text was more detailed, with accurate time records. The person who carved the text was called Du Jingran, a human divine venerable who had reached divine venerable rank 7. About 2,000 years ago he accidentally entered this realm and tried every means but could not leave. In the third year after he entered, the rainbow absorption appeared, absorbing part of his realm. Because he was a high-level divine venerable, his perception was more obvious. About 100 years of lifespan was absorbed, and his realm dropped somewhat. A divine venerable rank 7's lifespan was at most over 5,000 years, and he was already over 2,000 years old at the time. In other words, he would die of old age here after just 30 rainbow absorptions. Later he discovered that even 30 absorptions was optimistic. As the number of absorptions increased, his realm kept falling, and his lifespan was also falling. He could at most endure a dozen absorptions, about 100 years. In these 100 years, he encountered some other divine venerables who had accidentally entered this place. Some were human, some were from other races. They died one by one due to the absorptions. He finally ended his own life when he was about to fall from divine venerable. Chapter 2100. Chapter 2100, 2100. Chapter 2100, No One Escapes, A World of Despair. Du Jingran's records made Lin Moya feel a chill down his spine. His words were filled with despair. He was the last to die among these people. The others either died due to the rainbow absorption or couldn't bear it and ended their own lives. All those who came here were divine venerables. Regardless of their race, no one could accept the fate of their realm falling and becoming a cripple. Lin Moya checked other houses but found no records like Du Jingran's. However, there were traces of life, indicating that the people here were filled with despair at that time. What puzzled Lin Moya the most was that during the decades they were here, these divine venerables from various races did not engage in large-scale fights but lived peacefully together. This was very unusual, especially for races like humans and demons, who were sworn enemies and would not coexist peacefully under any circumstances. Even when facing a life-and-death crisis, they would first fight to the death upon meeting. Could there be some restriction on fighting here? Lin Moya's heart stirred, thinking of a possibility. He had a skeleton divine general attack the mountain forest. The attack was not strong, less than 1% of the skeleton divine general's full power. A 100-meter tall, 10-meter thick tree was split in two by the sword energy, falling with a roar. Here, any mountain was so tall that its peak couldn't be seen, and its width was hard to estimate. The mountains were high, and the trees were large. In the mountain forest, a 100-meter tall, 10-meter thick tree was just a sapling. Here, trees hundreds of meters thick and so tall their tops couldn't be seen were everywhere. With the roar, the tree fell, and then there was no further movement. Lin Moya looked at the wooden houses, which were also made from large trees. It seemed they hadn't encountered any trouble at that time. Could it really be possible to coexist peacefully? Lin Moya naturally didn't believe such nonsense and issued another order. The skeleton divine general used half its strength to unleash a stronger attack. A massive sword energy blasted out, hitting the mountain forest. The mountain was blasted open with a huge hole, and countless large trees were blown away. Although this wound was nothing to the entire mountain, and even more insignificant to the entire mountain range, in Lin Moya's view, the commotion was already very intense, even causing the ground he stood on to shake. Moments later, the shaking stopped, and apart from the huge pit on the mountain, nothing else happened. Could I be wrong? If fighting were allowed here, it wouldn't be possible to coexist peacefully. Lin Moya still didn't believe it and issued a new order. Two skeleton divine generals suddenly fought each other, attacking each other. This time, they still used half their strength, which wouldn't be enough to kill each other. As they fought, the rule world finally reacted. A roaring sound came from the sky, and then two unimaginable forces descended, accurately hitting the two skeleton divine generals. The two skeleton divine generals were instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move, unable to even stand up. Lin Moya understood. In this rule world, one could attack the mountains but not other living beings. Lin Moya tried several times, having the skeleton divine generals use their full strength to attack the mountains. The mountains were blasted full of holes, and countless giant trees were destroyed, but there was still no punishment. Only the two skeleton divine generals that had fought earlier remained pinned to the ground, unable to move. After understanding the rules, Lin Moya felt even more puzzled. Why is it like this? Such rules must have a reason. Lin Moya knew that everything had cause and effect. If he wanted to leave here, he had to find the cause and effect. But with the information he had now, it was difficult to find the correct cause and effect. Over countless years, many people must have entered this rule world, but no one had ever escaped, at least no humans had. If someone had, there would definitely be records in the Human Emperor's network. Those who died here should have left some information in their despair. This information might be helpful to him. The rainbow absorption occurred once every 10 years. He didn't know how long it would be until the next one. Lin Moya didn't know if he could withstand the rainbow absorption. After all, this was the Supreme's rule world, and he wasn't confident. Even if he could withstand the rainbow absorption, so what? He couldn't sense any laws here and couldn't cultivate. Eventually, he would die of old age here. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, he didn't have much time to waste here. If he delayed for 1,000 years, it would be too late when he got out. I must find a way out as soon as possible. Lin Moya sent out more skeleton divine generals to explore. This world was too large. He had been here for half a day, and the skeleton divine generals had only explored a tiny fraction. Determined, Lin Moya sent out all 5 billion skeleton divine generals to explore in all directions. The map of the rule world gradually became clearer, and finally, there was a new discovery. The skeleton divine generals found a curvature while flying, leading Lin Moya to guess that this rule world was an enormous sphere. A spherical rule world was normal, but this sphere was excessively large, larger than a galaxy. Its diameter was unmeasurable. The skeleton divine generals spread out, flying in a grid pattern to avoid missing any traces. Finally, there was another new discovery, and Lin Moya rushed over immediately. It was an enormous stone tablet. The stone tablet was tens of thousands of meters long and wide, square, made from stones from the high mountains of the rule world. The stone tablet was covered with numerous inscriptions, written in various languages of different races. Lin Moya had studied the languages of various races and could understand most of them. Reading the inscriptions, Lin Moya found that they recorded the experiences of divine venerables from various races who had entered this place. The inscriptions contained the insights of these divine venerables. They had also explored but ultimately failed to leave, though they made some discoveries. They recorded their findings on the stone tablet, hoping that future generations could leave this place. Unfortunately, until the most recent record from 500 years ago, no one had succeeded. The last record was left by a human divine venerable 500 years ago. From the stone tablet, Lin Moya felt despair again. Despair mixed with unwillingness and hatred, the resentment left by each divine venerable. Each divine venerable who ultimately couldn't leave left their resentment in the inscriptions, and their bodies were gone. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret, the soul returns to the old land but cannot rest in peace. The tragic sighs echoed in the rule world, making Lin Moya frown uncomfortably. It wasn't physical discomfort but an emotional one. His emotions were affected by the tragic voice, causing intense fluctuations. These intense fluctuations affected his calm thinking, making him feel despair. Those divine venerables who chose suicide in the end probably did so under the influence of this voice. Lin Moya felt the voice had intensified since he entered, not because the sound grew louder but because the emotions within it became stronger, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Suppressing his inner discomfort, Lin Moya carefully read the inscriptions on the stone tablet, trying to stay calm. The inscriptions show that fighting is indeed not allowed here. Any fighting will result in punishment. So here, no matter how deep the hatred, it must be set aside. Currently, apart from the rainbow absorption every 10 years, no other dangers have been discovered. Not discovering doesn't mean there aren't any. Just like those divine venerables couldn't find a way out, it doesn't mean there isn't one. Lin Moya pondered, glancing at the sky unintentionally. In the sky, at some unknown time, a crescent moon had appeared, a blue crescent moon, exuding a sense of eeriness. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.